Shun Yunjiao's biological mother sacrificed her life to save the venerable Lady Su of the Zhongyong Marquis residence. Out of pity for Shun Yunjiao, Lady Su took her in, raising her as a granddaughter from a distant branch of the family. Over the years, Shun Yunjiao and Lady Su became inseparable, and after the cancellation of her engagement, Shun Yunjiao vowed to remain by Lady Su's side for the rest of her life. However, fate dealt a cruel hand when Lady Su passed away. It was on that fateful day that Shun Yunjiao uncovered the sinister ambitions harbored by the members of the Marquis household. Realizing that she had discovered their secret, they resorted to silencing her permanently. Blood clouded Shun Yunjiao's vision, and as she lay fading, the last image she beheld was that of the gentle Duke of Dingbei, who tenderly wiped away the tears from her face. The Duke, known for his valor in battle and his ironclad demeanor, remained a close minister to the Emperor. Despite numerous families attempting to offer their daughters to him over the years, he still had no woman by his side. In the wake of the Duke's compassionate yet sorrowful gaze, Shun Yunjiao was suddenly reminded of a moment from her past. After her engagement was called off, she had hidden in a peach blossom grove, weeping, when the then Prince, Xiao Shijing, unexpectedly appeared. His deep voice broke the silence. "Do not weep, what if I were to marry you?" Xiao Shijing was a prodigy, radiating talent and confidence. Yet his icy demeanor often left Shun Yunjiao intimidated. With a quivering lip, she replied, "Do not jest with me, Your Highness." In her haste, she fled, unaware of the disappointment that flickered in his eyes. As Shun Yunjiao found herself in Xiao Shijing's embrace once more, she slowly lost her anger, only to awaken again on the day her engagement was annulled. In the capital, at the Su residence of the Zhongyong Marquis, spring had arrived, bringing warmth. The maids brought out bedding to bask in the sunlight, ridding it of mildew. One maid, Qingyu, carried out the bedding, handing it over to a younger maid. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Hongyu returning from outside, making her way toward the mistress room. Rushing over, Qingyu grasped Hongyu's arm. "The young lady is still asleep. She cried for quite some time last night and has only just fallen asleep. You mustn't go in, especially since the old lady said to let her rest longer." Hongyu, dressed in a crimson outfit with a light layer of rouge on her cheeks, smiled. "There's quite a scene to behold in the old lattice courtyard. The young lattice half-sister is currently kneeling there." Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment before she spat angrily. How dare she show her face here? If it weren't for her, the Luo family wouldn't have come to call off the engagement. The more she pondered, the more she felt wronged. Young Master Luo had been the suitor meticulously chosen by Lady Su for Shun Yunjiao, and their engagement was set for the latter half of this year. Yet, Shun Yunjiao's half-sister, Shun Yunxiue, had intervened, leading to the cancellation. Shun Yunjiao was not the true daughter of the Su family, but rather a girl taken in by Lady Su. Thus, her engagement had always been tenuous. Now, because of Shun Yunxiue, young Master Luo's mother had come to break off the betrothal. With a desire for entertainment, Hongyu intended to inform Shun Yunjiao about the spectacle. Qingyu, lagging behind, whispered, "Let's wait until the young lady wakes up to discuss this." As Qingyu followed Hongyu into the room, she discovered Shun Yunjiao already awake, lost in thought while sitting on the bed. Upon noticing the two maids, Shun Yunjiao turned her gaze toward them. Hongyu chuckled lightly, calling out to her, eager to approach. Having grown up alongside Shun Yunjiao, she was treated like a sister, never required to bow in formality. However, as Hongyu approached the bedside, she met Shun Yunjiao's cold, piercing gaze, which sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to halt. Shun Yunjiao's eyes drifted to the ruby hairpin adorning Hongyu's hairstyle, a gift from Lady Su herself. Confusion filled Shun Yunjiao's mind despite her kindness towards Hongyu. Why had Hongyu betrayed her in her previous life, delivering a cup of poisoned tea that sent her to the underworld? Alas, she had not made it to the afterlife. Instead, she had returned to the age of 15. Suddenly, the last memories of her former life resurfaced Xiao Shijing's gentle eyes as he gazed upon her. Biting her lip, unfamiliar emotions stirred within her. The once lofty Duke of Dingbei, who treated the young ladies of the Su family with indifference, had held her in his arms, revealing a warmth she had never anticipated. "Miss," Qingyu called cautiously, sensing something was amiss with her mistress. Shun Yunjiao snapped back to reality, her voice hoarse as she declared, "I wish to rise." Having cried throughout the night, it was no surprise her voice was strained. Qingyu hastened to retrieve clothing from the rack. Hongyu, regaining her senses, seated herself at the edge of the bed, excitement bubbling within her. "Miss," Shun Yunxiu is kneeling in the old lattice courtyard. When you see her, slap her. Such shamelessness, stealing her sister's engagement, deserves a good thrashing. Yet, Shen Yunjiao's brows did not even twitch. After her rebirth, she had anticipated a fierce desire for vengeance against Hong Yu. Yet now, she felt an unsettling calmness that left Hong Yu feeling uneasy. "Miss, what is wrong with you?" Hong Yu felt as if she had struck cotton, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Shen Yunjiao had always treated her as a sister. Never before had she displayed such coldness. In an attempt to placate Shen Yunjiao, Hong Yu suggested tentatively, "Perhaps I should strike Shen Erguinyang for you, to relieve your frustrations?" A chilling wave coursed through Shen Yunjiao. How had she ever believed that Hong Yu remained loyal and would risk everything for her? Now, observing her with disdain, she recognized that it was Hong Yu's impulsiveness that had made her countless enemies within the Marquis residence. It seemed that aside from Lady Su, no one held her in high regard. In her previous life, had it not been for the cup of poison tea Hong Yu had delivered, the other members of the Su family might not have known how to ridicule and belittle her. Shen Yunjiao lowered her eyelids, her tone frigid. "Get up." Hong Yu was taken aback, bewildered. Shen Yunjiao lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with a fierce intensity. "You have soiled my bed." Startled, Hong Yu leaped up, wide-eyed as she stared at Shen Yunjiao. In the past, they had shared the same bed. How could she now be deemed unworthy? She yearned to retort, but upon witnessing Shen Yunjiao's expression, she swallowed her words, pursing her lips and standing silently to the side. Qingyu returned with the clothing, assisting Shen Yunjiao in dressing and quickly arranging her hair into a simple bun. Gazing into the mirror at the vibrant 15-year-old girl, Shen Yunjiao felt tears welling in her eyes. Given this chance bestowed upon her by fate, she vowed to protect Lady Su fiercely, ensuring that she would not meet a tragic and unjust end as in her past life. Shen Yunjiao stood in silence, resolutely making her way outside. Qingyu followed closely for a few steps, then quickly turned back. "Why are you just standing there?" Hong Yu huffed indignantly, her pride wounded by Shen Yunjiao's sudden coldness. "If you no longer value me, then what purpose do I serve?" Qingyu sighed. "Oh, you." Not pressing further, Qingyu hastened to catch up with Shen Yunjiao. In the courtyard of Pinkong, where Lady Su resided, the maids moved about with purpose, their footsteps echoing softly, devoid of any raucous noise. It seemed they were oblivious to the woman kneeling in the yard. Despite the arrival of spring, the ground remained cold and unyielding. Shen Yunjiao had been kneeling for nearly an hour, her knees aching from the chill. Yet, as her mother had instructed, she was determined to employ the tactic of self-inflicted suffering to sway Lady Su and Shen Yunjiao. Shen Yunjiao was known for her soft heart. She would surely not only relinquish the engagement with the Luo family, but also part with some of the dowry Lady Su had prepared for her. In that moment, Shen Yunjiao envisioned herself departing in grandeur. Shen Yunjiao grew increasingly agitated, disregarding the pain in her knees. She lowered her head, concealing the smile that graced her lips. Time slipped away as she knelt, until she heard a maid calling, "Miss Shen," and soon a chorus of voices from the distant maids echoed the same call. Suddenly, Shen Yunjiao lifted her head, turning towards the entrance, where she beheld her half-sister, Shen Yunjiao, approaching. Shen Yunjiao was adorned in a lilac butterfly-embroidered jacket, the fabric soft and exquisite, undoubtedly of the finest quality. A crimson sash at her waist accentuated her delicate figure, and a jade pendant shaped like twin fish hung at her side, glimmering under the sunlight. A wave of jealousy washed over Shen Yunjiao, reddening her eyes. Though they shared the same surname, both being daughters of the same father, why did Shen Yunjiao lead a life so drastically different from that of Shen Yunjiao? Shen Yunjiao seemed to dwell among the stars, while Shen Yunjiao languished in the depths. It was solely because Shen Yunjiao's biological mother had perished while saving old Madame Su that she was granted the privilege of being treated like a young lady in the Su household. In the quiet hours of the night, Shen Yunjiao often pondered whether, had her own mother been the one to perish, the outcome would have been different. As she lost herself in these thoughts, a waft of fragrance reached her nostrils, heralding the entrance of Shen Yunjiao, surrounded by her maids. Fists clenched in indignation, Shen Yunjiao felt her jealousy surging forth. The maids drew back the curtains, allowing Shen Yunjiao to enter the room. Even the parrot perched beneath the eaves of Pinkong courtyard knew that old Madame Su's fondest affection lay with Shen Yunjiao. Consequently, despite Shen Yunjiao's lack of the Su surname, no maid dared to treat her with anything less than respect. Once inside, the trusted matron, Mama Ping, emerged whispering, "The old madam has guests, please have a seat over there." Mississippi Shen Yunjiao obediently nodded and settled onto a chair by the door. Despite the arrival of spring, Mama Ping, noticing Shen Yunxiao's frail constitution, presented her with a hand warmer, which she nestled into Shen Yunxiao's embrace. Shen Yunxiao looked up, her small face brightening with gratitude. Mama Ping regarded Shen Yunxiao with affection, having watched her grow from a fragile sprout into a graceful young woman. With her oval face, bright apricot eyes, petite and delicate nose, and fair skin, Shen Yunxiao was indeed strikingly beautiful. Mama Ping believed that in all of the capital, Shen Yunxiao's beauty was second to none. How foolish was young Master Luo to seek to retract his engagement. Behind the screen, Mrs. Luo sat at a lower position near old Madame Su. The latter wore an expression that was at once indifferent and chilling. Mrs. Luo, attempting to lighten the mood, said, "My foolish son has become so engrossed in his studies that he has lost his senses. When he first expressed his interest in Miss Heir, I was taken aback. However, with his stubborn nature, I could not dissuade him." Mrs. Luo's tone was casual, treating the matter with a dismissive air. Although the Su family publicly claimed that Shen Yunxiao was merely a distant relative, any discerning individual could easily uncover the truth. The Luo family had conducted an extensive investigation into Shen Yunxiao, particularly since they sought to form a union with the Su family. Shen Yunxiao was merely the daughter of a peasant. To have the opportunity to marry into the Luo family was already a stroke of fortune. Thus, it was only natural that the engagement would be rescinded. Were it not for Shen Yunxiao's connection to old Madame Su, Mrs. Luo would not have regarded her at all. Even considering Shen Yunxiao as a concubine for her son would require deliberation. Old Madame Su lifted her aged eyes, her tone flat as she inquired, "Oh, you mean to withdraw the engagement?" Without hesitation, Mrs. Luo confirmed, having already hinted at her intentions to the Su family. After a moment's thought, she added, "It isn't so much a withdrawal. My son simply found himself enamored with Miss Heir. It truly is a matter of fate." Despite her desire to dissolve the engagement with Shen Yunxiao, Mrs. Luo was unwilling to sever ties with the Su family, which held considerable power and influence. Before her visit, Mr. Luo had cautioned her against incurring the Su family's ire. With the support of the Su family, Luo Shuyan would surely ascend the social ladder. In Mrs. Luo's mind, since the Su family was insistent on marrying Luo Shuyan to a Shen girl, what difference did it make which one? Old Madame Su slammed her teacup onto the table, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "In that case, congratulations are in order. Someone, please escort our guest out." Mrs. Luo, eager to appease, interjected, "Wait. I still wish to discuss the wedding arrangements with you." With a cold laugh, old Madame Su raised her voice, "Mama Ping." Mama Ping shot a glance at Shen Yunxiao before swiftly making her way to old Madame Su's side. Old Madame Su coldly instructed, "Mrs. Luo wishes to discuss wedding matters. Send someone to escort her back to the Shen family." Mrs. Luo, taken aback, exclaimed, "Shouldn't this be a discussion with you? Aren't you the one making the decisions regarding the Shen family?" Old Madame Su, anger morphing into a bitter smile, retorted, "I am not a member of the Shen family. How can I make their decisions? Just remember, there is only Yunxiao, raised under my care. Her affairs are mine to decide. As for Miss Heir, please return her to the Shen family." Seeing the old madame's fury, Mama Ping hurriedly summoned maids to half-drag and half-push Mrs. Luo out of the room. Mrs. Luo left in a state of disarray, her hairpin askew. As she exited, she spat in the direction of the door, only to turn and encounter the sight of Shen Yunxiao, seated gracefully. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Shijing blinked apologetically. "I merely wish to defend the honor of the young lady and the old madam." This was indeed the truth. Shen Yunxiao rose with a smile, and Shijing hurried to accompany her to old Madame Su. Clearly incensed by Mrs. Luo, old Madame Su's lips had paled. Startled, Shen Yunxiao rushed to her side, choking back a sob as she called out, "Old madam," her tears cascading uncontrollably, evoking deep sympathy. This display of emotion softened old Madame Su's heart. Having watched Shen Yunxiao grow, she had often fretted during Shen Yunxiao's childhood illnesses, fearing she might not survive. Now, with Shen Yunxiao blossoming into a lovely young woman, it pained her to see others conspire against her. Old Madame Su gently caressed Shen Yunxiao's face, her voice firm. "Do not worry, I will ensure your grievances are addressed. You will not suffer in vain." Shen Yunxiao shook her head through tears, grasping old Madame Su's hands. I do not wish for you to be angry on my behalf. I only desire your health and longevity. Old Madame Su's heart melted, embracing Shen Yunjiao, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having birthed only one daughter, who married and left her side, she had often felt lonely. It was Shen Yunjiao who had kept her company, brightening her days. As long as she drew breath, she would never allow anyone to bully Shen Yunjiao. Mrs. Luo, having been unceremoniously ejected from old Madame Su's quarters by the maids, felt utterly humiliated, her hairpins askew. Nonetheless, being in a noble household, she swallowed her indignation. Straightening her attire, she stepped outside. As she turned, she spotted a young woman kneeling in the courtyard, presumably the very Shun heir whom her son, Luo Shuyan, had taken a fancy to. Mrs. Luo raised her chin and walked past with an impassive expression. Shun Yunxiu immediately brightened, offering her most radiant smile towards Mrs. Luo. After all, this lady was to be her future mother-in-law. On this day, Mrs. Luo visited, presumably to discuss the marriage between her son, Luo Shuyan, and the matriarch of the Su family. Shun Yunxiu beamed with delight, her heart brimming with joy, feeling as though fortune had finally favored her. Luo Shuyan, a scholarly gentleman exuding an air of refinement, caught her at the moment she laid eyes on him. Such a remarkable individual was not someone she could easily let slip away. Shun Yunxiu cast a hopeful glance towards Mrs. Luo, eager for some words of encouragement from her. Although she had yet to become a part of the Luo family, she still yearned to win over her future mother-in-law's affection. However, Mrs. Luo, with a dismissive demeanor, ignored Shun Yunxiu entirely, bypassing her and exiting the courtyard swiftly. Shun Yunxiu's smile froze, disbelief washing over her as she rose to pursue Mrs. Luo for a few steps, only to be met with indifference. Mrs. Luo did not glance back even once. Nearby, a young maid jested with her companion. "Oh, I thought this Miss Heir would refuse to rise, considering she has stolen her elder sister's match. Surely, she must kneel until her sister forgives her." Most would feel humiliated by such veiled mockery, yet Shun Yunxiu remained unfazed. She huffed defiantly and knelt again, her posture radiating an air of righteousness as if she were not the one in the wrong, inciting the ire of the maids nearby. After kneeling for nearly half an hour, the door to the room creaked open, and Shun Yunxiu perked up, fixated on the figure stepping out. It was Shun Yunjiao. Recalling her mother's teachings, Shun Yunxiu summoned tears to her eyes and implored, "Sister, do you harbor resentment towards me in your heart? But feelings are often beyond our control. Luo Gongzi and I share a mutual affection. I beg you to bless our union." In her fervor, she reached out to grasp Shun Yunjiao's skirt. An outsider, witnessing this scene, might have accused Shun Yunjiao of bullying her younger sister. Shun Yunjiao regarded Shun Yunxiu with a bemused expression, her arms crossed before her. To speak candidly, she and Shun Yunxiu had not grown up together and shared little emotional connection. In her previous life, Shun Yunjiao had been soft-hearted, easily swayed by Shun Yunxiu's desperate pleas and her unwavering determination to kneel. Not only had she relinquished the marriage to the Luo family, but she had also taken a portion of the dowry prepared by the matriarch of the Su family and gifted it to Shun Yunxiu. Regrettably, the Shun family had grown arrogant once the Luo family rose in status, and after the matriarch's passing, they had come to her, nearly coercing her into surrendering her personal funds. Before departing, her father had coldly warned her, "Do not think that just because the matriarch of the Su family has died, you may return to the Shun family. We do not want you a financial burden. If you must perish, do so outside." Shun Yunjiao chuckled bitterly, her gaze falling upon Shun Yunxiu's tear-streaked face. She said softly, "Rise, for the matriarch and Mrs. Luo have reached an agreement. Congratulations, your desires have been fulfilled." Shun Yunxiu's tears transformed into a radiant smile as she stood, still in disbelief, and asked once more, "Is it true?" Just moments ago, Mrs. Luo had ignored her, and she had assumed the matter had fallen through. Shun Yunjiao stepped back slightly, distancing herself from Shun Yunxiu, and nodded gently. "Indeed, it is true. You may inquire with Mrs. Luo if you wish." Shun Yunxiu's smile blossomed as she felt an urge to rush to Luo Shuyan and inquire further. After a moment of shyness, she added, "Sister, now that I am to be wed, should you not show some form of acknowledgement?" Qing Yu nearly bit her tongue in disbelief, her eyes wide as she looked at Shun Yunxiu, astonished that someone could possess such audacity. Not only had she stolen her sister's engagement, but she also sought to gain favors from her sister? Shun Yunjiao's expression remained unchanged, her smile undiminished. Do not worry, dear sister. I will certainly attend your wedding. Not that. I meant, should you not increase my dowry? Shun Yunxiue clarified, hoping to avoid further feigned ignorance from Shun Yunjiao. Without hesitation, Shun Yunjiao agreed, of course, that is only right. Shun Yunxiue's joy intensified, and after rubbing her knees, she departed, having accomplished both of her objectives. She was eager to return home and share the good news. Shun Yunjiao's smile gradually faded as she turned to re-enter the house. At that moment, Mama Ping approached with a bowl of medicine, which Shun Yunjiao took and personally fed to the matriarch. As the matriarch sipped her medicine, she seemed hesitant to speak. Shun Yunjiao chuckled lightly. What is it, matriarch? Is there something you wish to say? With a heavy sigh, the matriarch replied, You are still too soft-hearted. Now that your engagement has been annulled, finding a suitable match will become exceedingly difficult. The Luo family had been under her scrutiny for half a year before she arranged the match for Shun Yunjiao. She had observed Luo Shuyan several times and knew he was a promising young man, especially with the Su family support propelling him toward success in the capital. After so much effort to secure the engagement, the situation had taken a turn for the worse, leaving the matriarch in a state of agitation for days. Were it not for the fact that Shun Yunxiue was Shun Yunjiao's sister, she would have shown no mercy toward Shun Yunxiue. Shun Yunjiao grasped the matriarch's icy hand. Speaking softly, matriarch, even if you persuade Mrs. Luo and Luo Gongzi, I cannot accept this match. How could I entrust my future to a man so fickle? Though she understood this reasoning, the matriarch remained vexed. Shun Yunjiao continued to offer consolation. Fear not, they shall ultimately reap the consequences of their actions. In her previous life, the Shun and Luo families had emerged victorious, largely due to Shun Yunjiao's compassion. She had facilitated many advantages for both families. However, she resolved that she would no longer be soft-hearted toward those who were ungrateful. Once she distanced herself from the Shun family and the Su family, their influence would soon wane. Shun Yunjiao continued to patiently feed the matriarch her medicine, one spoonful at a time. Mama Ping interjected, Matriarch, look at our young lady. She is such a good person. With her beauty and character, suitors may soon be lined up at the city gates. You need not worry. The matriarch shot Mama Ping a disapproving glance, chiding, Do not flatter the child so. Cease your praise. Yet the matriarch's expression softened, a smile gracing her features. Shun Yunjiao felt a surge of affection and leaned her cheek against the matriarch's hand, whispering, Matriarch, I shall remain by your side for life and never marry. The matriarch, hard of hearing due to her age, was about to express her confusion when Shi Chun entered with a complex expression. After glancing at Shun Yunjiao, she hesitantly announced, Matriarch, Luo Gongzi has arrived and wishes to see the young lady. The matriarch raised an eyebrow, her temper flaring. What business does he have here? Let him in. Shi Chun replied cautiously. Luo Gongzi is already outside the courtyard. Furious, the matriarch felt her blood boil. Had the guards at the gate turned a blind eye? After all, the three gentlemen of the Su family were not her own flesh and blood. They were separate from her. Over the years, the Su family had resented her favoritism towards Shun Yunjiao, and now that Shun Yunjiao's engagement had been annulled, many were eager to witness the fallout. The matriarch, caught between anger and helplessness, clasped Shun Yunjiao's hand with concern. Shun Yunjiao stood up nonchalantly. Matriarch, I wish to meet Luo Gongzi. The matriarch's heart tightened. Have you not forgotten this ungrateful man? I am to blame for allowing you both to meet so frequently. Shun Yunjiao shook her head with a smile, her tone calm. Do not worry, matriarch, I will be prudent. Mama Ping chimed in. Matriarch, the young lady has been raised by you. Surely you trust her judgment? Of course. I trust her. Just ensure there are more people accompanying her. Thank you, matriarch. Shun Yunjiao smiled, her eyes sparkling, and with a group of maids in tow, she made her way outside. She glanced around and noticed Qingyu and the others eagerly preparing to confront Luo Shuyan, which made her smile involuntarily. How delightful it was that, in this life, those who had ultimately resolved her fate through various means, such as Lady Su, were now vividly present by her side. At the gate of the courtyard, Luo Shuyan was pacing anxiously. He had originally been waiting in the carriage for Lady Luo, and upon hearing that the negotiations with the Su family had failed, he rushed in, visibly unsettled. After a prolonged wait filled with anxiety, he finally saw Shun Yunjiao emerge. looking at her delicate, lotus-like face. With a gentle smile and eyes as soft as the mildest spring breeze, Luo Shuyan felt a slight sense of relief. When he first learned of this marriage arrangement, he had looked down upon Shen Yunjiao, viewing her merely as a village girl. A person of his erudition deserved a refined lady to compliment him. However, upon meeting Shen Yunjiao and witnessing her grace and poise, he readily accepted the engagement. Jiao Jiao, Luo Shuyan called out excitedly, using her nickname. Shen Yunjiao stood on the steps, looking down at him with a detached and indifferent tone. Young Master Luo, please conduct yourself with dignity. Since you are now engaged to my sister, you shall henceforth be my brother-in-law. Please possess some self-awareness. Luo Shuyan scratched his head. Jiao Jiao, do you resent me? My feelings for Yunxue, it was merely a moment of weakness. My heart still, Master Luo. Please choose your words more carefully. Qingyu interjected, raising her voice. Such remarks could ruin our young lady's reputation, and if this matter spreads, others will mock you for your fickleness. Left speechless, Luo Shuyan turned to Shen Yunjiao with a pitiful gaze, attempting to sway her. Jiao Miss Shen, I realize my mistake. Although I promised to marry Yunxue, if you are willing, I would gladly take you as my wife. You two sisters will surely keep each other company and never feel lonely. Shen Yunjiao could not help but scoff, her eyes icy as she once again witnessed Luo Shun's shamelessness, igniting her anger. In her previous life, she had sworn never to marry. In this life, she remained resolute. She could not be bothered to engage with Luo Shuyan any longer and instructed those around her. Expel him. If he refuses to leave, drive him out with sticks. Qingyu and the other maidservants were equally incensed by Luo Shuyan's brazen words, eagerly preparing to defend Shen Yunjiao's honor. Following Shen Yunjiao's command, Qingyu and the others approached him menacingly. Qingyu spat vehemently. You wish to enjoy the blessings of a harmonious relationship? You should consider whether you are worthy of it. How dare you, you shameless wretch? She shoved Luo Shuyan, and the other maidservants joined in, attempting to push him away. Luo Shuyan's face turned crimson. A gentleman uses words, not violence. Despite his refined demeanor, he found himself at a disadvantage against the women and was quickly pushed a considerable distance. Desperate, he turned back to see Shen Yunjiao's graceful figure and exquisite beauty. Unable to refrain from shouting, Miss Shen, if you are unwilling, then let Yunxue take the lead, and I shall take the secondary role. Qingyu could not tolerate this any longer. She removed her shoe and hurled it at Luo Shuyan's face. I'll teach you to speak nonsense. Before long, Luo Shuyan vanished from Shen Yunjiao's sight. She remained cold and aloof, standing for a moment before retreating into the house. Cast out from the estate, Luo Shuyan watched as the triumphant maidservants left, muttering about the indignity he had suffered. Yet, the maidservants paid him no mind, strutting away with heads held high. After lingering for a moment, Luo Shuyan made his way toward the Luo family's carriage. He could never forget Shen Yunjiao. Had it not been for that fateful day when he had drunk too much and awakened to find Shen Yunxue lying beside him, clad in nothing, he might have acted differently. Though he could not recall the details, years of learning had taught him the necessity of providing an explanation to Shen Yunxue. While this might cause distress to Shen Yunjiao, he believed her gentle nature would eventually be swayed by a sincere heart. With Shen Yunjiao accompanying Shen Yunxue, perhaps it would not be so bad after all. Meanwhile, Qingyu and the other maidservants returned to the residence of Lady Su, chattering about Luo Shuyan's disgraceful behavior. Lady Su sighed, reflecting on how she had once believed Luo Shuyan to be a fine young man. The shameful words he had uttered truly made her question her own judgment. Shen Yunjiao spent some time conversing with Lady Su before returning with Qingyu. She resided in the small courtyard on the left side of Pingkong Courtyard. Although she did not possess her own courtyard like the young ladies of the Su family, she felt content. Hongyu sat on a small stool in the courtyard, pouting as if still upset with Shen Yunjiao. Shen Yunjiao narrowed her eyes, realizing that she had been too indulgent with Hongyu, allowing her to lose sight of her own status, which had led to her developing ill intentions. When Hongyu saw Shen Yunjiao return, she hesitated and awkwardly curtsied. Shen Yunjiao pretended not to notice and entered the house with Qingyu. Hongyu paused for a moment, then, feeling indignant, withdrew her foot. She had never experienced Shen Yunjiao's neglect before. Did she suspect something? Once inside, Shen Yunjiao began rummaging through her belongings. Qingyu, watching from the side, could offer no assistance. After about half an hour, Shun Yunjiao uncovered numerous handkerchiefs, socks, letters, and other items, all relating to Luo Shuyan. Seeing such things again after a lifetime made Shun Yunjiao unable to suppress a laugh. Once upon a time, she had yearned to marry Luo Shuyan, hoping for a relationship of mutual respect and companionship. With such expectations, she had devoted much time to sewing and writing letters for him. However, looking back now, it all seems so naive. In her previous life, she had already sworn at this time never to marry. Yet, she could not shake the memory of the sorrowful gaze with which Xiao Shijing had looked at her before her demise. He was a figure of authority, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. As the heir of a marquis, he had been nurtured with immense care, and his innate nobility made it clear to Shun Yunjiao that she and he belonged to entirely different worlds. Yet, this divine being had held her tenderly, gently wiping the blood from her face. As Qingyu accompanied Shun Yunjiao in organizing her belongings, she suddenly noticed a look of desolation on Shun Yunjiao's face. Startled, she feared that Shun Yunjiao was still unable to forget Luo Shuyan. Luo Shuyan is nothing but a scoundrel. Qingyu rubbed her hands together nervously, offering cautious comfort. Miss, he is not worthy of your lifelong commitment. He chose the second young lady. He is blind. He will surely regret it one day. Shun Yunjiao smiled faintly, seeing the sweat beading on Qingyu's forehead in her anxiousness, and decided not to press her further. I know my own mind. You could dispose of these items. Burn them if you wish, she replied coolly. Qingyu sighed in relief, acknowledging her command, and began gathering the items into a basket. As she stepped outside, she was intercepted by Hong Yu. I'm going out for a while. You should return to the house. The young lady cannot be without someone by her side. Qingyu remained composed. Hong Yu, focus on the contents of the basket. Soon noticed that it was filled with items meant for Luo Shuyan. Pointing to the basket, she exclaimed in surprise, Did the young lady ask you to take these to young Master Luo? I knew it. The young lady cannot forget him. Truth be told, she herself could not forget Luo Shuyan. He was gentle and refined, never treating her as a mere maidservant, always kind and polite. When Shun Yunjiao married into the Luo family, she intended to follow suit, to establish herself in the Luo household. Shun Yunjiao would surely promote a few familiar faces to serve Luo Shuyan. Hong Yu's mind raced with schemes. However, Qingyu shook her head, solemnly stating, Do not mention young Master Luo in front of the young lady again. It will upset her. These items were ordered to be disposed of by her. Hong Yu gasped, seemingly unprepared for Shun Yunjiao's boldness. Qingyu brushed past her, continuing toward the courtyard exit. Regaining her senses, Hong Yu hurriedly chased after her, snatching the basket from Qingyu's arm with an urgent tone. Let me handle these items. With that, she hurried out. Qingyu watched her retreating figure, shook her head, and turned back inside. As Hong Yu carried the basket, a feeling of confusion enveloped her. She had reached the age where she could be married off, yet she lingered, waiting for a match with the Luo family. Now, with that chance lost, what good family would consider a girl who had been jilted? Regardless of the fault, her prospects seemed bleak. Furthermore, Shun Yunjiao's precarious status meant that even if she remained unmarried, she could resign herself to a life as a spinster. Hong Yu was unwilling to squander her youth alongside Shun Yunjiao. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to visit Madame Su. Madame Su, born Feng, resided in the most spacious and splendid courtyard of the Su family, which had once been the domain of the elderly matriarch. As she aged, the matriarch had chosen to relinquish it, moving to the quieter and more secluded Pinkong courtyard. Master Su was not the matriarch's biological son. His birth mother, Aunt Qian, was still alive, creating an enduring distance between him and the matriarch. The matriarch, growing weary of this illegitimate son, paid him little heed. Madame Su was chosen from Master Su by Aunt Qian herself, being her sister's daughter. The family into which her sister married was involved in commerce, and Madame Su was known to be quite thrifty. Although the matriarch initially disapproved of the match, Master Su and Aunt Qian insisted upon it. Seated by the window, Madame Su scrutinized the accounts, her brow furrowing deeply. This was the Su family, belonging to Master Su, and thus every penny spent warranted her careful examination. Miss Su Lanxiao, the second daughter, sat nearby, impatiently toying with a handkerchief. Mother, what is so fascinating about those accounts? The real excitement lies in the performances at Pinkong Courtyard. Madame Su looked up, her eyes narrowing with amusement. That one over there is utterly hopeless. Though she appears radiant, Her demeanor remains decidedly pedestrian. It was entirely expected for her to be jilted. Su Lanxiu bore a resemblance to Madame Su, her smile revealing a sharpness in her features. Yet grandmother dotes on her so. I am eager to see how this will unfold. Madame Su quickly cautioned, do not add to your grandmother's troubles. Her age and health are delicate. A careless remark could lead to her demise. Su Lanxiu dismissed her mother-esque concerns with a smile. Do not worry, mother. I understand the greater picture. As the mother-daughter duo conversed, a maid at the door announced Hong Yu's arrival. Su Lanxiu promptly instructed the maid to usher Hong Yu in. Explained to Madame Su, a few days ago, I exchanged some vague words with her, and now she has come. As soon as she entered, Hong Yu respectfully greeted both ladies. Su Lanxiu immediately noticed the basket in her arm. What is that? Hong Yu quickly replied. These are items made by our young lady for young Master Luo. She instructed me to dispose of them, but I thought perhaps the second young lady might want to see them. Intrigued, Su Lanxiu beckoned Hong Yu to bring the basket closer. She reached in with her delicate hands, unable to suppress a sneer. Hearing her laughter, Madame Su leaned over to take a glance, chuckling as well. This Mian Yunjiao is truly provincial. Does she believe such trifles can capture a man's heart? Look, her own sister has seized the marriage opportunity. After sharing a laugh, Madame Su waved her hand at Hong Yu. Take these items away and discard them. I do not wish to dirty my floors. Suddenly, Su Lanxiu's interest peaked as she grasped the basket. Mother, let us keep these. They may prove useful in the future. Madame Su manis. What use could these worthless trinkets possibly have? But Su Lanxiu, brimming with enthusiasm, insisted, just leave it be. Mother, they hardly take up space. Hong Yu, you can keep these. You may return now. Rest assured, when the opportunity arises, I will speak to grandmother about allowing you to serve me. Hong Yu was overjoyed. She understood that serving as a maid to a legitimate daughter of the Su family held far more promise than remaining with Mian Yunjiao. Su Lanxiu was the legitimate daughter of the main branch of the Su family and was destined for a prosperous future. Overwhelmed with excitement, Hong Yu bowed deeply to both Su Lanxiu and Madame Su before departing. Madame Su merely smiled at her daughter's childish behavior. In the afternoon, after a satisfying meal, Mian Yunjiao insisted on solitude for a stroll, seeking solace. Her heart remained unsettled. Fate had granted her a second chance. She realized that heaven disapproved of the matriarch being harmed by her offspring, sending her to restore justice. The members of the Su family were all unworthy. The three Su masters were illegitimate. Both Master Su and Master San were born of Aunt Qian. Master Heir's concubine had passed long ago, leaving him and his family in a vulnerable position, always avoiding trouble. Even when aware of the events surrounding the matriarch, they remained coldly indifferent. The more Mian Yunjiao pondered, the more her indignation grew. The Pinkong courtyard where the matriarch resided was in the most remote part of the estate, adjacent to a peach grove. At the height of spring, the peach blossoms were in full bloom. As she entered this realm of pink, it dawned upon her that she had inadvertently wandered into the grove. The spring breeze caressed her face, scattering the delicate petals like vivid butterflies. Many blossoms fell onto her shoulders and hair. She suddenly recalled how, in her past life, she had felt wronged but dared not reveal her sorrow to the matriarch, fearing to further burden her. She had fled into the peach grove to weep freely. It was then that Xiao Shijing unexpectedly appeared behind her, silently emerging from the shadows. The thought of seeing him made Mian Yunjiao's heart race. Among the 4 daughters of the Su family, apart from the 5-year-old youngest, the other 3 rushed to prepare themselves upon hearing news of the young master of the Dingbei Marquis arriving. They forwent their afternoon rest, rummaging through their belongings to don their finest attire. Second Miss Su Lanxiu scoured her dressing table, finally locating a gold hairpin inlaid with red agate. She practiced poses before the mirror, urging, quickly, wear my new shoes. Bring them to me. And the recently purchased rouge and powder, apply them. My hair is a bit disheveled. Fetch some oil. Su Lanxiu commanded with fervor, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This cousin of hers, a paragon among men, seldom visited the Su family. The last time had been during the New Year, when he came to pay respects to the matriarch. Because of his scarce visits, she intended to seize every opportunity. She was determined to win his favor. Fourth Miss Su Lanyan, born of the main branch's concubine, had her mother, concubine Hua, by her side, anxiously advising, no matter how you compete, you cannot surpass the second and third young ladies. They are legitimate, while you are not. Perhaps it is best not to get involved. Su Lanyan raised an eyebrow, confidently replying, "Do not worry, Aunt. I know my own mind. I did not intend to compete. What is rightfully mine will always be mine." Concubine Hua sighed. Ever since her daughter had fallen from the rockery 3 months prior and awakened with newfound determination, she seemed almost like a different person, one that was becoming increasingly difficult for her to recognize. After all, she had only this one precious daughter. Madame Hua remarked, "I can no longer concern myself with your affairs. If you are to meet young Master Xiao, perhaps a touch of rouge would enhance your appearance." Su Lanyan glanced at her reflection in the mirror, her unadorned yet graceful visage eliciting a satisfied smile. Her two elder sisters were undoubtedly clad in heavy makeup, and it was precisely in this contrast that her charm would shine even brighter. With a sense of accomplishment, Su Lanyan picked up the round fan from the table and stepped out. Madame Hua promptly turned to Rose. "Why are you not following your young lady?" Rose hurriedly trailed after her. Upon reaching the entrance of the Pinkong courtyard, Su Lanyan observed from a distance that Su Lanxiao and the third young lady of the second household, Su Lanxin, were engaged in a verbal sparring match at the gate. The two, of similar age and status, often clashed whenever they encountered one another. Today, however, they were both adorned for the sake of young Master Xiao. Surely, this would not lead to another quarrel? Su Lanyan smirked disdainfully and approached them slowly. Su Lanxiao sneered, "Oh, I almost failed to recognize you, third sister. The makeup on your face is as thick as a city wall. Even if her second aunt were here, she might not recognize her own daughter." Su Lanxin's face turned pale with anger, but fortunately, the heavy application of cosmetics concealed her changing complexion. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, "And you dare criticize me? Look at the lipstick smudged on your teeth. Did you not check your reflection before stepping outside?" Momentarily taken aback, Su Lanxiao refrained from retaliating against Su Lanxin, instead urging her maid to produce a hand mirror for inspection. As Su Lanyan approached the two, she greeted, "Elder sister, third sister." Surprised to see Su Lanyan joining the fray, Su Lanxin was about to launch a sharp retort, but, noticing Su Lanyan's usual lack of makeup, swallowed her words, merely huffing in annoyance. Su Lanyan paid her no mind, regarding their behavior as beneath her dignity. The commotion outside had already reached the ears of the matriarch. "Oh, Madame Su," she sighed, reflecting on how the family's once sterling reputation had deteriorated, leading to such petty squabbles among the younger generation at the threshold of their elders' domain. She could not fathom when the Su family had descended into such chaos. Disinterested in intervening, her sole concern was to protect Mian Yunjiao. Poetry Spring stepped outside and invited the three young ladies into the house. After they paid their respects to old Madame Su, Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin began to survey the room, seemingly in search of something. Amused, old Madame Su inquired, "Are you looking for Shijing?" The eyes of Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin lit up in unison, focusing intently on old Madame Su. With a casual flick of her wrist, she replied, "Shijing came to pay his respects but has since departed." Disappointment washed over Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin. Had young Master Xiao already left? Their elaborate preparations had been in vain. Even Su Lanyan, who had not made an effort to beautify herself, felt a flicker of disappointment. Yet, with his absence confirmed, there was nothing to be done. The three young ladies sat awkwardly in the courtyard for a brief moment before leaving with their heads hung low. Meanwhile, the young Master Xiao, believed to have departed, stood just beyond the branches of a peach blossom, facing Mian Yunjiao. Clad in a moon-white robe and adorned with a white jade crown, he exuded an air of otherworldly elegance. His exquisite features were expressionless, yet an ethereal chill surrounded him, causing those who approached to hesitate. Even those like Su Lanxiao, who typically sought his attention, dared not behave rudely in his presence. Mian Yunjiao held several sprigs of vibrant peach blossoms, initially intending to return home after plucking them, as she had yet to determine how to confront young Master Xiao. Unexpectedly, upon turning around, she found him standing behind her. Biting her lip, she withdrew her foot, hesitating to move forward. Young Master Zhao's keen gaze noticed the redness around Mian Yunjiao's eyes, prompting him to furrow his brow. With that frown, his demeanor became suddenly formidable, and Mian Yunjiao shivered despite the bright sunlight. Glancing at her, she felt an unexpected warmth rise to her alabaster cheeks, resembling the soft glow of twilight. The silence between them lingered for what felt like an eternity. Mian Yunjiao took a deep breath and spoke first. "I hope all is well with you, young master." His expression softened slightly, And he replied, "Do not cry." Following this, a silence enveloped them once more, with a hint of hesitation lingering on his lips. A rare occurrence for one so decisive and resolute. Feeling the heat rise to her face, Shun Yunjiao, having lived a full life previously, anticipated the words young master Xiao would utter next. In her past life, she had dismissed his intentions as mere jest, believing he was simply comforting her out of respect for old Madame Su. However, now that she understood the depth of his feelings, she found herself struggling to face the impending revelation. Blushing, she quickly interjected, "Rest assured, I will not cry again." Young Master Xiao was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the words he had been about to say and merely responding with a soft, "Hum." Shun Yunjiao's thick eyelashes fluttered, her eyes misty with shyness, enhancing her delicate beauty, making her appear even more enchanting than the peach blossom she held. Another prolonged silence ensued, and Shun Yunjiao felt as if she might faint from the tension. Lowering her gaze, she murmured, "Young master, I must return now. I have been out for too long, and I fear the matriarch may worry." After waiting in vain for a response from young Master Xiao, she tightened her fists and took his silence as consent. With her head down, she took small, timid steps to move past him and depart. As she reached his side, he suddenly called out, his voice as cold and deep as ever. "Wait." She halted, merely a glance away from his chest. Biting her lip, she dared not meet his gaze. Young Master Xiao stated flatly, "In a few days, the Duke's residence will host a flower-viewing banquet. Come and enjoy the festivities." Shun Yunjiao responded with a quick and hurriedly made her exit. Young Master Xiao turned, hands clasped behind his back, watching her retreating figure with a faint smile. By the time she returned to her quarters, the peach branches she had held were reduced to bare twigs. Han Yu approached her, as affectionate as ever, and asked, "Miss, why is your face so flushed?" "Oh, I merely hurried back." Shun Yunjiao attempted to compose herself. After glancing around to ensure no one else was present, Han Yu pulled out a letter from her bosom and whispered excitedly, "Miss, this letter was sent to you by young Master Luo." Young Master Luo had just left, and yet the letter arrived almost immediately, indicating his concern for you. Shun Yunjiao's expression darkened as she regarded Han Yu impassively. Previously, Han Yu had been instrumental in passing correspondence between her and Luo Shuyan. It was rather effortless for Luo Shuyan to ask Han Yu to deliver letters. Han Yu's audacity to act without her consent only deepened Shun Yunjiao's displeasure. She snatched the letter and tossed it into the incense burner, where it quickly turned to ash. Han Yu gasped in shock. "Miss, what are you doing?" Shun Yunjiao questioned icily. "What do you think you are doing? You well know that I have severed ties with young Master Luo. He is to marry Yunxiue. Why do you persist in delivering his messages?" Han Yu pouted, her expression filled with hurt. "I only wish what is best for you. If you miss out on young Master Luo, there may not be a better match." Shun Yunjiao scoffed. "Are you doing this for my sake or your own?" Han Yu's face flushed, embarrassment washing over her like a tide. Exposed for her fervor regarding Luo Shuyan's engagement. Those with a discerning eye may soon notice. Shun Yunjiao couldn't help but smile. In her previous life, Qing Yu had warned her to be cautious of Han Yu, a warning she had dismissed at the time. Han Yu, after all, was just a young girl on the verge of tears. "Miss, how could you think such a thing of a humble servant? I might as well just die." With that, Han Yu dashed towards the wall, her face a mask of righteous indignation, as if she were prepared to face death itself. Yet her peripheral vision remained fixed on Shun Yunjiao. She believed Shun Yunjiao would not allow her to perish before her eyes. But as her head approached the wall, Shun Yunjiao remained immobile. Han Yu deflated. Ultimately, she was afraid of death. She then turned and knelt before Shun Yunjiao, tears streaming down her face. "Miss, I am utterly devoted to you. The heavens bear witness." Shun Yunjiao smirked slightly, her eyes devoid of mirth. She lifted Han Yu, adjusted her clothing, and remarked that true loyalty would reveal itself over time. "As long as you remain obedient and remember your words today, we shall continue as before." Even after leaving the room, Han Yu felt disoriented. One thought consumed her mind. Shun Yunjiao had changed to the point where she was nearly unrecognizable. Had Shun Yunjiao discovered her previous misdeeds? A chill ran down her spine. She needed to secure an escape route. The invitation to the flower banquet at the Dingbei Marquis soon arrived at the Zhongyong Baroness residence. The only daughter of old Madame Su had married into the Dingbei Marquis, but sadly passed away young, a lingering sorrow for old Madame Su. She stroked Shun Yunjiao's soft hair and smiled. You never wished to attend before. This time, you must go. Though old Madame Su publicly claimed that Shun Yunjiao was the granddaughter of a distant relative, a little inquiry would reveal her true identity. Old Madame Su, fearing that taking Shun Yunjiao out might attract the attention of ill-mannered individuals, had refrained from introducing her to social gatherings. Moreover, as she aged, she preferred the comfort of staying within the confines of Pinkong Courtyard, where the two of them could keep each other company. However, times had changed. Shun Yunjiao had grown older, and her long-awaited engagement had fallen through. Old Madame Su could not help but take it upon herself to find another opportunity for Shun Yunjiao, vowing to be particularly discerning this time. Yet, Shun Yunjiao shook her head, her gaze clear. I still do not wish to go. Old Madame Su insisted, you must attend. This time, I shall accompany you. Shun Yunjiao's eyes flickered momentarily, but she resolutely shook her head. Your cough has not yet subsided. It is unwise for you to venture out. Furthermore, Shun Yunjiao understood old Madame Su's dread of returning to the Dingbei Marquis, of confronting the traces of her late granddaughter. Su Qingyin, this time, it is Xiao Shijing himself who sought me out. How could I not go? Upon mentioning Xiao Shijing, a sense of pride illuminated old Madame Su's face. Her legitimate grandson was truly exceptional. While outsiders often described Xiao Shijing as cold as ice, she understood that if he were truly soft-hearted, he would not have thrived so well in the Marquis. Shun Yunjiao's gaze flickered as she recalled their chance encounter in the peach blossom grove, biting her lip in silent agreement. Old Madame Su smiled and quickly summoned Mama Ping to fetch fine silks to make new garments for Shun Yunjiao. As preparations for the banquet unfolded, the Su family's young ladies put forth great effort. Fourth Miss Su Lanyan, gazed vacantly at a magnolia blossom perched on the windowsill. As a daughter of a concubine, her mother lacked ambition, and the legitimate Madame Su held no affection for her. How was she to make her mark? Meanwhile, her maid, Qiang Wei, rummaged through the wardrobe for quite some time, but could not find a single outfit that satisfied her mistress. Madame Su was short-sighted and exceedingly stingy, reserving the best garments for her biological children, leaving only flawed or outdated items for Su Lanyan. How could she compete with Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin? Qiang Wei, equally troubled, understood Su Lanale's predicament. With a grim expression, she suddenly suggested, Miss, why not win over the old madam? Su Lanyan was taken aback. Qiang Wei explained, the old madam is the daughter of the former princess of Anyang. Surely she possesses numerous fine items. If you capture her favor, what could you possibly lack? Su Lanyan furrowed her brow, but with Shun Yunjiao at her grandmother's side, it seemed unlikely that anyone else could gain the old madam's attention. There was no trace of jealousy in Su Lanyan's tone, clearly not viewing old Madame Su as a true grandmother. Qiang Wei laughed. Miss Shun has gained the old madam's esteem not just because the other young ladies are reluctant to approach her. You are indeed the old madam's true granddaughter. If you are willing to win her over, what concern is it of Miss Shun's? A spark ignited within Su Lanyan. Qiang Wei's reasoning was sound. Shun Yunjiao and old Madame Su were not blood relatives, while she was the legitimate granddaughter in name. If old Madame Su were wise, she would discern which of them was more reliable. Su Lanyan felt her resolve strengthen. Since arriving in this world, she had many ambitions, but every endeavor required funding, and she was sorely lacking in finances. Her mind whirled with possibilities. She decided to head to the kitchen. To win the old madam's favor, she would need a tangible offering. Su Lanyan busied herself in the kitchen for nearly an hour before making her way to Pinkong Courtyard. She glanced back at Qiang Wei, who carried a small box in her arms. Rest assured, I won't let anything spill, Qiang Wei assured with a smile. Su Lanyan smiled in return. The maid guarding the courtyard door recognized Su Lanyan and opened the gate, allowing her entry. As soon as she stepped inside, Su Lanyan spotted a delicate figure clad in lilac standing beneath the corridor, playfully teasing a parrot that hung from the eaves. Shun Yunjiao stood there, poised and elegant, her head slightly tilted, exposing her porcelain neck. Her gentle features radiated tranquility, embodying the beauty of serene moments. Su Lanyan could not help but acknowledge that the elegance emanating from Shun Yunjiao was something she could never hope to emulate. Months prior, a modern soul had taken residence within her. Fourth Miss has arrived, Qingyu softly reminded. Shun Yunjiao, turned her gaze toward the courtyard entrance. A composed smile gracing her lips as she approached Su Lanyan. 4th Mississippi. Though Su Lanyan was of a lower status, she felt an innate superiority in the presence of this outsider. Given Shun Yunjiao's background, even being a first-tier maid in the Su household would prove challenging. Su Lanyan nodded lightly. I came to visit grandmother. Her gaze did not linger on Shun Yunjiao. Shun Yunjiao had long grown accustomed to the demeanor of others in the Su family, who treated her as an unwelcome interloper. If one were to tally grievances, it would be an endless endeavor. Shun Yunjiao turned and gestured. 4th Miss, please enter. The old madam is awake. Su Lanyan stepped inside, with Xiangwei following closely behind. Once inside, Qingyu approached Shun Yunjiao's side, indignantly defending her. Miss, why bother? Why present yourself in such a manner before Su Lanyan? Shun Yunjiao smiled nonchalantly. What does it matter? In her previous life, she had dismissed such trivialities, and in this life, she cared even less. Once Su Lanyan reached old Madame Su, a smile blossomed on her face. Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother. Old Madame Su set aside her reading glasses. Come here. How did you come a visit? Old Madame Su had ceased the daily greetings from the younger members of the Su family, allowing only for special occasions. Su Lanyan, being a daughter of a concubine with a timid nature, had never ventured to Pinkong Courtyard before, fearing potential conflicts. Today, her eagerness to visit would undoubtedly raise some questions in old Madame Su's mind. Su Lanyan acted as if she noticed nothing amiss. From within the box in Xiangwei's arms, she produced a sweet white porcelain bowl. Grandmother, I made you some milk tea, using goat's milk and the finest Longjing tea. Please try it and see if it's to your liking. If you enjoy it, I'll make it for you every day. Old Madame Su caught a whiff of the delightful aroma, her expression softening considerably. Su Lanyan was in high spirits. Once one has tasted the delightful essence of milk tea, it is rare to find anyone who detests it. She extended her arm, presenting a sweet white porcelain bowl before the elderly Lady Su. However, a cool, crisp female voice interjected. Su Lanyan frowned in displeasure and turned her head towards the speaker, Shun Yunjiao. With an expression of indifference, Shun Yunjiao approached Lady Su, glanced at the bowl, and remarked, Elder Madam, has your cough improved? You must avoid cold items. Given the recent heat wave, Su Lanyan had added a cube of ice to the milk tea to enhance its flavor, insisting that it was not excessively cold and that her grandmother could safely sample a sip. Su Lanyan gazed at Lady Su with hopeful anticipation, believing that a single taste would reveal her intentions. Yet, Shun Yunjiao gently shook her head, deeming it inappropriate. Despite knowing this would offend Su Lanyan, she remained unperturbed. Su Lanyan's displeasure deepened. She and Lady Su were genuine kin, while Shun Yunjiao occupied a position of half-servitude in the Su household, inferior even to a concubine. How could she fail to recognize the situation? Su Lanyan's discontent was apparent, yet Shun Yunjiao seemed oblivious. At that moment, Shi Chun entered, holding another porcelain bowl. Shun Yunjiao then said, Elder Madam, the stewed pear with rock sugar is ready and still warm. Please have some. Lady Su responded with a murmur. Casting a glance at Su Lanyan, her expression tinged with disappointment. Su Lanyan was so engrossed in her own satisfaction that she disregarded her grandmother's well-being. Lady Su feigned a cough, startling Su Lanyan into retracting her hand, causing some of the milk tea to spill. Miss, your sleeve is all wet, Rose quickly remarked. Su Lanyan felt a chill at her wrist and involuntarily shuddered. Shun Yunjiao suggested, 4th Miss, you should change into dry clothes. A damp sleeve must be uncomfortable. Su Lanyan frowned, playing the victim. What clothes do I have to change into? This was indeed the truth. Madame Su was miserly, viewing her as a burden since she would eventually marry, and thus she was often denied new garments. Each seasonal change, Su Lanxiao received 4 new outfits, with Madame Su even supplementing her privately, while Su Lanyan only had 2. As she was growing rapidly, last year's clothes no longer fit. With only 2 outfits, she could hardly manage if the weather turned rainy. If not for her dire circumstances, she would not have sought to curry favor with Lady Su, only to be disrupted by Shun Yunjiao. Surprised by Su Lanyan's words, Shun Yunjiao quickly regained her composure. Shi Chun, please fetch one of my dresses for the 4th Miss to change into. Shi Chun complied and rummaged through the cabinet, retrieving a freshly made outfit that had yet to be delivered to Shun Yunjiao. Noticing Su Lanyan hesitating to accept the garment, she reassured her, 4th Miss, Rest assured this dress is new and unworn. Sulan Yin, unembarrassed by the maid's insight, calmly followed Shurchun to change. If it had been an old dress worn by Mian Yunjiao, she would have preferred to remain in her damp attire. After Sulan Yan's departure, Lady Su's expression darkened, filled with unspoken grievances. Yet, in Mian Yunjiao's presence, she could not voice them, her face growing pale with suppressed frustration. Mian Yunjiao patiently fed Lady Su the stewed pear, her gentle demeanor eliciting a smile from the elder. It was a relief that Mian Yunjiao was so perceptive. Meanwhile, outside, Shurchun stood by the door, unable to follow Sulan Yin inside. In the room, Sulan Yin, now clad in her new attire, raised her arm to admire the intricate embroidery at the sleeve's edge. The moon-white stand-collared garment appeared simple, yet was exquisitely adorned with golden thread, exuding understated luxury. The buttons were crafted from pearls, suggesting the outfit's considerable worth. Not only Sulan Yin, but even Rose felt envious. The garments provided by Madame Su were made from rejected materials and outdated patterns, reflecting the seamstress's lack of diligence, aware of Madame Su's attitude toward Sulan Yin. Rose, speaking in a hushed tone, her eyes aflame with jealousy, observed, "Look at that. Miss Shun's dress is far superior to yours. You are the rightful mistress of the Su family, while she is hardly more than a distant cousin." Sulan Yin loathed such unfair treatment, her lips pressed tightly, her brow shadowed by discontent. As she and Rose prepared to visit Lady Su's quarters, they discovered that the elder had gone to bed to avoid seeing her. Mian Yunjiao emerged from the tent, stating that the elder had fallen asleep after finishing her soup. Sulan Yin was taken aback. Had Lady Su retired so swiftly while she had merely changed? She felt a surge of disbelief. Pressing her lips together, she commanded, "Step aside. I wish to check on her." Qing Yu and Shurchun exchanged uneasy glances, sensing discomfort at the fourth Mrs. tone, which seemed to regard Mian Yunjiao as a mere servant. Unfazed, Mian Yunjiao maintained her composure, her smile soft yet firm. The elder sleeps lightly. Your entrance may disturb her. Anticipating Sulan Yin's stubbornness, she deftly redirected the conversation, saying, "That dress looks splendid on you, fourth miss, as though it were tailored just for you. If it pleases you, please accept it." Everyone enjoys hearing flattering words, and Sulan Yin, warmed by Mian Yunjiao's gentle praise, felt her spirits lift, replying with a smile, "I shall not be modest then. When grandmother awakens, you may inform her of my visit next time." With that, Sulan Yin departed with Rose. Once the two had left, Qing Yu and Shurchun exchanged worried glances towards Mian Yunjiao, concerned that she might be feeling slighted. Yet, no hint of discontent was visible on her countenance. Inside, Lady Su, who had initially laid down, sat up again. Every word exchanged outside had reached her ears. With a sigh, Mama Ping remarked, though we seldom interact, "The fourth miss appears quite simple. I did not anticipate her to be so proud." Mama Ping had intended to describe her as willful. Lady Su, turning the beads on her wrist, responded coolly, "A person with nefarious intentions cannot raise virtuous children. One ingrate is already quite enough." With this, Lady Su turned back to her side, facing away. Mama Ping sighed silently, knowing that Lady Su still harbored unresolved feelings about past events, which had nearly driven her to despair. The news of Sulan Yin's visit to Lady Su soon reached Madame Su and Sulan Xiao. Madame Su had placed numerous spies in inconsequential positions around Ping Kong Courtyard. Both Madame Su and Sulan Xiao shared a laugh, their expressions brimming with mockery. Tears of laughter streamed down Madame Su's face as she mused, "That foolish girl thinks she can win favor with that old hag? After what happened back then, that old woman nearly lost her temper. How could she ever trust the young ladies of this household again?" Recalling past grievances, Madame Su spat in disdain. "Yuan Jie is still her granddaughter, yet when she married, we merely sought to secure a bit of her dowry. How could she react with such fury? In my opinion, she's the most petty." The Yuan Jie Madame Su referred to as the eldest daughter, Sulan Yuan, who had been married for several years without any news of an heir. Sulan Xiao, unable to maintain her smile, interjected, "Mother, it has been years since elder sister married, and she has yet to conceive. Have you sought the divine physician, as I asked?" At the mention of the physician, Madame Su felt a headache coming on. "Of course. I am searching, but where can one find such a renowned figure? When we visit the Duke of Dingbei's residence, I shall inquire. Perhaps their lady knows someone. Su Lanxiao nodded, her mind already swirling with other plans. On this occasion of visiting the Dingbei Marquis' residence, Mian Yunjiao would accompany them as well. What a splendid opportunity it was. Su Lanxiao would not let it slip away. After emerging from Madame Su's chambers, she promptly summoned Hongyu, her trusted confidant. Hongyu displayed great deference towards Su Lanxiao, bending slightly and maintaining a posture of utmost humility. Su Lanxiao smiled and said, "I called you here merely to ask you to convey a message to young Master Luo." Hongyu's eyes brightened, and she eagerly replied, "You have indeed found the right person. In the past, it was I who delivered letters between our young lady and young Master Luo." Su Lanxiao extended her hand. Her nails painted a vivid crimson resembling phoenix flowers and beckoned Hongyu closer. In a hushed tone, Su Lanxiao whispered her instructions into Hongyu's ear. "Rest assured, I shall deliver your words." Hongyu almost patted her chest in assurance. "Go now." Hongyu, not daring to delay, hurriedly departed. After all, Mian Yunjiao seemed to place greater importance on Qingyu, rendering her presence somewhat superfluous. At the Luo residence, Madame Luo stood outside, calling aloud, "Shu Yin, open the door. What is the meaning of your persistent absence from the academy?" Luo Shu Yin, lying on his bed, rolled over and impatiently shouted back, "Mother, I've taken leave from the academy. Please do not concern yourself with me." With a sigh, Madame Luo left. Luo Shu Yin felt a wave of agitation. He had anticipated that Mian Yunjiao might turn against him. Yet when the day arrived, he found himself unable to accept it. He recalled the last visit to the Su family, where he had seen Mian Yunjiao, her delicate features exuding a cold elegance reminiscent of a celestial being from a painting. Previously, he had been quite fond of Su Lanxiao's lively and charming demeanor, finding it exceedingly enchanting. However, now he could only perceive her as excessively garrulous, her incessant chatter grating on his ears. With a long sigh, he turned over again. A knock echoed on the door, and he yelled, "I told you not to disturb me. Do you not understand human language?" Outside, his personal servant's voice called out, "Young master, it is Miss Hongyu come to see you." Luo Shuyin sprang from his bed, barefooted, rushing to the door. "Hongyu? Where is she? Quickly, take me to her." Luo Shuyin hastily donned his clothing, nearly running to meet Hongyu. She waited at the back door of the Luo residence, just as she always had when delivering letters. Excitedly, he asked, "Did Jiao send you to find me? Has she forgiven me?" Hongyu nodded under Luo Shuyin's fervent gaze and smiled, saying, "Indeed, Our Lady could not bear to part from you. She asked me to convey that in 2 days at the flower viewing banquet at Dingbei Marquis' residence. She hopes you will come to see her. She has heartfelt words to share." Luo Shuyin's smile faltered, and he replied with a wry grin, "The Marquis' residence? How could I possibly enter?" Hongyu playfully chided, "Do not worry. Since Our Lady has invited you to the Marquis' residence, everything is surely arranged." With a resigned smile, Luo Shuyin replied, "Please tell Jiao that meeting at the Su residence would be preferable." He felt a twinge of apprehension about going to the Dingbei Marquis' residence. Hongyu shot him a teasing glance, her eyes sparkling. "Meeting at the Marquis' residence would demonstrate your sincere heart towards Our Lady." Realizing the truth in her words, Luo Shuyin expressed his gratitude for Hongyu's guidance. She smiled and took the initiative to straighten his collar, playfully scolding, "What is wrong with the people serving you?" Her affectionate gesture left Luo Shuyin blushing deeply. After adjusting his attire, Hongyu shyly smiled and left, cradling her face in her hands. Luo Shuyin watched her retreating figure, grinning foolishly. He knew that Mian Yunjiao could not forget him. Soon, the day of the flower viewing banquet at Dingbei Marquis' residence arrived. In high society, hosting such an event during the blooming spring had become customary. The Xiao family, under the stewardship of Madame Xiao, was adept at organizing these banquets, everything falling under her meticulous control, save for one individual, her husband's daughter, Xiao Shijing's biological sister, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi possessed an eccentric and unruly nature. At 15, she remained unengaged, causing considerable distress from Madame Xiao. As a stepmother, she faced challenges. Should she reprimand Xiao Yi, the latter would likely escalate the matter to old Madame Xiao, resulting in a convoluted and unmanageable situation. Madame Xiao's expression darkened. "Where on earth is the second young lady? How can you not know?" Before her knelt a throng of maids and servants, all shaking their heads in ignorance. Madame Xiao slammed her hand on the table. her tone stern. "You are all attendants to the second young lady. How could you possibly not be aware? The Xiao family does not support idleness." Madame Zhao's confidant, Mama Feng, leaned in and whispered, "Madam, are you not aware of the second young lady's temperament?" Mama Feng pressed her lips together, refraining from voicing the thought that Xiao Yi was akin to a wild monkey. It was precisely because of her nature that so many were watching her. If the flower viewing banquet were to be marred by any mischief from her, the blame would fall squarely on Madame Xiao, and perhaps even her mother would voice discontent. A glint of malice flickered in Madame Zhao's eyes. Her sisters-in-law had long coveted her authority. Should they seize an opportunity, they would surely push their advantage. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, the subject of Madame Zhao's concerns, was in Xiao Shijing's courtyard, gazing up at the tall wall. Xiao Yi earnestly assessed the wall's height. Beyond it lay the garden. She dared not take the conventional route to the garden, for the area was rife with Madame Zhao spies, buzzing about like flies that could not be shooed away. After gauging the wall, Xiao Yi rubbed her hands together, preparing to climb. Suddenly, a deep male voice resonated behind her. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yi froze, taking a moment to regain her composure. She turned to see her brother standing behind her, exuding an aura of authority. "Brother, why are you not outside?" Xiao Shijing replied coolly, "I have taken leave for the flower viewing banquet." Xiao Yi exclaimed in surprise, eyeing him suspiciously. "Why would you take leave for such a trivial matter?" Xiao Shijing cleared his throat awkwardly. "We are discussing your affairs. Do not interrupt." With her head drooping, Xiao Yi confessed, "I wish to play in the garden." To be truthful, though Xiao Shijing's tone remained the same as usual, it still caused Xiao Yi's heart to flutter. She could lie effortlessly before others, but not in front of Xiao Shijing. Reluctantly, she admitted, "Last time, the third sister said my dress was unattractive. I wanted to dig up some soil from the garden pond. As for the purpose of the soil, she need not elaborate." Xiao Shijing simply advised, "Be safe." Xiao Yi cheerfully replied and swiftly scaled the wall, carefully making her way to the garden. Her movements were so fluid that anyone watching would be astonished. Had any other elder from the Xiao family been present, they would undoubtedly have been outraged. Where was the demeanor of a refined young lady? Upon hearing Xiao Yi land safely, Xiao Shijing expressionlessly entered the house. As the sun blazed overhead, the Su family also prepared to depart. Mian Yunjiao assisted the elderly Madame Su into the soft sedan chair as they arrived at the floral gate of the Su residence. Madame Su and the others had already been waiting there for quite some time. To prevent sweat from ruining their makeup, the maids attended to Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin. Fanning them gently, Su Lanxiao muttered softly, "Why have they not arrived yet?" In the past, Madame Su would not venture out, allowing them to leave at their leisure. Just as she finished her complaint, she spotted Madame Su's party approaching. Pouting, she said nothing further. Upon reaching the floral gate, Mian Yunjiao was momentarily blinded by a dazzling light, squinting her eyes. When her vision cleared, she realized it was the shimmering jewelry adorning Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin that had caught her attention. An opportunity to visit the Dingbei Marquis's residence was rare, and the two had evidently put considerable effort into their adornment. In the era of the Marquis of loyalty and valor, Master Su was merely a leisurely official, devoid of any real power. By the next generation, it is likely that the title of this marquisate will be reclaimed. Without the esteemed title of Marquis of loyalty and valor, the Su family may gradually decline, barely surviving in the capital. In contrast, the Duke of Northern Defense and his heir hold significant military positions, commanding an army of 100,000, thus securing their place in the emperor's heart. Given the current capabilities of the Su family, the best match they could aspire to is the Duke of Northern Defense. Therefore, Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin have brought forth their most treasured possessions for this occasion. Beside them, Su Lanyan appeared almost like a maid. Mian Yunjiao's gaze lingered on Su Lanyan, who was adorned in the very outfit that Mian Yunjiao had gifted her days prior. Madame Su smiled warmly, saying, "Mother, everyone has arrived. May we depart?" Old Madame Su nodded, and the ladies gradually boarded the carriage. Naturally, Mian Yunjiao was to share the same carriage as old Madame Su. Observing the simple adornments in Mian Yunjiao's hair, old Madame Su sighed, feeling it was still too plain. Mian Yunjiao smiled, insisting that it was just fine. Old Madame Su managed a forced smile and refrained from further remarks. All her finest possessions had been taken away by Su Lanyuan and Madame Su, leaving Mian Yunjiao to appear rather shabby. Before long, they arrived at the Duke of Northern Defense's residence. Upon hearing of old Madame Su's arrival, Madame Xiao personally came out to greet them, presenting herself with a demeanor that demanded admiration. "Old Madame, you have finally arrived. My mother often speaks of you," Madame Xiao said, naturally taking old Madame Su's arm. "I have been thinking of her as well," old Madame Su replied politely. Madame Xiao turned and immediately noticed the brightly adorned Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin, exclaiming with a smile, "Your granddaughters truly make me envious. Compared to them, my daughter resembles a monkey." Laughter erupted among the guests, while Madame Su and Madame Su Heir hastily declined the compliment. Young Miss Su Lank, daughter of Madame Su San, still too young to walk on her own, was also praised by Madame Xiao, who presented her with a gift. After bestowing gifts upon the Su sisters, Madame Xiao's attention was drawn to the young lady standing beside old Madame Su. Clad in a modest light-colored stand-collar outfit paired with a simple skirt, adorned with only a few pearl flowers in her hair, her delicate features and smiling eyes exuded grace and composure. Her elegant demeanor was hard to overlook, as such poise often requires years of cultivation. Madame Xiao, rarely encountering such calmness in young maidens, smiled and handed her a small pouch, saying, "Here, take this trinket for amusement." Shen Yunjiao glanced at old Madame Su for approval before accepting the pouch with a slight nod. "Thank you, madam." Madame Xiao couldn't help but admire Shen Yunjiao's modesty, recognizing that the gift she had given Shen Yunjiao was far more special than what she had presented to the other young ladies. It was a pity that Shen Yunjiao's status precluded her from marrying into a prominent family, as her refined upbringing was indeed commendable. Madame Xiao, having only a fleeting moment of regret, instructed her maid to lead the Su family into the residence, as more esteemed guests were arriving, necessitating her attention elsewhere. The Su sisters received identical jade bangles as gifts. Su Lanxiao immediately donned hers, captivated by its beauty. She cast a derisive glance at the pouch in Shen Yunjiao's hand, mocking, "Some people lack discernment, treating a worthless trinket as if it were treasure." Shen Yunjiao focused intently on assisting old Madame Su forward, completely unfazed by Su Lanxiao's barbs. As Su Lanxiao attempted to retort further, she was halted by Madame Su, who whispered a warning, "This is the Duke's residence. Be cautious." Thus, Su Lanxiao relented. The maid guided the Su family into Madame Zhao's quarters, where the elderly lady, of similar age to old Madame Su, appeared vibrant and lively, her eyes sparkling. Upon seeing old Madame Su, Madame Xiao expressed both surprise and delight. "Old sister, you have finally come. I thought you would never wish to see me again." In their youth, the two were close friends, having even arranged a childhood betrothal for their children, indicating their deep bond. However, old Madame Su could never forget the tragedy of Su Qingqing's death, as the Duke's residence was where she had spent her final days. Fearing the painful memories, she had always declined Madame Zhao's invitations. Her visit now was solely for Shen Yunjiao's sake. Old Madame Su's smile faded slightly as she replied, "I, too, believe that would be the case." After a short while, Madame Xiao suggested that the young ladies from the Su family go out to play, along with the Su matrons. Turning to Shen Yunjiao, who was seated beside old Madame Su, she kindly said, "Your name is Yunjiao, is it not? You should join them. There is no need to stay with us old women." Stubbornly, Shen Yunjiao replied, "I would prefer to remain by the old Madame's side." Madame Xiao hesitated, wishing to share a few heartfelt words with old Madame Su, but Shen Yunjiao's lack of awareness was disappointing. How could a wildflower by the roadside ever blossom into a magnificent peony? Old Madame Su gently patted Shen Yunjiao's hand, encouraging, "Dear child, speak your mind. Xiao Jiao will listen." Madame Xiao, after a moment's hesitation, lowered her voice. "Do you still hold a grudge against me regarding Qingqing? I never anticipated things would turn out this way." Old Madame Su's brows furrowed intensely. The more she wished to forget that painful incident, the more it was brought to her attention. Su Qingqing was her only child, her cherished treasure. Unable to contain her anguish, old Madame Su exclaimed, "Qingqing is gone. Regardless of the past, I do not wish to discuss it any further. You are cruel to make a mother relive her daughter's death." Upon finishing, old Madame Su succumbed to a fit of coughing, prompting Shen Yunjiao to gently pat her back to ease her distress. Madame Xiao appeared awkward, while her loyal confidant, Mama He, could no longer restrain herself, stating old Madame's intentions in taking a concubine were for the sake of the master, to ease the burden on the First Lady. How could she be blamed when the First Lady suffered complications during childbirth. If blame must be assigned, it should rest on the First Lady's inability to accept others. Old Madame Su's coughing intensified, tears streaming down her face. Madame Xiao waved her hand. Weary, enough, enough. Let's all speak less. Seeing that Mama Ping had come to support Madame Xiao, Shen Yunjiao stood up with dignity, stating, Madame Xiao, it has been many years since our eldest lady passed. Yet there are still those who speak ill of her, maligning her as a jealous person. Pray tell, what punishment should befall such a gossip? This was clearly directed at Mama He. Aware of Shen Yunjiao's background, Mama He held her in disdain. Considering Shen Yunjiao's origins, she would even hesitate to bring her into the Duke of Northern Defense's household as a mere servant. Irritated, Mama He retorted, what status do you hold? This is not a place for you to speak. Shen Yunjiao merely smiled gently. I entered through the main gate of the Xiao residence as an honored guest. Is this how the Xiao family treats their guests? Madame Xiao shot a fierce glare at Mama He, commanding silence. Apologize at once. Faced with Madame Xiao's fury, Mama He reluctantly bowed her head toward Shen Yunjiao, acknowledging it was the words of an old servant. I beg your pardon, Mississippi. Meanwhile, old Madame Su had ceased her coughing, having sipped a bowl of warm water under Mama Ping's care. Madame Xiao wore a smile. Old sister. This old woman speaks without thinking. Do not hold it against her. She means no harm. Madame Su observed with keen discernment, remaining unmoved by Madame Xiao's words. Shen Yunjiao's voice was still gentle yet imbued with an indomitable spirit. Madame Xiao's remarks, albeit well-intentioned, were misguided, and good intentions can lead to misdeeds. Fortunately, these words were spoken in our presence. Had they been directed at others, it might have tarnished my elder sister's reputation as a jealous woman. Madame Xiao scrutinized Shen Yunjiao intently for a moment. Her gaze was sharp, and even Madame Xiao, the matriarch, could not withstand it for long. Yet, Shen Yunjiao did not flinch, her brow remaining untroubled, her demeanor adorned with a gracious smile, her eyes shining with clarity, undaunted by Madame Xiao's scrutiny. Suddenly, Madame Xiao chuckled, remarking how this child resembled her younger self, quick-witted and remarkably stubborn. She recalled a time when they had defended the Qian family's eldest daughter, only for Shen Yunjiao's mother to chastise her upon their return, breaking a stick in the process. Shen Yunjiao had refused to admit her fault, leaving her mother distressed for several days. As memories of the past resurfaced, the atmosphere in the room softened considerably. Madame Su drew Shen Yunjiao closer, affectionately stroking her hair. Madame Su understood that Shen Yunjiao, typically cautious and gentle, revealed her sharp claws today solely in self-defense, warming Madame Su's heart. Meanwhile, Madame Zhao's smile turned icy as she cast a glance at Mama He, suggesting she reflect on her actions at the estate. Mama He was taken aback, as Madame Zhao's trusted aide, being sent to the estate, felt akin to falling from grace. However, confronted with Madame Zhao's barely contained ire, Mama He dared not plead for mercy, trembling as she acknowledged the order and departed. Upon leaving the courtyard, Mama He hurried to seek out Miss Xiao Yue, the 12th daughter of the Xiao family, who was currently 12 and learning the art of hospitality under Madame Zhao's tutelage. She noticed Mama He's distressed expression from a distance and tugged at her mother's sleeve, saying, Mother, I wish to greet my dear friend. Madame Xiao, trusting, replied, Go on. Xiao Yue led Mama He through winding paths to a secluded area for conversation. Unable to contain herself any longer, Mama He implored, Miss, the matriarch intends to send me to the estate. I acted according to your instructions. You cannot abandon me. Mama He, driven by greed, was easily swayed by Xiao Yue's influence. It was only after hearing Xiao Yue's words that Mama He had spoken ill of the late matriarch, hoping to sow discord between the two elder women and subtly undermine Madame Xiao. The worse the late matriarch appeared, the more admirable Madame Xiao would seem. Xiao Yue, frustrated upon hearing that Mama He had failed in her task, kicked a small stone. Among her sisters, she particularly despised Xiao Yi, who was as unruly as a wild monkey. The last time she had merely misspoken, Xiao Yi had pushed her into a pond. Though Madame Xiao was furious, both Madame Xiao and Master Xiao had only lightly reprimanded Xiao Yi. Upon learning of this, Xiao Yue had been so incensed that she barely ate for days, nearly to the point of starvation. With the elders unwilling to advocate for her, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. Tell me exactly what transpired, she demanded fiercely. Mama He embellished the tale, casting Shen Yunjiao as a sharp-tongued, malevolent schemer. Xiao, nearly tearing her handkerchief apart in rage, snarled. What audacity for this wild girl to thwart my plans. Yet, Mama He remained focused on her own plight, pleading, Miss, speak to the matriarch on my behalf. Do not let her send me to the estate. If I go, who will assist you upon my return? Xiao Yue shot her a sidelong glance. Mother, you should go to the estate. Rest assured, once grandmother's anger subsides, I will ensure my mother brings you back. Mama He could hardly believe her ears. Did Xiao Yue no longer wish to assist her? Xiao Yue patiently explained, if my mother seeks grandmother's favor, she will surely realize you are aligned with me. How could she possibly want you then? Just stay at the estate for a few days. Xiao Yue patted Mama He's shoulder, speaking with a tone of mock maturity. Do not worry, mother. I shall not forget you. I have many more tasks for you. Ultimately, Mama He was persuaded and returned to pack her belongings. Once Mama He departed, Xiao Yue donned a serious expression and instructed her maid, investigate the origins of this Shen Yunjiao. Actually, I will inquire myself. The ladies of the Su family had also arrived, making it more convenient for her to ask them. In Xiao Yue's mind, the Su family members were akin to impoverished relatives seeking handouts. She had no doubt they would speak the truth. Before long, Xiao Yue located Su Erji, Su Lanxiao. Observing Su Lanxiao's ostentatious attire, she silently berated her for being nouveau riche. Nevertheless, she greeted her with a polite smile, second cousin. Su Lanxiao was taken aback, never expecting Xiao Yue to initiate conversation. Having been favored since childhood, and perhaps due to Madame Zhao's influence, Xiao Yue had always treated the Su family with indifference. Su Lanxiao had previously attempted to ingratiate herself with Xiao Yue, only to be dismissed coldly. Seizing this unexpected opportunity, Su Lanxiao responded with a bright smile, Cousin, how delightful to see you. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Yue broached the matter at hand. What sort of person is that Shun girl from your family? Su Lanxiao's eyes gleamed with mischief as she relished this opportunity. She feigned a weary posture, smiling resignedly. Alas, I dare not speak ill, lest I offend grandmother. Xiao Yue, sensing subtext in Su Lanxiao's words, urged, Fear not, we are within the Xiao household. Whatever you say will not reach the Su family. With a smirk, Su Lanxiao continued, My grandmother dotes on her, unaware that she bears the surname Shun, not Su, and is in no way connected to our family. Ultimately, she will become nothing but a white-eyed wolf. Lowering her voice as if afraid of being overheard, she added, Moreover, her heart is most malevolent. It is not enough for her to manipulate my grandmother. She incites her against us, treating her own granddaughters as rivals. Su Lanxiao rambled on about Shen Yunjiao's misdeeds. Xiao Yue, infuriated, slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, With such a malicious person among you, why do you not drive her out? Allowing this calamity to remain will only spell disaster for generations. Su Lanxiao sighed heavily. We wish we could. But my grandmother is so taken in by her flattery that we are powerless to act. Xiao Yue remained incensed, her eyes ablaze with indignation. If I were in the Xiao household, I would ensure she learns the meaning of propriety and boundaries. Su Lanxiao, secretly delighted, cautiously inquired. I now have an excellent opportunity to teach her a lesson. Would you be willing to assist? As guests continued to arrive, Madame Zhao's chambers filled with company. Word had spread throughout the capital that the loyal and valiant duke's residence, the Su family, was but a hollow facade. Some shallow individuals treated Madame Su as if she were invisible, failing to acknowledge her presence. Observing the disdain and malice in their eyes, Shen Yunjiao took the initiative to escort Madame Su outside. Once they stepped into the fresh air, the atmosphere felt significantly more invigorating. The maids of the Xiao family led Madame Su and her companions to a pavilion beside the garden, where most guests had gathered. After settling down, Xiao Yue and several other young ladies approached. Adorned in a vibrant red skirt, Xiao Yue radiated charm, her smile inviting and endearing. She greeted Madame Su with a bow, sweetly calling out, Grandmother, greetings. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, the venerable Madame Su permitted Xiao Yue to rise and graciously presented her with a gift. Xiao Yue accepted the token with delight, showering Madame Su with flattering words that elicited genuine laughter from her. Known for her sweet tongue, Xiao Yue effortlessly spun charming phrases. With enthusiasm, she took hold of Shen Yunjiao's hand, exclaiming, "Dear sister, I immediately take a liking to you. Would you accompany me to play in the garden?" Xiao Yiyue's exuberance raised Shun Yunjiao's apprehensions, for she was acutely aware of Xiao Yiyue's nature. In her past life, merely a glance from Xiao Yiyue would seem to sully her vision. Now, however, she found herself with her hand grasped. Before Shun Yunjiao could decline, Madame Su interjected with a smile, "Jiao, do join her. It would be beneficial to meet a few young ladies." Madame Su had intentionally brought Shun Yunjiao out today to broaden her social circle. Not wishing to dismiss Madame Su's kind intentions, Shun Yunjiao acquiesced. Xiao Yiyue led Shun Yunjiao away with great haste. As Shun Yunjiao glanced back, she noted that their followers, including Qingyu, had already fallen behind. This only served to solidify her suspicion that Xiao Yiyue harbored ulterior motives. However, in broad daylight, Xiao Yiyue would not dare to act against Qingyu. After walking for a while, they reached a secluded part of the garden where Xiao Yiyue finally halted. Being youthful and petite, she had to look up to Shun Yunjiao and said, "Sister Shun, please wait here. There is someone who wishes to see you." "Who is it?" Shun Yunjiao inquired. With a mysterious smile, Xiao Yiyue replied, "It is the person you have been yearning for day and night." After this, she dashed away. As Xiao Yiyue ran a distance, she turned back to see Luo Shuyan, who emerged from the bushes like a playful monkey. A wave of glee washed over her. When Luo Shuyan encountered Shun Yunjiao, their exchange would surely be filled with sweet nothings, potentially leading to some indiscreet antics. She felt her heart swell with excitement, bouncing back with anticipation. She envisioned arriving just in time to witness their emotional entanglement, which would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Upon returning to the pavilion, Xiao He noticed several young ladies gathered around Su Lanxiao, who animatedly recounted the tale of Shun Yunjiao being jilted, replaced by her sister. The other young ladies listened with rapt attention, intrigued by the scandal. Unable to bear the gossip any longer, Su Lanyan, though not particularly fond of Shun Yunjiao, recognized the concept of collective honor. Shun Yunjiao, nurtured under Madame Su's care and hailing from the loyal and brave Duke's residence, had her reputation intertwined with the Su family standing. If Shun Yunjiao's name were tarnished, what benefit would that bring to the Su sisters? Su Langxiu, lacking in foresight, was oblivious to this deeper implication. Su Lanyan approached her from behind and softly remarked, "Second sister, your makeup is smudged." Su Lanxiao gasped and promptly retreated with her maid to a corner to touch up her appearance. She was determined to present herself impeccably before encountering Xiao Shijing. As Su Lanxiao fell silent, Xiao Yiyue felt a tinge of regret. Despite her shortcomings, Su Lanxiao possessed a certain eloquence. Estimating that the moment was right, she surmised that Shun Yunjiao and Luo Shuyan were likely engrossed in their romantic exchange. She could not allow those two to engage in any scandalous behavior within the Duke's residence, as it would only tarnish its reputation. Clearing her throat, Xiao Yiyue raised her voice, "There are numerous orchids blooming in the pond over there. Would you care to join me for a look?" Upon hearing this, many young ladies eagerly expressed their desire to accompany her, including the three Su sisters. As a favored young lady of the Duke's residence, aligning with her would undoubtedly facilitate their future endeavors. Thus, a significant portion of the group followed Xiao Yiyue towards the pond with great enthusiasm. As they journeyed halfway, they encountered several maids in a scuffle. Su Lanxiao immediately recognized Qingyu. "Qingyu, what are you doing there? Shouldn't you be attending to your mistress?" In the past, Su Lanxiao's sarcastic remarks would have unsettled Qingyu, but this time, tears of joy nearly spilled from her eyes. She had been accompanying Shun Yunjiao and Xiao Yiyue into the depths of the garden when, inexplicably, a few maids blocked her path, preventing her from following Shun Yunjiao. Whenever she attempted to call for help, they would cover her mouth and tug at her hair, leaving her in a disheveled state. A sense of dread crept over her. The maids were deliberately delaying her, and she feared for Shun Yunjiao's safety. Panicked, Qingyu cried out, "Second miss, help." The maids surrounding her quickly covered her mouth as she whimpered, unable to voice her distress. This scene caught the attention of the young ladies nearby, who, having been sheltered, often possessed tender hearts and began to point and murmur among themselves. Xiao Yiyue's expression turned icy as she signaled to her maid, "Shukai." Without hesitation, Shukai approached the group, hands on her hips, demanding, "What are you doing?" One of the maids replied, "We are merely playing with this young lady." "Oh, is that so? You may leave now," Shukai instructed, leading Qingyu back. With reddened eyes, Qingyu was filled with unspoken words, longing to urge them to find Mian Yunjiao. Yet, seeing the faces before her, she remained silent. She understood that a single misstep in her words could ruin Mian Yunjiao's reputation. Having already faced rejection, Mian Yunjiao's prospect for marriage were already bleak. She could not afford to add to her troubles. When Qingyu remained silent, Xiao Yue prodded, "Where is your mistress?" Gritting her teeth, Qingyu's face turned ashen with internal conflict. To curry favor with Xiao Yue, Su Lanxiao pushed Qingyu slightly, demanding, "I asked you a question. Where is Mian Yunjiao? Has something happened?" Feeling a pang of panic, Qingyu lowered her head and replied, "My young lady is unwell and has gone to the restroom. I am waiting here." Xiao Yue let out a cold laugh. Raising her hand dismissively, "Let us continue." For the eager young ladies, this was merely a minor interruption. Under Xiao Yue's lead, they resumed their journey towards the garden pond. Qingyu was now utterly distraught. The direction they were heading was precisely where Xiao Yue had taken Mian Yunjiao. She felt anxious about Mian Yunjiao's well-being. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and hurried in the opposite direction, determined to seek Madame Su. If anything were to occur, only Madame Su had the power to resolve it. Continuing onward, Xiao Yue soon caught sight of Luo Xian's silhouette in the distance. A smirk graced her lips. Their timing seemed impeccably fortuitous. As they drew nearer, without Xiao Yue needing to say a word, a sharp-eyed young lady spotted Luo Xian and exclaimed in surprise, "Why is there a man here? Perhaps we should not approach." With an unfamiliar male present, it would be inappropriate for them to advance. Retreating was the wisest choice. Nevertheless, Xiao Yue strode confidently toward Luo Xian and demanded, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Luo Xian turned, appearing as a delicate scholar, devoid of any threatening demeanor, which put many young ladies at ease. This gentleman, possessing a respectable appearance, likely stumbled upon this place by accident. A young lady from the Feng family, hailing from a scholarly lineage, felt an innate fondness for such a learned man and gently inquired, "Might you be lost, sir? Would you like a maid to escort you out?" Xiao Yue scoffed, casting a scornful gaze over Luo Xian. "You do not appear lost. Rather, it seems you have come here for a clandestine meeting. Pray tell, who is it that you seek?" The young ladies exchanged astonished glances, realizing from Xiao Yue's insinuation that there might be others present, perhaps even another lady. The clandestine meeting between the two genders, once exposed, would utterly tarnish the woman's reputation, leaving her with two grim choices: a life of solitude akin to the flickering of a solitary lantern or a path leading to ruin. Luo Xian inclined his head gracefully towards the crowd, his voice imbued with scholarly elegance. "Miss Xiao, was it not you who summoned me?" With a gentle smile, Luo Xian continued, "Miss Xiao specifically sent word for me to come and meet you. Now that I have arrived, is there something you wish to convey?" His words elicited a collective gasp from the assembly. The young lady surrounding Xiao Yue regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and disdain, eager to uncover the truth behind her audacious actions. How could someone of her stature, a legitimate daughter of the esteemed Dingbei Marquis, who had once received the Empress's commendation, engage in such clandestine dealings? Xiao Yue felt the intense scrutiny upon her and shot a furious glare at Su Lanxiao before retorting to Luo Xian, "You speak nonsense. When did I send for you? How did you even enter?" Su Lanxiao, caught in the crossfire of Xiao Yue's fierce gaze, shrank back into the crowd. She was the one who facilitated the connection between Xiao Yue and Luo Xian. Yet, for reasons unknown, Luo Xian had not encountered Mian Yunjiao. Unwavering, Luo Xian insisted, "I maintain that it was you who sent someone to bring me here. It was her." He pointed towards Shu Kui, who, terrified, hastily denied the accusation. "I did not. Do not slander me. I have always been by my lady's side and have never laid eyes on you." Luo Xian pressed on, "Dare you swear an oath that if you lie, your entire family shall meet a grim fate?" Shu Kui trembled under the weight of Xiao Yue's cold stare and lowered her head. She raised her hand, stammering without managing to utter a word. To the onlookers, her silence spoke volumes of her guilt. Whispers began to circulate among the young ladies, convinced of the truth behind Luo Xian's claims, given Shu Kui's evident unease. Indeed, had she not been the one to usher him in, she could have easily sworn an oath. Xiao Yue shot a threatening glance at Shu Kui, yet the latter still hesitated to swear, unwilling to gamble her family's lives. In her frustration, Xiao Yue scanned the crowd for Su Lanxiu, who seemed terrified of the repercussions, knowing that any association with such a scandal could ruin her reputation, especially as she was on the verge of engagement. Fortunately, Su Lanxin, eager to please Xiao Yue, chimed in brightly, "Young Master Luo, are you not here to see Xin Yunjiao? Your previous relationship was so close, nearly culminating in marriage. Surely you are aware that she would be here today?" Xiao Yue sighed in relief, grateful that at least one member of the Su family possessed wit. However, Luo Shuyan remained resolute, insisting, "I am here solely to meet Miss Xiao." This infuriated Xiao Yue, making her acutely aware of the consequences of one's actions. On the other side of the wall, Shun Yunjiao, overhearing the commotion, found herself unable to smile. Upon seeing Luo Shuyan, she quickly deduced Xiao Yue's intentions. Xiao Yue had no prior acquaintance with Luo Shuyan. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by someone from the Su family. Yet in that moment, Shun Yunjiao lacked the composure to speculate on which member of the Su family sought to ensnare her. Luo Shuyan, upon seeing her, was filled with enthusiasm, eager to express the sentiments he had harbored over the days apart. Yet, Shun Yunjiao, growing impatient, interrupted, "Young Master Luo, do you realize that your visit today could lead to my demise?" Under her frigid gaze, Luo Shuyan lowered his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. Though often labeled a mere bookworm, he grasped the implications of such clandestine encounters. If discovered, the repercussions for the woman involved would be dire. Shun Yunjiao continued, "In a moment, Miss Xiao will arrive with a throng of people, accusing me of collusion with you. My reputation will be irrevocably stained, and the best outcome I could hope for would be to become a nun, utterly forsaken. Did you ever consider what fate awaits me?" Luo Shuyan found himself at a loss for words. He had been so consumed by his longing to see Shun Yunjiao that he failed to consider the harm it might inflict upon her. Overcome with shame, he professed his love for her, yet he had never truly contemplated her well-being. Observing the turmoil on his face, Shun Yunjiao felt a slight easing of her tension. It seemed that his scholarly pursuits were not entirely in vain. Her tone softened considerably as she implored, "If you do not wish for my demise, then act as though you have never seen me." Hearing distant footsteps, Shun Yunjiao understood that Xiao Yue was approaching with her entourage. Ignoring Luo Shuyan, she lifted her skirt and skillfully scaled the high wall. She was not a true lady of high birth. Climbing a wall posed no challenge for her. With a few deft movements, she reached the top, only to look down and encounter a familiar face, causing her to lose her balance and tumble. Fortunately, the figure below caught her securely. Shun Yunjiao's heart raced. This was the second time in both life and death that she found herself in the embrace of Xiao Shijing. In her previous life, she had been on the brink of death, gasping for breath. Yet now, her heart was youthful and vibrant, nearly leaping from her throat. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, her lashes fluttering. She dared not meet Xiao Shijing's gaze. However, it seemed he had no intention of releasing her. Shun Yunjiao feared that if this continued, she would faint from the rapidity of her heartbeat. The scent that enveloped her was uniquely his, a fragrance that had a calming effect. Yet, as she inhaled it, her already crimson cheeks deepened in hue. In a voice barely above a whisper, she urged, "Please set me down. I must make my appearance, or they will slander me." Just as her words fell, Xiao Yue and Su Lanxin directed their ire toward Shun Yunjiao, accusing her of harboring Luo Shuyan. Enraged, Xiao Yue demanded, "Speak the truth. Where is Shun Yunjiao hidden? If you do not comply, I shall destroy your entire family." Fueled by fury, Xiao Yue let slip her true nature. She had always been spoiled as the favored daughter. Confident that her parents would support her threats against Luo Shuyan's family, she pressed on, "If you do not wish for your family to suffer with you, reveal Shun Yunjiao's whereabouts." At that moment, Su Lanxiu, sensing that Xiao Yue had seized control of the situation, quickly added, "Indeed, young Master Luo, should you bring harm to your family, it would be a grave injustice. Do you truly value your mother's life less than Shun Yunjiao's?" This statement struck a chord with Luo Shuyan, a dutiful son. He faltered, turning his gaze toward the towering wall. Xiao Yi felt that the muddy sludge she had laboriously retrieved from the pond was most fitting to be hurled at Xiao Yue. Regrettably, it did not strike her face. Xiao Yue was so enraged that she was on the verge of tears. Throughout her life, Xiao Yi had continually tormented her. Yet their parents always admonished Xiao Yue to be lenient, citing that Xiao Yi had lost her mother. Now, Xiao Yi had grown increasingly audacious, flaunting the attire crafted from the satin bestowed by the palace, of which she possessed only 2 bolts. With Xiao Yi's meddling, that garment was rendered useless. The young ladies accompanying Xiao Yue had, to varying degrees, heard of Xiao Yi's notorious reputation as a mischievous imp. Moreover, with the mud still on her hands, they could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Thus, while onlookers could clearly see that Xiao Yue was the one wronged, no one dared to speak in her defense. Even her maid adopted a conciliatory stance. Shu Kuai, pulling the fuming Xiao Yue aside, softly advised, "Do not stoop to the second Miss S level. Your reputation is of utmost importance. We must ascertain the whereabouts of Mian Yunjiao." With great difficulty, Xiao Yue suppressed her anger and continued to press Luo Shuyan for answers. Observing the young girl seated against the wall, Xiao Shijing gently placed the woman he had been holding on the ground and beckoned Xiao Yi over. Xiao Yi leapt down effortlessly, wiping her inky hand on her skirt. Mian Yunjiao's smile faltered at the sight of Xiao Yi, the second miss of the Xiao family, whose reputation was indeed well-deserved. However, Xiao Shijing was unfazed. He gestured for Xiao Yi to approach, saying, "This is Miss Shun, your maternal grandmother's friend. Would you accompany her outside?" Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though she had seldom met the old Madame Su, she felt an innate reverence for her grandmother. She readily agreed and reached for Mian Yunjiao's hand. Upon seeing Xiao Yi's grimy hand, Mian Yunjiao instinctively recoiled and produced her handkerchief, saying, "Miss Xiao, please wipe your hands." Rather than being offended, Xiao Yi laughed, revealing her pearly whites. "You are different from them. I appreciate those who speak candidly." She accepted the handkerchief, cleaned her hands, and then took hold of Mian Yunjiao's hand as they exited together. Once they were gone, Xiao Shijing's expression returned to its usual impassiveness, even growing a tad frosty. As he walked by, his trusted aide, Xiao Feng, was taken aback, shaking off the goosebumps that had formed on his skin from the cold. Clearly, the young lord had appeared somewhat affable towards the 2 ladies, yet upon seeing Xiao Feng, his gaze seemed to freeze him in place. With no alternative, Xiao Feng steeled himself and approached, whispering a few words to Xiao Shijing. Xiao Shijing responded with a detached hum, instructing, "Prepare the horses." Xiao Yi was well acquainted with every path in the Dingbei Marquisate. As she and Mian Yunjiao walked, they encountered no one. Finally, upon reaching the main road, Mian Yunjiao spotted the hurried approach of old Madame Su, supported by Qingyu, both displaying anxious expressions. Old Madame Su was nearly inclined to run. Mian Yunjiao, startled, rushed forward, asking, "Grandmother, what is the matter?" Upon seeing Mian Yunjiao safe and sound, old Madame Su finally exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness, thank goodness." Qingyu, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, "Miss, I thought you." Mian Yunjiao reassured them, "Do not worry, I am perfectly fine. However, I may need your assistance shortly, old Madame." Before old Madame Su could inquire further, she noticed Xiao Yi standing behind Mian Yunjiao. Xiao Yi bore a striking resemblance to Su Qingqing, and old Madame Su recognized her immediately, trembling as she spoke. "You must be Yi." Xiao Yi replied softly, but hesitated to step closer. Mama Ping, with a choked voice, remarked, "The second miss has grown so much. Our young lady must be watching over you from beyond." Having watched Su Qingqing grow up, Mama Ping could not help but step forward, saying, "Second miss, our old madam often thinks of you. Each time she visits the temple, she prays for your well-being." She then noticed the stains on Xiao Yi's dress, exclaiming in astonishment and concern, "Why is your dress so dirty?" It was evident how the Marquis had neglected Xiao Yi. The saying that a stepmother brings a stepfather was not without merit. Old Madame Su also observed the large blotch of dirt on Xiao Yi's skirt, and, disregarding all else, hurriedly embraced her, filled with compassion. "My poor child, have they mistreated you?" Xiao Yi pondered seriously. If anyone had been wronged, it was Xiao Yue who had suffered at her hands. She answered earnestly, "I have not been wronged. It is merely my dress that became dirty from wiping my hands." Old Madame Su was incredulous. "Really? If you have been wronged, I shall not hesitate to confront them on your behalf." Xiao Yi shook her head earnestly, moving to Mian Yunjiao's side. "If anyone is wronged, it is my sister Shun." Meanwhile, under Xiao Yue's coercion, Luo Shuyan could no longer endure. Although he knew he would disappoint Mian Yunjiao, He could not abandon his own family. With his head hung low, he confessed, "Yes, I came to see Miss Shun. She requested to meet with me here." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, the mud would not splatter on her. But given the circumstances, she deemed it unnecessary to offend Xiao Yue over Shun Yunjiao, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Su Lanxiu and Su Lanxin, eager to curry favor with Xiao Yue, began to embellish the tale, asserting young Master Luo and Miss Shun are betrothed. They used to meet often. He must have come to see her. Xiao Yue fixed her gaze on Luo Shuyan, arrogantly demanding, "Tell me where Shun Yunjiao is hiding. I shall let you go." Before Luo Shuyan could respond, a voice resonated with the weight of experience. "Iasin T. Jiajiao, right beside me?" Xiao Yue and the others turned to see old Madame Su approaching, flanked by Shun Yunjiao and Xiao Yi. Witnessing Shun Yunjiao walking serenely beside old Madame Su, Xiao Yue felt a pang of pain in her eyes and irritably asked, "What are you doing there?" Shun Yunjiao remained impassive, as the presence of old Madame Su rendered her speech unnecessary. Old Madame Su frowned and replied disapprovingly, "Did you not see that I am here, Miss Xiao?" As a senior, old Madame Su was entitled to respect. Xiao Yue should have greeted her. Yet, instead of showing deference, she raised her voice. Shu Kuai hastily tugged at Xiao Yue's sleeve, whispering, "Miss, that is the mother of the late matriarch. You ought to pay your respects." However, Xiao Yue's focus remained fixed on Shun Yunjiao, unable to swallow her indignation. She pulled Luo Shuyan to the front of the crowd, pointing at Shun Yunjiao, and demanded, "Say it again in front of everyone. You came specifically to see Shun Yunjiao." Under Shun Yunjiao's cold gaze, Luo Shuyan felt his mind go blank, stammering, "I came specifically to see Miss Shun." His voice dwindled, yet it was still audible to the others. Old Madame Su scoffed, "Nonsense. Yunjiao has been by my side. How could she possibly meet you? I've already made it abundantly clear to your mother that you and we have no further ties. Why do you persist in this entanglement?" Xiao Yue smirked maliciously. "Then you ought to ask Shun Yunjiao. It must be that she cannot forget her past feelings. In my view, let this pair of ill-fated lovers be together. Let Shun Yunjiao serve as a concubine for young Master Luo. It would make for quite the tale. Sisters sharing a husband." Old Madame Su, her expression darkening, approached Xiao Yue and raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap. "Is this something a young lady ought to say? Have you no shame? My Yunjiao still has her dignity." Overwhelmed by anger, old Madame Su could not help but cough. Madame Ping hastily patted the back of old Madame Su to soothe her. Xiao Yue covered her face, feeling a fiery pain, her heart swelling with both grievance and fury. As the legitimate daughter of the Dingbei Marquis, she had never encountered such humiliation, save for a few instances with Xiao Yi. Who would dare to wrong her? She had never even heard a harsh word directed at her, let alone been struck. Yet now, this old hag before her had the audacity to hit her? Consumed by rage, Xiao Yue almost lost her sanity and reached out to push old Madame Su. Shun Yunjiao seized Xiao Yue's hand, her expression grave, her voice frosty. "I will say this once more. I have been with the old madam since the last time when the Luo family came to break off the engagement. I have not seen young Master Luo again." She cast a cold glance at Luo Shuyan. "Young Master Luo, since you and my sister share mutual feelings, I wish to support your union. I only hope we shall have no further entanglements." Luo Shuyan lowered his head in shame, unable to meet Shun Yunjiao's gaze. In this tense atmosphere, the simple-minded Su Lanxin recklessly interjected, "Shun Yunjiao, no matter how unreasonable you are, you cannot distort right and wrong." Xiao Yi chuckled. "The Marquis is heavily guarded. Not even a fly could enter. As far as I know, this so-called young Master Luo is not on the guest list. So how'd he get in?" She stepped closer to Shu Kuei, almost pressing her face against hers, ominously stating, "Surely someone helped young Master Luo enter." Su Kui, terrified, lowered her head, trembling uncontrollably. Yet Xiao Yi would not relent, yanking Shu Kuei's arm and dragging her to Luo Shuyan's side. "Take a good look. Was it she who assisted you in entering?" Luo Shuyan's eyes flickered, neither affirming nor denying. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Madame Xiao arrived, exclaiming, "What are you all doing here? The banquet is about to begin. Hurry and take your seats." Madame Xiao quickly instructed her maid to escort the group of delicate young ladies back. Although they were reluctant to leave the excitement behind, they eventually departed, having gleaned some insight from the commotion. They realized that Miss Xiao, the fifth daughter of the Xiao family, was not as composed and dignified as rumored. Her behavior today resembled that of a frenzied monkey. Soon, only a few members of the Su and Xiao families remained. Xiao Yue, in tears, cried out, "Mother, she hit me." She pointed her delicate finger at old Madame Su, who had ceased coughing and was now glaring coldly at Madame Xiao. Feeling as if she were being roasted over a fire, Madame Xiao gritted her teeth, suppressing her heartache, and slapped Xiao Yue across the face, causing her to turn her head in shock. Xiao Yue had expected her mother to console her, but instead, Madame Xiao had struck her as well. What followed was a stern reprimand from Madame Xiao. "The old madam is your elder. How dare you speak to her that way? If she struck you, it is well deserved." Now, both sides of Xiao Yue's face burned with pain, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she stomped her foot and ran away. Madame Xiao fumed. "This child has been spoiled by her father. Shu Kuei, go after her." Shu Kuei hurriedly gave chase. Old Madame Su's expression remained grim. "I trust you will give Yunjiao justice." With that, she took Shun Yunjiao's hand and led Xiao Yue away, not even casting a glance at Luo Shuyan. The three young ladies of the Su family quickly followed behind them. Only Madame Xiao remained, feeling a headache coming on from Luo Shuyan's presence. Today's flower viewing banquet was solely organized by her, and allowing an outsider into the inner courtyard surely reflected her negligence. If old Madame Xiao intended to use this incident to reclaim her authority as matriarch, Madame Xiao would find herself at a loss for words. Madame Xiao's face darkened now. "Tell me, what exactly transpired today?" Luo Shuyan bowed his head deeply. Had it not been for Xiao Yi, old Madame Su would have left with Shun Yunjiao on the spot. She had only heard bits and pieces and already felt sympathy for Shun Yunjiao. To be invited as a guest only to become the subject of schemes was truly unfortunate. Among those who conspired against Shun Yunjiao alongside Xiao Yue, there may even be someone from their own household. Old Madame Su cast a heavy glance at the three beautiful young ladies of the Su family trailing behind. "You may proceed to the banquet. I have matters to discuss with old Madame Xiao." The three Su sisters breathed a sigh of relief and hastily departed. Old Madame Su then took Shun Yunjiao and Xiao Yue into old Madame Xiao's quarters. Old Madame Xiao, on her way to the banquet, was taken aback upon seeing the three enter. "Sister, the banquet is about to start. Let us go," old Madame Xiao said politely. Old Madame Su waved her hand dismissively. "No, I will leave after I finish speaking. I shall not dare to come again." Old Madame Xiao was astonished, and upon observing Shun Yunjiao and Xiao Yue's expressions, she realized something must have occurred. Unfortunately, Mama he had already been sent away. She called for another maid and soon learned of the incident in the garden. She knew Xiao Yue's temperament, spoiled to the point of lawlessness. If it was true that Luo Shuyan had been brought in by Xiao Yue, she was surprised but found it somewhat expected. Furthermore, according to the maid's description, Xiao Yue's maid, Shu Kuei, was visibly anxious, unable to even swear an oath. Old Madame Xiao suppressed her rage, forcing a smile. "Today's event has been a disappointment for both you and Yunjiao." Old Madame Xiao took Shun Yunjiao's hand. "Good child, I'm sorry you have been wronged." Shun Yunjiao lowered her eyelids, her voice soft and delicate. "I am not wronged. I only fear bringing shame upon the Su family and worry about angering the old madam." Old Madame Xiao sighed. "What a sensible child you are. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive justice." With this reassurance, old Madame Su's expression softened somewhat, and she pulled Xiao Yue closer. "In-laws, this child Yue may have a somewhat unruly temperament, but she is still a young lady of the marquisate." Old Madame Xiao noticed the large patches of dark stains on Xiao Yue's attire and inwardly scolded Madame Xiao. How could she neglect Xiao Yue's well-being to such an extent? Given her concern for reputation, suppressing her anger, old Madame Xiao said, "Do not worry. She is my beloved granddaughter. Today was my oversight. I will be more vigilant in caring for her in the future." Having said all she needed, old Madame Su prepared to take her leave with Shun Yunjiao. No matter how old Madame Xiao urged her to stay for a meal, old Madame Su remained steadfast in her decision to depart. Unable to do anything else, old Madame Xiao had no choice but to send someone to properly escort old Madame Su and Shun Yunjiao out, personally leading Xiao Yue to the banquet. Once the flower viewing feast concluded, old Madame Xiao's temper finally erupted. She turned to Madame Xiao, who stood before her, demanding, "Have you clarified what happened?" Madame Xiao hastily replied, "We have clarified. It was an internal conflict within the Su family that entangled Yue." Old Madame Xiao's interest was piqued. "Please elaborate." Madame Xiao proceeded to recount her findings, making every effort to minimize Xiao Yue's involvement and shifting the blame on his Su Lanxiao. Second Miss Su and Miss Shun have grievances. She instructed Yue to find a way to bring young Master Luo in to meet Miss Shun, thus tarnishing Miss Shun's reputation. Young Master Luo had been waiting at our side entrance under Second Miss Su's arrangement. Yue was merely misled by Second Miss Su. She was once such a sensible child. Old Madame Zhao's expression softened considerably, realizing that the root of the issue lay with the Su family. She tapped her fingers on her knee. "Send the information you have gathered to the Su family." Madame Xiao hesitated. "Wouldn't that be unwise?" Old Madame Xiao shot her a look. "You are to send it, and there shall be no more discussion. Additionally, regarding Yue, pay her more attention. After all, she is a lady of the Marquisate. Her upbringing reflects upon you as well." Madame Xiao could only manage a bitter smile. It was not that she did not wish to guide Xiao Yue properly, but the girl had to be willing. However, in front of her mother-in-law, she could only respectfully agree. The other members of the Su family returned home in the evening. Su Lanxiao felt a tinge of trepidation. Uncertain whether Xiao Yue would divulge her secrets, her heart heavy with anxiety. When Madame Su spoke to her, she was lost in thought, only snapping back to reality after several calls. "Mother, what were you saying just now?" she asked. "I inquired if you have seen the heir," Madame Su replied. With her head bowed, Su Lanxiao lamented the difficulty of such a task. Madame Su gently patted her shoulder. "You are no longer a child. It is time to exert yourself. If the heir is not suitable, you must consider other prospects soon." The image of Xiao Shijing's handsome visage and singular charm filled Su Lanxiao's mind as she clenched her fists. "Mother, allow me one more attempt." As the mother and daughter conversed, Shichin approached, relaying that the old matriarch wished to see Su Lanxiao. A sudden jolt of fear gripped Su Lanxiao. Had Xiao Yue betrayed her? Madame Su, puzzled, remarked, "At this hour, what could the old matriarch want with her?" Shichin smiled politely. "I am unsure. Perhaps there's a matter to discuss." Madame Su pondered briefly before nudging Su Lanxiao. "You should go. I shall save you some supper." Su Lanxiao grasped Madame Su's sleeve timidly. "Mother, will you accompany me?" With a skeptical glance, Madame Su chided, "You are quite grown, yet you still cling to me?" However, seeing the genuine fear in Su Lanxiao's eyes, she relented and accompanied her. Upon arriving at Pinkong Courtyard, they found only the old matriarch and a few trusted confidants. Mian Yunjiao, having been wronged, had already been dismissed by the old matriarch. Su Lanxiao and her mother were unaware of the summons. After paying their respects, Madame Su inquired, "What brings you to summon Lanxiao at this hour, mother?" "It is nearly time for supper. Do not let yourself go hungry." Her words implied a desire for the old matriarch to state her purpose quickly, lest it interfere with their meal. The old matriarch fixed a cold stare on Su Lanxiao and suddenly barked, "Kneel." Terrified, Su Lanxiao instinctively stepped behind Madame Su, who had always cherished her only daughter like a precious gem. Though she was known for her stinginess, she had never been so towards Su Lanxiao. Embracing her, Madame Su questioned, "What is the meaning of this? What has my daughter done to warrant such punishment? The ground is cold. It would ruin her knees." The old matriarch, typically amiable, now wore a scornful smile. "Ping Mama, enlighten them as to why I demand Lanxiao kneel." Ping Mama recounted the words of the envoy from the Xiao family. Madame Su was taken aback. She had heard of the garden incident and had scolded Mian Yunjiao for her indiscretion, never imagining it was her own daughter who had caused the trouble. She pulled Su Lanxiao aside, asking, "Is there truth in what she said?" With a flicker of her gaze, Su Lanxiao remained silent, unable to meet her mother's eyes. Understanding dawned on Madame Su, despite her resentment towards Su Lanxiao's careless actions. She was still her daughter. Even if it were Lanxiao's doing, it ultimately stems from Mian Yunjiao's ambiguous relationship with young Master Luo, which provided an opportunity for others to exploit. The old matriarch, furious yet sardonic, retorted, "So you imply her actions were commendable?" Ping Mama felt alarmed, fearing for the old matriarch's health should her anger provoke a relapse. Yet, Madame Su and the second miss were truly foolish. Only a petty person would behave as they had. Madame Su remained silent, holding Su Lanxiao close. The old matriarch's fury was palpable. having chosen to avoid family affairs for years. Since the departure of her biological daughter, Su Qingqing, she had lost affection for this estate. Had it not been for Shun Yunjiao, she would have already packed her belongings and returned to her ancestral home, preferring to be out of sight. Now, however, Madame Su had grown increasingly audacious, treating the old matriarch as if she were already deceased. Rising, the old matriarch declared, "Ping Mama, gather my belongings, and hire a few carriages. Tomorrow morning, I will take Yunjiao to the estate to avoid being an eyesore here." Madame Su's heart raced, but joy soon followed. With the old matriarch's departure, the estate would be under her control, and any treasures left behind would surely fall into her possession. Thus, instead of opposing her, Madame Su cheerfully offered, "If you require assistance, I can send some people over to help." The old matriarch gave her a knowing glance. "No need, take Lanxiu back." "Of course," she replied, returning with Su Lanxiu, her heart elated. As they walked away, Ping Mama closed the door, returning with a troubled expression, perplexed by the master's choice of spouse. Given Madame Su's demeanor and nature, she was hardly superior to the maids surrounding the old matriarch. Once the old matriarch regained her composure, she mused that squabbling with a fool only led to self-inflicted distress. "Have the servants pack our things," she instructed coldly. Ping Mama hesitated, "But if no one intervenes, shall we just depart?" The old matriarch scoffed, "Unless they wish to abandon their official duties. To force one's own mother to the countryside, such individuals will surely not receive favor from the emperor." The repercussions of this incident could very well drown the three gentlemen of the Su family in scandal. A harsh remedy was necessary, otherwise, they would continue to believe the old matriarch and Shun Yunjiao were easily manipulated. Ping Mama complied, heading out to instruct the maids to prepare their belongings. Shun Yunjiao, having changed her attire, proceeded to the small study to practice her calligraphy. Writing brought tranquility, allowing her to reflect rationally on the day's events. Beyond Xiao Yi, others in the Su family undoubtedly sought to undermine her. The connection to Luo Shuyan could prove pivotal, solidifying Luo's commitment to the Duke of Dingbei. Raising her gaze, Shun Yunjiao exchanged a knowing glance with Hong Yu, who was busy dusting and unaware of Shun Yunjiao's scrutiny. Suddenly, unusual noises emanated from the old matriarch's courtyard, causing Shun Yunjiao to frown. She placed her brush down, hastily exiting. Qingyu and Hong Yu followed closely behind. Upon reaching the old matriarch's courtyard, they were taken aback to see the maids bustling about, seemingly moving house. Stepping inside, Shun Yunjiao found the old matriarch conversing calmly with Ping Mama, and she breathed a sigh of relief. The old matriarch smiled and beckoned her over. Shun Yunjiao approached, sitting beside her. "Grandmother, what is happening?" The old matriarch inquired. "Would you care to spend a few days at the estate to clear your mind?" Shun Yunjiao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Is that truly possible?" Living here required constant vigilance against potential threats. A stay at the estate would surely provide a refreshing change. Observing the brightness in Shun Yunjiao's eyes, the old matriarch reconsidered. Perhaps a brief retreat was indeed a wise decision. She exchanged a knowing look with Ping Mama, who immediately understood and exited to instruct the maids to prepare for their departure. Having feigned intentions earlier, they were now genuinely set to leave for the estate. The old matriarch affectionately stroked Shun Yunjiao's hair. "You should pack some personal items. It won't be for long." Shun Yunjiao responded with enthusiasm and hurried back to prepare. On their way home, Qingyu wore an expression of anticipation, while Hong Yu appeared less pleased. Once back, seeing Shun Yunjiao and Qingyu eagerly packing, Hong Yu hesitated. "Miss, are we truly going to the estate? There is nothing there, and there may be mosquitoes and pests. It cannot compare to the comforts of a manor." Shun Yunjiao raised an eyebrow. "Are you not keen to go?" "Not at all. I merely worry that you, accustomed to luxury, might find such hardships intolerable." Shun Yunjiao smiled softly, her expression gradually fading. "You stay here to guard the courtyard. Someone must remain," she instructed. Hong Yu sighed in relief. "Thank you, Mississippi, rest assured. I will keep a watchful eye on the courtyard." Shun Yunjiao nodded wearily. "You may go now." Hong Yu complied and exited. Qingyu hesitated, wanted to offer some words of advice to Shun Yunjiao. However, considering Shun Yunjiao's close bond with Hong Yu, she feared that any criticism of Hong Yu might be perceived as sowing discord. Shun Yunjiao lowered her head, continuing to arrange her jewelry, prompting Qingyu to swallow her words and resume packing her belongings. The commotion in Pingkong courtyard did not escape the notice of Madame Su. Delighted, she indulged in an extra bowl of rice. Su Lanxiao was equally pleased. She had evaded punishment and managed to send the old matriarch away. With the old matriarch gone, there would be no one to pressure her and her mother. Su Lanxiao clapped her hands in glee, musing, now that grandmother has left, will not her cherished possessions soon belong to me? Yet, a concern crept in. What if grandmother took her treasures with her? Do not worry. I will ensure they are kept safe. Those are Su family possessions, destined for your father. They cannot simply be taken away, her mother reassured her. With her last trace of doubt dissipated, Su Lanxiao eagerly requested another bowl of rice from her maid. After a while, Master Su returned home. The mother and daughter stood to greet him, and the maid brought a clean set of dishes. Master Su took a seat, glancing at both women with a smile. What good fortune has befallen you? You both look positively radiant. Madame Su replied, It's nothing special. Grandmother has decided to stay at the estate for a few days and is busy preparing her things. Master Su was taken aback. Why would mother choose to stay at the estate? Madame Su, of course, would not divulge the truth, that the old matriarch had been angered by them. Perhaps she has grown weary of staying here and wishes to seek solace in the countryside. Once she leaves, who knows when she will return? Hearing this, Master Su immediately sensed deeper underlying reasons. His keen gaze discerned that Madame Su was being evasive. He slammed his hand on the table, demanding, speak the truth. The force of his action caused the dishes to rattle. Su Lanxiao trembled, defensively stating, This is not my mother's fault. It was grandmother who wished to punish me over Mian Yunjiao. Mother refused, which led to grandmother's decision to leave. Father, grandmother is biased. That Mian Yunjiao is no better than a maid. Yet she dotes on her and disregards me. Master Su felt a headache coming on. In his view, if the old matriarch favored Mian Yunjiao, then so be it. After all, Mian Yunjiao was merely a fleeting amusement. The old matriarch would eventually grow weary of her. Moreover, having Mian Yunjiao serve the old matriarch dutifully might ensure her happiness and longevity, which was ultimately beneficial to them. As Master Su was on the rise in his career, any disruption would spell great trouble for him. Enough. How could your grandmother punish you over Mian Yunjiao without cause? Have you done something wrong? He knew well his daughter's temperament. She was not one to easily suffer injustice. Su Lanxiao lowered her head and shook it dismissively. Madame Su attempted to interject, but was cut off by Master Su's insistence for honesty. Whatever the truth may be, I will uncover it eventually. He pointed at Nurse Feng, standing behind Madame Su. You tell me, if there is one falsehood, I will send you back to the Feng family. Nurse Feng glanced at Madame Su and had no choice but to recount the events with the old matriarch in full detail. Master Su's eyes widened in disbelief as he struck the table again, furious. So, it was indeed your actions that forced Mother to leave. Do you realize how this will reflect on me if others learn of how you drove her away? Those officials are merciless with their pens. Madame Su trembled at his words, yet she was dim-witted and clumsily replied, Then let us keep it a secret. We can bury the news. Master Su, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly. How could you possibly silence the Xiao family? You think you can hush them? Realizing she could not, Madame Su lowered her head, looking as if she had committed a grave error. Su Lanxiao could not bear to see her mother in such a state, and piped up, Father, this is not mother's fault. Blame Mian Yunjiao for her indiscretions. Master Su, infuriated, felt his temples throb. I have yet to settle the score with you, and you come to me with accusations. You have stirred trouble with the Xiao family. How do you expect me to face them now? The Xiao family, being the superior of Master Su's superior, could significantly affect his future prospects. He had been striving to curry favor with them, only to have Su Lanxiao hinder his efforts. Though Su Lanxiao wished to argue further, she was cowed by her father's furious demeanor and lowered her head. You too, go and apologize to your grandmother at once. Plead with her to stay. If you cannot do this, do not expect to remain in the Su family. With that, Master Su stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Silence enveloped the room until Nurse Feng cautiously broke the quiet. Madam, it is still early. Perhaps we should go to the old matriarch now. Madame Su suddenly smashed the dishes on the table in a furious rage, her face darkening as she remained silent. After the cacophony, Su Lanxiao's cheeks glistened with tears. Mother, do you think father will abandon us? If grandmother leaves tomorrow, will father send us away too? Throughout their years of marriage, Master Su rarely displayed such intense anger. Their relationship had grown increasingly strained, and if they did not heed his commands, he might very well follow through on his threat to expel them. Madame Su felt a deep sense of humiliation, her face turning a shade of deep crimson. Seeing this, Nurse Feng quickly offered advice. For the sake of the master's reputation, it would be wise to humble yourself before the old matriarch. Furthermore, this situation involves the Xiao family. If we pretend today never happened, they may also harbor resentment. Should we create enmity now, things will be difficult for the second young lady when she enters the Xiao family. Nurse Feng understood the dynamics between the mother and daughter well, and her words struck a chord. Su Lanxiu realized that offending her future sister-in-law would lead to dire consequences when she eventually joined the Xiao family. She promptly tugged on Madame Su's sleeve. "Mother, let us go to grandmother now." With Nurse Feng and Su Lanxiu both urging her, Madame Su finally rose, albeit reluctantly, still feeling the sting of Master Su's earlier reprimand. Meanwhile, Pingkong Courtyard had fallen silent. Given the events of the day, the old matriarch, concerned for Mian Yunjiao's feelings, had decided to sleep alongside her. She recalled how timid Mian Yunjiao had been upon her arrival, always needing her company, even at night. After a brief conversation, the old matriarch began to feel fatigued when a maid announced that Madame Su and Su Lanxiu had arrived. The old matriarch sneered. "It seems the eldest has returned. Now those two are eager to see me." Mian Yunjiao inquired, "Will you still go to the estate tomorrow, grandmother?" "Of course, why not? A change of scenery can be refreshing." Mian Yunjiao nodded, gently placing a hand on the old matriarch's shoulder. "Then I shall inform them. You have already changed out of your clothes, so there is no need to trouble yourself." The old matriarch merely grunted in response. Mian Yunjiao took a garment from the rack, donning it as she made her way outside. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of lamps being lit in the courtyard. "What is this? Where's the old matriarch?" Madame Su inquired. Mian Yunjiao wore a gentle smile, and with the old matriarch already resting, she suggested that any matters could be addressed tomorrow. Upon seeing Mian Yunjiao attempt to return indoors, Madame Su hastily interjected that there was nothing urgent. Mian Yunjiao paused, her expression remaining composed as she regarded Madame Su. In her heart, Shijing pondered the incongruity of Madame Su's late visit. If there was indeed nothing pressing, why venture out at such an hour? With the old matriarch unavailable, Madame Su found herself at a loss for words. Su Lanxiu, observing Mian Yunjiao's serene demeanor, felt an indescribable rage. Why should she and her mother endure hardship, while Mian Yunjiao appeared unscathed? Su Lanxiu sharply remarked that it was all due to Mian Yunjiao's provocation. Su Lanxiu's words were spoken with urgency, and Madame Su could not stop them. Once the words were out, all she could do was ignore them. She could not bear to see her precious daughter bowing to someone as lowly as Mian Yunjiao. Mian Yunjiao narrowed her eyes and reassured the second young lady that she would accompany the old matriarch to the estate the following day, vowing not to trouble her further. Go on. It would be best if you never returned," Su Lanxiu retorted, sulking. Mian Yunjiao offered a respectful bow to Madame Su before turning to enter the house, closing the door behind her, leaving the mother and daughter outside, exchanging bewildered glances. What was intended as a visit to dissuade the old matriarch from going to the estate had devolved into this predicament. Su Lanxiu tugged at Madame Su's sleeve and whispered, "Mother, let us knock once more and speak with grandmother." Madame Su shared this sentiment. If they failed to resolve this matter, they would face the wrath of the head of the Su family. Ping Mama, observing their intentions, positioned herself at the door, blocking it with her presence, and stated with calm authority that the old matriarch was unwell and required rest, urging Madame Su and Miss Su to return home and rest as well. After standing outside for a while, Madame Su and Su Lanxiu eventually left in defeat. Inside, the old matriarch gently stroked Mian Yunjiao's hair, feeling a pang of melancholy for her. She had overheard Su Lanxiu's earlier remarks. Mian Yunjiao shook her head and sincerely expressed that as long as she could stay by the old matriarch's side, she felt no grievance whatsoever. For now, the old matriarch was well and not subjected to any scheming. There was still time to rectify matters. Mian Yunjiao was filled with gratitude. The remarks made by Su Lanxiu were mere childish outbursts, which she dismissed without concern. The old matriarch felt a sense of appreciation for Mian Yunjiao. At least over the years, she had not been without accomplishments, having raised an exceptional child. Since they needed to rise early the next day, both retired to rest early. Upon returning, Madame Su immediately dispatched someone to inquire about the whereabouts of the head of the Su family. Upon learning he was with concubine Hua, Madame Su felt an unexpected relief instead of anger. She encouraged Su Lanxiao to sleep and retired early herself, vowing to endure the night and confront tomorrow when it came. At that moment, the head of the Su family was at concubine Hua's side, enjoying skewers brought by Su Lanyin, his anger dissipating. "Not bad at all," he praised. Concubine Hua beamed with pride, remarking on how the girl had taken to the kitchen lately, fearing she might waste food, yet finding her talented in cooking. The head of the Su family chuckled, deeming it a positive development. His confidant entered, reporting on the events of the flower banquet at the Duke of Dingbei's residence, which darkened the head of the Su family's expression. Concubine Hua, unaware of the unfolding troubles, turned pale with fright. Su Lanyin's heart raced, but her thoughts began to sharpen. The head of the Su family was sending inquiries about the matter, suggesting a rift was forming between him and Madame Su and her daughter. Lowering her gaze, Su Lanyin quietly stated, "Father, Miss Shun is innocent. I was present when young Master Luo explicitly mentioned that it was Miss Xiao who sent him into the Duke's garden. If this were to spread, it would tarnish Miss Xiao's reputation. Indeed, this was likely to incite the Xiao family's ire towards Su Lanxiao. Had it not been for Su Lanxiao inciting Xiao Yue, these troubles would not have arisen." While Su Lanyin held no affection for Shun Yunjiao, she did not regard her as a threat, for Shun Yunjiao bore the surname Shun, not Su. The true competition lay with Su Lanxiao. Cautiously, Su Lanyin glanced at her father, noting his escalating fury. Concubine Hua discreetly tugged at Su Lanyin's sleeve, signaling her to cease speaking, fearing her father's wrath might be directed at her. With newfound boldness, Su Lanyin continued, "It is my fault. Had I known, I could have dissuaded my elder sister. This matter does not concern you." The head of the Su family responded, his anger somewhat abated. Su Lanyin exchanged a knowing glance with concubine Hua before taking her leave. Concubine Hua timidly suggested, "My lord, perhaps it would be wise to settle this matter first?" He replied. The following day, as the sun began to rise, the luggage was loaded onto the carriage. Waking early left Shun Yunjiao, feeling a bit drowsy as she stifled a yawn. She personally collaborated with Shijing to check the boxes on the cart. Once they finished, Ping Mama assisted the old matriarch out. Shun Yunjiao instinctively moved to support the old matriarch's other arm, saying, "Grandmother, everything is ready. We can set off now." The old matriarch nodded and climbed aboard the carriage first. As the estate was located outside the city, the maids and servants boarded the carriage in turn, and the procession slowly began to move. Hong Yu stood behind the maids, watching the caravan depart. Those with her were not going to the estate, but remained behind to tend to the household. Once the caravan left, they returned indoors. By the time Madame Su gathered her things and arrived at Pinkong Courtyard, there was no sign of the old matriarch. Upon inquiry, she learned that the old matriarch had already departed for the estate. Furious, Madame Su gritted her teeth. Fortunately, the head of the Su family was out, where she would surely face his ire. With no choice, she sent Mama Feng to pursue the caravan. Inside the carriage, Shun Yunjiao poured a bowl of warm water for the old matriarch and tea for herself, savoring the refreshment. Time passed, and Ping Mama lifted the curtain to peek outside, announcing they had exited the city and would reach their destination in half an hour. Shun Yunjiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, uplifting the old matriarch's spirits as well. However, just as they left the city, another carriage caught up and matched their pace. The window of this carriage was open, and Mama Feng leaned out, shouting, "Old matriarch, the madam sent this old servant to ask you to return. Life at the estate is hard. Why must you endure such suffering?" Inside the carriage, Shun Yunjiao laughed. If Madame Su truly wished for the old matriarch to return, why send only a servant instead of coming herself? It was evident there was no sincerity. Moreover, it was likely that the news regarding the Xiao family had not yet surfaced. When it did, it would be intriguing to see whether Madame Su would bow to public opinion. Ping Mama, unable to contain her frustration, considered confronting Mama Feng. But Shun Yunjiao held her back. "Mama, why engage in fruitless words? It is better to act as if we are unaware." Ping Mama glanced at the old matriarch and complied. Regardless of how much Mama Feng shouted, no one from the carriage responded. Ultimately, Mama Feng shouted herself hoarse and, defeated, instructed the driver to turn back. It seemed the old matriarch had made up her mind, and no persuasion would sway her. Before noon, they arrived at the estate, which had been part of the old matriarch's dowry, meticulously managed by her trusted aides for many years. Long ago, the old matriarch had planned for this. Should she find herself unable to remain in the Su household, she needed a place to call her own. The largest rooms in the estate were arranged according to her preferences, regularly maintained. Upon entering, Mian Yunjiao's eyes lit up with delight. Beside the few guest rooms prepared for her, a flower garden enclosed by a picket fence was cultivated, blossoming with a myriad of flowers. In spring, this vibrant tapestry of blooms created a delightful scene that was truly pleasing to the eye. The elderly Madame Su genuinely cared for her. Before Mian Yunjiao could express her gratitude, Madame Su spoke first. "You should tidy up your belongings. Come back here for lunch shortly." Mian Yunjiao acknowledged her with a soft and, accompanied by Qingyu and others, set about organizing her luggage. Her possessions were few, and she soon finished. When she arrived at Madame Su's side, the estate's steward was already conversing with her. This steward, though aged with graying hair, appeared reliable and composed. Steward Qin had come not only to pay respect to Madame Su, but also to bring a bounty of fresh fruits and vegetables. In particular, a basket of pears caught the eye, glistening with freshness. Noticing Mian Yunjiao's elegant attire and remarkable demeanor, Steward Qin surmised that her standing with Madame Su was considerable. And thus he smiled and explained, "Knowing the old lady would be coming, I gathered these pears from the forest this morning. They are exceptionally fresh." Mian Yunjiao smiled and took a seat beside Madame Su, as the old lady often suffered from coughs, making the pears ideal for preparing a soothing dessert. Upon hearing Mian Yunjiao's address, Steward Qin felt a flicker of confusion. It seemed she was neither a daughter of the Su family nor a relative. What then was her status that allowed her to sit beside Madame Su? "Steward, please have the kitchen bring the food over," instructed Mama Ping. Regaining his focus, Steward Qin hurried to the kitchen. Soon, lunch was served. Although it could not compare to the Su family's usual fare, the freshness of the ingredients, all sourced from the estate, was commendable. Mian Yunjiao ate half a bowl more than usual, and even Madame Su partook with greater appetite. After the meal, Mian Yunjiao retired for a nap. After a long morning journey by carriage, her entire body ached, and before resting, she reminded Qingyu and the others to get ample sleep as well. The estate fell into a tranquil silence, yet the Su family was far from calm. Madame Su had already heard whispers from the Dingbei Marquis's residence regarding the events of the previous day. After all, several young ladies had been present. It was impossible to keep it a secret. The matter concerning Luo Shuyan was particularly undeniable. The rumors mirrored exactly what the young ladies had witnessed, but with an added note that Xiao Yue had also been instigated by Su Lanxiao. In truth, Luo Shuyan had been summoned by Su Lanxiao. Consequently, all blame fell squarely upon Su Lanxiao, absolving Xiao Yue entirely. Furthermore, the hurriedness with which Madame Su took Mian Yunjiao to the estate today was fueled by her anger towards Su Lanxiao. Upon hearing this, Su Lanxiao shattered several vases in a fit of rage before tearfully seeking out Madame Su to express her grievances. The truth was clear to both Madame Su and Lord Su, and Su Lanxiao had no need for concealment. After all, Xiao Yue had explicitly named Su Lanxiao, and it was Su Lanxiao who had directed Luo Shuyan to wait outside the Marquis's residence. Mesdames su tep sulanues thorid, exasperated, since utelas holgum. Why did you not make full use of her? Yesterday, you should have had her take Luo Shuyan to wait outside the Xiao residence. Thus I could devise a plan to redirect the blame. But now, too many witnesses had seen that it was Su Lanxiao's accomplice, leaving Madame Su with no recourse. Being still young, Su Lanxiao lacked the foresight needed. "Mother, what am I to do now? If you do not assist me, my reputation will be ruined. How can I ever marry into the Xiao family?" The current situation was dire, as both the Su and Xiao families were on the verge of becoming adversaries. If Madame Su were to consider ways to economize, she could undoubtedly list several strategies, yet in matters requiring careful thought, she found herself at a loss for solutions. Merely offering comfort, "Do not fret, we shall wait for your father to return. He will not abandon you." Thus, the mother and daughter remained in a state of inaction. In the afternoon, Lord Su returned briefly. Neither spoke a word before he struck Su Lanxiao hard across the face, causing her to fall to the ground, her lips bleeding. After a moment of shock, Su Lanxiao began to weep. Madame Su, heartbroken, exclaimed, "My lord, why must you strike the child?" To her astonishment, even at this juncture, Madame Su continued to shield Sulanyu. Lord Su's anger intensified. Did you not hear the rumors circulating outside? Do you have any idea how I pleaded like a fool before Lord Xiao, only to receive disdain? Madame Su lowered her head, feeling guilty. Though Xiao has erred, she is still your daughter. You cannot forsake her. Lord Su sat heavily in a chair, his head throbbing. Were it not for Su Lanxiu being his own flesh and blood, he would have certainly disowned her. The room was filled only with Su Lanxiu sobs. After a long silence, Lord Su finally said, "You shall kneel in the ancestral hall and personally plead for your mother's forgiveness. Until she returns, you shall remain there. At the very least, preserving your reputation for filial piety is paramount. A person lacking in filial duty has no future." Su Lanxiu, taken aback, cried even more fiercely, "I refuse to go to the ancestral hall. It is dark and forbidding there. Do not speak back. If you refuse to go to the ancestral hall, then you shall go to the family shrine." Lord Su lost his patience and shouted. Madame Su promptly added, "To the ancestral hall. It is just to the ancestral hall. If she goes to the family shrine, Su Lanxiu's reputation will be utterly ruined." Before Lord Su could retract his words, Madame Su hurriedly took Su Lanxiu away. Without having eaten a single bite of lunch, Madame Su ordered Su Lanxiu to kneel in the ancestral hall. All of this transpired while Mian Yunjiao remained blissfully unaware at the estate. She enjoyed a refreshing and restorative nap, awakening with renewed vigor. After dressing, she set off with Qingyu to see Madame Su. Being at the estate, she wore understated yet elegant attire, her simplicity contrasting with Qingyu's vibrant red garment. Yet her innate grace rendered her strikingly radiant, even in modest clothing. Upon arriving at Madame Su's quarters, they were greeted by Shijing, who stood watch at the entrance. Having a good rapport with Mian Yunjiao, Shijing beamed upon her arrival, whispering with a bright smile, "Miss, the old lady is still resting. The long carriage ride must have exhausted her." Mian Yunjiao nodded, inquiring, "And Mama Ping?" "Oh, Mama Ping took some fresh pears to the kitchen to prepare dessert, and she mentioned she would also slaughter a hen to nourish the old lady and you." Mian Yunjiao chuckled, appreciating Mama Ping's thoughtfulness. "I shall go check on her." Noticing that Mian Yunjiao had only brought Qingyu along, Shijing advised, "While at the estate, it is unlike home. Perhaps you should bring another maid." Mian Yunjiao replied nonchalantly, "It is fine. We will not be going out." However, Shijing remained unconvinced. At that moment, another maid, Shige, approached, her apron still on, suggesting she was busy tidying up. "I will stay here. You accompany the young lady," Shige smiled. Without any hesitation, Shijing strode to Mian Yunjiao's side, proclaiming, "Miss, I shall accompany you." Mian Yunjiao playfully chided, "You simply wish to wander about." Shijing cheekily stuck out her tongue, "Do not expose me." Mississippi Mian Yunjiao sighed in mock exasperation, leading Qingyu and Shijing outside. The guest quarters were encircled by walls, offering a quieter retreat. As Qingyu opened the door, they spotted a few children lurking outside, who scampered away upon seeing the door ajar. Qingyu laughed and scolded those rascals. Yet, none of them truly bore any ill will towards the children. The trio soon found their way to the kitchen, where Mama Ping was directing several cooks bustling about. Upon seeing Mian Yunjiao, Mama Ping wiped her hands and stepped out, urging, "The smoke here is thick. You should return inside. Mother knows, and I am not afraid of these matters." Mama Ping sighed with a smile. Mian Yunjiao had never been spoiled. No matter how much old Madame Su doted on her, Mian Yunjiao always maintained her composure. Mama Ping stepped aside, and Mian Yunjiao entered the kitchen, finding it impeccably clean, which put her at ease. Behind the kitchen was a vegetable garden, vibrant with lush greens. After surveying the area, Mian Yunjiao felt reassured and decided to explore elsewhere. Just then, a young boy rushed over, a familiar face from the village. The boy, only acquainted with Mama Ping, informed her, "Mama, there's a carriage outside, claiming that the madam of the Su family has come to summon the old madam back. I didn't dare let anyone in. She's still waiting at the door." Quite clever, Mian Yunjiao exchanged a knowing glance with Qingyu. Qingyu discreetly took out some silver from her pocket to reward the boy, saying, "You've done well this time. This is your reward." The boy, thrilled, clutched the silver, surprised by this unexpected fortune. Mama Ping frowned slightly. "We just finished tidying up, and the madam arrives. If she were sincere, why didn't she come earlier? This is nothing but a bother." Once Mama Ping finished her complaints, Mian Yunjiao calmly remarked, "If you do not wish to meet her, then do not let the madam in. Mama Ping was taken aback. She merely meant to vent. However, given the status of Madame Su, how could she possibly refuse her entry? Shen Yunjiao smiled slyly. The physician mentioned that the old madam needs rest. Last night, the old madam seemed quite upset after speaking with the madam. If the old madam sees her again, she will surely be angered. It is better not to meet at all. Mama Ping's eyes lit up, realizing they were acting in the old madam's best interest by denying the madam's entry. If the madam dared to force her way in, it would show a disregard for the old madam's health. Mama Ping left eagerly. Shen Yunjiao turned to Shijing. You are astute. Go along and inquire if something has happened. Otherwise, why would the madam come in such haste? Shijing nodded and followed. As Shen Yunjiao returned, she found old Madame Su already awake, dressed with the assistance of Shige. Shen Yunjiao approached to help and shared the news of Madame Su's arrival. Old Madame Su's expression turned cold. The weasel pays a New Year visit to the hen. There is no good intent. Shen Yunjiao laughed. What intent could it be? We shall know once Mama Ping and the others return. At the entrance of the village, Madame Su appeared visibly displeased, not expecting that they would not even allow her to see the old madam. However, thinking of Su Lanxiao, who was still kneeling in the ancestral hall, Madame Su could only swallow her anger, reassuring Mama Ping, I will speak to the old madam properly this time. She will not be angered. Mama Ping stood like a guardian at the door, refusing to budge. Madam, please return. The old madam wishes to stay here for a few more days. She will naturally return in due time. Regardless of Madame Su's protests, Mama Ping repeated this phrase until, in the end, Madame Su conceded and departed. Mama Ping sighed in relief and instructed the villagers to guard the premises before returning. Shijing also gathered quite a bit of information, which he shared with old Madame Su and Shen Yunjiao. Everyone was enlightened, understanding why Madame Su's attitude had changed so rapidly. This Xia family. Old Madame Su shook her head, refraining from elaborating. A peculiar sensation stirred within Shen Yunjiao. This situation could easily be pinned on her. After all, she belonged neither to the Su family nor the Xia family. Such actions would bear no consequences for either side. Yet now, because of Su Lanxiao, both families were set to become adversaries. Suddenly, Shen Yunjiao's mind conjured the visage of Xiao Shijing. Could it be that he was aiding her from behind? Old madam, the stewed rock sugar pear is likely ready. I shall fetch it. Shige's crisp voice chimed in. Mama Ping replied, do go quickly. Shige went out. With Shige's interruption, Shen Yunjiao dismissed her wandering thoughts. Old madam, let's not dwell on troubling matters. Let us enjoy a few peaceful days in the village. Very well. Due to Madame Su's appearance, security around the village became notably stringent. When old Master Su returned that evening, learning of Madame Su's failure to resolve the matter, he erupted in anger. Upon discovering that Madame Su intended to deliver dinner to Su Lanxiao, old Master Su fumed. Let her starve. No one is to send her food without my permission. It was because of Su Lanxiao's antics that he had to tread carefully, feeling utterly humiliated. After venting his frustration, old Master Su went to visit concubine Hua. Madame Su, unwilling to let Su Lanxiao go hungry, discreetly arranged for food to be sent over and summoned Hongyu. After a lengthy day of sleep, Shen Yunjiao found herself less weary at night. She moved a chair to the window, opened it, and gazed outside. The sound of chirping insects delightfully soothing. She tilted her head upward, murmuring, why does the night sky here appear even more beautiful than that at the Bo residence? Qingyu chuckled softly. Oh, my silly girl, the night sky is the same everywhere. It is surely your good mood that makes it seem more splendid. Shen Yunjiao's lips curled into a genuine smile. Indeed, here she felt unburdened and free. Qingyu smiled, but chose not to burst the bubble of happiness, knowing they would eventually return to the Bo residence. After a while, Shen Yunjiao stood and headed to her inner chamber. Having already bathed and dressed, her long, silky hair cascaded down her back. Qingyu first closed the window before attending to Shen Yunjiao's needs. On her first night at the village, Shen Yunjiao had expected to struggle with the unfamiliar bed, but found herself sleeping soundly. When she opened her eyes again, sunlight streamed through the window. It took her a moment to remember she was in the village. She did not call for Qingyu, instead dressing herself and arranging her hair simply with a braid, adorning it with 2 pale yellow flower pins for a fresh, elegant look. Upon stepping outside, Qingyu was taken aback. Miss, isn't your attire a bit too simple? Shen Yunjiao laughed nonchalantly. There's no need for formality in the village. Quickly fetch warm water. I need to wash up. Qingyu hurried to the kitchen for warm water. After freshening up, Mian Yunjiao took Qingyu to visit old Madame Su. Old Madame Su was already awake, outside, admiring the flowers and plants growing along the wall. When she saw Mian Yunjiao, she smiled. The air here is wonderful. It invigorates the spirit. Indeed, old Madame Su appeared quite lively. Mian Yunjiao spent some time with her in the garden before turning to enter the house. After washing her hands, Shige brought in fresh fruits. After breakfast and a few pieces of fruit, Mian Yunjiao said, "Old Madam, I wish to visit the neighboring county." Old Madame Su was surprised. "What business do you have there? If you need to procure something, it would be better to go to the capital." Mian Yunjiao playfully entwined her arm around old Madame Su's. "Old Madam, it is rare for me to be out. I wish to explore more. Moreover, there are things in the county that are not available in the capital." Mama Ping chimed in, "Indeed, it is a rare outing. As long as you have enough company, a trip will be fine." In Mama Ping's mind, if Mian Yunjiao were a Su, she would never be allowed to go out alone. Old Madame Su reluctantly consented, teasingly admonishing, "Then your wish is granted, but do not let your heart run wild. Bring along more people." Mian Yunjiao shook her head. "As long as Qingyu accompanies me, that is enough. If you are concerned, let Shijing come along as well. Dressed as I am, like a commoner, who would suspect I came from the Beau residence?" Madame Su carefully examined Mian Yunjiao's attire, giving her a light pat, realizing that she had indeed changed into her outdoor garments. Mian Yunjiao playfully exclaimed, "I knew that Madame would be compassionate and would certainly agree." At that moment, Shi Chun went to find Steward Qin, requesting him to prepare the carriage. Steward Qin had discerned that the young lady accompanying Madame Su was not merely a daughter of the Su family, but had won Madame Su's affection. Thus, when the coachman brought the carriage to the estate's entrance, Steward Qin awaited them at the gate. Upon seeing the three young ladies approaching, he immediately brightened up. The trio resembled the young ladies of the estate in their attire, yet the poise of the one in the middle was unmistakably striking. Steward Qin greeted them. "The carriage is ready." "Thank you, Steward," Mian Yunjiao replied with a smile, and then boarded the carriage, followed by Qingyu and Shi Chun. As the carriage began to move, Mian Yunjiao's smile faded considerably. In truth, this journey to the county was not solely for leisure. She harbored ulterior motives. Seeking a skilled physician, she feared that the Su family had already begun to plot against Madame Su, administering a slow-acting poison to keep her alive just long enough to dispose of her when she became of no further use. Mian Yunjiao closed her eyes, suppressing the anger and hatred that surged within her. The loyal maids, Qingyu and Shi Chun, were her most trusted companions. In her previous life, Shi Chun had perished for the sake of Madame Su. This time, both Qingyu and Shi Chun were still quite young, exuberantly excited about their outing. Although they had previously ventured outside the Su residence, it was their first time visiting the countryside alongside Mian Yunjiao. In contrast, Mian Yunjiao remained composed. Shi Chun, with her lively spirit, boldly asked, "My lady, aren't you even a little curious?" Qingyu playfully poked Shi Chun's forehead, scolding her lightly. "Do you think Our Lady is as frivolous as you?" Shi Chun shyly laughed in response. Upon arriving at the county, Mian Yunjiao instructed the coachman to stop at the entrance, and she, along with her two maids, proceeded on foot. Given the county's modest size, they could easily traverse it by foot. As they entered the county, Mian Yunjiao, exercising caution, first entered a tailor's shop under the pretense of shopping, fully committed to her act. "Hey, sister-in-law, is that person not Yunjiao?" Shen Fong urgently tugged at Zhuang Shi's sleeve. Shen Fong, Mian Yunjiao's aunt, had seen her once before when accompanying Zhuang Shi to the Su residence. Mian Yunjiao resembled her mother closely, appearing distinctly different from the Shen family, which elicited no affection from Shen Fong. Zhuang Shi, being Shen Yunshui's biological mother and Mian Yunjiao's stepmother, had benefited considerably from Mian Yunjiao over the years. Since Madame Su had taken Mian Yunjiao in, the Shen family had enjoyed a prosperous life. This time, the two women were out to procure a dowry for Shen Yunshui. Upon hearing Shen Fong mention Mian Yunjiao, Zhuang Shi was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. "So what if she is here? She's not a true lady and cannot possibly remain confined within four walls." Her tone dripped with disdain. Even if Mian Yunjiao were soared to great heights, she would still be but a sparrow, unable to transform into a phoenix. Shen Fong tugged at Zhuang Shi's sleeve again, anxiously suggesting, "Sister-in-law, since Xin Yunjiao is here, wouldn't it be a perfect opportunity to ask her for some silver? Her sister is getting married, and she ought to express her sentiments." In truth, over the years, the Shun family had received numerous benefits from Xin Yunjiao, sufficient to sustain a comfortable life in the countryside. Moreover, Xin Yunjiao's father, Shun Heir, had leveraged the reputation of the Su family to amass wealth, preparing a substantial dowry for Shun Yunshui. However, who wouldn't desire an even more lavish dowry for their daughter? Zhuang Shi, swayed by Shun Fang's words, hurried to the tailor's shop, only to find that Shun Yunjiao had already departed. Shun Fang stamped her foot in frustration. "Sister-in-law, I will go investigate what Shun Yunjiao is doing here." Zhuang Shi grasped Shun Fang's arm, suspiciously asking, "Since when have you shown such concern for Shun Yunjiao?" Usually, Shun Fang never mentioned her, treating her as if she were non-existent. Shun Fang chuckled lightly. Zhuang Shi narrowed her eyes, questioning if He-san had returned to gambling again, accumulating a significant debt. Shun Fang's face paled in acknowledgement. Zhuang Shi was torn between chastising Shun Fang for her foolishness or commending her loyalty. At over 20, nearing 30, Shun Fang remained unmarried due to her attachment to He-san. At her age, finding a suitable match would be nearly impossible. Her heart was entirely devoted to He-san, unwilling to marry another. He-san, not much younger, was a gambler who had squandered his fortune. Without Shun Fang's support, he might have perished of starvation or met a grim fate at the hands of his creditors. Lowering her head, Shun Fang's voice trembled. "If I do not help him, who else will? His parents have severed ties with him. I cannot bear to watch him die." Zhuang Shi sighed and released her grip, conceding, "Do as you wish." Shun Fang hurried off to find out Shun Yunjiao's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Shun Yunjiao remained oblivious to being watched. After visiting several shops, she entered a medical clinic. Qing Yu, concerned, asked, "My lady, do you not feel well? Why have we come to the clinic?" Shun Yunjiao smiled. "I merely wish to consult a doctor for some tonic to bolster Madame's health." Shi Chun, puzzled, replied, "But the doctors in the capital have already prescribed remedies for her." Shun Yunjiao explained, "You see, some miraculous physicians can only be found in these rural areas. Their skills may surpass even those of the imperial physicians." Shi Chun fell silent, admiring Shun Yunjiao's wisdom and broad perspective. The clinic was eerily quiet, devoid of any physicians or attendants. Shun Yunjiao instinctively lowered her voice. "You two wait for me here. I will take a quick look in the back." Qing Yu quickly grasped Shun Yunjiao's sleeve, insisting, "My lady, let us accompany you." "No need, I will only take a glance. If there is no one, I shall return," Shun Yunjiao insisted. Reluctantly, Qing Yu released her grip, and Shun Yunjiao proceeded toward the back courtyard, intending only to peek and see if the doctor was busy there. She had heard that the back of the clinic was where herbs were dried, and perhaps, if the weather permitted, the doctor might be tending to them. However, just as she reached the back, a sudden gust of wind struck her face, followed by the chilling sensation of something cold against her neck. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a gleaming blade at her throat, and the pungent smell of blood filled her nostrils, causing her stomach to churn. Clenching her lips tightly, she understood that if she screamed at this moment, her assailant would undoubtedly silence her without hesitation. Thus, she remained silent, waiting for the other party to speak first. Zhou Xinghao expected the girl before him to scream in terror at the sight of the knife at her neck, perhaps even faltering in shock. After all, the palace maids were typically timid, easily cowed into submission at the slightest show of authority. Yet, the young lady before him, while her complexion paled slightly, maintained an admirable composure. Zhou Xinghao's suspicions heightened. Such calmness suggested she might be an assassin sent by someone. His grip tightened, and the sharp blade left a crimson mark on her delicate neck. It appeared this girl lacked any martial skills. Otherwise, had he not restrained himself, she would have already succumbed to his blade. Shun Yunjiao gasped in pain. Zhou Xinghao immediately whispered a warning, "Do not make a sound." Shun Yunjiao, incensed, found irony in the situation. This man wielding a knife against her neck had dared to command her silence while inflicting harm. Shun Yunjiao could not suppress her retort, questioning whether he would remain silent with a knife at his throat. In response, a soft laugh floated from behind her, followed by the sensation of the knife being withdrawn from her neck. Turning to glance back, she realized the man had vanished. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she urgently called out, "Qing Yu, Shichen, come quickly." With more people around, Surely the man would not dare to act so brazenly again. Upon hearing her cries, the two rushed over, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of Zhon Yunjiao's pale skin marred by visible bloodstains on her neck. Qingyu's heart ached. When had her young lady endured such distress? Though not of the Su family, she had been nurtured with care and had never suffered such a grievous injury, especially not to her neck. Almost in tears, Qingyu asked, "Does it hurt? What on earth happened to cause this injury?" As Qingyu fretted, Shijing dashed into the adjoining room, pulling the doctor out with great urgency. Although the doctor was elderly, he was awkwardly dragged along by Shijing, who was surprisingly strong for her size. The doctor, having been sound asleep, was taken aback by the suddenness of his extraction. "Please, young lady, have mercy. My old bones cannot withstand such treatment," he implored. Unfazed, Shijing insisted. "Hurry and see my lady. She has injured her neck." "Is it serious?" In an instant, the doctor was jolted awake by the mention of a neck injury. He promptly examined Zhon Yunjiao's wound and, after a moment, stated, "It is nothing serious, merely a surface wound." A collective sigh of relief escaped Qingyu and Shijing. But Shijing quickly followed up with another question. "Will it leave a scar?" Qingyu's heart sank at the thought. What would they do if it did? The doctor reassured them. "I have a scar-removing ointment. I will provide you with some to apply. Follow me, and I will bandage the wound." The doctor led Zhon Yunjiao and her companions to the front, where he carefully dressed her injury. As she touched the thick bandage around her neck, a bitter smile crossed her face. Returning like this would surely raise alarms with the old matriarch. She would be worried sick. Feigning casualness, Zhon Yunjiao asked, "Doctor, why were you sleeping in the house just now? Do you know the man from the back courtyard?" The doctor, confused, replied, "What man? I had too much to drink last night, and only just woke up. I have no family. Perhaps he was a stranger who wandered in." Zhon Yunjiao subtly shifted the conversation. "Could you come to my estate tomorrow to change my dressing? My two maidservants are rather clumsy and unable to do it properly." Qingyu and Shijing exchanged awkward glances, but refrained from voicing any objections. The doctor scrutinized Zhon Yunjiao, noting that it was unusual for someone of her status to be accompanied by two maidservants. "At my age, long journeys are too taxing. You should seek someone more capable," he advised. Qingyu quickly interjected, "Rest assured, the consultation fee will be generous." The doctor shook his head, stroking his grizzled beard. "At my age, such worldly matters hold little importance." Smelling the alcohol on the doctor's breath, Zhon Yunjiao smiled and said, "I recall that the wine buried beneath the big locust tree at the estate has been there for nearly 20 years. It's about time we let the old matriarch taste it while we're at the estate." The doctor perked up at this, his cloudy eyes sparkling with interest as he eagerly looked at Zhon Yunjiao. Ignoring his gaze, she said, "Qingyu, Shijing, let us return." The doctor, stammering and eager, followed closely behind them, almost scratching his head in confusion. As Zhon Yunjiao reached the door, she turned back and said, "Doctor, if you come tomorrow, I can save you half a jar of wine." "That sounds splendid. I shall definitely come tomorrow," the doctor eagerly responded. Zhon Yunjiao exchanged a knowing glance with Qingyu, who then provided the doctor with the estate's address. After they had walked a considerable distance, the doctor could still be heard calling after them, "Rest assured, I will arrive punctually tomorrow." Unable to contain her laughter, Zhon Yunjiao soon fell into contemplation as she boarded the carriage. Her neck injury would undoubtedly be discovered, and the old matriarch would surely be distressed. After a while, she concocted an excuse. "I'll tell her I accidentally scratched myself while trying on a hairpin." Qingyu and Shijing exchanged glances, their expressions filled with concern. "Do you think the old matriarch will believe that?" they asked uncertainly. Zhon Yunjiao, slightly irritated, replied, "That's the story we'll stick with. Can you think of a better excuse?" They both shook their heads in defeat. Upon returning to the estate, the old matriarch indeed looked devastated at the sight of Zhon Yunjiao's neck. If it weren't for the need to protect the wound, she would have torn the bandage off to inspect the severity of the injury. "It's just a small cut. Really, there's no bleeding. These two maidservants are making a fuss, insisting I see a doctor," Zhon Yunjiao reassured her. The matriarch frowned. "How can you remain so cheerful? For a young lady, even a minor wound is significant. What if it leaves a scar?" Zhon Yunjiao, noticing the old matriarch's growing concern, quickly interjected, "It won't leave a scar. The doctor even prescribed ointment to prevent scarring, so please don't worry." Still unconvinced, the old matriarch suggested, "Perhaps we should return to the capital this afternoon. The doctors there are far more skilled." Zhon Yunjiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, matriarch. I wish to stay at the estate a few more days. I do not want to return so soon. Facing those troubles again would be unbearable. Seeing the tears welling in Shun Yunjiao's eyes, the old matriarch's heart softened. Very well, we shall not return just yet. Rest for a while, and then join me for lunch, she said gently. Thank you, matriarch, Shun Yunjiao replied, leading Xingyu back inside. Once Shun Yunjiao had left, the old matriarch could not help but confide in Mama Ping. You see, although she does not voice it, she is still troubled by the broken engagement. Mama Ping responded. Indeed, they have spent time together. How could she not be saddened? The old matriarch fell silent for a moment before asking Shijing how Shun Yunjiao had sustained her neck injury. Shijing, head bowed, recounted the fabricated excuse Shun Yunjiao had come up with, her heart racing with anxiety over whether the old matriarch would believe it. After a moment of silence, the old matriarch sighed heavily. It seems this engagement has indeed affected her. Otherwise, how could she be so careless? Determined, she resolved to find a suitable match for Shun Yunjiao, hoping that once occupied, her thoughts would shift away from the Luo family. Mama Ping remarked, in all my years, the finest young man I have encountered is Master Jing. If only he and the young lady. Realizing her faux pas, she quickly corrected herself. Apologies, I misspoke. Given the disparity in their statuses, it is utterly impossible. The old matriarch remained silent, refraining from chastising Mama Ping. Go to the kitchen and instruct them to prepare a hearty meal for lunch, she ordered. Yes, I will do so at once. At the Su residence, Han Yu trembled at the thought of being summoned by the Lady Su again. For days, she had been called in for lectures on propriety, leaving her utterly exhausted. Unable to take her frustrations out on Shun Yunjiao, Lady Su had redirected her anger towards Han Yu. Furthermore, with Su Lanxiu still kneeling in the ancestral hall and the old matriarch refusing to see her, Lady Su was seething with pent-up rage. When Han Yu finally emerged from her meeting with Lady Su, her limbs trembled uncontrollably. Upon inspecting her palms, she discovered blisters forming on her fingers, the result of holding a copper basin filled with boiling water. The pain was something she would never forget. Upon realizing that she had suffered in place of Shun Yunjiao, her heart was filled with both anger and grievance. Since following Shun Yunjiao, she had encountered no good fortune, only a multitude of misfortunes. Due to the Luo family's withdrawal from the engagement, she had often been the subject of scorn from the servants of the Su family. She had kept her frustrations bottled up inside. Now that Shun Yunjiao and the old Lady Su were not at the Su residence, she and the housekeeper had casually found an excuse to step outside. She directly sought out Luo Shuyin, as the situation had become increasingly convoluted. Ever since returning from the Dingbei Marquise, compounded by the rumors circulating outside, Luo Shun had been in a state of bewilderment. Under the persistent counsel of Madame Luo, he finally resolved to set aside Shun Yunjiao and focus on his studies to achieve academic success. However, when Han Yu came to find him, he still went out to meet her. He could not quite articulate why he still held some hope. Young Master Luo, you have finally come. I thought you were unwilling to see me. Han Yu sighed in relief. Luo Shuyin's smile was faint as he inquired, what brings you here? Han Yu immediately sensed Luo Shuyin's aloofness, her heart sinking. Were all men so heartless? She feigned ignorance, wiping her eyes to make them red, and pitifully stated, Young Master Luo, do you not know that my young lady went to the village for you? Luo Shuyin, having secluded himself for days in study, was unaware of this development and hurriedly asked, why did Jiao Jiao go to the village? She is so delicate. Wouldn't that be hardship for her? Han Yu continued her lamentation. My young lady did this for you. Despite her outward show of strength, she has been melancholic ever since your engagement was broken. She went to the village to clear her mind. Luo Shuyin could no longer maintain his indifferent facade. Sorrow etched across his face as he realized Shun Yunjiao held feelings for him. Sensing that she had stirred something within him, Han Yu's gaze flickered. My young lady is willing to endure hardship for you. Young Master Luo, if you do not go to see her, it would be truly heartless. Luo Shun gave a bitter smile. I truly do not have the time lately. Han Yu shot him a glare. Well, I've said what I needed to say. What you choose to do is up to you. With that, she departed. She was confident that Luo Shuyin was soft-hearted and easily swayed, and he would not be so cruel. Indeed, after hearing Han Yu's words, Luo Shuyin found himself incapable of concentrating on his studies. It was already too late to go out to the village that day, but he resolved to see Shun Yunjiao the following day. With this thought, his spirits lifted. Just as he managed to calm his mind to read a few pages, his servant, Gui, burst into the study. The Luo family was not particularly distinguished, and there were many lapses in their propriety. Gui entered the study without knocking, and Luo Shuyin casually remarked, "What is the hurry?" "What is it?" Gui replied, "Miss Shun has come to see you, young master." Luo Shuyin was both surprised and suspicious, but ultimately pleased. He set aside his scroll and stepped out from behind his desk, his tone filled with curiosity. "Why has Jiao come? Isn't she in the countryside?" Gui exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "Young master, I didn't clarify. It is the second young lady of the Shun family." Luo Shun was greatly disappointed and returned to his desk, dejectedly stating, "I have no time. Send her away." "That may not be proper." Gui hesitated. Luo Shuyin snapped, "What is improper about it? If my studies are delayed, my mother will not spare you." Gui shrank back, frightened, and quickly exited, for everyone in the Luo household feared Madame Luo. Today, Shen Yinshui rose early and personally prepared some pastries to deliver to Luo Shuyin. Considering her usual pampered existence, her efforts for him were extraordinary. She had already envisioned a future together with Luo Shuyin, living a happy life and bearing children. As she dreamily contemplated this, she was taken aback when it was Gui who came to meet her. "Where is Shuyin? Why hasn't he come out?" Gui awkwardly replied, "The young master is studying and has no time to come out." Shen Yunshui gritted her teeth, certain it was an excuse. If it were Mian Yunjiao who had come, he would have surely appeared. Little did she know she had hit the mark, leaving Gui awkwardly smiling. Gui was simple-minded and could not hide his feelings. Shen Yunshui quickly noticed Gui's discomfort. "What are you hiding from me?" Gui hesitated but dared not speak. Shen Yunshui shoved the basket into Gui's arms and pulled out a piece of silver. "Now, can you tell me?" Gui chuckled nervously and revealed that Hongyu had come to see Luo Shen. Shen Yunshui was instantly enraged, grinding her teeth in fury. After Hongyu's visit, Luo Shuyin had grown distant with her. Wasn't it clear what that meant? It must have been Shen Yunjiao who instigated Hongyu to say something that caused Luo Shuyin to disdain her. With a huff, Shen Yunshui returned home. Upon arriving, she encountered Zhuangshi and burst into tears. "Mother, that wretched Shen Yunjiao is still entangled with Shuyin. Now that Shuyin no longer wants me, what should I do?" she cried, gasping for breath. Zhuangshi was taken aback and filled with concern as she embraced Shen Yunshui. "Speak carefully and tell me what happened." Through her sobbing, Shen Yunshui recounted the events. Zhuangshi, incensed, slammed her hand on the table. "That shameless little wretch." The Luo family broke off the engagement, yet she still shamelessly clings to him. Shen Yunshui clutched Zhuangshi's arm. "Mother, you must stand up for me. Do not worry. I will not let her off easily. Tomorrow, I will go find her and berate her until she cannot hold her head high." Zhuangshi's eyes burned with hatred. Shen Yunshui hesitated. "But the Su family is not so easily accessible. Last time, if it weren't for the Su family matriarch opening the door for us, how could we have entered?" Zhuangshi explained, "She is not at the Su family. She is in the countryside. Today, I saw her while out with your aunt. I will ask your aunt to find out where she is now. You rest well. Tomorrow we will go and scold that little wretch thoroughly." Shen Yunshui felt a flicker of doubt. What if in her anger, she decided to stop sending money home? Zhuang Shi scoffed, "Impossible. Filial piety reigns supreme. If she dares defy your father, she will earn a reputation for being unfilial. The scorn of others will drown her." Only then did Shen Yunshui feel completely reassured. The next day, Luo Shuyin could not sleep at all, so he rose early and set off for the countryside. He was not skilled at riding, so the journey took considerable effort. Gui urged him to take a carriage, but he refused. Luo Shuyin believed that if Shen Yunjiao saw him riding gallantly, she would be even more enamored. Gui had no choice but to accompany him on horseback. As the sun rose, they had just exited the city. Gui wore a worried expression, unsure how many more hours they would need to ride to reach the village. Once outside the city, they followed the main road. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance, growing ever closer. Luo Shin hurriedly attempted to steer his horse aside, but his riding skills were lacking, and the horse did not obey him. He was drenched in sweat from anxiety. As the sound of hooves approached, Luo Shuyin's face flushed with panic, feeling utterly helpless. Gui shouted, "Young master, do not worry about the horse. Jump down quickly." Just as Luo Shuyin was about to leap from the horse, He tripped on the reins and fell to the ground in a heap. The sound of hooves roared in his ears. As he looked up, he saw a group of mounted men approaching, and Ague's breath hitched as he feared for his young master's safety. At that moment, just when Ague thought his young master was doomed beneath the hooves, the group of riders suddenly halted. Lu Shuyin lifted his head and found himself face to face with a horse's hoof, robust and powerful, capable of crushing his spine with ease. Instantly, he was stricken with fear, his face paling and lips trembling, yet unable to utter a single word. The rider, whose identity remained unknown, boisterously exclaimed, "What is that overpowering stench? Who wet their pants?" The crowd quickly noticed the dampness on Lu Shuyin's garment, and Agu, equally embarrassed, wished desperately to dig a hole and vanish. However, Lu Shuyin was his master. He hastily dismounted to assist him. Unfortunately, Lu Shuyin was paralyzed with fright, lacking the strength to rise. After a prolonged moment, he managed to stammer in broad daylight, "Do you not recognize the law?" The riders laughed, except for the man at the center, who remained impassive, devoid of any trace of mirth. Though he spoke not a word, his presence was impossible to ignore. His countenance, as exquisite as jade, was striking, yet the chill and hostility emanating from him made others recoil in trepidation. Though mounted, his posture was as graceful as if he were in a study, wielding a brush upon pristine rice paper, enchanting to behold. He remained silent, but his companion, Xiao Feng, indignantly interjected, "I must inquire, what are you doing blocking the road? If our horses are startled, what punishment do you deserve?" Though his tone was domineering, Lu Shuyin indeed lay across the thoroughfare, obstructing passage. At a loss for words, Lu Shuyin's companion, Ague, spoke up, "Our young master has been frightened by you." Though somewhat humiliating, this statement could deflect some blame. Xiao Shijing, with a blank expression, signaled to Xiao Feng. Clearing his throat, Xiao Feng remarked, "From your accents, you seem to be from the capital." After a lengthy pause, he could only muster such triviality. Meanwhile, Lu Shuyin gained a modicum of strength, and with Ague's support, managed to stand. His trousers were soaked and uncomfortably sticky, accompanied by an unpleasant odor, causing Lu Shuyin's face to flush crimson with embarrassment. Xiao Feng feigned surprise. "Are you not Lu Shuyin of the Lu family? The one who broke off the engagement with your sister to pursue her younger sibling?" Those behind him chimed in. "Indeed, I've seen him. He is Lu Shuyin. TSK, I finally see the man himself. I expected someone remarkable, yet he turns out to be a fool. Surely, Miss Shun discerned your true character and voluntarily ended the engagement." They derided him, each taking turns to belittle Lu Shuyin, who felt a pang of anger deep within, yet the imposing figures surrounding him left him feeling powerless. What if he said the wrong thing and suffered physical repercussions? Ague attempted to defend Lu Shuyin, but was halted by his master. Xiao Feng mocked, "If the people of the capital knew that Lu Gongzi wet his pants from fright, I wonder what they would think." Lu Shuyin's face turned a deep shade of purple. "Do not speak of it. I want tea, but others will." Xiao Feng pointed to passers-by. Initially drawn by curiosity, the onlookers, upon hearing Xiao Feng, quickly lowered their heads and hastened their steps. Lu Shuyin, feeling utterly humiliated, was rendered speechless, as if he might faint at any moment. Alarmed, Ague hurriedly helped Lu Shuyin onto a horse, sharing one steed back to the capital, abandoning the other. If Lu Shuyin were to suffer any ill effects from this humiliation, Madame Lu would undoubtedly hold him accountable. After the two departed in a state of disarray, Xiao Feng sighed. He was adept at fighting, but found verbal confrontations exceedingly challenging. With a grimace, he remarked, "Master, please do not involve me in such matters again. I excel at physical confrontations, but this..." Upon sensing Xiao Shijing's icy gaze, Xiao Feng promptly fell silent, adopting a serious demeanor. "While I may not be adept at such matters, whatever you command, even if it leads me through fire and water, I shall not waver." Xiao Shijing scoffed coldly, glancing into the distance toward the estate where old Madame Su and others were temporarily residing. After a lingering gaze, he retracted his sight, ultimately steering his direction towards the capital. At the estate, Mian Yunjiao had risen early, instructing her people to unearth wine jars beneath the locust tree. Numerous bottles of wine had been buried there, prepared by old Madame Su years prior, intended for her granddaughters. However, with Su Qingqing's departure and the unfilial nature of her other granddaughters, Old Madame Su had relinquished her plans and forgotten the wine. Had Shen Yunjiao not mentioned it, it would have remained buried in the past. Although the purpose of the wine remained unclear to Old Madame Su, she graciously acquiesced to Shen Yunjiao as request. Standing aside, she watched as they dug. After approximately half an hour, they finally unearthed a jar. The rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air, eliciting a smile from Shen Yunjiao. She instinctively touched the bandage around her neck. This injury had turned out to be fortuitous. Initially, she had been troubled about how to explain her visit from the doctor to Old Madame Su, but now she had an apt excuse. The doctor, surnamed Liu, had a penchant for wine and little else. Upon hearing Shen Yunjiao mention decades-old fine wine, he had spent a restless night, arriving eagerly at dawn. Normally, he would complain after a short walk, but this time he traversed a considerable distance with remarkable energy. The young boy guarding the estate had received prior instructions from Shen Yunjiao, so upon seeing Dr. Liu with his medical box, he promptly allowed him entry. As Dr. Liu stepped into the estate, he halted abruptly. Squinting, he sniffed the air keenly. Without needing guidance from the estate staff, he followed the scent to the locust tree, where he spotted Shen Yunjiao standing nearby. Shen Yunjiao greeted him with a smile. "Doctor, you have finally arrived." He. The aroma of the wine is delightful. After such a long walk, I am parched. Let me have a taste. However, Shen Yunjiao did not grant him his wish, laughing. "Doctor, first replace my bandages, and then this jar of wine shall be yours." Yesterday, she had promised him half a jar. Today, she offered an entire jar, causing Dr. Liu to smile broadly, his eyes narrowing into slits. Shen Yunjiao led Dr. Liu to Old Madame Su's chamber. "While I change my bandages, please leave the room. I prefer not to be watched." Shen Yunjiao, rarely assertive, adopted a playful tone. Old Madame Su was accustomed to yielding to her wishes, so only Mama Ping and Qingyu remained in the room. Old Madame Su and Mama Ping scrutinized Shen Yunjiao's neck, having never seen the injury beneath the bandage, uncertain of its severity. Despite Shen Yunjiao's insistence that it was not serious, they remained unconvinced without a direct glimpse. Moreover, Dr. Liu, with his graying hair, was of an age that could easily be a grandfather. Thus, there was no need for gender decorum. Although Dr. Liu appeared unreliable, his bandaging technique was remarkably proficient. In no time, he had completed the task. Old Madame Su finally beheld the wound on Shen Yunjiao's neck. Though it had scabbed over, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. After changing the bandage and tidying his medical box, Dr. Liu chuckled softly. "The bandages are changed, but is it?" Shen Yunjiao touched the bandage around her neck, her almond eyes sparkling. "Not yet, doctor. First, please take Old Madame's pulse." Old Madame Su hesitated, hastily saying, "There's no need to trouble yourself." Shen Yunjiao grasped Old Madame Su's hand. "Old Madame, it's merely a pulse check. It's no trouble at all." Reluctantly, Old Madame Su acquiesced. Checking the pulse was indeed a simple matter, and Dr. Liu readily agreed without hesitation. Anticipating the fine wine awaiting him, a smile lingered on Dr. Liu's lips, impossible to suppress. Suddenly, his expression shifted, the smile vanishing and seriousness enveloping him. Observing the change in Dr. Liu's demeanor, Shen Yunjiao's heart raced, and both Old Madame Su and Mama Ping became unsettled. However, to avoid disturbing Dr. Liu while he took the pulse, the three could only suppress their anxiety. As Dr. Liu withdrew his hand, Shen Yunjiao hastily inquired, "Doctor, how is my elderly matron faring?" "Doctor." Liu stroked his beard and shook his head, expressing his sentiments. "The affairs of affluent families are indeed complex. This matron has been administered a slow-acting poison. Over time, her health will deteriorate to the point where she can do little more than lie in bed, clinging to life as a mere puppet, only able to breathe." Shen Yunjiao was taken aback. In her previous life, the old matron, much like Dr. Liu had described, had gradually succumbed to weakness, consulting numerous esteemed physicians in the capital. Yet none could offer a remedy. Ultimately, she had become so frail that she lacked the strength to walk. It dawned on Shen Yunjiao that the Su family had already begun to poison the matron at this juncture. A deep-seated hatred flickered in her eyes. As an outsider, she could honor and respect the old matron, yet those of the Su lineage could not tolerate her. The old matron was equally astonished, questioning, "Poisoned? How can that be?" Aunt Ping, perplexed, asked, "Doctor, could there be an error? Who would dare poison our matron?" Dr. Liu raised an eyebrow. What motive would I have to deceive you? If you doubt my words, you may seek another physician's counsel. Aunt Ping's complexion turned pale. Could it truly be that the matron had been poisoned? The old matron, concerned, insisted, "Doctor, please check Yunjiao's pulse as well." She feared that Shen Yunjiao might also be a victim of the poison. With pursed lips, Shen Yunjiao extended her hand. After examining her pulse, Dr. Lu confirmed, "Miss Shen is unharmed." The old matron exhaled a sigh of relief. Shen Yunjiao queried, "Doctor, is there an antidote?" Dr. Lu replied, "This poison takes years to manifest its effects. As long as she avoids further contact, the remnants within her system will soon be expelled, and there is no cause for great concern." Shen Yunjiao called out, "Shijing." Shijing hurried in. "Take Dr. Lu to fetch some wine, and have the kitchen prepare a feast. Fine wine deserves fine dishes for true enjoyment." Shen Yunjiao's words resonated with Dr. Lu's heart, and he chuckled foolishly before following Shijing out. Once they were gone, Shen Yunjiao lowered her voice. The immediate priority is... Catching sight of Shige bringing tea, she quickly altered her words. "We must promptly repair the screens in my quarters. Last night, a swarm of mosquitoes invaded, and I scarcely slept." The old matron glanced at Shige and casually remarked, "Shige, take some people to Yunjiao's room and mend the screens." After Shige set the tea down and acknowledged the order, she departed. Aunt Ping emerged shortly after and nodded towards Shen Yunjiao and the old matron. Shen Yunjiao whispered, "Matron, there's a traitor among us." The old matron pondered, unsure who could devise such a scheme against her frail self. Regardless of her advanced age, the prospect of leaving this world did not concern her. Yet, upon gazing at Shen Yunjiao's youthful and vibrant face, her heart softened. If she were to depart, who would support Shen Yunjiao in her stead? Aunt Ping contemplated. All the maids and servants who have come to serve in the Pinkong courtyard have been thoroughly vetted for their reputable backgrounds. Shen Yunjiao replied coldly, "Perhaps someone has been bribed and turned against us." Aunt Ping hesitated. Should we investigate each one individually? Would that not be overly cumbersome and potentially alarm the perpetrator? After a moment's thought, Shen Yunjiao concluded, "There is no need to investigate everyone. Poisoning typically occurs through food or spices. The matron does not favor spices, so it must be in the food. Since I share meals and quarters with the matron and have not been affected, it must be something she alone consumes." Aunt Ping noted, if it is something only the matron consumes, it would be the restorative medicines or tea. Shen Yunjiao rarely drank tea, indulging only on rare occasions. Thus, it would be easier to investigate. With a sigh of relief, she reassured, "Matron, do not worry. I shall unearth the traitor." A glint of determination shone in Aunt Ping's eyes. Anyone daring to poison under her watch would not escape her wrath. While Shen Yunjiao and Aunt Ping conspired, the old matron remained silent. Regardless of who had poisoned her, the betrayal would inevitably wound her heart. Shen Yunjiao and Aunt Ping exchanged glances, and Aunt Ping said, "Miss, you should attend to your matters. That doctor appears to be an otherworldly figure. We must not neglect him, for he may prove useful in the future." Only then did the old matron speak. "Yunjiao, you may go. Aunt Ping, gather some elderly women from the estate to converse with me about the past." Seeing the old matron regain her spirit, Shen Yunjiao and Aunt Ping exited, allowing other maids to attend to the matron. When Shige returned from Shen Yunjiao's quarters, she proceeded to the old matron. Noticing the untouched tea on the table, Shige suggested, "Matron, shall I brew you a pot of fine pu'er tea?" The old matron nodded, and Shige went to prepare the tea. Meanwhile, Shen Yunjiao ventured to the kitchen, only to find Dr. Lu slumped in a pile of straw, sound asleep with a wine jar cradled in his arms. She frowned, surprised at how quickly he had succumbed to drunkenness. Qingyu chuckled, "Miss, you did not witness him, Doctor. Lu drinks like a bandit and cannot be dissuaded." Observing Dr. Lu's fervor for drink, Shen Yunjiao merely shook her head. She sought a room and summoned a few strong young men to help carry Dr. Lu to rest. They would arrange for a carriage to take him home once he awoke. "Very well," Qingyu added, "when we send Dr. Lu back, should we not gift him another jar of wine?" The exquisite wine that had been buried for decades had already been consumed by Dr. Lu, yet there were still other fine wines available. Shen Yunjiao shook her head. "No need for more wine. Let's send some fresh produce from the estate instead." "Understood." Worrying about the old matron, Shen Yunjiao decided to return and keep her company. Suddenly, a young boy rushed over. "Sister, you must come quickly. 3 unruly women are causing a ruckus at the estate's entrance." Shen Yunjiao frowned, incredulous that anyone would dare create a disturbance at the estate of the loyal and valiant Earl. Do you know who they are? She inquired. The boy pondered for a moment before replying. They seem to be from the Shun family. Shen Yunjiao's pupils dilated, followed by a cold smile. She had not anticipated that the Shun family could locate this place. The visit from the Shun family could only signify two motives, either to confront her about Luo Shuyin or to demand money. A surge of indignation welled within Shen Yunjiao. Did outsiders perceive her and the old matron as so easily bullied? She composed herself and called for Qingyu and Shichen, along with several robust women from the estate. And together, they proceeded to the entrance. Before they reached the door, they could hear the piercing voice of a woman outside. The loudest of all was Zhuang Shi, who had grown up in the countryside and had never lost an argument. She was now shouting and pounding her thigh. Shen Yunjiao, you shameless wretch, come out. You disgraceful one, I spit on you. What do you mean by being a refined young lady? How dare you entangle yourself with your own brother-in-law? The old matron has truly blinded herself by keeping a rat like you close. Let me tell you, Master Luo and Yunxiue are in love. Do not harbor any more thoughts about your brother-in-law. Shen Yunjiao, you little hussy, come out. Shen Yunxiue, holding a handkerchief to her eyes, appeared pitiful and elicited sympathy from the onlookers. The crowd quickly gathered, and upon hearing Zhuang Shi's accusations, they began to understand the situation. Some shook their heads in disbelief. Is there really such a shameless woman in this world? To covet her own brother-in-law? What else would she not do? Yet, one among them remarked, wait, she seems familiar. Ah, how could one forget? This Shen Yunjiao is the one adopted by the old matron of the Su family. Such matters have been recounted by those from the Su family's estate. TSK, a sparrow cannot transform into a phoenix. Lady Su has truly lost her senses this time. In the courtyard, Qingyu and Shichen were so infuriated that their faces turned crimson, nearly bursting forth to tear apart the deceitful lips of the Zhuang family. How could this wicked woman so easily distort right and wrong? Shen Yunjiao, however, merely laughed. She had initially thought that the Zhuang family had come to provoke a physical altercation, especially seeing how many people she had brought along. It turned out they intended to engage in a war of words, and she was more than willing to match their resolve. After giving Qingyu and Shichen a few instructions, the two maids' eyes sparkled with determination, and they swiftly exited through the side gate of the courtyard. Being in the courtyard and inspired by Shen Yunjiao, they dressed in the most unpretentious manner, blending seamlessly among the onlookers without raising any suspicions. Meanwhile, the Zhuang family continued their vociferous tirade. They didn't necessarily require Shen Yunjiao to confront them. They only needed to utter words that could tarnish a reputation. Luo Shuyin, being a scholar, would find it beneath him to take a concubine of such dubious standing. This way, Shen Yunjiao would be utterly severed from Luo Shuyin. Oh, I seem to recall that it was young Master Luo who first spoke of an engagement with Miss Shen. A clear, ringing female voice echoed from the crowd. The Zhuang matriarch was momentarily taken aback, scanning the crowd for the source of the voice, but found no one suspicious. She snapped back, nonsense. The woman persisted. It's impossible. My mother is a maidservant in the Su household, and there is no way it could be false. I even heard my mother mention that the Luo family recently withdrew their proposal to the Su family, claiming that young Master Luo has taken a fancy to Miss Shen Heir, your daughter. Beside her, another woman chimed in, I know about this. At that time, young Master Luo insisted that he was left with no choice and must take responsibility for Miss Shen Heir. But what exactly did he do to her? What kind of responsibility? At this, the crowd's gaze towards the Zhuang family shifted significantly. It turned out that the accuser was merely a thief crying stop thief. Shen Yunxiue felt a burning embarrassment as she was scrutinized by everyone. Despite her fiery temperament, she was still a naive young girl, wishing fervently to disappear into the ground under the ridicule of the crowd. Shen Fong remained silent, having accompanied them merely to see if she could extract some silver from Shen Yunjiao, and naturally did not wish to draw any mud upon herself. The Zhuang matriarch, fuming, stood up with her hands on her hips, shouting, Who dares to speak such vile nonsense? The woman concealed within the crowd retorted, I swear upon my life that my words are the truth. Do you dare to take an oath? Immediately, some onlookers egged her on, saying, Yes, take an oath. If you lie, may your offspring meet a wretched fate. The Zhuang matriarch's bravado diminished significantly, How could she dare to make such an oath? She stubbornly shouted, I am not lying. I will not speak to you. I will only speak to Shen Yunjiao. Shen Yunjiao, come out. Your unwillingness to take an oath reveals your guilt. Someone shouted. You blame Miss Shun for her conduct, but it is clearly your own daughter who lacks propriety, coveting her brother-in-law. Spitting on the ground, the woman added, who is truly shameless here. Her words incited a wave of jeers directed at the Zhuang family. The matriarch's fury waned. Laced with venom, she retorted, woe to you if I discover your identity. Unfortunately for her, the crowd was too vast, and she could not locate the two women who had disrupted her plans. Shen Yunjiao was reduced to tears, not anticipating that she would be publicly humiliated. The relentless accusations made her feel mortified. She tugged at her mother's sleeve, weeping, Mother, let us return home. This is too embarrassing. Just then, the door of the courtyard swung open. A stern-faced matron emerged, her voice carrying perfectly for all to hear. My lady has asked that you all enter. Although you disregard her dignity by airing this disgrace, my lady is kind-hearted and will not stoop to your level. As the matron finished speaking, someone in the crowd exclaimed, look at how well-bred these noble young ladies are. Some people, despite their age, still fail to understand that family shame should not be aired in public. This elicited a wave of laughter. The Zhuang matriarch's face flushed with embarrassment and rage, alternating between red and pale, as she hastily pulled Shen Yunjiao and Shen Feng inside, provoking further mockery. Upon entering the courtyard, she quickly ordered, close the door. Quickly. The stern matron, known as Mama Zheng, was the sister of Ping Mama, responsible for training the maids. Her demeanor was notoriously unyielding. The newly arrived maids, upon seeing Mama Zheng's stern countenance, instantly became obedient, far more effective than any disciplinary tool. Mama Zheng's voice was flat and devoid of inflection. Please wait. It is inconvenient to close the door with people entering and exiting from the courtyard. The Zhuang matriarch glared at the mocking faces outside, stomping her feet in frustration. I command you to shut it. Mama Zheng's expression remained unchanged. I obey only the commands of my mistress. As for you, what are you to dictate to me? The undisguised contempt in Mama Zheng's gaze pierced the pride of the Zhuang matriarch. Had it not been for the several companions accompanying Mama Zheng, she might have rolled up her sleeves to give her a thorough thrashing. Shen Yunjiao and Shen Feng, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, wished desperately to disappear. The Zhuang matriarch's ruckus would undoubtedly attract even more onlookers. Shen Yunjiao urgently tugged at her mother's sleeve, choking back tears. Mother, if they want tea, close the door. Let it be. Let's just go inside. The Zhuang matriarch, feeling compelled to confront Mama Zheng, thought that if she allowed herself to be bullied by a mere servant, how would she maintain her authority before Shen Yunjiao in the future? With her hands on her hips, she assumed a confrontational stance. If you do not close the door today, I shall make you regret it. Mama Zheng lazily lifted her eyelids in broad daylight. To harm another can be reported to the authorities. The Zhuang matriarch was rendered speechless, her face an ashen color. Shen Yunjiao and Shen Feng were alarmed and quickly supported her on either side. Mother, what's wrong? Don't scare us. Elder sister, say something. A cool, composed voice broke the tension from a distance. Mama Zheng, please close the door. This voice sounded familiar. The Zhuang matriarch and her daughters turned to find a young lady in a pale blue collared jacket and a pristine white skirt standing in the corridor nearby. In the countryside, her immaculate attire appeared untouched by dirt. The young lady took a few steps forward into the sunlight, the golden embroidery on her garment radiating a soft, golden glow. Shen Yunjiao's eyes turned red with envy. Her finest attire paled in comparison to what Shen Yunjiao wore. That Shen Yunjiao could stroll around the courtyard without fear of staining her clothes indicated that her garment was not a rare treasure. Shen Yunjiao felt a pang of bitterness. Why was there such a stark disparity between them despite sharing the same father? After Shen Yunjiao spoke, Mama Zheng personally walked over to close the door, effectively blocking the prying eyes of the onlookers. The Zhuang matriarch's fury intensified upon witnessing Mama Zheng's deference to Shen Yunjiao. After Shen Yunjiao finished speaking, she turned and entered the side room. Mama Zheng gestured for them to follow, her voice cold. Please follow me. With that, she led the way, and the Zhuang matriarch and her daughters, faces grim, followed behind. Upon entering the side room, which appeared rather unremarkable from the outside, they found an entirely different world within. The finely crafted furniture and exquisite decorations suggested considerable value, and paintings adorned the walls, similar to those Shen Yunxiu had seen in Luo Shuyan's study, which he had claimed were worth thousands of taels of silver. Shen Yunjiao sat gracefully, cradling a delicate white porcelain bowl filled with warm water infused with honey. "Please, have a seat," she said with a gentle smile. Zhuang's expression tightened. She had encountered Shen Yunjiao several times before, yet this time, Shen Yunjiao appeared utterly transformed. This change was certainly not what Zhuang had wished to witness. Nurse Zheng had not entered the room, leaving only Shen Yunjiao and her maid standing behind her. Shen Fang's thoughts sparked to life as she reproached, "Yunjiao, this is your mother. How can you speak to her in such a manner?" Shen Yunjiao's smile remained serene and lovely. "What have I said that is amiss?" Shen Fang took on the role of an elder, insisting, "You ought to rise and allow your mother to occupy that position." Shen Yunjiao adjusted her posture, revealing a soft, furry blanket beneath her chair, and gently explained, "This chair was specially prepared for me by the old matriarch to ensure my comfort. I cannot let her kindness go unappreciated." Shen Fang remained unyielding. "Yunjiao, you must understand who your true family is. Do you wish to be seen as unfilial? What a grand accusation." Shen Yunjiao placed her teacup firmly on the table, her face still adorned with a gentle, harmless smile. "Though the old matriarch and I share no blood relation, she is the one who raised me. If I were to defy her, that would indeed be unfilial." Shen Fang's eyes widened. When did Shen Yunjiao become so sharp-tongued? The atmosphere in the room chilled noticeably. Shen Yunjiao appeared oblivious, her demeanor calm as she inquired, "Please, do sit down. What brings you here today?" Shen Yunxiu tugged at Zhuang's sleeve, and then Shen Fang's, prompting the three to take their seats together. As soon as they were settled, Zhuang sternly questioned, "Tell me the truth. Did you send someone to find Xu Yan? Are you instigating Xu Yan to avoid meeting Yunxiu?" Shen Yunjiao internally scoffed at the familiar dress, as if Luo Shuyan and Shen Yunxiu were already wed. She replied honestly, "I did not send anyone to find young Master Luo." Zhuang slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming lies. "Yunxiu heard it from Xu Yan's personal servant. It was that girl beside you. What is her name?" "Hong Yu." Shen Yunjiao's heart skipped a beat, maintaining an appearance of nonchalance. "That is not your concern." Shen Yunxiu seethed. "How can it not concern us?" "Sister, are you unaware that I am already betrothed to young Master Luo?" Shen Yunjiao regarded Shen Yunxiu with a bemused expression. "But at the time of my engagement to young Master Luo, did you not seek him out yourself? As for what you did, I neither wish to know nor care to know." Shen Yunxiu's face burned with anger. In her desperation to secure Luo Shuyan's heart, she had resorted to using her beauty, sacrificing her own innocence to gain this union. Shen Yunjiao's mocking gaze pierced Shen Yunxiu's heart. Shen Yunxiu, her eyes brimming with tears, cried out, "You speak nonsense. My relationship with young Master Luo is pure." The anguished tone of mother echoed sorrowfully. Whenever Shen Yunxiu faced an insurmountable issue, she would invariably turn to Zhuang for support. Zhuang, fiercely protective, rose abruptly. "How dare you insult your sister? I wonder what the Su family has taught you. Although I may not be your biological mother, I am your nominal mother. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson, and see if you dare to speak so recklessly again." She rolled up her sleeves, angrily advancing towards Shen Yunjiao. Shen Yunjiao, unaccustomed to manual labor, had a porcelain complexion as smooth and flawless as a peeled egg. A slap from Zhuang would surely leave a mark for days. In her fury, Zhuang felt a surge of excitement. She had heard how the old matriarch cherished Shen Yunjiao as a precious gem. Today, she intended to crush that gem beneath her feet, revealing it to be nothing more than a fish eye. Zhuang raised her hand, poised to strike Shen Yunjiao's cheek with all her might. Shen Yunxiu wore a cruel smile. It was only fair that Shen Yunjiao, who lived such a comfortable life, should pay a price. Shen Fang frowned, but did not intervene. Yet Shen Yunjiao remained unfazed, examining her round, lovely fingernails. Just as Zhuang's hand was about to connect with Shen Yunjiao's face, it was seized by the maid standing behind her. This maid, though plain in appearance, possessed remarkable strength. Zhuang winced as pain surged through her wrist, struggling to free herself, contemplating using her other hand to scratch the maid's face. Yet the maid's movements were swifter. With a gentle twist, Zhuang cried out in agony, drenched in sweat from the pain. The room was filled only with Zhuang's anguished cries. Shun Yunxiue and Shun Fong could no longer remain seated, rushing over. Shun Yunxiue, frantic and helpless, turned to Shun Yunjiao, sister. How can you treat our mother this way? Shun Yunjiao, I command you as your aunt to make this maid release your mother. Shun Fong asserted her authority. Shun Yunjiao leisurely sipped her honey water before responding, let her go. Having dealt with Zhuang many times, Shun Yunjiao understood that conventional reasoning did not apply to her. While other stepmothers feared being labeled as cruel to their stepchildren, Zhuang had no such qualms. She wielded Shun Yunxiue as a tool for her frustrations against Shun Yunjiao. Thus, Shun Yunjiao had specifically requested a capable maid from the old matriarch. Suye complied promptly, releasing Zhuang and resuming her quiet vigil behind Shun Yunjiao, her gaze lowered, exuding an unsettling stillness. Zhuang stepped back, glancing at her wrist, now red and swollen. You! Zhuang spat in frustration, advancing a step, only to find Thea glaring at her with the intensity of a hawk, making her retreat in trepidation. Shun Yunjiao blinked innocently. If I were to be struck, the old matriarch would surely be distressed and might even fall ill. I am merely considering the old matriarch's health. I hope you do not take offense. Shun Yunjiao's grandiose yet dismissive reasoning incensed Zhuang and her companions. However, upon seeing Thea standing resolutely behind Shun Yunjiao, they dared not lay a hand on her. Shun Yunjiao smiled. If there is nothing further, please take your leave. I must attend to the old matriarch. Zhuang's countenance darkened. Shun Yunjiao, you ought to know your true surname, who your genuine family is. Should you wish to marry in the future, it requires your parents' consent. Shun Yunjiao feigned ignorance to Zhuang's veiled threats, smiling as she replied, your repeated reminders make it quite difficult for me to forget. Shun Fong hastily tugged at Zhuang's sleeve, preventing her from continuing. Yunxiue, take your mother out for a moment. I wish to speak with Yunjiao. Shun Yunxiue, obedient to her aunt's request, led Zhuang out. Knowing that further conflict would only harm Zhuang, the two exited. Once they were gone, Shun Fong immediately donned a smile, rubbing her hands together. Yunjiao, my previous demeanor was unavoidable. You know I must be mindful of Zhuang's disposition while residing here. Shun Yunjiao acknowledged with a non-committal hum, remaining silent. Shun Fong bit her lip, attempting to ingratiate herself. Yunjiao, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind. Could you possibly? Shun Yunjiao interrupted. Is this free Sange? It was impossible not to recall the disgraceful deeds he Sange had committed in her past life. Shun Fong chuckled sheepishly, you know about it. Then, rest assured, this will be the last time. He Sange has assured me that once the gambling debts are settled, he shall never gamble again. Shun Yunjiao sighed. How could one trust the words of a gambler? In his previous life, He San never married Shun Fong, ultimately abandoning her. Shun Fong, with her fiery temperament, chose to end her life by hanging herself. In the years that followed, He San deceived numerous impoverished young women, fathering children with them. When funds ran low, he sold one child after another to sustain his gambling habits. Eventually, when all his children were sold, he resorted to selling his mistresses. In the end, he set his sights on a wealthy official's daughter, using drugs to tarnish her purity and subsequently blackmailing her for money. When these disgraceful deeds were revealed, the people of the capital were appalled by He San's shamelessness. At that time, Shun Yunjiao, alongside the elderly Madame Su, vocally condemned He San. Shun Yunjiao coldly inquired, what assurance did he provide? Did he swear an oath or write a guarantee? Shun Fong quickly replied, he knelt before me and promised. A man's knees are worth gold, and this time, he surely won't deceive me. Shun Yunjiao shook her head, stating, a gambler shall not receive my silver. You may leave. Shun Fong, clinging to a glimmer of hope, insisted, this is truly the last time. Consider it a loan, and I shall repay you. Then have him write a guarantee, and I shall lend you the money. Shun Yunjiao instructed. Shun Fong eagerly nodded. All right, I will ask him. He will certainly write it. Shun Yunjiao added, once written, he must affix his fingerprint and have a reputable person serve as a guarantor. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. Outside, Zhuang and Shun Yunxiue stood by the door, observing the bustling servants. The maids and matrons from the Zhuang estate, accompanied by Madame Su, passed by without acknowledging the two women, treating them as if they were invisible. Shun Yunxiue felt the sting of neglect, tears welling in her eyes. Once cherished as her parents' darling, and having successfully secured Luo Xian's affection, her life had been smooth sailing. Yet recently, she found herself continuously wronged. All due to Xin Yunjiao. Shun Fang emerged, her smile still bright. Zhuang furrowed her brow. What did you discuss with Shun Yunjiao? Shun Fang cleared her throat, concealing her smile, and replied vaguely, nothing much. Zhuang rubbed her swollen wrist, choosing not to confront Shun Yunjiao directly, aware that the latter held sway over everyone here. A thought crossed her mind. If she could send Shun Yunjiao to the Shen household, perhaps she could stir up some trouble. It was worth noting that Shun Yunjiao had never visited the Shun estate. Zhuang smirked. Today's grievances would not be easily forgotten. The three departed. Shun Yunjiao sipped a bowl of honey water when Qin Yu and Shi Chun entered. Shi Chun animatedly recounted the events outside, concluding with sparkling eyes, Miss, you should have seen how everyone talked about those three, shamelessly committing such disgraceful acts and twisting the truth, truly, a reflection of poor upbringing. Qin Yu quickly shot Shi Chun a warning glance, regretting that the latter's last comment implicated even Shun Yunjiao. Realizing her mistake, Shi Chun's face turned crimson as she lowered her head, stammering, I misspoke. Please forgive me. Mississippi Shun Yunjiao chuckled softly. She had never regarded herself as a member of the Shun family, and thus felt no offense, casually replying, just be more cautious with your words next time. Should you misstep in front of others, my leniency would not extend to you. Yes, I understand, Shi Chun acknowledged. Setting her teacup down, Shun Yunjiao stood and made her way to Madame Su. The lunch hour was nearly over, and she wondered whether Madame Su had eaten. Upon entering Madame Su's chamber, she was surprised to see the untouched dishes on the table. Has the old lady not had her meal yet? She mused, hearing the commotion. Mama Ping emerged from the inner room. She pulled Shun Yunjiao aside and whispered. The old lady said she had no appetite and decided to rest. Shun Yunjiao smiled slightly. Mama, please tell me the truth. Mama Ping's smile carried a hint of bitterness. You see right through me, Mississippi. The doctor previously mentioned. The old lady may appear indifferent, but deep down, she harbors grievances. When a loved one harms you, even the most virtuous cannot remain unaffected. Shun Yunjiao sighed. I only hope the old lady can come to terms with it. The two exited in succession. Qin Yu asked, Miss, where shall we have lunch? Shun Yunjiao glanced at the uneaten dishes and instructed, take them to my room. After all, the old lady won't touch them. Understood. Qin Yu fetched a carrying box and filled it with several of Shun Yunjiao's favorite dishes. Once back at her room, Shun Yunjiao instructed Qin Yu to close the door, leaving her alone to serve. During her time at the Su household, Shun Yunjiao preferred minimal company, so her actions did not raise suspicion. Instead of sitting down to eat, she rummaged through the compartments of her trunk, retrieving a silver needle. Upon seeing the gleaming needle, Qin Yu gasped, do you suspect? She quickly covered her mouth, refraining from finishing her thought. Shun Yunjiao calmly seated herself, taking precautions. She tested each dish, including the rice, with the silver needle, which remained unchanged. Indeed, the perpetrator behind the poisoning was quite cautious. Tampering with food is simple, but tracing it back is equally straightforward. Shun Yunjiao handed the needle to Qin Yu, instructing her to keep it hidden from prying eyes. After her meal, as Shun Yunjiao took a brief rest, Shun Yunshui and the others returned to the Shen household. Upon arrival, they rushed past meals, with Zhuang immediately seeking out Shun Laoyi, known as Shen Heir due to his position as the second son. Zhuang, capable of fierce words outside, transformed into a docile cat before Shen Heir. Having finished his meal, Shen Heir lounged on a couch with a jar of wine. Over the years, thanks to Shun Yunjiao's financial support, he had lived comfortably, free from the burden of labor under the scorching sun. Zhuang approached, sitting at his feet to massage his legs before speaking. Husband, I saw the eldest daughter today. Shen Heir grunted in acknowledgement. Zhuang continued, Husband, Shui Heir is on the verge of marriage, yet the eldest daughter's match remains unresolved. Shen Heir opened his small eyes, scolding. Her marriage is in the hands of the old lady of the Su family. Why the urgency? He harbored plans of his own, knowing he could only find a match for Shun Yunjiao among farmers, while the venerable Madame Su could secure her a union of status and wealth. After all, the Luo family was a splendid match, facilitated by Madame Su's influence. Zhuang's face fell, and she could only murmur in agreement. Shifting her thoughts, she proposed, Husband, since the eldest daughter was taken by the old lady of the Su family, she hasn't returned home. I fear this may diminish her feelings for the family. Why not invite her back for a few days? Though it may not compare to the Marquise's residence, it is still her true home. Heir stroked his stubbled chin, a grin spreading across his face as his eyes nearly disappeared. Excellent idea. Once Heir is married off, I will personally speak to Yunjiao. Dare she refuse? Bolstered by her success, Zhuang became increasingly attentive. Shenfang lingered at home for a moment before heading straight to He San's residence. He San bore bruises from debt collectors. Shenfang's heart ached, tears streaming down her face. Why have they beaten you again? I have found a solution. You only need to write a guarantee stating you will never gamble again and have someone from the government vouch for you. My niece will surely help you settle your debts. He grinned, causing the wound on his face to throb painfully, and thought that writing a guarantee was not difficult, but it required someone to vouch for him. He turned over, ignoring Shenfang. Old Madame Su originally intended to stay at the estate for just a few days before returning, but upon seeing Shun Yunjiao's happiness, she decided to linger a bit longer. During this time, Madame Su had made numerous attempts to visit, but was perpetually barred at the estate's entrance. On the day old Madame Su planned to leave, an unexpected downpour occurred. Shun Yunjiao stood by the window, the rain being swept in by the wind, cooling her face and providing a refreshing sensation. Old Madame Su chided, "All right, if you catch cold, it won't be a trivial matter." Upon hearing this, Shun Yunjiao closed the window and sat across from old Madame Su. After filling old Madame Su's teacup, she intended to pour for Shun Yunjiao. Shun Yunjiao smiled and said, "There's no need for trouble. I don't particularly enjoy it." The maid, Shurgu, suggested, "How about I fetch some sugar or goat's milk to mix in?" Shun Yunjiao waved her hand. "Where did you acquire such a notion? That sounds rather unrefined. Would it even taste good?" Shurgu chuckled. "You may not know, but this combination is quite popular in the household now. It was devised by the fourth young miss and is said to taste delightful." Shun Yunjiao immediately recalled the last time Su Lanyan brought a milk tea to honor old Madame Su, which she regrettably had not tasted. Indeed, the Su family was the Su family, and the Pinkong courtyard was the Pinkong courtyard. Shun Yunjiao became intrigued. When did the fourth young miss become so clever? Has she created any new delicacies? Being of illegitimate birth, Su Lanyan had never enjoyed the favor of Madame Su and had remained inconspicuous within the Su household. She seldom dared to speak when others gathered, and even when she did, her voice was barely audible. The sudden change in her demeanor was indeed astonishing. Shurgu thought for a moment, and, noticing old Madame Su's interest, said, "I've heard that the fourth young miss has also begun making novel pastries, such as egg tarts and cakes, which are quite delicious." A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Shun Yunjiao's crescent-shaped eyes. If that were the case, she would like to sample the fourth young miss's creations at some point. Shurgu cheerfully remarked, "The fourth young miss is of kind disposition. If you express your desire, she will certainly oblige." Shun Yunjiao cast a discreet glance at Shurgu and chose not to pursue the matter further. With the heavy rain outside, stepping out would surely soak her clothes and shoes, so she remained by old Madame Su's side, even napping in her company. Meanwhile, Madame Su had set out in a carriage, not to seek out old Madame Su, but to visit another estate belonging to the Su family. Inside the carriage, Madame Su was troubled, her brows furrowed in worry. Mama Feng urged, "Do not fret. The second young miss will surely be fine." Madame Su said, "How can a mother not worry? I visited Heir yesterday, and her little face looked so gaunt. She is not eating or sleeping well. And yet the master remains unyielding, refusing to relent." The mere thought of Su Lanxiao's pitiful appearance caused Madame Su's heart to ache. Her cherished daughter had never endured such suffering. Mama Feng sighed. "Rest assured, once Ani comes forward, the master will certainly release the young lady." "Let's hope so." Before long, they arrived at the other estate's entrance. Madame Su opened her umbrella and stepped inside, only to find her shoes thoroughly soaked by the time she reached the interior. There a simple, unadorned elderly woman, petite and unsmiling, inquired, "What brings you here?" Madame Su wiped the rainwater from her cheeks and pleaded, "Aunt, please save Heir. She is being tormented by her father." Aunt Qian, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Speak plainly." Madame Su hesitated before confessing. Heir made a minor mistake, and the master has punished her to kneel in the ancestral hall. She has been kneeling for several days now, and she has become nothing but skin and bones. Yet the master remains hard-hearted. Only you can persuade him. Aunt Qian's expression remained unchanged, her brow unfurrowed, her voice devoid of emotion. "What minor mistake? Explain clearly." Madame Su faltered, struggling with how to articulate her words. Mama Feng tugged at Madame Su's sleeve, quietly advising, it's best to tell the truth. Resigned, Madame Su gritted her teeth and recounted Su Lanxiao's transgressions in detail. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qian scoffed. She has gained some audacity, hasn't she? Madame Su forced a smile that was more mournful than a cry. Aunt, please speak to the master on her behalf. After all, Xiao Heir is your own granddaughter. I can place no faith in the one over there. You are my only hope. Aunt Qian smirked. What hope can there be from her? My son did not emerge from her womb. Naturally, she looks down upon him, and by extension, upon Xiao Heir. A glimmer of hope sparked within Madame Su. Then when we return, Aunt Qian glanced at the rain, which had lessened considerably. Let us return now. Madame Su was elated, eagerly holding the umbrella for Aunt Qian, not minding that her own clothes were now drenched. Upon Aunt Qian's return to the Su family, an hour later, Su Lanxiao emerged from the ancestral hall. The sunlight was blinding, and she squinted for a while before adjusting. After taking a few steps, her legs gave way, and she collapsed against her maid, Danju. Danju, filled with compassion, exclaimed, Miss, you have suffered. Su Lanxiao's eyes reflected a glimmer of hatred. This time, she and Mian Yunjiao would not rest until one of them was vanquished. News of the events in the Su family swiftly reached the estate. Mian Yunjiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Madame Su would seek out Aunt Qian. Aunt Qian was the birth mother of the eldest and third masters and was known for her ambition. She had been sent to the estate by old Madame Su through sheer force of will. Otherwise, the position of matriarch of the Su family would likely have belonged to Aunt Qian. Mian Yunjiao recalled that in her previous life, it was not until old Madame Su had passed away that Aunt Qian returned to the Su family. Typically, it was the wives and daughters of the first and third branches of the Su family who visited Aunt Qian at the estate. It was surprising how, in her rebirth, she had altered many occurrences. Upon learning of this situation, old Madame Su rarely lost her temper, her expression dark and forbidding. Shi Chun, ever astute, discreetly went to summon Mian Yunjiao. Mama Ping attempted to offer counsel, but failed to soothe old Madame Su's ire. Old Madame Su fumed. I had an agreement with her. Now she seeks to breach it. Mama Ping advised, once we return, you can send Qian Sunyang back to the estate. Why make such a fuss over this? You know nothing. Old Madame Su retorted, it is easy to invite the Buddha, but difficult to send him away. Recalling Aunt Qian's past tactics and demeanor, Mama Ping's face clouded with concern. Aunt Qian was not one to be easily deceived. Mama Ping hurriedly suggested, shall I pack our things now? We can leave first thing in the morning. Old Madame Su, noticing Mian Yunjiao's entrance, said, let us wait. At this point, we need not rush. Upon returning to the Su family, the atmosphere was jubilant due to Aunt Qian's arrival, with the exception of the Pinkong courtyard. Although Aunt Qian appeared stern and unsparing, she was exceptionally kind to her grandchildren. Everyone understood that Aunt Qian held significant status. The head of the Su family had emerged from Aunt Qian's womb, and with old Madame Su's health waning, Aunt Qian was in robust health. Once old Madame Su passed, the most esteemed woman in the Su family would be Aunt Qian. At that time, it would not be the living who determined things. Perhaps Aunt Qian might even be elevated to the primary wife as position. Su Lanxiao knelt on the footrest, resting her head on Aunt Qian's lap, tearfully recounting the hardships she had endured in recent days. Aunt Qian absent-mindedly stroked Su Lanxiao's hair. You learn wisdom through hardship. It will not be in vain. Su Lanxiao obediently murmured, Grandmother, you want to leave again this time, will you? Aunt Qian paused her hand, caressing Su Lanxiao's smooth cheek. I want to leave. No one can send me away. Su Lanxiao raised her smile, which was a good sign. Humph. As long as Aunt Qian had the financial backing. That little wretch from the Pinkong courtyard and that old crone could only flaunt their arrogance for so long. One must understand that Aunt Qian had given birth to two successful and filial sons, solidifying her position within the Su family. Su Lanxiao could already envision herself striding confidently through the Su residence in the future. A maid came to announce the arrival of the 4th Mississippi. A flicker of malice crossed Su Lanxiao's face upon hearing the name Su Lanyan. Relying on a few novel creations, her arrogance grew more unbearable by the day. She ought to reflect on her own worth. Su Lanxiao rose and sat beside Aunt Qian. The maid ushered in Su Lanyan, who greeted Aunt Qian with a smile, saying, Grandmother, I have prepared some delightful new dishes for you to try. Aunt Qian, intrigued, responded, "Then I cannot let your kindness go unappreciated." Su Lanyan retrieved a box from the maid's arms and personally arranged the dishes on the tea table beside Aunt Qian. The aroma alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Aunt Qian glanced over, clearly satisfied, and took a bite of a golden pastry, her eyes lighting up in surprise. "I didn't expect you to possess such culinary talent." Su Lanyan humbly replied, "I merely stumbled upon the recipe in a book." Aunt Qian, pleased, remarked, "Your willingness to read and to take action is indeed commendable. In the future, do come and spend time with me more often." Su Lanyan was overjoyed. As long as her grandmother did not mind her chatter, she would certainly visit every day. Sudansiu senidet, secreti kursing had hypocrisy. On the third day after Aunt Qian returned to the Su family, the old matriarch and her entourage finally returned from the estate. Early in the morning, Aunt Qian had been waiting at the entrance of the Su residence. Sudansiu, accustomed to pampering, found her legs sore after standing for half an hour and could not help but complain, "How much longer must we wait, grandmother? We could just go back and wait there." Aunt Qian stood tall, questioning why the old matriarch had gone to the estate. Su Lanxiu flushed, lowering her head in shame. The elder Mrs. Su, feeling distressed, quickly pulled Su Lanxiu behind her. The second branch's Su Lanxin scoffed, unafraid of Aunt Qian since her father was not born of her. Pouting, she remarked, "Second sister, perhaps it would be wise to say less. Otherwise, we would not have to endure such suffering." Had anyone else spoken, Su Lanxiu might have swallowed her pride, but coming from Su Lanxin, she could not tolerate it. Bursting forth from behind Su Deforen, she shouted angrily, "What do you mean by that? On that day at the Dingbei Marquis's residence, do you dare claim you did nothing?" Su Lanxin sneered, "What have I done? Are you suggesting that Luo Shuyin was summoned by me? I was just thinking, isn't there something between you and Luo Shuyin, considering how obedient he is to you?" Infuriated, Su Lanxiu reached out, intending to tear Su Lanxin's mouth apart. Su Lanxin, unwilling to back down, stood her ground. They were only a few months apart in age, and she was determined not to lose if it came to blows. The nearby maids hurried to separate the two. Aunt Qian's expression darkened. "Enough. What are you both behaving like? Stop this at once." Su Lanxiu and Su Lanxin parted, glaring at each other, neither willing to concede. Aunt Qian fixed her gaze on Su Lanxin, her tone harsh. "Is this how a delicate young lady should speak? What do you hope to gain by tarnishing your sister's reputation?" Su Erforen protectively shielded Su Lanxin, her voice sharp. "What are you talking about, Aunt? Who is truly ruining our family's reputation?" She implied that it was Su Lanxiu who nearly brought disgrace upon the Su family. Seeing this, Su Deforen attempted to reason with Su Erforen, but was halted by Aunt Qian. Aunt Qian's expression darkened further as she pointed to the onlookers nearby, speaking to Su Erforen in a mocking tone. "If you wish to make a bigger scene and turn the Su family into a laughingstock in the capital, then by all means continue." Su Erforen glanced at the gathering crowd, scoffed, and turned away without saying another word. This time, silence reigned. After about half an hour, the old matriarch's carriage finally arrived. Inside the carriage, Mian Yunjiao sighed. How wonderful it would be to stay at the estate forever. There, everyone listens to the old matriarch, free from scheming, light-hearted and carefree. The old matriarch patted Mian Yunjiao's head, but refrained from making any promises. This visit to the estate was a strategic retreat. It would be best if they could avoid going back there in the future. Mian Yunjiao dismounted first, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed many people standing at the entrance of the Su family. She chose to ignore them and focused on assisting the old matriarch down from the carriage. As the old matriarch stood firm, Aunt Qian approached with Su Deforen and others. Aunt Qian bowed, addressing her sister. The old matriarch responded with a brief acknowledgement, standing with Mian Yunjiao and showing no intention to enter. Aunt Qian signaled to Su Deforen, who stepped forward and bowed again. "Mother, the previous incident was my fault. I failed to properly guide Xiao. Xiao has already endured punishment, being confined by the eldest master in the ancestral hall for several days. Please do temper your anger." The old matriarch's indifferent gaze fell upon Su Lanxiu, causing her heart to tighten. Remembering Aunt Qian's and Su Deforen's admonitions, she steeled herself and approached Mian Yunjiao. "Yunjiao, I was in the wrong. Will you forgive me?" It was indeed a rare occurrence for Su Lanxiu to bow her head to Mian Yunjiao. Mian Yunjiao, not putting on airs, smiled. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. Rest assured, I hold no grievances." Su Lanxiu clenched her fists at her side. ready to retaliate if Shun Yunjiao dared to take advantage of the situation. Fortunately, Shun Yunjiao was perceptive. Su Lanqiao sighed in relief and silently retreated behind Su Deforen. Only then did the old matriarch lead Shun Yunjiao inside, instructing the others, "You may return for now. Once I have organized things, you can come to pay your respects." The events at the Su family's entrance were soon conveyed to the young ladies of the Wu family. The Wu family was the maternal family of the current favored concubine, and the son born to her, the Duke of Lu, enjoyed immense favor from the emperor, elevating the Wu family status. After hearing about the incidents at the Su family's entrance, the eldest Miss Wu Qingwei and her younger sister Wu Qingshan shared a moment of amusement. Previously, they had doubted the authenticity of the commotion at the Dingbei Marquis's residence, but now it seemed all too real. Wu Qingwei chuckled. "I never really believed that farce at the Dingbei Marquis's residence until now. It truly couldn't be more authentic." Displeased with the misses of the Su family, Wu Qingwei remarked, "Why concern yourself with that lowly individual, Shun Yunjiao? It would only diminish your own standing. Better to ponder why our cousin has yet to visit." Wu Qingshan's smile faded. "I heard from my elder brother that our cousin seems to have been injured." "What? Injured?" Wu Qingwei sprang to her feet. "Is it serious? I must go see him." Unlike other princes, who typically receive titles and estates after marriage, the Duke of Lu had already been granted a title and estate due to his exceptional favor with the emperor, despite not yet marrying. Wu Qingshan quickly grabbed her. "Do not go. I heard it from my elder brother by chance, who repeatedly urged me not to disclose our cousin's injury. Do not jeopardize our brother's and cousin's matters." Wu Qingwei finally sat back down, though the worry etched on her brow remained unyielding. Wu Qingshan, aware of Wu Qingyue's feelings for the Duke of Lu, could only offer comfort. "Do not fret. Our cousin will surely be fine." Wu Qingwei felt on the verge of tears, but if he is injured, it must be painful. Wu Qingshan sighed and continued to persuade. By afternoon, Wu Qingwei remained troubled and melancholic as she returned home. Wu Qingshan pondered for a moment and decided to write an invitation, which she entrusted to the maid Pinger, instructing her to first deliver it to the lady, who would then send someone to the Su family in the Duke of Loyalty's residence. Pinger was puzzled, but "We have never had any dealings with the Su family. Why invite them to the flower viewing banquet?" Wu Qingshan sighed, recalling the expression on Wu Qingyue's face when she left, filled with concern. Her sister was in a bad mood, and by inviting those from the Su family, she hoped to arrange a delightful performance to lift her spirits. Pinger departed, and Wu Qingshan felt a surge of excitement at the rumors circulating outside. Life in the inner courtyard was dreadfully dull. Some amusement was needed. After the elder misses Su and Shun Yunjiao had prepared their belongings, the invitation from the Wu family was delivered to the hands of Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su paused momentarily, contemplating their acquaintance with the Wu family, which was merely a nodding acquaintance. Why would they invite them to their flower viewing banquet? After reading the invitation, Su Lanqiao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Is it the Wu family of His Royal Highness the King of Lu?" Upon seeing Mrs. Su nod, Su Lanqiao leaped with joy, eagerly asking, "I wonder if His Royal Highness will attend that day." Mrs. Su raised an eyebrow. "What? Have you taken a liking to His Royal Highness?" Su Lanqiao stuck out her tongue. "I've heard others say that His Royal Highness is talented and handsome, a true dragon among men." Her admiration was unmistakable. Mrs. Su chuckled. "What? Are you ready to give up on your young master?" Su Lanqiao, embarrassed and annoyed, grasped Mrs. Su's arm. "Mother, how can you say such things? I am not fickle. If that's the case, then you shouldn't go." "How can I not go?" Mrs. Su handed the invitation to a maid, instructing, "Take this to the elder lady." The invitation was soon in the hands of the elder Mrs. Su, who frowned upon reading it. "Is there something wrong with this invitation?" asked Mama Ping. The elder Mrs. Su's expression darkened. "It is from the Wu family, specifically inviting Yunjiao to their flower viewing banquet. In the capital, there were very few families with the surname Wu, and Mama Ping quickly deduced which Wu family it was. Frowning, Mama Ping suggested at that time, "We can simply say that the young lady is unwell and cannot attend." The elder Mrs. Su considered this, call Yunjiao, and ask her opinion first. Mama Ping personally went to the courtyard where Shun Yunjiao resided, though Yunjiao's quarters were not as lavish as those of Su Lanqiao and the others. They were well furnished with all essentials, and the elder Mrs. Su had also given her many fine items from her own storeroom. Upon entering, Mama Ping found Shun Yunjiao seemingly lost in thought. Clearing her throat, Shun Yunjiao snapped back to reality and smiled. Why has Mama come? The elder lady has invited you to their home. Very well, I shall go. Mama Ping inquired. Where is that girl Qingyu? Mian Yunjiao frowned slightly, a flicker of coldness flashing in her eyes before she returned to her usual gentle demeanor. I sent her to my storeroom to fetch something. She need not accompany me. After that, Mama Ping brought Mian Yunjiao before the elder Mrs. Su. The elder lady handed the invitation to Mian Yunjiao, who began to read it. The elder Mrs. Su asked, if you do not wish to go, there are ways to avoid it. Mian Yunjiao, having finished reading the invitation, wore a relaxed smile. They specifically invited me. Even if I decline this time, they will certainly extend another invitation in the future. Thus, it will be better to attend this time with grace. When visiting their residence, they must consider their actions, otherwise, it would tarnish their reputation. The elder Mrs. Su patted Mian Yunjiao's head. You have a clear mind. I'm getting old and my wits are not as sharp. You are not old. You are merely concerned for me, which leads to confusion. On that day, I will stay by your side, and whatever others intend to do, they will find it difficult. The elder Mrs. Su nodded, feeling reassured. After accompanying the elder Mrs. Su for lunch, Mian Yunjiao returned to her courtyard. It was Qingyu who opened the door, her face pale. Once inside, and after closing the door, she lowered her voice. Miss, I have learned that Hongyu has gone out. I suspect she's gone to the Luo family. Mian Yunjiao's expression darkened, her eyes icy, radiating a chill. To have such a maid who considers my interests is indeed a blessing. Qingyu was taken aback to see Mian Yunjiao angry, since she began serving her. She had never witnessed such a display. Even when the Luo family sought to withdraw their engagement, Mian Yunjiao had remained composed. However, Hongyu's actions were utterly bewildering. Qingyu pondered, Miss, I shall go to the Luo family at once. No need. Mian Yunjiao maintained a calm demeanor and whispered a few instructions into Qingyu's ear. Qingyu's eyes brightened, but she hesitated. But what if people outside discuss Mian Yunjiao negatively? Thinking it over caused her distress. Mian Yunjiao chuckled. What is there to be concerned about? I am of humble origins. Whatever I do is to be expected. Noting Qingyu's worried and pained expression, Mian Yunjiao smiled helplessly. If I don't act decisively, that Luo Shuyan will keep coming back to find me. I truly cannot endure his persistence. Only then did Qingyu resolve to prepare and leave. Once Qingyu departed, Mian Yunjiao's expression turned impassive, even slightly cold. Hongyu could no longer remain. Meanwhile, news of Hongyu seeking out Luo Shuyan reached Su Lanqiu's ears. She remained troubled by the rumors circulating outside. What was Luo Shuyan to have the audacity to be discussed alongside her? It was a disgrace to her name. Moreover, she wondered if the young master had misunderstood something. If he had. With these thoughts, Su Lanqiu found it difficult to sleep that night. Finally, when Mian Yunjiao returned, she resolved that if Mian Yunjiao met with Luo Shuyan, she could publicize that it was Mian Yunjiao who desperately sought her out, thereby clearing her own name. She waved at maid Danju. Quickly go check if Luo Shuyan has arrived. Danju reassured her, do not worry. Everything is arranged over there. They are all our people. As soon as there is any news, we will be informed. Very well. Su Lanqiu picked up a half-stitched handkerchief, but her mind was restless, and she tossed it aside. Young Master Luo, you shall wait here. Hongyu paused and pointed at the surrounding wall. On the other side of the wall lay the Su residence. Pinkong Courtyard was situated at the most secluded and tranquil part of the Su family. By climbing over the wall and walking a few steps, one would reach Pinkong Courtyard. Luo Shuyan gazed at the tall wall, recalling how agilely Mian Yunjiao had scaled the last time, and asked, did Yunjiao climb over the wall? Hongyu laughed lightly. What are you saying? How could the young lady climb a wall? Just wait here patiently. She will come out through the side door. All right. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Luo Shuyan scratched the back of his head. After ensuring Luo Shuyan was settled, Hongyu entered through the side door to seek out Mian Yunjiao. Noticing Qingyu still in the room, Hongyu casually concocted an excuse to send her out. Qingyu slightly nodded to Mian Yunjiao before stepping outside. Hongyu hurried to Mian Yunjiao's side and whispered mysteriously, Miss, young Master Luo has arrived. Mian Yunjiao responded with a languid, so he has arrived. What concern is that of mine? Hongyu quickly added, Miss, young Master Luo insists he has something to discuss with you. He declared that he would not leave until you come out. After all, he is a scholar and frail. If he waits too long, he may fall ill. Hongyu deliberately spoke this way to soften Mian Yunjiao as heart. Indeed, Mian Yunjiao stood up and said, then let us first visit the old madam. I left my cloak there. It has rained, and it is still rather cool outside. Yes, I shall accompany you, Hong Yu replied. As long as Mian Yunjiao was willing to meet Luo Shuyan, she would do anything. Thus, Mian Yunjiao led Hong Yu to old Madame Su's room. Upon entering, Hong Yu noticed old Madame Su holding a string of prayer beads, with sandalwood incense burning in the room. After greeting her, Mian Yunjiao smiled and said, Old Madam, among the writings in my room, only Hong Yu's is the most exquisite. Let her transcribe the Buddhist scriptures. Old Madame Su nodded in agreement. However, Hong Yu was taken aback. She had thought they were only there to retrieve the cloak, but now she was asked to transcribe Buddhist texts? This task would consume the entire afternoon. And how could she then meet Luo Shuyan? Hong Yu urgently whispered to Mian Yunjiao, Miss, young Master Luo is still waiting outside. Mian Yunjiao pretended not to hear and proceeded into the inner chamber. Flustered, Hong Yu attempted to follow her, only to be stopped by Mama Ping. With displeasure, Mama Ping said, The paper and ink are ready. Why are you not going? Hong Yu, in a panic, stammered, I have other matters. Just then, Mama Zheng approached, her face stern. What matters could be more pressing than your mistress's? Faced with Mama Zheng's piercing gaze, Hong Yu lowered her head and resigned herself to transcribing the scriptures. Yet, her anxiety made her fidget, and her handwriting became increasingly poor and distorted. No one instructed her to stop writing. After some time, Hong Yu felt despair, only hoping to finish the transcription swiftly so she could take Mian Yunjiao to meet Luo Shuyan. Meanwhile, outside the wall, Luo Shuyan was losing patience. After pacing back and forth, he finally approached the door and knocked. An old servant opened the door, sizing him up and asking, Who are you looking for? Assuming a scholarly demeanor, Luo Shuyan politely replied, I am here to see Miss Shan. She promised to meet me. Could you kindly check on her whereabouts? The servant let out a cold laugh. Wait here. Miss Shan has prepared a gift for you. Luo Shuyan felt a surge of excitement. Excellent. I shall wait here. His heart raced with anticipation, believing that Mian Yunjiao still held feelings for him. He resolved that Mian Yunjiao would take the lead while Mian Yunjiao would play a supporting role. The two sisters together would not be too dull. The servant regarded Luo Shuyan with disdain, thinking him a shameless rogue masquerading as a scholar. She went inside and soon returned with several others. Among them stood Qingyu, while the others each carried a bucket of foul-smelling refuse. Luo Shuyan recoiled, asking Qingyu, What are you doing? Qingyu coldly replied, My mistress has already made her intentions clear. Why do you persist in your delusions? At the garden of the Dingbei Marquis's residence, did you not already cause enough trouble for my mistress? Luo Shuyan earnestly responded, It was Hong Yu who sought me out, claiming that Yunjiao could not let go of me. Qingyu, where's your mistress? Please summon her to see me. Qingyu disdainfully remarked, Hong Yu is merely a servant. She cannot represent my mistress's thoughts. Young Master Luo, as a scholar, you should understand the repercussions of a private meeting. Do you think my mistress is easy to bully? Luo Shuyan's face paled at Qingyu's words. Frowning, he insisted, I have no business with you. Call Yunjiao over. Let her speak with me directly. My mistress is not someone you can see at will. Today, I will make it clear, dare to covet my mistress again, and I shall not let you off easily. Qingyu retreated 2 steps, then commanded, Attack. The servants advanced with the buckets, dousing Luo Shuyan with the refuse. Caught off guard, he was drenched from head to toe, left in a pitiful state. The nauseating stench nearly made him faint. His stomach churned, and he rushed to the wall, retching violently. Qingyu signaled to her companions, and they swiftly exited through a side door, unbeknownst to Su Lanxiao, who had positioned her spies in the shadows. This turn of events was entirely unexpected. A quick-witted individual hurried to inform Su Lanxiao. Meanwhile, Qingyu entered the Su residence and exited through another entrance. Not far from the Su family, there stood a large tree, behind which she hid, waiting. Soon, she spotted 2 figures approaching. One was a coarse servant girl sweeping the yard. Qingyu slipped her a few coins, and the girl, overjoyed, promptly went to fetch Mian Yunjiao. Thanks to Mian Yunjiao's connections, the Shun family had established a small shop in the capital. To be closer to Luo Shuyan, Mian Yunjiao came to the shop every morning. Grabbing the servant girl's arm, Mian Yunjiao inquired, Are you certain young Master Luo is waiting outside the Su residence? The servant girl nodded earnestly. Of course. I saw him with my own eyes. Come with me to check. If he is not there, you have only walked a few extra steps. Motivated by the prospect of the silver, the servant girl employed all her persuasive skills. After some consideration, Shun Yunue realized that merely checking would entail no loss. And so, she continued to follow the girl. After walking a few steps, she asked, "Do you know why young Master Luo is waiting outside the Su residence?" Deep down, Shun Yunue harbored a suspicion, yet she fervently hoped it was not as she feared. The servant girl pondered before responding. "It seems he is waiting to meet someone." Suddenly, Shun Yunue's mind exploded. Her guess was indeed correct. Luo Shuyan was there to see Mian Yunjiao. Rage filled her heart. Why must Mian Yunjiao compete with her for Luo Shuyan? They had already shared a bond resembling that of a married couple, and he had promised to marry her. Why was Mian Yunjiao so persistently haunting her? Fuming, Shun Yunue decided she would not wait for the servant girl and stormed toward the Su residence. The servant girl hurried to catch up, glancing at the large tree as they passed. Xingyu nodded at her, and the servant girl smiled, eager to follow Shun Yunue, with fury boiling within her. Shun Yunue marched on, and before long, she was hit by the foul stench of refuse. Her stomach turned, and as she peered closer, she recognized the frail figure slumped against the wall of the Su residence. None other than Luo Shuyan. Her heart ached for him, but the horrid odor made it impossible for her to approach. Holding back her disgust, she called out, "Shuyan, who did this to you?" Luo Shuyan, having retched several times, was too weak to respond, only managing to raise a trembling hand to point towards the side door of the Su residence. Mian Yunue turned her gaze toward the side door just as it swung open. She immediately spotted a beautiful dress made of exquisite, soft silk embroidered with a pattern of butterflies and flowers. Assuming the person emerging was Shun Yunjiao, she charged forward, ready to settle the score for both old and new grievances. "You vixen, I will kill you." With both hands, Shun Yunue seized Mian Yunjiao's hair, dragging her toward Luo Shuyan. The servants who followed had yet to comprehend the situation. They never anticipated that someone would dare to assault the young lady of the Su family on her own turf. Shun Yunxiu tugged at her long, silky hair and dragged Shun Yunjiao to Luo Shun's side, then forcefully threw her onto the ground, where remnants of slop lay scattered. She raised her foot and pressed down hard on Shun Yunjiao's delicate hand, grinding it mercilessly as she spat, "You vile creature! If you dare covet Shuyan again, I shall not spare you. I will beat you to a pulp." Shun Yunxiu stood triumphantly, exhilarated by her perceived victory. She felt she had avenged the grievances from their last encounter at the village. Her mother's wrist had taken days to heal, and she had endured tormenting nightmares after being pointed at by others outside the village. An eerie silence was shattered by the sound of a woman's cries. The stunned maidservants rushed over. Danju pushed Shun Yunxiu away with fury, her eyes ablaze. "Where do you come from, you wretched creature? How dare you lay a hand on my young mistress? Have you eaten the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard?" Shun Yunxiu paused, taken aback by the unfamiliar maid. Had Shun Yunjiao acquired another servant? The thought filled her with envy. However, before she could relish her triumph, the woman in the slop turned over, revealing her face. Fear gripped her as she exclaimed, "Who are you?" Su Lanchio's mouth was filled with the rancid odor of refuse, and she began to wail. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. The muck had seeped through her clothes, touching her skin, and she wished for death to escape this torment. She pointed at Shun Yunxiu, her eyes flashing with a terrifying hatred. "Yes." Danju glared at Shun Yunxiu, wishing to pierce her with her gaze. A thought struck Shun Yunxiu. This was indeed the genuine daughter of the Su family. Her heart raced as she glanced at the weak Luo Shuyan and then fled. Danju immediately pursued her, but alas, she could not catch up. The events that transpired outside the Su family side door quickly reached the ears of the family members. After hearing the account, Shi Chun entered the room and vividly recounted it to the old matriarch and Shun Yunjiao. Finally, she covered her nose, saying, "I just want to see." The stench is overwhelming. Except for Danju supporting the second young lady, any maidservant who approached was sickened by the smell. Shi Chun took delight in Su Lanchio's plight. After all, Su Lanchio had always sought to make trouble for Shun Yunjiao, and her arrogant demeanor deserved a lesson. With a thud, the brush in Hong Yu's hand fell to the ground. Noticing the gazes upon her, Hong Yu quickly knelt and pleaded, "It was my distraction." Shun Yunjiao replied coolly, "You may leave and rest." "Yes." Hong Yu acquiesced and exited. The old matriarch observed Shun Yunjiao with concern. What Xing Yu did cannot be concealed. Shun Yunjiao smiled dismissively. What does it matter what they say outside? It is far better than Luo Shuyan's incessant entanglement with me. She furrowed her brow, feigning sadness. Old matriarch, I am truly weary of this. The old matriarch sighed, pulling Shun Yunjiao into her embrace. Ultimately, it was her failure to discern people that had caused such troubles. The old matriarch softly said, next time something like this happens, I shall intervene. I am but an old woman. I care not for the opinions of outsiders. Shun Yunjiao responded affirmatively, though in her heart, she wished to spare the old matriarch from such troubles. Meanwhile, members of the Su family informed Lady Luo, who then sent someone to bring the ailing Luo Shuyan home. The remnants of slop on the ground and walls were quickly cleaned by the Su family servants. In the main house of the Su family, after 2 thorough washings, Su Lanxiao still felt engulfed by an unbearable stench. Her skin was flushed, yet she remained oblivious, vigorously scrubbing herself with a towel. Su Foreign, watching with concern, said, Xiao, you are clean now, do stop washing. Su Lanxiao, as if possessed, stubbornly continued to scrub her limbs, determined to rid herself of every trace. Su Foreign's heart ached for her, helplessly observing until after 5 washings. When Su Lanxiao finally ceased her efforts, after finishing dinner with the old matriarch, Shun Yunjiao returned home and immediately noticed Hong Yu's somewhat guilty demeanor. Pretending not to see, she took Qing Yu to wash up. Once refreshed, Hong Yu dutifully brought warm water and cautiously asked, Miss, do you know something? Otherwise, why would you have sent me to copy the Buddhist scriptures instead of meeting Luo Shuyan during the day? Know what? Shun Yunjiao inquired. Nothing. I just wanted to ask why you suddenly suggested I copy the Buddhist scriptures. With an air of nonchalance, Shun Yunjiao replied, Naturally, it is because your handwriting is exquisite. Just tell me, among so many maidservants in the courtyard, whose writing surpasses yours? Hong Yu beamed with pride. Indeed, I practiced diligently when I was younger. Shun Yunjiao smiled. Exactly. Who else could I recommend if not you? Go fetch my nightgown. I wish to retire early tonight. Yes, Hong Yu said with a smile and went to find the nightgown. Shun Yunjiao's compliments made her cast aside her earlier doubts. Gently shaking her head, Shun Yunjiao prepared for bed. That night, Su Lanxiao developed a high fever. Su Foreign stayed up all night caring for her, and the next day, she urged Aunt Qian to seek justice for Su Lanxiao from the old matriarch. Aunt Qian was stern with Su Foreign, but genuinely cared for Su Lanxiao. With her beauty, Su Lanxiao was well positioned to marry into a good family, potentially elevating the Su family status. Aunt Qian held high hopes for her, having heard of the incident involving Su Lanxiao falling into the slop. A young lady from a prominent family would feel distressed even if she stepped in mud, let alone having fallen into refuse. It was said that Su Lanxiao had even ingested some of the slop. Should this leave her with a psychological scar? It would be disastrous. Thus, Aunt Qian went to the old matriarch under the pretense of offering greetings, but also sought to address the injustice faced by Su Lanxiao. Upon entering the room, she found Shun Yunjiao sitting by the window, engrossed in a book. The gentle morning sunlight bathed Shun Yunjiao's face, enhancing the porcelain-like quality of her skin. Her serene expression and naturally rosy lips could calm anyone who gazed upon her, more effective than any soothing incense. Aunt Qian had to admit that the old matriarch had raised Shun Yunjiao splendidly. Noticing Aunt Qian's entrance, Shun Yunjiao merely nodded slightly before returning to her reading. Aunt Qian lowered her gaze and paid her respects to the old matriarch. The old matriarch appraised her for a moment. The once stunning Qian Sunyang had aged. A pity that the late Su patriarch did not witness this. Had he lived, who knows if he would have remained devoted to her alone. The old matriarch said coolly, Please take a seat. The maidservants brought forth a stool, and Aunt Qian sat down. I did not inform my sister before returning. Please do not hold it against me. The old matriarch replied with a hint of a smile. Your feet are your own. Where you wish to go is beyond my control. Aunt Qian took a handkerchief to wipe non-existent tears from her eyes, her voice tinged with grievance. Sister, you misunderstand me. I am merely concerned for Xiao. She is just a young girl, and if she were to kneel in the ancestral hall, her father would regret it for a lifetime. The old matriarch scoffed, recalling how Aunt Qian had always played the victim. Now that the Su patriarch had long passed, this act was for whom? The old matriarch was disinclined to engage with Aunt Qian, prompting Ping Mama to interject. Aunt, the master punishing the second young lady is for her own good. If the elders interfere, it would be inappropriate. Aunt Qian's expression darkened as she responded with a curt acknowledgement. Ping Mama continued in a few days. You should return to wherever you came from. Aunt Qian readily agreed. Very well, I shall certainly return in a few days. The current demeanor of Sister Xiao truly weighs heavily on my mind. My dear sister, you are the beloved grandmother of Sister Xiao. You must advocate for her. Lady Su nodded, reassuring, you need not worry about this. Aunt Qian was elated, as this was the affirmation she sought. She turned her gaze toward Shen Yunjiao and said, Yunjiao, you shall accompany me to apologize to Sister Xiao, and we shall consider this matter settled. Shen Yunjiao put away her scroll, her clear eyes meeting Aunt Qian's. Aunt Qian smiled. Sister Xiao is not one to hold a grudge. If you speak kindly, she will surely forgive you. The expressions of Lady Su and the others darkened upon hearing Aunt Qian's words. Before Lady Su could voice her discontent, Shen Yunjiao gently inquired, Might I ask what offense I have committed that necessitates an apology to the second miss? Realizing Shen Yunjiao was feigning ignorance, Aunt Qian coldly remarked, Surely you are aware of the events that transpired outside the wall yesterday. Shen Yunjiao maintained her composed demeanor and nodded. Indeed, it was the second miss who pushed Sister Xiao to the ground, resulting in Sister Xiao falling gravely ill. She only recovered from her fever this morning. Aunt Qian's tone grew stern, as the elder sister of the second miss. Do you not bear some responsibility? Shen Yunjiao chuckled lightly. If it is my sister who has erred, it is Auntie who should seek her out. I'm not her parent and bear no obligation to guide her. Lady Su, fiercely protective, pulled Shen Yunjiao behind her, stating, Yunjiao has been raised under my care, seldom interacting with the second Mississippi. If there is a grievance, it lies with the Shun family. Lady Su's demeanor was anything but pleasant. Should Aunt Qian dare to overstep, she would not remain passive. Aunt Qian had anticipated Lady Su's reaction, recalling how, in her youth, Lady Su was often oblivious to propriety. Now, in her old age, she had become even less discerning. It was absurd to neglect her own granddaughter in favor of a country girl, akin to losing a watermelon while grasping at a sesame seed. Aunt Qian continued, Was it not young Master Luo whom Yunjiao summoned? And was it not Yunjiao who instructed others to pour the slops outside? Without these actions, how could Sister Xiao have been wronged? Lady Su was infuriated, finding this utterly unreasonable. Shen Yunjiao quickly grasped Lady Su's hand, fearing her genuine anger. She turned to Aunt Qian, feigning confusion. Even if it were indeed my doing, the second miss is a refined young lady, seldom stepping beyond the threshold. By the way, I neglected to ask, why did the second miss suddenly exit through the side door yesterday? If she were to leave, she ought to have used the main entrance. Aunt Qian faltered. Having already interrogated the maidservants around Su Lanxiao, she was well aware of the situation's intricacies. Were it not for Su Lanxiao's illness, she would have questioned what Su Lanxiao was thinking. Why would she conspire against Shen Yunjiao, a mere outsider, when her future marriage would sever all ties with the Su family? Why persistently target someone who would ultimately be of no consequence? Despite her dissatisfaction with Su Lanxiao, Aunt Qian was resolute in defending her publicly, her protective instincts ignited. With a cold huff, she retorted, I must inquire of you, for you summoned young Master Luo and arranged for Sister Xiao to meet him. What were your intentions? Before Shen Yunjiao could respond, Hong Yu knelt down, her face contorted with turmoil, and declared, Miss, I must confess, I cannot in good conscience continue to conceal the truth. Everyone present recognized Hong Yu as Shen Yunjiao's trusted confidant, her loyalty unparalleled. Shen Yunjiao fixated on Hong Yu with an impassive expression. What have I done that requires your concealment? Hong Yu quickly glanced at Aunt Qian before resolutely stating, I believe that not revealing the truth would weigh heavily on my conscience for a lifetime. In private, the young lady often speaks ill of the second miss, expressing jealousy over her beauty and noble lineage, and frequently curses her. The room fell into an eerie silence. Lady Su and Mama Ping stared at Hong Yu in astonishment. They understood the weight of Hong Yu's words regarding Shen Yunjiao. Anything uttered by Hong Yu regarding Shen Yunjiao was likely to be true. However, having watched Shen Yunjiao grow up, they found it hard to believe that she could harbor such malice. Lady Su's expression hardened. If you dare to lie, I shall have your skin flayed. Hong Yu trembled slightly, casting her gaze downward. Aunt Qian interjected, Sister, please do not frighten the girl. She is too scared to speak the truth. You are Hong Yu, correct? Speak freely. Although the old lady favors Yunjiao, She is a woman of integrity. If you speak the truth, the old lady will not harm you. Gathering her courage, Han Yu lifted her head once more. She first looked at Mian Yunjiao, who wore a mocking smile, causing her heart to tighten. Mian Yunjiao's calm demeanor was unexpected. She should have been furious at the betrayal, not dispassionately observing as if watching a performance. Han Yu sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint it. When Han Yu hesitated to speak, Aunt Qian impatiently urged, "If there is more, reveal it." Han Yu snapped back to reality, lowering her gaze as she could no longer bear to look at Mian Yunjiao. "Today, it was the young lady who sent me to summon young Master Luo. Upon his arrival, I was instructed to inform the second miss that my mistress had urgent matters to discuss with her outside the side door, and that she must come immediately." Pausing for effect, she continued, "When the second miss arrived at the side door, she would find young Master Luo awaiting her." Their clandestine meeting could not remain concealed. Aunt Qian slammed her hand on the table, indignantly questioning, what was the purpose of this? How does tarnishing Sister Xiao's reputation benefit you? Han Yu cast a fleeting glance at Mian Yunjiao, who remained unfazed, her eyes exceptionally bright. Unable to contain herself, Han Yu confessed. It was out of jealousy that the young lady devised this scheme. If the second Miss's reputation were ruined, the young lady could take satisfaction in belittling her upon their next encounter. Aunt Qian sprang to her feet, nearly striking Mian Yunjiao had Lady Su not been present to shield her. At this moment, Lady Su's continued defense of Mian Yunjiao caused Aunt Qian to plead earnestly, "Sister, this malicious woman seeks to harm your granddaughter. Why do you continue to protect her? If you indulge her further, she will ultimately bring ruin upon you as well." Lady Su felt an unsettling discomfort, not from Han Yu's allegations, but from the venomous glare Aunt Qian cast upon Mian Yunjiao. The situation remained unclear, and how could one trust the unfounded claims of a mere maidservant? Produce evidence. Lady Su insisted, her protective nature unwavering. Seeing Aunt Qian signal to her, Han Yu declared, "I have no reason to lie. If the old lady does not believe me, I shall take my own life here." Without hesitation, Han Yu hurled herself toward the wall. She was a person who valued her life. She knew this act would compel both Lady Su and Mian Yunjiao to intervene, as they would never allow her to perish before their eyes. She anticipated that they would deem it ill-omened to witness her demise here, and moreover, Mian Yunjiao would surely seek to absolve herself of any blame. Yet, Aunt Qian had assured her that once matters were resolved, she would be returned to serve Su Lanxiu, eventually becoming a handmaiden in her new life. This was the dream existence Han Yu had yearned for. She could not bear to end her life at this moment. As she collided with the wall, she had retained some strength. The others, witnessing Han Yu's determination to prove her innocence even at the cost of her life, exhibited varied expressions. Mama Ping, swift and astute, quickly instructed the maids to restrain Han Yu. If Han Yu were to perish here, Mian Yunjiao would be irreparably tarnished. Accused of attempting to harm the second young lady, Mian Yunjiao would have no place in the Su household. Inevitably, Aunt Qian and Madame Su would conspire to expel her. Without Mian Yunjiao, the old matriarch of the Su family would indeed be left utterly alone. Just as Mama Ping was about to call for help, she suddenly caught Mian Yunjiao's gaze. The depth of Mian Yunjiao's eyes and her calm demeanor rendered Mama Ping's words lodged in her throat. After a moment's hesitation, they saw Han Yu crash against the wall, and there was no stopping her now. Mama Ping's heart raced to her throat. The resounding thud reverberated, causing the old matriarch's complexion to pale. If Han Yu were to die, Mian Yunjiao would suffer greatly. The old matriarch, trembling, urged quickly, "Check if there is still a breath left." Aunt Qian curled her lip, secretly pleased. If Han Yu survived, it mattered not, but if she died, it would be even better. Mian Yunjiao, seated beside the old matriarch, felt her agitation. She quickly grasped the old matriarch's arm, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Han Yu will be fine." Based on her understanding of Han Yu, she knew how precious life was to her. How could she possibly succumb so easily? Indeed, the two closest maids who rushed to check found that Han Yu was unharmed, her forehead merely reddened but unbloodied. Han Yu lay still on the floor, momentarily dazed from the impact, but soon rose. Seeing everyone's gaze upon her, she exclaimed, "I'm not dead." With that, she attempted to hurl herself against the wall again. Mian Yunjiao chuckled softly. "If you wish to collide, then do so. No one will stop you." Hearing this, Han Yu hesitated. "Come back, cease the theatrics." Mian Yunjiao maintained her gentle smile. causing Hong Yu to shiver inexplicably. She truly did not wish to die. After a brief moment of contemplation, she lowered her head and returned. Shen Yunjiao, with a mocking smile, asked, "Why do you fear death? Were your previous words mere fabrications?" Hong Yu fell to her knees once more, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I've served you faithfully for so many years. How could you show me no kindness? If I were to die now, would it bring you joy?" Her words subtly implied that Shen Yunjiao was heartless. Aunt Qian shook her head, reflecting on the ruthlessness displayed even toward the childhood companion. What could be expected of her treatment towards others? "Sister, this cold-hearted individual must not be allowed to remain. If you fear solitude, you may take Xiao Jie to your side. She is only 5, the most lively and endearing age." The old matriarch's expression darkened ominously. "Yunjiao is under my direct guidance. I know her character best. Until evidence is presented, Hong Yu's words are not to be trusted. Were it not for Shen Yunjiao's companionship over the years, the old matriarch might have succumbed to despair long ago. Even if Shen Yunjiao were indeed as disgraceful as Aunt Qian claimed, the old matriarch would still choose to defend her." Aunt Qian, in disappointment, shook her head. "Sister, you are mistaken. Keeping her close will eventually bring ruin upon yourself and the entire Su family." Suddenly, Shen Yunjiao interjected, "Hong Yu's words are indeed unreliable." Aunt Qian, surprised by Shen Yunjiao's rare defense, anticipated her to claim innocence. In her youth, she had witnessed and employed such tricks numerous times. How could a naive girl like Shen Yunjiao possibly be her adversary? She retorted, "Hong Yu is your most trusted maid. You once shared everything, living as one. How could her words be untrustworthy? Because she has committed treachery." Shen Yunjiao replied coldly. Hong Yu believed Shen Yunjiao referred to her earlier accusations. "Miss, I only feared that by concealing the truth, I would lead you astray into an irretrievable path, which is why I spoke out." Shen Yunjiao's tone turned icy. "The one who poisoned the old matriarch was you, was it not?" "What poison?" Hong Yu was bewildered, having not accompanied them to the estate. She was unaware of the old matriarch's poisoning. Aunt Qian, equally perplexed, exclaimed, "Who would dare poison the old matriarch?" Yunjiao do not speak recklessly. Yet, upon observing the old matriarch's pallor, she realized the gravity of the situation. "Was it you, Hong Yu?" the old matriarch asked incredulously. She had suspected the perpetrator to be someone closer, never anticipating it to be one of Shen Yunjiao's own attendants. Shen Yunjiao nodded. "Zen Mama, take some people to search Hong Yu's quarters." The tactic of reversing right and wrong was one that both Aunt Qian and Hong Yu were adept at. Shen Yunjiao was no stranger to it either. Zheng Mama promptly led a group to Hong Yu's room. Known for her strictness and impartiality, Zheng Mama's presence would lend credibility to whatever they might discover. While Zheng Mama searched Hong Yu's quarters, the old matriarch explained her poisoning incident to Aunt Qian. Shen Yunjiao observed Aunt Qian's expression closely, noting that her surprise was genuine. A gentle thud drew Shen Yunjiao's attention, revealing that Shige had placed a cup of tea beside her. "This is for the old matriarch," she murmured. Everyone in the Pingkong courtyard knew that Shen Yunjiao did not favor tea. Shige quickly retrieved the cup, apologizing for her oversight. She then set the cup beside the old matriarch before retreating with the tray. Meanwhile, Aunt Qian, infuriated, exclaimed, "Who has the audacity to poison my sister? I will not let that person go unpunished." Her anger stemmed from her belief that she controlled the entire Su family, only to discover that others harbored their own agendas. Aunt Qian's suspicion immediately fell upon Madame Su as the one who poisoned the old matriarch. Her short-sightedness led her to believe that with the old matriarch's demise, all hidden treasures would be hers. Upon hearing the old matriarch's words, Hong Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all, she was not the one who poisoned the old matriarch. What could Zheng Mama possibly find in her quarters? Living alone, she always locked her doors and windows when she went out, making it difficult for anyone to frame her. With her mind set at ease, Hong Yu appeared considerably more relaxed. Soon, Zheng Mama returned, accompanied by Qingyu. Today, Shen Yunjiao had only brought Hong Yu to the old matriarch, and upon hearing what had transpired, Qingyu was deeply worried and rushed over. Noticing Shen Yunjiao's expression, which bore no hint of distress, Qingyu felt a bit reassured and quietly positioned herself beside Shen Yunjiao. Zheng Mama returned with her usual impassive demeanor. She always wore the same expression, making it impossible for anyone to discern her emotions. She quietly stood behind Mian Yunjiao. Mama, I swear to not do it. You cannot possibly find anything in my room. Before Hong Yu could finish her sentence, Zheng Mama approached her and struck her twice across the face. The sharp imprint of her fingers appeared on Hong Yu's cheek, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Leaving her stunned, Zheng Mama bypassed her and addressed the old matriarch. Madam, we found 2 vials in Hong Yu's quarters. I had them examined by a knowledgeable maid. They are poison. The specific type will require a doctor's examination to identify. Hong Yu looked at Zheng Mama in disbelief, then sharply protested. Those are not mine. Someone is framing me. Her gaze swept across the faces in the room, finally landing on Mian Yunjiao. It was you. You were deliberately setting me up. With a mocking smile, Mian Yunjiao questioned, why would I go to such lengths? To frame you and cause the old lady to be poisoned? Your room has always been locked, with only one key in your possession. Who possesses the capability to ensnare you? Ironically, her own caution had ultimately led to her downfall. Hong Yu, speaking recklessly, accused, you must have always looked down on me. You are certainly envious of me, fearing that Lord Luo would favor me even more in the future, and thus, you devised a trap to eliminate me, didn't you? Aunt Qian discreetly shook her head, realizing that Hong Yu had become a useless pawn. Mian Yunjiao chose not to respond. Instead, Zheng Mama stepped forward and struck Hong Yu sharply across the face. With considerable strength, Zheng Mama quickly left Hong Yu's face swollen. Terrified, Hong Yu fell silent, and Zheng Mama took her place nearby, her piercing gaze fixed on Hong Yu, ready to strike again if she dared utter another word. Old Lady Su was deeply disappointed in Hong Yu, lamenting, I have treated you well, yet you plotted against me. Who instigated you? Hong Yu shook her head vehemently, insisting, I am but a servant, and my family works within the manor. I would never dare undertake such treacherous actions that could implicate them. Mian Yunjiao interjected, Old lady, it is not worth exhausting yourself over her. Perhaps it would be better to confine her for a few days. She might be more willing to speak then. Old Lady Su, not even wanting to glance at Hong Yu, waved her hand, instructing that Hong Yu be taken away and imprisoned. In a panic, Hong Yu broke free from her restraining maids and rushed to Aunt Qian, pleading, please save me. If I am imprisoned, my life is forfeit. Aunt Qian's face darkened, realizing that Hong Yu was not only ineffectual, but also foolish to seek her help, as it would only arouse Old Lady Su's suspicions toward her. Having had a strained relationship with Old Lady Su, she feared that the old lady might even suspect her involvement in the poisoning. Without hesitation, Aunt Qian kicked Hong Yu to the ground, exclaiming, you wish to harm the old lady, and still expect me to plead for you? How audacious! Zheng Mama approached expressionlessly, grasping Hong Yu by the collar and dragging her out as if she were a mere chick. Once Hong Yu left, the atmosphere in the room became significantly quieter. Aunt Qian let out a quiet sigh of relief, saying, Sister, we must not disregard what Hong Yu has said. Mian Yunjiao lifted her head, smiling sweetly, and asked, What? Do you truly believe the words of a traitorous servant can be trusted? Aunt Qian fell silent. Mian Yunjiao, seemingly oblivious to Aunt Qian's growing displeasure, continued, I suspect that Miss Heir has awakened by now. Perhaps you should inquire why she exited through the side door. If she is unwilling to speak, you can always ask the neighbors. I heard from them that several of the Su family's maids were lurking in the shadows at the time, though their intentions remain unclear. Aunt Qian clenched her fists in frustration at Mian Yunjiao's delicate smile. Young Su Lanxiao was indeed inexperienced, her actions riddled with flaws and inconsistencies. Mian Yunjiao, not paying heed to Aunt Qian, declared, I am quite hungry. Old Lady Su promptly instructed Shijing to fetch some snacks from the kitchen. Shijing complied and left. Since returning from the village, the Pinkong courtyard had become more cautious under Mama Ping's supervision, especially regarding the food brought in, with the cooks having undergone thorough background checks. Noticing that they were engrossed in casual conversation, Aunt Qian felt disregarded and sought an excuse to leave. At this moment, Su Lanxiao had awakened and consumed a bowl of bitter medicine. Initially reluctant to drink it, she was persuaded by Madame Su, who warned that Aunt Qian intended to summon Mian Yunjiao to seek retribution on her behalf. Without the medicine, how could she gather strength? Consequently, Su Lanxiao complied, followed by a bowl of plain porridge. Were it not for Madame Su's insistence, she would have preferred to wait on her bed. After an indeterminate time, Aunt Qian finally returned. Su Lanxiao exclaimed joyfully, Grandmother, you are finally back. Where is that little wretch? Although it was Shun Yunshui who had caused her to fall into the refuse, She directed all her ire towards Shen Yunjiao. For no reason other than her long-standing disdain for Shen Yunjiao, she wished to mar the beauty of her face, which she deemed more exquisite than her own. Before Aunt Qian entered, Su Lanxiao hastily instructed Danju, "Quickly, go to the dressing table and fetch me a hairpin." Though puzzled, Danju complied and began making her way to the dressing table, but Aunt Qian entered before she could reach it. Su Lanxiao, filled with anticipation, peered behind Aunt Qian, yet found no trace of Shen Yunjiao. Disappointment washed over her as she asked, "Grandmother, where is that little wretch?" Aunt Qian approached and, with a finger, jabbed Su Lanxiao's forehead in frustration, leaving a red mark on her smooth skin. "How can you still ask? I nearly didn't make it back because of your affairs." Su Lanxiao, confused, protested, "That cannot be. Hong Yu has been obediently following our instructions, hasn't she?" With her word, how could Shen Yunjiao turn the tide? Aunt Qian, exasperated, replied, "Do you not understand? It was this very Hong Yu who nearly caused my ruin." At this point, even Madame Su became curious, approaching with a question, "Mother, what on earth happened?" Aunt Qian scrutinized Madame Su from head to toe, making her feel uneasy, prompting her to take a few steps back. "Mother, why are you looking at me like that?" Aunt Qian then recounted the events from the Pinkong courtyard, finishing with a piercing gaze directed at Madame Su. "Is this matter truly unrelated to you?" Madame Su hastily waved her hands, insisting, "How could it be me? You know my temperament. Administering slow-acting poison would only serve to hasten my own demise. If I truly intended to act, I would have resorted to more direct and lethal means." Though her words were harsh, Madame Su's nature was indeed as she described. To have her administer slow-acting poison and wait for old lady Su to pass away would only lead to her own demise first. Aunt Qian regarded Madame Su for a moment, her expression softening slightly. "Since this matter does not concern you, do not meddle or inquire further. Simply pretend to be unaware, lest you utter something unwise." Madame Su pursed her lips, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Lanxiao, lying on the bed, was becoming increasingly anxious, exclaiming, "Grandmother, what about Shen Yunjiao? Shall we allow her to remain untroubled? Have I suffered in vain?" Aunt Qian could not help but feel a headache coming on. "This time, you simply lack the skill. Who can you blame? Do you think your little schemes are unknown to others? Your spies have already been discovered." Su Lanxiao's heart sank. "Did anyone mention anything?" Aunt Qian scoffed, "You're already panicking. Compared to Shen Yunjiao, your abilities are still lacking in more than one regard." With Su Lanxiao on the verge of an engagement, Aunt Qian realized her time to teach was limited. Seeing Su Lanxiao become so flustered, her face flushed abnormal hues, Aunt Qian, feeling pity for her due to her illness, softened her tone. "As long as you do not mention this matter again, others will not either. Do you still wish to seek revenge on Shen Yunjiao?" Su Lanxiao shook her head vigorously. No revenge. I feel a bit dizzy. I shall sleep a little longer." Aunt Qian sighed and departed. In the Pinkong courtyard, Hong Yu found herself confined in the woodshed. The wounds on her face throbbed painfully with the slightest movement, making it nearly impossible to speak. She could only manage a few soft words. Over the years, she had received numerous benefits from Shen Yunjiao, and now she sought to leverage them to summon Qingyu for assistance. Qingyu is undoubtedly the one with whom she shares the deepest bond, and she would certainly not abandon her in her time of need. However, as day turned to night, Qingyu had yet to appear. At that moment, she was beside Shen Yunjiao, gently kneading her shoulders. After a brief moment of rest, Shen Yunjiao opened her eyes and instructed Qingyu to cease her actions. With her head bowed, Qingyu hesitated for a while before awkwardly stating, "Miss, I believe the one who poisoned is not Hong Yu." Shen Yunjiao raised an eyebrow. "Are you defending Hong Yu?" Startled, Qingyu knelt down. "I am not advocating for Hong Yu. She deserves punishment for her wrongdoings. Moreover, we found evidence in her room. However, I feel that given Hong Yu's character, she would not resort to such treachery. I fear that if we capture Hong Yu, the true perpetrator may escape unpunished. Hong Yu is inherently selfish. The act of poisoning the old lady would be a futile endeavor for her, no matter how Qingyu contemplated it. She could not fathom that Hong Yu would commit such an act." Shen Yunjiao smiled and pulled Qingyu up, contentedly remarking, "You possess more discernment than I initially thought." Initially, Shen Yunjiao was concerned that Qingyu lacked the cunning required to handle the situation and refrained from informing her about the plan to deal with Hong Yu. fearing that Qingyu might inadvertently reveal their intentions. Qingyu smiled shyly. Mian Yunjiao patted her hand, stating that now that the incident of the old lady being poisoned had come to light, the actual culprit must be feeling anxious. Any slight disturbance could potentially expose them. All they had to do was wait patiently. Qingyu's eyes brightened. Do you know who it is, miss? Mian Yunjiao smiled mysteriously. The ones who could tamper with what the old lady ingests are merely a handful. Qingyu felt considerably reassured. Hongyu remained confined in the woodshed, receiving nothing but water. And for days on end, she assumed she would be forgotten. One day, Shijing returned home and eagerly sought out Mian Yunjiao. Miss, during my visit home, I met my sister-in-law, who lives near the Luo family. Do you know what has transpired with the Luo family? Shijing inquired animatedly. Hearing the name Master Luo, Qingyu felt a pang of discomfort, yet Mian Yunjiao remained unfazed. Oh? What happened? Building suspense, Shijing exclaimed, it is said that Master Luo, while indulging in revelry, was stripped bare and thrown onto the street for failing to pay. Mian Yunjiao, who had just taken a sip of water, instantaneously spewed it out. While Qingyu was so shocked, she nearly bit her tongue and began to cough. Shijing was thoroughly pleased with their reactions. Recalling that she had fallen from her chair upon hearing the news, Mian Yunjiao hastily wiped her mouth with her sleeve and asked incredulously, is that true? Shijing nodded vigorously. Indeed, it's absolutely true. Many witnessed Master Luo in such a state. Qingyu promptly covered Shijing's mouth, scolding her, you shameless girl. How can an unmarried lady speak of such things? Worried that Shijing might utter more scandalous remarks, Qingyu quickly sent her away. Upon returning, she found Mian Yunjiao in a state of shock. Qingyu sighed, knowing that if a mirror were before her, her expression would mirror Mian Yunjiao's. Mian Yunjiao was astonished by the absurdity of the situation, but soon shook off her surprise, unwilling to waste energy on matters concerning Luo Shuyan. She stood up, heading towards the old lady, as it was time to resolve the issue with Hongyu. Despite her resolve, Mian Yunjiao did not summon Hongyu, instead articulating her prepared statements. Mian Yunjiao lowered her eyelids. Old lady, Hongyu still refuses to divulge who is behind her actions. The ongoing situation with Hongyu had left the old lady feeling weary. It was clear that such a malicious servant could not remain. The thought of having a treacherous maid like her close to Mian Yunjiao made the old lady restless, unable to eat or sleep well. Thankfully, Hongyu had not attempted to poison Mian Yunjiao, or else the old lady would have been plagued by guilt. Mian Yunjiao acknowledged, leaving the decision regarding Hongyu's fate to the old lady. The old lady summoned Mama Zheng to deal with Hongyu and ensure that her family faced consequences as well. With Mama Zheng's stern and uncompromising nature, it was certain that she would administer severe punishment. Mian Yunjiao waited for Shige to refill the old lady's teacup before leisurely stating, Old lady, I suspect that Hongyu may have accomplices. The old lady was taken aback. Who else is plotting against me? Mian Yunjiao nodded. The old lady, with a self-deprecating smile, mused, who would have thought that a woman of my age could be the target of so many schemes? She declared, we must investigate thoroughly. Everyone with unclean hands must be scrutinized. When Mama Zheng returns, let her handle it. Hongyu had waited in the woodshed for what felt like an eternity until she finally heard the door creak open. Having not seen sunlight in days, the sudden brightness streaming in was blinding, causing her to shed tears. It took her a moment to recognize Mama Zheng standing before her. In a panic, she recoiled as though confronted by a ghost. Having gone days without sustenance, she had become gaunt. With a single swift motion, Mama Zheng effortlessly lifted Hongyu as if she were a mere rag and tossed her out. Hongyu was escorted by 2 matrons. Assuming Mama Zheng intended to bring her before the old lady for questioning, she remained silent, conserving her strength for the inevitable confrontation. However, after a while, Hongyu realized they were not heading towards the old lady's quarters. In the distance, she spotted several matrons ushering others away, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. As they drew closer, she recognized them as her relatives who served in the Ho residence. It dawned on her that the situation was dire, and she began to struggle. Yet, after a few futile attempts, she surrendered. At worst, she would be sent away, but she was confident she could find a way to meet Luo Shuyan later. As long as she could see him, she believed there would still be hope for her. Thus, she ceased her struggles and allowed the matrons to lead her away. Mama Zheng, perceptive as ever, discerned Hongyu's thoughts. Maintaining her impassive demeanor, she cast a cold glance at Hongyu before withdrawing her gaze. Once Hongyu was taken to the mines, it remained uncertain if she would ever be able to dream sweetly again. Meanwhile, Luo Shuyin, the subject of Hongyu's thoughts, was in a state of despair, lamenting like a heartbroken soul. Yuyin, don't act recklessly. If you perish, what will become of your mother? Lady Luo observed her son clutching a knife, her legs trembling in fear. Luo Shuyin, in anguish, clutched his head, crying out, "Mother, how can I possibly live with this shame? My reputation is ruined. I have no face to present to the world." This morning, he had awoken to find himself naked on the street, subjected to the scornful and derisive gazes of passers-by. He felt that death would be a release. Being a learned man, he had always held lofty aspirations. Losing his dignity felt worse than death. Seizing the moment, Lady Luo snatched the knife from his hands and struck him firmly. "You are a grown man, behaving so pathetically. In a few days, everyone will forget this incident. Once you achieve success and become an official, who would dare to bring this up again?" Luo Shuyin let out a pained acknowledgement, falling silent. Lady Luo sighed and instructed the servants to take good care of her son before departing with Ague, his confidant who had been by his side the previous day. Once outside, Lady Luo's expression darkened. "What on earth happened? Speak the truth." Ague, sensing the gravity of the situation, replied, "Madam, I believe young master has fallen victim to someone's scheme." Lady Luo's heart tightened. "What do you mean? Who would seek to harm Yuyin?" "I do not know for certain, but it is said that Miss Ing Chun, a renowned courtesan, suddenly took an interest in young master last night, despite many spending lavishly just to catch a glimpse of her." The young master initially hesitated to accompany Miss Ing Chun, but under the encouragement of those nearby, he entered the elegant chamber with her. Soon after, the young man was rendered unconscious, leaving him oblivious to everything. Lady Luo, in a soft murmur, pondered, "Who has Yin offended?" Despite racking her brains, she could not find an answer. As the doorman announced the arrival of the Shun family, Lady Luo felt a throbbing headache and had no choice but to face them. Shun Yunjiao and her mother, Mrs. Zhuang, were not known for their adherence to decorum. They wielded their temper with ease, making a scene as they pleased. In the most elegantly adorned room of Qing Lu, a youthful lady was preparing to wash her hands and light incense, poised to play a melody. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were exquisite. Even in silence, she exuded an enchanting allure. As her eyes glimmered, one could only wonder how many souls could be captivated by her presence. At that moment, her lips curled downward, signaling her displeasure. As the curtain stirred, a voice inquired, "Miss Ing Chun, why the long face?" Upon hearing this voice, Ing Chun's expression brightened instantly. Spotting Xiao Feng emerging from behind the curtain, she hurried outside, glancing around in hopes of seeing the one she had missed so dearly. Disappointment washed over her when she found no trace of him, yet she hesitated to retreat indoors, clinging to a sliver of hope. She thought perhaps the young master had merely been delayed. Xiao Feng, unyielding, doused her optimism with cold reality. When has the young master ever graced this place? A bitter taste rose in Ing Chun's mouth as she entered, realizing the truth. Such a noble figure would never tread here. Xiao Feng frowned, sternly stating, "Ing Chun, if you maintain this attitude, how can you fulfill the young master's commands?" Closing her eyes for a moment, Ing Chun quickly regained her composure. "Rest assured, I know my limits. Now, what instructions has the young master sent you with?" After scrutinizing her for a moment, Xiao Feng proceeded to discuss the matter at hand. Once the business was concluded, Ing Chun took the incense burner and meticulously walked around the room, sparing no corner. Xiao Feng teased, "Is it truly necessary to make such a grand display for someone who merely slept in your quarters for half a night?" Ignoring him, Ing Chun continued with her task, pondering the young master's potential grievances against Luo Shuyin. Given the young master's capabilities, he could easily dispose of Luo Shuyin with a mere gesture. What could he possibly have to hold against him? As Ing Chun raised her head, she was startled to find Xiao Feng had approached her silently. His expression was graver than ever. "For the sake of our working relationship, I must warn you, do not investigate this matter." It seemed Xiao Feng had discerned her thoughts, causing her to avert her gaze. What is there to hide? Xiao Feng's tone darkened. "I've said enough. If you insist on probing further and cross the young master's boundaries, do not expect him to uphold the years of camaraderie." Innocently, Ing Chun asked, "The young master's boundaries? As long as I remain loyal to him, how could I ever infringe upon them?" Noticing Xiao Feng's increasingly troubled demeanor, she reassured him, Do not worry. I shall not pursue this any further. Xiao Feng exhaled, relieved. While others may not recognize it, he, who constantly shadowed Xiao Shijing, could perceive the newfound limits imposed upon him. Should one dare to breach these, Xiao Shijing would not resort to death, but would ensure a fate far worse. After leaving the Luo residence, Shen Yunxiao noticed the evident scratches on her mother's face, clearly inflicted by nails, and expressed her concern. Mother, does it hurt? Mrs. Zhuang proudly lifted her chin, dismissing the pain. What is there to hurt? Suddenly recalling Lady Luo's insinuations about Luo Shuyan being schemed against, she speculated. Could it have been Shen Yunxiao? Let us inquire at the Su residence. If she is indeed behind this, I shall ensure you have your revenge. Shen Yunxiao offered a bitter smile, realizing her mother had conveniently forgotten past grievances. Having faced ill fortune at Shen Yunxiao's hands before, what good could possibly come from visiting the Su family again? Linking arms with her mother, she sighed, Mother, I wish to return home. Seeing her daughter's weary countenance, Mrs. Zhuang's heart ached, and she readily agreed. Once the mother and daughter departed, a member of the Luo family rushed to inform Lady Luo. At that moment, Lady Luo was disheveled and disheartened, her face bruised and battered, sitting on the ground without dignity. Upon learning that Mrs. Zhuang and her daughter had left, she began to wail. What sin have I committed to deserve such a pair of shrews? No matter how we may be related, how dare they strike me? Once we truly become in-laws, will I have any means of survival? Her confidant, Mama Wang, helped her to her feet, reminding her, I warned you before that Shun Heir girl lacks virtue. And her mother is no gentlewoman either. Marrying her will only bring turmoil to your household. Having grown up alongside Lady Luo, it was only Mama Wang who could speak so candidly. But now that matters had reached this point, what could be done? Lady Luo was at a loss, tears welling in her eyes. Mama Wang lowered her voice. In my opinion, Miss Shun is quite commendable, especially being raised under the care of old Madame Su. Though she shares no blood ties, she is as close as kin. When Miss Shin marries into our family, old Madame Su will surely look after us. Lady Luo chuckled bitterly, recalling how she once held disdain for Shen Yunxiao, believing that her marrying Luo Shuyan was an unearned stroke of fortune. She perceived Shen Yunxiao as frail and unfit for childbearing, planning instead to select robust concubines for Luo Shuyan. Yet, given the current situation, should Luo Shuyan dare to take a concubine, Mrs. Zhuang would certainly retaliate. Her strikes were no idle threats. They were real blows to the face. In light of this, Shen Yunxiao appeared to be a far more suitable match than she had previously thought. Lady Luo lamented her decisions, feeling a sharp pang of regret for having broken off the engagement. What else can be done? Mama Wang chuckled. While you lament, perhaps old Madame Su is regretting her own decisions too. For Miss Shen's background, securing a match with our young master is already the best outcome. Lady Luo's eyes brightened, clearly swayed by Mama Wang's words. Mama Wang stoked the flames further. Why not humble yourself before old Madame Su? Miss Shun is soft-hearted. If you amend your stance, old Madame Su will likely relent. Lady Luo felt a surge of discomfort. You want me to demean myself? Unless you wish for Mrs. Zhuang and her daughter to run rampant over you tomorrow. Look at yourself. Is there a single unblemished spot left? Lady Luo clenched her teeth. Very well, I shall swallow my pride. As long as Shuyan can lead a good life, it shall be worth it. Mama Wang smiled in satisfaction, feeling she had fulfilled her task. Lady Luo was notoriously frugal, and she had to find alternative means to secure her own future. With Han Yu sold off, a vacancy had arisen beside Shen Yunxiao. Just as she considered discussing this with old Madame Su, she noticed Mrs. Su had already sent someone over. This maidservant is newly acquired, and her background is impeccable. Everything can be verified. The contract of sale has been signed and remains with me. You may have her for now, and once you find her suitable, I will hand over her contract. Mrs. Su beamed, embodying the very picture of a benevolent elder. Old Madame Su frowned. I had intended to assign one to Yunxiao for my own household. Mother, if you send a maid over, you would still need to procure another for yourself. This new maid is like a blank slate. Her future will depend entirely on Yunxiao's guidance, Mrs. Su advised. Shen Yunxiao examined the maid, who appeared demure and well-mannered. Her gaze fixed downward, an indication of her humility. Thank you, madam, for your kindness. I cannot refuse such a generous offer. What's her name? Emerese. Suchekev. Since she is to be your maid, you may name her as you wish. Without hesitation, Shen Yunxiao replied. Let us call her Meiyu. Madame Su smiled so broadly that her eyes narrowed into slits. Meiyu. She weighs the same as Qingyu. The newly acquired maidservant had been promoted to a personal attendant, revealing that Shen Yunjiao was indeed quite naive and inexperienced. Madame Su was aware of Shen Yunjiao's rashness, yet she never spoke ill of her in front of outsiders. After Madame Su departed, the elder Su matriarch dismissed Meiyu to tidy up and advise Shen Yunjiao. This maid is still unfamiliar with the household. Do not allow her to attend to you closely. Shen Yunjiao chuckled. Rest assured, I am well aware. After a short while, Shen Yunjiao returned home with Qingyu. On the way back, Qingyu could not help but advise, Miss, one must always be wary of others. Shen Yunjiao laughed lightly. In your eyes. Do I seem so easily deceived? She was indeed aware that Meiyu was suspicious. It was rather peculiar for Madame Su, who was notoriously stingy, to purchase a maidservant for her. Upon returning to her chamber, Shen Yunjiao sat for a moment before Meiyu arrived to pay her respects. Shen Yunjiao instructed, You shall follow Qingyu and learn from her. Meiyu obediently responded, glancing at Qingyu, but alas, Qingyu did not even spare her a glance. As they were to visit the Wu family in a few days, the elder Su matriarch had summoned a seamstress to measure Shen Yunjiao for new attire. The matriarch had engaged the finest seamstress from the capital, which made Su Lanqiao envious. Although Madame Su was generous, she still adhered to the principle of not spending more than necessary, thus only allowing the household seamstress to craft Shen Yunjiao's new garments. Su Lanqiao, realizing that persuading Madame Su would be futile, sought out Aunt Qian for assistance. Once the seamstress had taken Shen Yunjiao's measurements, Aunt Qian and Su Lanqiao arrived. A flicker of annoyance crossed Shen Yunjiao's eyes, swiftly concealed by lowered lashes. These individuals were indeed overly eager in their visit. Aunt Qian smiled and remarked, making new garments. How lovely! Yunjiao is so graceful that she would look splendid in anything. Su Lanqiao, lacking such decorum, directly inquired, Grandmother, I have a new outfit as well. Her attire was adequate for visiting relatives, yet it fell short for an esteemed family like the Wus, who were connected to the royal lineage. On that day, many noble guests would attend, possibly even princes and dukes, though she had her suitor, who did not wish for additional admirers. The elder Su matriarch frowned, having never realized how brazen Su Lanqiao was. Miss, do you still have time for garments? Shen Yunjiao's clear voice chimed in. You ought to spend more time with Aunt Qian, for she is soon returning to her estate. Once she departs, who knows when we shall see her again? Prompted by Shen Yunjiao, the elder matriarch asked sternly, Sunyang, when do you plan to return to the estate? Aunt Qian's smile faltered, regretting her decision to accompany Su Lanqiao. Su Lanqiao looked at the elder matriarch and then at Aunt Qian, innocently stating, Grandmother, please do not let Aunt Qian return to the estate. She is of an age where she might feel unwell without anyone to tend to her. Shen Yunjiao responded earnestly, Miss, it is best not to interrupt when our elders are discussing serious matters. Su Lanqiao, incensed, swallowed her retort under the elder matriarch's disapproving gaze. Let us set out early. As the weather is fair, the elder matriarch stated impassively. We had agreed upon this earlier. You have not forgotten, I hope. Mama Ping interjected. If the madam has forgotten, I can remind her. Aunt Qian's gaze flickered, and she awkwardly replied, How could I forget? Do not worry, I will return to pack my belongings. Xue, come with me. Su Lanqiao was reluctant to leave, as she had yet to secure her new garments. However, Aunt Qian insisted on taking her back. Once they departed, Mama Ping remarked, Once they are gone, the atmosphere in the household will surely lighten. Shen Yunjiao's expression turned serious. It was often easier to invite Buddha than to send him away. She noticed Shige bringing tea and said, Take the tea away, if we drink it now. The old lady may not sleep well later. Shige paused, acknowledging, and then exited with the tea. At the door, she overheard Shen Yunjiao advising the elder matriarch. You should refrain from tea. I have heard that drinking water is better for health, and one can add ginseng or goji berries. Shige's expression momentarily contorted, a reaction witnessed by Shichen standing at the door. Shichen patted Shige's shoulder, softly reassuring, Do not worry. Even if the old lady stops drinking tea, it will not cost you your livelihood. Shige, in charge of the tea service, forced a smile and departed. As for the residence of the Duke of Lu, it was adorned splendidly, reflecting the status of the most favored prince of the current emperor, who had received a title and estate even before marriage. The study was filled with military tomes. Jin Yong, a trusted aide of the Duke, dressed in black, entered and knelt before the tall figure by the window. Clad in a moon-white robe, the man exuded an elegance that made it hard to associate him with the decisive Duke of Lu. The Duke slightly turned his head, his phoenix-like eyes glancing at the kneeling Zhongyong. "Have you uncovered anything?" "Yes, my lord. I have discovered that the woman who appeared in the courtyard of Dr. Lu's clinic that day is Miss Mian Yunjiao from the Su family." The Duke raised an eyebrow. "Why is her surname Shun?" "It is said she was adopted by the elder Su matriarch." Zhongyong recounted Mian Yunjiao's life story in detail, so thoroughly that even Mian Yunjiao herself would be astonished. The Duke listened patiently, his lips parting as if to speak, when an attendant outside announced, "Miss Wu has arrived." A gentle breeze swept through, and Zhongyong had already vanished. The Duke frowned slightly, but still invited Miss Wu in, recognizing the necessity of the Wu family's support at that moment. The visitors were Miss Wu Qingwei and her younger sister, Miss Wu Qingshan. Qingwei jingled a string of bells attached to her wrist, producing a crisp sound with each movement. Though the bells were not precious, they were a gift from the Duke, making them invaluable to her. The sisters greeted the Duke, who warmly replied, "You need not stand on ceremony around me, my dear cousins." As they rose, Wu Qingwei bashfully glanced at the Duke before producing a fragrant invitation card. The card was not only perfumed, but also carried the scent of her own essence. Rich and intoxicating, the Duke's slender fingers reached for the card. "I wonder if my cousin would honor me with his presence at the flower viewing banquet I am hosting?" Wu Qingshan, feeling anxious, thought her sister's approach was overly subtle. The Duke had initially intended to decline, viewing the banquet as a mere waste of time. Surely, practicing his marksmanship would be far more meaningful than attending a gathering filled with frivolous company. Yet, the thought of such company stirred something within him, and he smiled gently. "Since my dear cousin has personally delivered the invitation, I shall certainly attend." Wu Qingyue's eyes sparkled with delight, nearly overflowing with joy, while she stumbled over her words. Wu Qingshan sighed inwardly, knowing she must maintain her sister's dignity. "We shall await your arrival, dear cousin." The Duke simply acknowledged, his heart sinking as he met Wu Qingyue's unabashed affection. From a young age, under the subtle guidance of the favored consort, the Duke had been made aware that his future bride would be Wu Qingwei. The elders on both sides had never sought to disguise their intentions, eagerly awaiting Wu Qingwei's 16th birthday, when the consort would petition the emperor for a marriage decree. Wu Qingwei was nurtured from a young age according to the standards of a princess, which required considerable effort from the Wu family. She lived up to expectations, becoming a benchmark among the noble ladies of the capital. Many mothers instructed their daughters to emulate Wu Qingwei, believing that achieving even 70 to 80% of her grace would guarantee them wealth and status in the future. The Duke of Lu was also quite pleased with Wu Qingwei, though his approval was limited to mere satisfaction. Yet now, observing her every move and her poised demeanor, the Duke felt an inexplicable discomfort rising within him. Wu Qingwei, perceptive as she was, noticed the change in the Duke's expression and quickly inquired, "Cousin, are you unwell?" She worried that he had not fully recovered from his previous injury. The Duke smiled and replied, "I am fine. I shall not see you off." He turned and retreated into his study, while the butler escorted the Wu sisters out. Inside the carriage, Wu Qingwei expressed her concerns. "Shan'er, do you think cousin's attitude towards me has changed? Does he no longer like me?" Wu Qinghan sighed deeply. She had heard such worries countless times throughout their lives, and it had become tiresome. Nevertheless, she consoled her sister. "Sister, the moment we arrived, cousin's gaze was fixed solely upon you, not casting a glance in my direction." Wu Qingwei, troubled by her thoughts, pressed her lips together, falling silent. Wu Qinghan, weary of her sister's melancholy, chose to refrain from further counsel, believing that Wu Qingwei would eventually come to terms with her feelings. Soon, the day of the flower appreciation banquet at the Wu residence arrived, graced by splendid weather. With not a cloud in the sky, the young ladies of the Su family, except for the youngest, Su Lanxiao, adorned themselves in extravagant attire. Madame Su, upon seeing Su Lanyon's outfit, particularly the elaborate headpiece she wore, could not suppress a frown. Having already been quite strict with Su Lanyan, she wondered where her daughter had acquired the funds for such finery. Was it possible that Lord Su had secretly provided her with money? The more Madame Su pondered, the more agitated she became, yet she restrained her displeasure for the sake of the festive occasion. The group first visited Pingkong Courtyard. Although the matriarch of the Su family had initially intended to join them, Her advancing age had rendered her too fatigued to attend. After much persuasion from Mian Yunjiao, she ultimately decided against going to the Wu residence. After the Su family paid their respects, the matriarch instructed, "I cannot attend today. I entrust Yunjiao to your care. You must return her to me, just as I have given her to you. Should anything happen to her..." The matriarch's stern gaze conveyed the gravity of her words. "Rest assured, Madame Su," she replied with a smile, pulling Mian Yunjiao closer. "I will take good care of her." She scrutinized Mian Yunjiao's attire, finding it adequate, if not particularly remarkable, and felt satisfied nonetheless. The beauty of Su Lanxiao would shine brighter with a suitable complement. Mian Yunjiao kept her eyes lowered, saying nothing. Though the matriarch felt a tinge of unease, she waved her hand, urging them to depart and not to be late. Madame Su took Mian Yunjiao's arm with one hand and Su Lanxiao's with the other, leading the way. As they crossed the threshold, Mian Yunjiao raised her head thoughtfully and exchanged a glance with Shijing, who promptly slipped away. After the Su family had departed, the matriarch instructed, "Go check on Qian Sunyang and see how she is faring with her packing." Nurse Ping promptly set off and returned after some time, her expression grim. The matriarch smiled slightly. "What is the matter? Is she too ill to rise?" Nurse Ping nodded, her face still pale. The matriarch scoffed. "Ah, this old trick again. Hire a doctor to keep an eye on her. She can leave as soon as she is well." Her patience with Qian Sunyang's antics was wearing thin. Nurse Ping's lips moved as if to speak, but she said nothing and went out to find a doctor. She had a strong premonition that this time, Qian Sunyang would not be leaving. Mian Yunjiao and Madame Su shared a carriage, engaged in warm conversation, seemingly indifferent to the presence of Mian Yunjiao. With her head bowed, Mian Yunjiao examined her newly dyed red nails, a vivid contrast to her pale fingers, which indeed looked lovely. The carriage soon arrived at the Wu residence, where numerous carriages awaited. Among the invited guests, the Su family ranked lowly, and they were compelled to disembark and walk to allow more distinguished guests to pass. Upon exiting the carriage, Su Lanxiao shielded her eyes from the sun, complaining, "We will surely sweat. I hope my makeup doesn't smudge." Seeing this, Madame Su leaned in and whispered, "I have heard that His Royal Highness, the Duke of Lu, will also be attending." Su Lanui's speeded forth, and her complaints vanished as she adopted an air of genteel grace. Mian Yunjiao observed the transformation but thought little of it, recognizing the nature of this mother-daughter pair. Su Lanxin, noticing Su Lanxiao's demeanor, also refused to be outdone, recalling the etiquette instilled by their governess. Su Lanyin, however, lagged behind, pursing her lips. A modern soul resided within her, making such pretentiousness impossible. She resolved to simply be herself, believing that her candidness might allow her to shine amidst the sea of refined ladies. Upon entering the Wu residence, only the fourth madam of the Wu family came to receive them, as her husband was of illegitimate birth and she had little standing within the family. The fourth madam, appearing lethargic, led the Su family to the garden before attending to other guests, showing little inclination to engage further. Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin were used to receiving compliments wherever they went and were now experiencing the sting of being overlooked for the first time. Once the fourth madam had moved away, they turned to their respective mothers to voice their grievances. Madame Su, frowning, comforted Su Lanxiao. "This Wu family, thinking they have a favored concubine, believes they can look down on us. How outrageous!" "Greetings, esteemed aunts," a warm, gentle voice floated from behind them. Madame Su's heart skipped a beat as she turned, caught in the act of complaining, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Mian Yunjiao turned to find a fairy-like young lady standing gracefully among them. The lady was stunning, exuding poise and elegance, dressed in luxurious attire, embodying the true essence of a noble lady. In Mian Yunjiao's eyes, admiration and astonishment flickered. Compared to this young lady, the Su sisters appeared rather unrefined. Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin shared this sentiment, feeling overshadowed and consequently harboring a sense of rivalry. Wu Qingwei had long grown accustomed to the various gazes directed her way. With a gentle smile, she greeted esteemed aunts of the Su family, "Please come in and sit. My mother awaits you inside. As for you, dear sisters, why not play in the garden? There are swings and kites to enjoy." Wu Qingyue's warm demeanor and melodious voice put everyone at ease. Madame Su chuckled. "Very well. I trust you will keep an eye on my little girls." Recalling the identity of the girl before her, Madame Su realized that it was difficult to forget someone as exceptional as Wu Qingwei after just one meeting. Wu Qingwei smiled and nodded, stepping forward to take Mian Yunjiao's hand. She chose Mian Yunjiao intentionally, as among the young ladies, only Mian Yunjiao regarded her with pure admiration, while the others were still too youthful to conceal their emotions. Leading the group into the garden, Wu Qingwei held Mian Yunjiao's hand without letting go, and Mian Yunjiao, feeling a flutter in her heart, did not resist. Su Lanyan suddenly asked, "May I inquire how to address this sister?" Wu Qingwei turned to glance back, her face adorned with her customary gentle and gracious smile. "I am the eldest in the Wu family, named Qingwei. Since you are all younger than I, you may call me Sister Qingwei." Wu Qingwei. Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin widened their eyes as they gazed at her. They had heard of Wu Qingyue's reputation. Her actions and demeanor could practically be compiled into a manual for young ladies to study and emulate. Su Lanxiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she hurried a few steps to Wu Qingyue's side. "So you are Miss Wu. My mother often speaks of you, urging me to learn from you. It is a delight to finally meet you. You are even more remarkable than I had imagined." Seeing this, Su Lanxin rushed over as well. Although she was unaware of Su Lanxiao's intentions, she was determined not to fall behind. The two girls flanked Wu Qingyue, effusively complimenting her, while Mian Yunjiao, overwhelmed by their sycophancy, discreetly stepped back to distance herself from the trio. Su Lanyan approached Zhongyong curiously, inquiring, "Sister Sen, what kind of person is Miss Wu?" Mian Yunjiao shook her head. "I am not certain." Disheartened, Su Lanyan refrained from further comment. The group soon arrived at the garden. Wu Qingyue exhaled a sigh of relief. Though she concealed it well, dealing with the two young ladies from the Su family was quite exhausting. Wu Qingshan approached cheerfully, pushing aside the two Su sisters to affectionately link her arm with Wu Qingyue. "Sister, why did you take so long to arrive? Who are these ladies?" Wu Qingyue introduced. "These are the young ladies from the Su family of the Duke of Zhongyong." Wu Qingshan's eyes lit up as she scanned the group, landing her gaze on Mian Yunjiao. "You are the Miss Shun whom the old lady of the Su family has taken in?" Mian Yunjiao gracefully confirmed with a nod. Wu Qingshan bluntly remarked, "I have heard that your relationship with the eldest Miss Su is far from amicable." Wu Qingyue quickly chided, "Qingshan, what are you saying?" With a playful tongue, Wu Qingshan shrugged off the concern, unbothered by the Su family status. It is common knowledge that in the Duke of Dingbei's garden, they fell out over a man named Luo. Her words caused the Su family members, including Mian Yunjiao, to turn pale. Wu Qingshan's voice had been loud enough for nearby young ladies to overhear, prompting them to stifle their laughter and cast mocking glances in their direction. Su Lanxiu, not one to be easily intimidated, demanded angrily, "What are you implying? What is the purpose of your baseless slander?" Wu Qingyue shot Wu Qingshan a warning look and hastily intervened. All right. My sister is simply a bit naive. Please do not take offense." Qingshan apologized to our guests. With a grin, Wu Qingshan stepped forward to link arms with Su Lanxiao, cheerfully saying, "I was in the wrong. Come, let's have a chat." Wu Qingshan led Su Lanxiao away, leaving Wu Qingyue to shake her head in resignation. The Wu family held her to high standards, focusing all their attention on her, which had allowed Wu Qingshan to develop a tendency for mischief. "Sister Shun, my sister is quite young. I hope you can overlook her antics," Wu Qingyue said. Mian Yunjiao no longer maintained her smile, merely nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word. "Ayu, please take them to the garden to play. The pavilion has tea and snacks prepared, and there are swings as well," Wu Qingyue kindly instructed. With a frown, Su Lanxin lacked the mood to enjoy herself, ultimately leading only Mian Yunjiao and Su Lanyan to follow Ayu into the garden. As they walked, Su Lanyan shook her head. "I thought the Wu family invited us for a pleasant gathering, but it seems we are merely their punching bags." Mian Yunjiao glanced at Su Lanyan. "Is there something on my face?" Su Lanyan inwarded, touching her cheek. Mian Yunjiao smiled lightly. "No, I simply find your perspective quite insightful." Previously, Mian Yunjiao had assumed Su Lanyan was akin to Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin. To her surprise, Su Lanyan displayed far greater wisdom. Flattered by Mian Yunjiao's praise, Su Lanyan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Did you think I was foolish before?" Mian Yunjiao only smiled in response, listening to the laughter behind them. Ayu mused that the relationships among the Su family members did not seem as fraught as rumor suggested. However, recalling the second lady's instructions, Ayu continued to guide the two to their designated location. Meanwhile, Wu Qingshan was leading Su Lanxiao to that very spot. After a sigh, she began, Sister Su. I am compelled to say this. My mother instructed me to speak in a way that would leave you no choice but to give Miss Shin a chance to vent her frustrations. Su Lanxiu gasped in shock, exclaiming, Who wishes to harm me? Wu Qingshan quickly covered Su Lanxiu's mouth. Who else could persuade my mother? It must be the highest-ranking member of your family. Su Lanxiu was incredulous, her face flushed with anger. Why would the old lady of the Su family wish her harm? Even if their familial bond was tenuous, they were still family. Heartbroken, Su Lanxiu could not fathom that the old lady would go so far as to harm her. The legitimate granddaughter, for the sake of a wild girl like Mian Yunjiao. With fists clenched in fury, she felt betrayed. Wu Qingshan reveled in her triumph. Su Lanxiu was so easily swayed by her words. Anticipating her disbelief, she had prepared plenty of rhetoric, though it seemed unnecessary now. Wu Qingshan stealthily slipped something into Su Lanxiu's hand. As the cold metal brushed against her fingertips, Su Lanxiu trembled, yet she gripped the object tightly. With a mischievous chuckle, Wu Qingshan announced, I've already lured Mian Yunjiao to a secluded spot. You may take your revenge as you wish. After walking a few steps with Su Lanxiu, Wu Qingshan pointed down a narrow path. Just follow this path to the end. Hurry along now. Taking a deep breath, Su Lanxiu stepped forward, each step heavy with resolve. Ayu's confidant, Pinger, hesitated. Miss, is this truly wise? If something were to happen in the manor, the Su family would not let it go easily. Recalling the item Wu Qingshan had given Su Lanxiu, Pinger shivered under the hot sun. Wu Qingshan dismissed her concerns. What is Mian Yunjiao? Just a country bumpkin. Besides, it was Su Lanxiu who acted. What does it have to do with me? At worst, we would just have to pay a bit of silver. Pinger continued to caution. Miss, today's flower viewing banquet was personally organized by the eldest lady. If anything goes awry, she will undoubtedly be displeased. Thinking of Wu Qingyue's sensitive nature, Wu Qingshan sighed, but quickly brightened. Sister has been in a foul mood lately. Perhaps a little scandal within the Su family will cheer her up. If it lightens her heart, it will have been worth it. Moreover, if the gossip distracted the Empress and the elder ladies of the Wu family, they would no longer pressure Wu Qingyue, allowing her a brief respite. In Wu Qingshan's eyes, Wu Qingyue was living a life that was intolerable for anyone. Pinger fell silent. Realizing that Wu Qingshan was stubborn, once she had made up her mind, it was difficult to sway her. Only Wu Qingyue could reason with her, but at that moment, Pinger dared not approach Wu Qingyue. As Su Lanxiu clutched the item Wu Qingshan had given her, she soon reached the end of the narrow path. Hearing Mian Yunjiao and Su Lanyan's voices nearby, she pulled the item for her sleeve, revealing a dagger. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she steadied herself, though her hands trembled uncontrollably. She had never contemplated killing Mian Yunjiao. Yet, recalling Wu Qingshan's words, she felt that if others showed her no mercy, why should she concern herself with decorum? After all, Mian Yunjiao was not even a true member of the Su family. Had the Su family not taken her in, would she be living such a pampered life? Su Lanxiu's gaze gradually grew resolute. As Su Lanyan spoke, she suddenly let out a sigh. Mian Yunjiao looked over and asked with a smile, What's the matter? Su Lanyan propped her chin on her hand, observing the splendid scenery, lamenting that it was a pity there were only the two of them. Mian Yunjiao glanced around. The only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, and she mused that a bit of tranquility was welcome. Perhaps even among the esteemed young ladies, they would look down upon her humble origins. It would be better to quietly await the conclusion of the banquet here. Su Lanyan sighed again, regretting that she hadn't tea brought a maid. The rules of the Wu family were indeed stringent, with the maidservants left at the gate. I had only heard of such regulations in the palace, she remarked. Mian Yunjiao refrained from comment, recognizing that the Wu family was currently one of the most illustrious households in the capital. With the favored concubine enjoying the emperor's affection and the Lu prince being the emperor's most cherished son, who would dare to speak against the Wu family's rules, even if they were more rigorous? As Mian Yunjiao and Su Lanyan engaged in light conversation in the pavilion, a flash of color approached. They turned to see Su Lanxiu. Mian Yunjiao averted her gaze, as she had already severed ties with Su Lanxiu and saw no reason to provoke herself further. Conversely, Su Lanyan was no longer the timid young girl she once was. She took a bite of her pastry, pretending not to notice Su Lanxiu. Soon, Su Lanxiu entered the pavilion, her expression dark as she fixed her gaze on Mian Yunjiao, prompting Mian Yunjiao to meet her gaze with a semblance of seriousness. Second miss, do sit down, Shen Yunjiao said coolly. Su Lanqiu's eyes glinted with malice as she gritted her teeth and spat. What do you think you are? How dare you sit with me? Shen Yunjiao wished to avoid escalating the situation to spare the old lady's concern. She rose, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. What you say is true, Mississippi. Please, take a seat. I shall take my leave. As Shen Yunjiao stepped out of the pavilion, Su Lanqiu pursued her relentlessly, demanding, Why are you trying to harm me? Shen Yunjiao furrowed her brow. What do you mean, miss? What have I ever harmed you? She was merely acting in self-defense. Today's incident was instigated by you. Su Lanqiu's sharp voice startled a flock of birds into flight. Su Lanyan approached, aware that the Su family was bound together in honor and disgrace. Rumors of discord within the Su family had already circulated, and Su Lanqiu's outburst would only amplify them. Elder sister, let's discuss this back home. We are at the Wu residence. No one will protect you if trouble arises, she advised. Su Lanqiu disregarded Su Lanyan's good intentions, glaring at Shen Yunjiao. Last time, your sister left me in a dire situation, and now you've incited my grandmother against me, leaving me with no escape. Today, I shall put an end to you, this calamity. Su Lanyan felt helpless. Su Lanqiu was acting like a rebellious adolescent, consumed by her temper and oblivious to the larger implications. She grasped Su Lanqiu's arm. Sister, if you continue this uproar, we shall face consequences at home. Impatient, Su Lanqiu shook off Su Lanyan's grip, revealing a glinting dagger that had been hidden by her voluminous sleeves. Su Lanyan's pupils dilated in shock. Sister, what do you need that dagger for? Shen Yunjiao turned to Su Lanqiu, her expression grave. Miss, you would mean to kill me, would you? Su Lanqiu is mirkedaministly. Indeed, if I eliminate you, my grandmother will no longer be swayed by your manipulations. And let me warn you, my dagger does not discriminate. Should it harm you inadvertently, I offer my apologies in advance. Madwoman, she is nothing but a madwoman. Su Lanqiu abruptly turned her gaze to Su Lanyan. If you dare to obstruct me again, I will mar your face. Su Lanyan stepped back, realizing that a madwoman wielding a weapon was far more terrifying than a mere lunatic. She glanced at Shen Yunjiao, then gritted her teeth and fled. Her life was at stake. Su Lanqiu coldly scoffed. Her eyes narrowed as she watched Su Lanyan retreat. What a useless creature. She turned to resolve her pressing issue, only to find herself alone. With a furious stomp, she hurried after Su Lanyan. If she failed here, it would be even harder to deal with Shen Yunjiao once back at the Su residence, especially with the old lady's interference. Shen Yunjiao ran desperately, seeking safety in numbers. She had never imagined Su Lanqiu could be so deranged. To her, Su Lanqiu was merely a scheming rat lurking in the shadows. Yet, she firmly believed Su Lanqiu was capable of killing her. After all, in Su Lanqiu's eyes, her life was worth no more than that of an ant. If Su Lanqiu were to kill her, she would merely face a reprimand, and the rest of the Su family would likely celebrate the act. Shen Yunjiao let out a self-deprecating laugh, quickening her pace. Ahead, a large rock formation obstructed her path, a dead end. She glanced to her left, spotting a thick patch of grass, and without hesitation, prepared to dive into it. However, she felt a force pulling her toward the right side of the rock formation. Shen Yunjiao spun around abruptly, encountering a man in a light moon-white robe, embroidered with elegant bamboo leaves. She stumbled back a few steps, only to hear the approaching footsteps growing louder. She bit her lip tightly and raised her gaze to the man who had come to her aid. He exuded an aura of refined elegance, and his gentle, warm eyes regarded Shen Yunjiao with the familiarity of an old friend, disarming any sense of fear. A multitude of questions swirled in her mind, but she was not foolish enough to voice them at that moment. Noting the absence of hostility from the man, she turned back to peer cautiously from behind the rock. As the footsteps drew nearer, a flustered Su Lanqiu appeared, dagger in hand, panting heavily as she scanned her surroundings. Upon reaching the end of the path, she paused, diving into the left side grass for a brief search, but returned empty-handed. Her disheveled hair made her appear utterly deranged. Clutching the dagger tightly, she approached the right rock formation, her expression tense. Shen Yunjiao's heart raced as she quickly recoiled. Su Lanqiu was almost upon her. If she were alone, she could have easily hidden deeper in the garden. But there was a living, breathing person behind her. Just as she contemplated glancing back at the man, a large hand emerged from behind, covering her mouth. Shen Yunjiao froze momentarily, the sensation feeling hauntingly familiar. The faint, metallic scent of blood wafted in the air. As Su Lanxiu reached the edge of the rock formation, she noticed a rustle from behind a nearby tree. Her keen senses led her toward the sound, and she dashed away, quickly disappearing from view. The Lu Prince withdrew his hand, taking a step back, his face still adorned with a gentle smile. She has left. How do you intend to repay me? Shen Yunjiao's face paled as she stared intently at the Lu Prince. He assumed her fright stemmed from the madwoman outside, speaking in a soothing tone. She will not return. Do not be afraid. A sudden thought flashed through Shen Yunjiao's mind. This seemingly gentle and harmless man might not be as benevolent as he appeared. Maintaining her composure, she subtly averted her gaze, lowering her lashes. Thank you for your timely rescue, my lord. Should the opportunity arise, I shall repay your kindness. She performed a hasty bow before hastily departing, her heart pounding as she feared the man might pursue her. Fortunately, she reached a crowded area without incident. Observing the bustling maidservants around her brought her a modicum of comfort. At least here, Su Lanxiu would not dare to commit any violence. Suddenly, a series of piercing screams echoed in the distance, causing Shen Yunjiao's heart to race anew as she cautiously approached the source of the commotion. What sort of lunatic are you? In a state of exasperation, Wu Qingshan exclaimed. Before them stood a disheveled woman, clutching a gleaming dagger. Upon catching sight of the blade, Wu Qingshan's pupils contracted, and she instinctively recoiled into the crowd. Wu Qingwei, though gripped by fear, knew she could not show weakness in front of so many. She softened her tone, addressing the woman. Dear sister, you too are here for the banquet, I see. Your hair is quite a mess. Allow me to assist you in tidying up. As Wu Qingwei stepped forward, Wu Qingshan urgently tugged at her sleeve, whispering a warning. She is a madwoman. Do not approach her. Without turning back, Wu Qingwei replied, Fear not, I have a maid with me. You go call for help. Wu Qingshan cast a lingering glance at her sister before reluctantly seeking assistance. Wu Qingwei advanced cautiously, stopping 3 paces from Su Lanxiu. You must be the eldest daughter of the Su family. Come with me to my quarters. Let's fix your hair. Su Lanxiu looked up blankly, and upon seeing the outstretched, delicate hand, she instinctively brandished her dagger. Shen Yunjiao approached slowly, and as she neared, the crowd parted gradually. She gazed into the distance, spotting a cluster of maids and matrons, unable to discern the unfolding events. Resigned, she decided to search for other members of the Su family. Are you here to witness the spectacle as well? A familiar, innocent voice chimed from behind. Turning abruptly, Shen Yunjiao found herself face to face with Xiao Yi, and a wave of relief washed over her. She intended to greet Xiao Yi, but was halted by an enthusiastic grasp. Why the formality between us? Xiao Yi said, pounding her chest. Come, let us move over there. I must tell you what just transpired. Shen Yunjiao laughed heartily. Very well. Xiao Yi led her aside, where Shen Yunjiao noticed the disdainful glances cast by passing young ladies toward Xiao Yi. Her heart ached. Xiao Yi's reputation was far from pristine. Headstrong, disrespectful to her stepmother, and cruel to her sisters, each failing capable of tarnishing her name. Yet, Xiao Yi seemed unfazed, returning their glares defiantly. The young ladies, aware of Xiao Yi's unpredictable nature, hastily retreated, fearing her wrath. Once seated, Xiao Yi animatedly recounted the earlier events. It turned out that Su Lanxiu had burst in, frightening the delicate young ladies. When Wu Qingwei attempted to intervene, Su Lanxiu had gone berserk, threatening her with the dagger. Thankfully, the Duke of Lu had arrived just in time. Otherwise, Wu Qingwei's exquisite beauty might have been marred by a Su Lanxiu's madness. After hearing this, Shen Yunjiao felt an unsettling knot in her stomach. Xiao Yi leaned closer. Do you wish to meet His Highness the Duke? Shen Yunjiao was taken aback. Why do I want to meet him? I only ponder how furious the matriarch will be upon learning of today's events. Anger is detrimental to one's health. Though Xiao Yi had little interaction with the matriarch, she could discern that the old lady genuinely cared for her. In this world, true allies were scarce, and she cherished each one deeply. Frustrated, Xiao Yi stood. What should we do? Perhaps I should accompany you back to speak with grandmother? Or we could simply keep it from her. No one must mention it. Shen Yunjiao chuckled, pulling Xiao Yi back. Do not worry. I shall speak with the matriarch. Before they could exchange further words, Lady Su San approached. Spotting Shen Yunjiao, She sighed in relief. Yunjiao, there you are. Come quickly. Everyone is gathered over there. Given the incident involving Su Lanxiao, it would be wise for the Su family to remain together. Xiao Yi waved her hand. Go on. Remember to invite me to play next time. I grow weary alone. Of course, Shun Yunjiao agreed readily, following Lady Su San. With a sigh, Lady Su San remarked, Yunjiao, are you aware of what transpired earlier? Shun Yunjiao nodded. Alas, how could such a well-behaved child like Xiao turn into this? Lady Su San mused. It must have been the incident when your sister pushed Xiao into the refuse that triggered her distress. Shun Yunjiao smiled coldly. So, we are seeking a scapegoat already? She echoed Lady Su San's words. It is all my sister's fault. Whatever consequences arise, I shall bear them, for it is indeed my sister's doing. Lady Su San nearly faltered in her smile, astonished by Shun Yunjiao's response. Despite being sisters, why was Shun Yunjiao not advocating for Shun Yunxiao? Or perhaps she intended to shoulder all blame. Lady Su San fell silent, leading Shun Yunjiao into the room prepared for the Su family by the Wu household. Su Lanxiao had since composed herself, no longer resembling a madwoman. She lay weeping in Lady Su's embrace, lamenting, Mother, I do not understand why I behaved like that. I did not wish to. I simply could not control myself. Su Lanxian scoffed, Sister, how can you claim ignorance? You've caused us all great distress. Having offended the Wu family, how shall we maintain our standing in the capital? When the favored consort learns of this, her wrath will be unimaginable. So not you whipped laude. Lady Su reprimanded, Enough. We are all family here. Do not add insult to injury. Lady Su Heir protectively shielded Su Lanxian, elder sister. My Xinyue only speaks out of concern for the Su family. Moreover, it was not Xinyue who erred. Why direct your ire at her? Lady Su's frustration simmered. But she understood the nature of Lady Su Heir. In times of crisis, she preferred to distance herself. Engaging with Lady Su Heir would only aggravate her own temper. Thus, Lady Su swallowed her anger and turned her gaze to Shun Yunjiao, stating, Had it not been for your sister frightening Xiao, she would not have acted so irrationally today. Shun Yunjiao, head bowed, absent-mindedly played with her fingers, remaining silent. Lady Su frowned, displeased. Yunjiao, why do you not speak? Shun Yunjiao replied, perplexed. You have not summoned me. What could I possibly say? Seeing Shun Yunjiao's feigned ignorance, Lady Su could no longer contain her irritation, raising her voice. I just stated that had your sister not frightened Xiao, she would not have behaved so erratically. Su Lanxiao stole a quick glance at Shun Yunjiao before continuing to sob in Lady Su's embrace. With calm composure, Shun Yunjiao responded, If that is the case, perhaps you should send someone to fetch my sister. It is too late now. Lady Su's gaze darkened, almost revealing her true desire for Shun Yunjiao to bear all the blame. She refused to let Su Lanxiao carry the stigma of madness. Shun Yunjiao simply replied with a nonchalant "oh" and fell silent. Lady Su was on the brink of standing in frustration, contemplating whether to resort to threats to compel Shun Yunjiao to concede. Suddenly, a maid's voice called from outside. The eldest daughter has awakened. Lady Su and Lady Su San exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a fierce determination as they turned to Shun Yunjiao. The first thing Wu Qingwei did upon awakening was instruct Shu Kuei to bring her a mirror. Upon gazing at her flawless and beautiful visage, unmarred by a single scar, Wu Qingwei let out a sigh of relief. When Su Lanxiao had lunged toward her with the dagger, she had been overwhelmed by a mix of shock and fear, causing her to faint. Turning her gaze to Wu Qingshan, who stood by the bedside, her face streaked with tears, Wu Qingwei weakly inquired, Who saved me? It was your cousin, Wu Qingshan replied. Wu Qingwei's eyes brightened, a surge of emotion flooding her heart. My cousin saved me? Where is he? Wu Qingshan pointed toward the screen on the other side of the room. The ornate screen with 12 panels stood solemnly, concealing the other side. Wu Qingwei squinted slightly, faintly perceiving a shadow reflected upon the screen, her heart inexplicably calming. She promptly rose, determined to express her gratitude to her cousin. She adjusted her hairdo, relieved that it remained intact. Wu Qingshan hastily urged, Sister, you must rest well. I am quite well, she replied. Madame Wu emerged from behind the screen, her smile vanishing instantly as her gaze darkened upon the two who had just entered. Leading the way was Madame Su, but the young lady accompanying her was not Su Lanxiao. Madame Wu's expression soured dangerously. Madame Su, what is the meaning of this? Where is Su Lanxiao? With a dismissive air, she had little patience for someone who had nearly harmed her own daughter. Madame Su forced a smile. Xiao was frightened and cannot speak. Even if she were here, she would struggle to articulate anything. With a heavy huff, Madame Wu retorted, "Speak plainly. How do you intend to resolve this matter?" Madame Su gave Mian Yunjiao a shove, pushing her forward. Mian Yunjiao stumbled nervously before Madame Wu, retreating a couple of steps. Her head bowed as she nervously clutched her garment, nearly fainting from fear. Madame Wu questioned, "Madame Su, what is the intention behind this?" Madame Su glared at Mian Yunjiao in frustration. Wasn't this girl sharp-tongued while at the Su household? Why does she now resemble a wooden puppet? Sensing Madame Wu's patience waning, Madame Su urged, "Yunjiao, speak up. If Xiao is in this state, is it not your doing?" Mian Yunjiao inwardly scoffed, realizing the blame was now being placed solely upon her. She raised her head, her face a mask of fear and uncertainty, biting her lip without uttering a word. As Madame Wu's patience dwindled, Madame Su, with keen insight, recounted the entire sequence of events. In conclusion, she pointed at Mian Yunjiao, seething. If it weren't for her sister's malicious intent, Xiao would not have suffered such a fate. She is the true instigator behind today's calamity. Mian Yunjiao's eyelids flickered, on the verge of speaking when Xiao Yi bounced in, exclaiming, "Did you not say it was all Mian Yunjiao's fault? What does this have to do with Mian Yunjiao? This little troublemaker." Madame Su could only curse inwardly, too intimidated to rebuke Xiao Yi openly, who clearly held no regard for even Madame Xiao. Thus, Madame Su smiled, attempting to placate. "Yi, this matter does not concern you. Why not play elsewhere?" Xiao Yi disdainfully replied, "Were you to speak to me in such a manner?" Xiao Yi's audacity left Madame Su seething in silence, her heart filled with resentment towards the girl. Turning to Madame Wu, Xiao Yi innocently asked, "And if it is clearly Mian Yunjiao's fault, why blame Mian Yunjiao?" Mian Yunjiao tugged at Xiao Yi's garment, lifting her head to reveal a tear-streaked face, forcing a sorrowful smile. "Miss Xiao, please do not speak for me. The Su family has shown me kindness. I cannot repay such grace." Taking a deep breath, her nose reddened, she continued, "Madame Wu, it is my fault. I failed to properly guide my sister, leading to today's disaster. Punish me as you see fit." Xiao Yi raised her voice. "You are not Mian Yunjiao's parents. Why should her mistakes fall on you? Moreover, you have been raised under your maternal grandmother's care and have hardly seen Mian Yunjiao all year." Once again, she turned to Madame Wu. "Aunt, you wouldn't hold Mian Yunjiao accountable, would you?" Madame Wu grasped the situation, recognizing that Madame Su was using Mian Yunjiao as a scapegoat to protect Su Lanxiao. She gently reassured Xiao Yi, "Do not worry, Miss Xiao. I am not one to confuse right and wrong. Qingshan, please take Miss Xiao and Miss Shun aside for tea." Wu Qingshan, her teeth clenched, retorted, "Mother, this matter cannot be separated from Miss Shun. It is their internal discord that has brought calamity to my sister. In my opinion, none from the Su family, including Mian Yunjiao, should escape unscathed." With a glint of fury in her eyes, she yearned to exact vengeance upon those who had caused Wu Qingyue such distress. Moreover, she understood all too well why Su Lanxiao had targeted Wu Qingyue. It was because she had mistaken Wu Qingyue for Mian Yunjiao. Had Su Lanxiao succeeded initially, none of these subsequent troubles would have arisen. Madame Wu, observing her daughter's fury, furrowed her brow, about to speak when a man emerged from behind the screen. His demeanor was as gentle as warm jade, holding a dagger as effortlessly as one would a brush, its cold gleam unnoticed. Wu Qingyue excitedly called out to her cousin. Mian Yunjiao glanced at the man stepping forth from the screen, and then at Wu Qingyue's reaction, and an unexpected realization struck her. The man who had assisted her in the garden was the King of Lu. Under Madame Wu's leadership, the entire room bowed in respect to the king. Mian Yunjiao, too, knelt, her gaze falling upon the king's hand, where a ring made of mutton fat jade glimmered softly. "Everyone, please rise." As Mian Yunjiao stood, she took a step back, lowering her head. The king, playing with the dagger, smiled gently, suddenly addressing Wu Qingshan. "Cousin, is this dagger yours?" Wu Qingshan, her scalp prickling with fear, averted her gaze, and "No, it is not mine." The king's voice remained warm, yet to Wu Qingshan, it thundered like a storm. "But I recall this being a birthday gift from my mother. I assisted her in selecting it." Madame Wu fixed her piercing gaze upon Wu Qingshan, demanding, "Qingshan, what is the meaning of this? Why is the dagger used in the assault by Su Lanxiao in your possession? Madame Wu recalled that this dagger had indeed been bestowed upon Wu Qingshan by the favored consort. Wu Qingshan, considering it a treasured artifact, had always hung it on the wall. I assure you, it is my dagger. How could it possibly be in Su Lanxiao's hands? She must have stolen it. Mother, you must uphold my honor. The king chuckled lightly. Aunt, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Very well, very well. Today's hospitality was insufficient. I assure you I will host you properly next time, Madame Wu hastily said, pulling Wu Qingyue aside. You err. See the prince off. Wu Qingyue shyly cast a glance at the king, cheerfully affirming. The king surveyed the room, but regrettably, all he caught was a glimpse of a head adorned with a pearl flower. Mian Yunjiao kept her head bowed, her face hidden. The king returned his gaze to Wu Qingyue, who was approaching him, and smiled. Cousin, there is no need for you to see me off. Focus on your recovery. With that, he departed alongside Xiao Feng and others. Though she could not personally escort the king, Wu Qingyue felt elated by his kind words, forgetting all prior troubles. Once the king had left, Madame Su inquired, Miss Wu, you mentioned that Xiao stole your dagger. Why not call the maid to inquire? Wu Qingshan's pupils dilated, realizing this matter was far from over. If not for the king mentioning the dagger's origin, she would never have suspected herself. Madame Wu shot a cold glance at Wu Qingshan before instructing Wu Qingyue to take Xiao Yi and Mian Yunjiao outside. Before departing, Wu Qingyue cast several worried glances at Wu Qingshan, leading the two to the flower hall. Despite the earlier disruption, the flower viewing banquet would continue. Though concerned for Wu Qingshan, Wu Qingyue's spirits remained high due to the king's caring words. She kindly addressed the two behind her. Today, our hospitality has been lacking. Please accept this small token from me. With that, Wu Qingyue removed 2 bracelets from her wrist, placing one into Mian Yunjiao's arms and the other into Xiao Yi's embrace. Xiao Yi picked up the bracelet, examined it with delight, and joyfully accepted it. This bracelet is worth a considerable amount of silver. Upon seeing Xiao Yi accept the bracelet, Mian Yunjiao had no choice but to accept it as well, expressing her gratitude to Miss Xiao. Wu Qingyue smiled in acknowledgement. Having little to say to the two, she led them to the flower hall and engaged in conversation with her handkerchief instead. Mian Yunjiao glanced at the cheerful Xiao Yi and gratefully said, Thank you. It was largely due to Xiao Yi's efforts that she was able to extricate herself from her predicament, saving her from considerable trouble. Xiao Yi took out the bracelet given by Wu Qingyue to play with it absent-mindedly, saying, There's no need to thank me. If anyone should be thanked, it should be my brother. Mian Yunjiao paused, cautiously asking, Is the heir also here? He hasn't arrived, but before coming, he did threaten me, saying if you faced any grievances today, I wouldn't be fed. Xiao Yi frowned. I almost went without food. Mian Yunjiao's mind was engulfed in a sudden rush. Her face flushed. So, it turned out that Xiao Shijing had been secretly assisting her all along. A sensation filled her chest, quickening her heartbeats. Yet, the harsh reality left her feeling bitter. To Xiao Shijing, her identity was merely a burden. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she feigned nonchalance and continued conversing with Xiao Yi. Before long, Madame Wu arrived with the Su family. Her expression was frosty, and Wu Qingshan had red-rimmed eyes, as if she had just been weeping. As the Su family settled in, whispers began circulating about Su Lanxiao. Angrily, she shot a glare at those pointing fingers, causing them to scatter in fear. In their eyes, Su Lanxiao was a lunatic. On the verge of tears, she choked out, Mother, I am not mad, I am not. Madame Su quickly reassured her, No, of course. You are not. Spotting Mian Yunjiao seated nearby, Su Lanxiao's eyes flared with rage. Mian Yunjiao smiled. Why do you look at me like that, second miss? If she revealed her earlier intent to kill Mian Yunjiao with a dagger, even Madame Su would think her insane. Bowing her head, she stabbed at the pastries in her bowl with her chopsticks, reducing them to a mushy mess. Madame Su watched in trepidation, wondering if Su Lanxiao had truly lost her mind. After the luncheon, the Su family departed. Once all the guests had left, Madame Wu dragged Wu Qingshan into the room and slapped her harshly. Wu Qingshan covered her face, gasping in anger. Why did you hit me? What does Su Lanxiao's madness have to do with me? Madame Wu looked at her daughter with disappointment. Since Wu Qingyue's birth, all her energies had been devoted to her. Wu Qingshan had been raised by maids, and when she fell ill, Madame Wu only instructed the maids to keep a closer watch. However, if Wu Qingyue fell ill, Madame Wu would attend to her day and night. Even if she had not cared for Wu Qingshan as much, she was still her daughter, deserving of gratitude. It was unthinkable that after just one slap, Wu Qingshan would dare to raise her voice against her. Fuming, Madame Wu twisted Wu Qingshan's ear, exclaiming, "Have you grown wings? How dare you speak to me like that?" I told the maid that it was her fault for carelessly letting the dagger out, which Su Lanxiao picked up. Do you think I am unaware that you gave it to her? What did you say to her when you handed it over? Wu Qingshan stubbornly refused to admit her fault, retorting, "What could I possibly say to her? If a few words could drive her mad, then I would be more powerful than any deity. You insolent girl, dare you disrespect the divine?" Madame Wu commanded her to kneel, stating, "Kneel until you realize your mistake. Then you may rise." Enraged, Madame Wu stormed out. Wu Qingshan, still indignant, knelt on the hard floor without a hint of remorse. She called for Ping Er. After listening to Wu Qingshan's orders, Ping Er, with a pained expression, advised, "Madame has said to let this matter rest. Treat it as if it never happened. She is doing this for your own good." Wu Qingshan scoffed, disregarding her words. "For my own good? In her eyes, I am nothing. Go. And if you fail to resolve this, I will have you thrown out." Ping Er trembled, knowing Wu Qingshan was capable of such threats. She hurriedly left. Soon, rumors spread throughout the capital that the eldest daughter of the Su family was mad. In the Wu family garden, Su Lanxiao, like a lunatic, wielded a dagger, nearly slashing Wu Qinghui's face, an incident witnessed by many. Had it not been for the intervention of Prince Liu, Su Lanxiao might have killed Wu Qinghui. The moment Madame Wu caught wind of the gossip, she sought out Wu Qingshan, glaring at her with suspicion. "Was it you?" She had meticulously arranged that day's events to ensure they wouldn't leak. If anyone dared to contradict her, she could only suspect Wu Qingshan. Wu Qingshan shrugged, a nonchalant smile on her face. "Yes, it was me who let it slip. So what? Are you seeking death?" Madame Wu slapped her again. Wu Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood, grinning, "Then go ahead and kill me." Madame Wu was nearly knocked off her feet. "I am doing this for your own good. Why do you show no gratitude? If news of the dagger spreads, do you think you can escape unscathed?" Wu Qingshan feigned surprise, tilting her swollen face. "And what if it does?" Madame Wu, seething with rage, was about to explode when the maids, sensing her fury, hurriedly led her away. The rumors outside quickly reached the Su family. Upon hearing them, Mian Yunjiao merely smiled and dismissed them from her mind. She asked Shijing, "Has Mei Yu shown any unusual behavior lately?" During her recent visits to the old matriarch, Mian Yunjiao had left Mei Yu behind, instructing Shijing to keep a close eye on her. Shijing, perceptive, noted that Mei Yu had yet to suspect anyone was watching her. She detailed Mei Yu's behavior over the past few days, remarking, "She seems perfectly normal, industrious even. Her eyes full of life." Mian Yunjiao chuckled softly. "It has been so until now, but what follows today is uncertain." Shijing gasped, perplexed. "Why so?" Mian Yunjiao replied softly, "Have you heard the rumors outside? I suspect the second miss would wish to eliminate me at once." Shijing scratched her head in confusion. "Why would the second miss blame you? The rumors outside aren't your doing." Mian Yunjiao smiled enigmatically. Meanwhile, Su Lanxiao had wreaked havoc in her room, smashing most of her porcelain decor, leaving shards scattered everywhere. The noise drew Madame Su's attention. Upon arrival, Su Lanxiao hurled a porcelain bowl to the ground, crying pitifully, "Mother, someone must be trying to harm me." Madame Su's first thought upon hearing the rumors was that someone had deliberately spread the incident from that day. She recalled how Madame Wu had insisted they treat the matter as if it had never occurred. If it escalated, neither Su Lanxiao nor Wu Qingshan would fare well. Pondering who could have deliberately leaked the incident, Madame Su considered Xiao Yi, but dismissed the idea, reasoning that such a thankless task was beneath her. Su Lanxiao cautiously approached her mother, filled with resentment. "Mother, it must be Mian Yunjiao. Back then, when you intended to use her as a scapegoat, she must have harbored a grudge." Madame Su shook her head. "No, she cares deeply for the old matriarch. Such rumors would surely infuriate her." Su Lanxiao gritted her teeth as she recounted her intention to stab Mian Yunjiao, only to have her escape. Madame Su suddenly realized that it was indeed that little wretch's doing. A wave of relief washed over Su Lanxiao. Fortunately, Madame Su did not blame her for this. "Mother, why don't we just put an end to it and kill her?" Madame Su chuckled. "Oh, my foolish daughter, that would be too merciful for her. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall devise a way to make her life a living hell." Su Lanchio's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. The gloom, dissipating as a genuine smile, graced her lips. Good. Madame Su patted Su Lanchio's hand. You should spend more time with your grandmother. She is unwell, and your visit would surely bring her joy. The two women understood that grandmother referred to Aunt Qian. Su Lanchio, surprised, remarked, Isn't grandmother feigning illness? Madame Su scoffed. That old wretch. She even sent for a doctor to keep an eye on her, so she must play the part convincingly. You must honor your grandmother well. Mother. I understand. Madame Su was left breathless, feeling a weight in her chest. Mama Ping quickly brought her warm water. Since the last time Mian Yunjiao mentioned it, Madame Su had taken to drinking only boiled water instead of tea. After a while, she shook her head, muttering, The apple doesn't tea fall far from the tree? Mama Ping, concerned, suggested, Should we call a doctor to check on the second young lady? If she goes mad again, given Su Lanchio's temperament, it was likely she would come to the Pingkong courtyard first. Madame Su's voice turned icy. What is there to fear? This matter is peculiar. She may not be truly mad. Just then, Mian Yunjiao entered, holding a vase of peach blossoms. The pristine white porcelain vase and the vivid red flowers were a striking sight. Mian Yunjiao had personally cut the branches from the peach grove. Her cheeks flushed and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Madame Su chided, such tasks should be left to the servants. Setting the vase on the windowsill and adjusting it to her satisfaction, Mian Yunjiao reassured, Do not worry. I am not tired at all. You must have been frightened when you saw the crazed Lanchio at the Wu family's house. Next time before Madame Su could finish, a maid at the door announced, Madame Luo has arrived. Madame Su frowned, displeased. What does she want? The engagement between Mian Yunjiao and Luo Shuyan had long been dissolved, leaving no ties between them. Why was Madame Luo visiting the Su family? Outside, Madame Luo was waiting, and upon seeing the hesitant maid at the door, she called out, Old Madam, I heard you are unwell, so I brought some tonics for you. Hearing this, Madame Su shook her head and instructed Mama Ping, Let her in. Mian Yunjiao rose and took a seat by the window, beginning to transcribe Buddhist texts. Led by Mama Ping, Madame Luo entered, immediately spotting Mian Yunjiao at her task. Her eyes crinkled with a smile as she spoke in the most amiable tone. Yunjiao, you are here. It has been a few days, and you seem to have grown taller and more handsome. Mian Yunjiao felt speechless, setting aside Madame Luo's excessive warmth. How could she tell that she had grown taller while Mian Yunjiao was seated? Offering a polite smile, Mian Yunjiao returned to her writing. In the past, this demeanor would have elicited a scowl from Madame Luo, yet now, she merely continued to shower Mian Yunjiao with compliments before bowing to Madame Su. The shift in Madame Luo's attitude was quite unusual. Mian Yunjiao momentarily lost her focus, causing a drop of ink to mar her writing. Oh, madam, please take care of yourself. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Madame Luo said with a smile. Madame Su glanced at the ginseng Madame Luo had brought, her brow twitching slightly, yet her tone remained unyielding. As an old woman, no amount of care can change my fate. After some idle chatter, Madame Luo suddenly switched her tone, letting out a heavy sigh. What troubles you, Madame Luo? Madame Su inquired. Madame Luo rolled up her sleeve to reveal a bruise, shocking everyone present. Who did this to you? Madame Su asked. Madame Luo forced a bitter smile. To speak candidly, it was inflicted by my own kin. Madame Su's brow furrowed. Someone from the Shin family? She quickly glanced at Mian Yunjiao, who remained engrossed in her writing, not paying attention to the conversation. Madame Luo slapped her thigh. Indeed, it was Mian Yunjiao's mother. Had she not bruised my face, I would have come to see you days ago. With such a person as my in-law, I see no future for myself. As she spoke, Madame Luo began to weep. Old madam, I regret it. When my useless son acted so disgracefully with Mian Yunjiao, I should have beaten him senseless. Then none of this would have happened. Old madam, I am truly sorry. Her tears flowed freely, leaving her in a state of disarray. Madame Su frowned and instructed Mama Ping to fetch water from Madame Luo to wash her face. Once cleaned up, Madame Luo looked at Madame Su with red-rimmed eyes, sincerely pleading, Old madam, may I ask for one more chance? As Madame Luo's words fell, even Mian Yunjiao could not help but set down her brush and gaze at her. Her expression was inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. Madame Su, perhaps anticipating Madame Luo's intentions, knitted her brows in displeasure. Mama Ping, noticing, gestured for a cup of tea to be brought forth. Madame Luo, Perhaps you should have a sip of water to soothe your throat before continuing. After weeping for a while, Madame Luo found her throat quite sore, so she took a few sips of tea before continuing. Mama Ping seized the moment to reprimand the maid. Why do you stand there like a block of wood? Failing to speak? When to speak and when to be silent? Didn't Tizhong Mama teach you? The maid quickly lowered her head, murmuring, I was wrong. You may go now. Mama Ping's gaze shifted from the maid to Madame Luo, who appeared somewhat uneasy. Mama Ping miralaismidet. Understanding the implication, Madame Luo averted her gaze, realizing Mama Ping was subtly warning her not to say anything inappropriate. Yet, she felt tormented. If she allowed Shun Yunjiao to enter their family, what would become of her happiness? In comparison, Shun Yunjiao seemed beyond reproach. Shun Yunjiao's gentle nature would ensure she honored her mother-in-law well. Conversely, Shun Yunjiao was like a fiery pepper, quick to complain to the Zhuang family when slighted, leading to more turmoil. The thought of being powerless against the Zhuang family's wrath made Madame Luo resentful. She placed her teacup on the table, resolutely stating, Old Madam, I have one request. Could you allow Yunjiao before she could finish? Shun Yunjiao abruptly stood. Her heart was seething with rage. She had already guessed what Madame Luo was about to propose. It was nothing less than regret over Shun Yunjiao, wishing to have Shun Yunjiao as her daughter-in-law instead. Did Madame Luo treat marriage like a mere market transaction? It seemed her previous confrontation with Luo Shuyan had not awakened them. Carrying her completed Buddhist texts, Shun Yunjiao approached without glancing at Madame Luo and smiled gently at Madame Su. Old Madam, I have finished my writing. Shall we take it to the ancestral hall now? Madame Su, uninterested in hearing more of Madame Luo's insincere words, supported herself on the table and rose. Very well, let us go now. Madame Luo, you may excuse yourself. With that, Madame Su and Shun Yunjiao exited together, leaving Madame Luo calling after them. Old Madam, I have not finished speaking. Before she could speak, Mother Ping suddenly appeared before her, her expression frigid. Madame Luo, if you possess any sense, it would be wise to keep the remainder of your words to yourself and refrain from uttering them. Mother Ping shot a cold glance at Madame Luo, her eyes warning. Defeated, Madame Luo hung her head low, allowing Mother Ping to escort her out of Pinkong Courtyard. The door to the courtyard slammed shut with a resounding bang, jarring Madame Luo back to reality. Mother Wang, supporting Madame Luo, ventured a few steps before quietly suggesting, Madam, since we cannot reason here, perhaps we should seek another place. Madame Luo wearily waved her hand, knowing that matters concerning Shun Yunjiao were traditionally decided by old Madame Su. If old Madame Su disapproved, what good would it do to plead with others? Mother Wang, undeterred, continued to persuade her, Madam, why not give it a try? You may find unexpected rewards. With a mixture of coaxing and insistence, Mother Wang led Madame Luo to visit Madame Su. Madame Luo remained with Madame Su until evening, finally being escorted out by one of Madame Su's trusted aides. As she left, a smile spread across Madame Luo's face. Early the next morning, Su Lanyan had busied herself in the small kitchen, engaged in an unknown endeavor. When Aunt Hua came to find her and learned she was once again in the small kitchen, she sighed and made her way there. Before entering, she caught a whiff of the greasy smoke. Though Aunt Hua hailed from a common background, years of indulgence had rendered her intolerant of such odors. Today, she wore a newly made outfit, and should it become tainted with grease, it would be ruined. She quickly stepped back and called into the kitchen, Little ancestor, do come out. You are a young lady. Simply instruct the kitchen maid on what you wish to prepare. After a considerable wait, Su Lanyan finally emerged, holding a plate of treats Aunt Hua had never seen before. How could the kitchen maid's hands compare to mine? She laughed. Moreover, if my recipe were to leak, it would soon be common knowledge. If I am the only one capable of creating such unique delights, rarity breeds value, and I shall surely make a name for myself. With a renowned reputation, my choices will only increase. Aunt, you have come at the perfect time. Do taste my pastries and see how delightful they are. Sulandian beamed, sweat glistening on her cheeks, adding to her charm. Aunt Hua couldn't help but sigh again as she pulled Su Lanyan into the room. I need to discuss something serious with you. Your grandmother is currently unwell. Why have you not gone to see her? You know your father places great importance on filial piety. Su Lanyan gasped in surprise. Grandmother is ill? How did I not know? Aunt Hua quickly clarified. Not the old lady, but your Aunt Qian. Su Lanyan responded with a simple, oh, and resolved to visit the next day. Not tomorrow, but right now. Take the pastries you just made. After half an hour, Su Lanyan stood before Aunt Qian's room, awaiting the servant to announce her presence. Inside, Aunt Qian was conversing with her confidant, Mama Zhu, who hailed from the estate. Years ago, Aunt Qian had gone to the estate alone, her previous associates having succumbed to old Madame Su's influence. Mama Zhu, whom she had nurtured after arriving at the estate, was fiercely loyal. Rest assured, the girl has been brought back. She is residing at the estate, Mama Zhu whispered. Aunt Qian replied with a curt, "Will anyone recognize her?" Mama Zhu reassured her no. After enduring torment at the mine for half a month, she has changed so much that even her own parents might not recognize her. Only then did Aunt Qian feel relieved, instructing, "Keep a close watch on her. Just ensure she does not perish. Return to the estate and follow my orders." "Yes, I take my leave," Mama Zhu said before exiting. Once she was gone, Aunt Qian allowed Su Lanyan to enter. Aunt Qian had little impression of Su Lanyan, as she had always been overshadowed, retreating behind others whenever Su Dajia brought several young ladies to pay their respects. Yet, upon Su Lanyan's entrance, Aunt Qian was struck by her transformation. The once timid Su Lanyan, who would hide behind others and speak softly, now greeted her with confidence. Aunt Qian couldn't help but scrutinize Su Lanyan. She resembled Su Dajia, possessing an air of elegance derived from his handsome features. Aunt Qian smiled with satisfaction. "Please, take a seat. There is no need to be so reserved around me." Su Lanyan settled down. "Grandmother, I prepared these pastries. Do try them." Aunt Qian glanced at the flat pastries, took a bite, and was pleasantly surprised by the taste. "Your culinary skills are improving, but given your status, you must not spend too much time in the kitchen, lest you neglect your important matters." Though Su Lanyan disagreed internally, she dutifully nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Lanyan casually inquired, "Where's my second sister?" Aunt Qian's demeanor shifted, her voice growing cold. "She is resting indoors, waiting for the doctor to cure her illness before she emerges." Although Su Lanyan had witnessed Su Lianxiao's madness firsthand in the Wu family's garden, she didn't believe Su Lianxiao was genuinely insane. However, Aunt Qian's attitude made her hesitate. Could it be true that Su Lianxiao had indeed lost her sanity as rumored? Aunt Qian waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave now." Eager to depart, Su Lanyan quickly exited. The news of Su Lianxiao being confined for treatment spread rapidly throughout the Su family. Qingyu was bewildered, questioning whether Su Lianxiao's actions had inadvertently validated the rumors outside. Su Lianxiao, in any case, did not seem the type to suffer silently. Noticing Qingyu's troubled expression, Mian Yunjiao couldn't help but laugh. Qingyu frowned, pleading, "Miss, I truly cannot fathom it. The second young lady's current behavior is so abnormal. I fear she harbors ill intentions." Mian Yunjiao probed, "When did you begin to be wary of the second young lady?" Qingyu hesitated. "Quite some time ago, when Hongyu frequently visited her. I sensed something was amiss when news of our affairs reached her." Just as Mian Yunjiao was about to inquire why Qingyu hadn't warned her, she swallowed the question, replacing it with a bitter smile. At that time, no matter what Qingyu said, she would not have believed it. Mian Yunjiao averted her gaze and explained Qingyu's concerns. The rumors originated from the Wu family, who were backed by the noble concubine and the Duke of Lu. Even if the second young ladies were bold, they would not dare to confront the Wu family. If the Wu family claims she is mad, then let them think so. When the doctor declares her sane, she will no longer need to feign madness. Qingyu, somewhat confused, nodded in understanding. Mian Yunjiao turned her attention to the doorway, where Mei Yu stood, cradling a basket of peaches. Mei Yu smiled, revealing her white teeth. "Miss, these were sent by the old lady. They are quite fresh." Mian Yunjiao replied, "I cannot eat too many. Please share them with everyone in the courtyard." Mei Yu complied and left with the basket. As her figure vanished from sight, Mian Yunjiao's smile gradually faded. She rose and said to Qingyu, "Let's go visit the old lady." "Yes." Mian Yunjiao led Qingyu out. She frequently visited old Madame Su, sometimes staying overnight, so the people in the courtyard had grown accustomed to her absence. Mei Yu cast a glance in Mian Yunjiao's direction, somewhat lost in thought. "Miss Mei Yu, please take these for yourself." Mei Yu turned her head and beamed at the rough servant woman before her. "I do not care for this," she said. "Please take it back and offer it to your grandson." The woman chuckled twice, then reached into the basket to carefully retrieve 2 ripe peaches, cradling them in her arms while praising, "Miss Mei Yu is truly kind. Surely you will be rewarded in the future." Others joined in the flattery. and Mei Yu's amiable disposition and generous nature quickly endeared her to the people in the courtyard. Moreover, her status prompted many to curry favor with her. After distributing the peaches, Mei Yu returned to her work. By evening, Shijing from the old lady's courtyard came to visit, and Mei Yu hurried to greet her, sweetly inquiring, "Sister Shijing, what brings you here?" Being younger, Shijing felt a delightful surprise at the term of endearment. She smiled at Mei Yu, saying, "I have come to collect the clothes for you. Tonight, you shall rest at the old lady's." Joy surged in Mei Yu's heart. "Allow me to assist you," she offered. Shijing readily agreed, and Mei Yu nearly laughed aloud. Previously, she had never had the opportunity to approach Mian Yunjiao's personal belongings, and now Shijing had inadvertently granted her that chance. Even if someone were to discover it later, she could always claim it was permitted by Shijing. With a light step, Mei Yu followed Shijing into the room. Shijing was quite familiar with Mian Yunjiao's chamber and began rummaging through the wardrobe with ease, soon extracting a set of clean garments. Mei Yu stood aside, discreetly noting the arrangement of each item. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a large red belly band, lingering there a moment longer than intended. Shijing broke the silence. "Do you fancy this belly band? It was embroidered by the young lady herself. See, her name is even stitched on it." She held it up for Mei Yu to see, revealing 2 characters in the lining. Mei Yu, unable to read the characters, understood from Shijing's words that they were likely Yunjiao. Elation filled her. Was this not the very object she had long sought? "The embroidery is exquisite," she praised. Shijing beamed with pride, indeed. She casually tucked the belly band beneath a pillow and carried the garments out. Reluctantly, Mei Yu cast one last glance at the pillow before exiting with Shijing. Without lingering, Shijing departed. Mei Yu found a chair and sat, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. In the late hours, she opened her eyes, wide awake, and stealthily entered Mian Yunjiao's chamber. Approaching the bed, she felt beneath the pillow and retrieved the belly band, quickly concealing it in her bosom. She contemplated visiting the old lady, but recalled the warning, unless summoned. She was forbidden to seek her out, for her family was in the old lady's hands, and she dared not incur her wrath. After a moment's thought, she feigned indifference and returned to sleep. Mian Yunjiao stayed at the old lady's for 2 consecutive days before returning home. Upon her arrival, Mei Yu entered with a sweet white glazed bowl. "Miss, please sample this. It is a peach preserve crafted by the 4th Mississippi." "How thoughtful of the 4th Miss," Mian Yunjiao remarked, glancing into the bowl filled with syrup-soaked tender peach slices. After tasting a spoonful, she set it aside. "It's too sweet for my liking. You may have it." Mei Yu gasped, momentarily stunned. Mian Yunjiao chuckled. "What is it? Do you not wish to eat?" Mei Yu lowered her head, murmuring, "But this was specially sent for you by the 4th Miss. If you do not wish to eat it, it should go to Sister Qingyu." Qingyu approached and gently patted Mei Yu's shoulder. "Do not worry. The young lady is exceedingly kind. If it is given to you, then enjoy it." Only then did Mei Yu settle onto a nearby stool, slowly savoring the peach preserve. It was sweet and delectable. As she indulged, her peripheral vision remained fixed on Qingyu, who was deftly tidying Mian Yunjiao's bedding and wardrobe. A sense of unease gnawed at Mei Yu, fearing that Qingyu might discover something amiss. However, once Qingyu finished, no irregularities were found, allowing Mei Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she finished the preserve, she slipped out. After patiently waiting several days, Mei Yu finally received a visitor sent by the old lady, Mama Feng, the old lady's trusted aide. Before Mama Feng, Mei Yu lavished compliments. Mama Feng furrowed her brow, admonishing, "Enough of that. Spare me the pleasantries. How have you fared with the task the lady assigned you?" Mei Yu retrieved the belly band from her bosom, stating, "Mama, I found this in the young lady's room. It was brought out by Shijing, who said it was embroidered by the young lady herself." Mama Feng's eyes brightened, and her demeanor softened significantly. "Oh, Shijing found it? It seems many have seen this item. When the time comes for identification, several will recognize it as belonging to Mian Yunjiao. It will be challenging for the old lady to silence everyone." Mama Feng instructed, "You must now run to the Luo family and deliver this to Madame Luo. Explain its origins, and she will understand." Mei Yu's heart raced with anxiety. "I fear I might ruin the lady's plans." The thought of visiting the Luo family unsettled her, and she worried that if the old lady pursued the matter later, she would be the first to face consequences. Mama Feng's words held weight. "Think of your family, and you will know what to do." With a shiver, Mei Yu bit her lip and replied affirmatively before hastily departing. As Mian Yunjiao had not assigned her any specific duties, She could leave for a couple of hours without arousing suspicion. With thoughts of her family compelling her, Meiyu resolutely knocked on the Luo family's door, successfully meeting Madame Luo and explaining the belly band's origins. Madame Luo joyfully accepted the item, slipping a silver coin into Meiyu's hand before sending her on her way. Walking down the street, Meiyu clutched the silver, still in disbelief at how smoothly the errand had gone. After a few steps, she suddenly recalled she had not shown Madame Luo the embroidered characters in the lining. She hesitated for a moment, then decided against returning. It was hidden in the lining. Unless mentioned, no one would ever discover it. Better to avoid unnecessary complications. Aunt Qian had been ill for a long time. Master Su, being dutiful, even managed to invite the royal physician through connections. After taking a few doses, Aunt Qian was now able to sit up. She grasped Master Su's hand weakly, lamenting, "Alas, I wonder how many more years I have left. Once I go to the countryside, you need not worry about me any longer. After my passing, please bury me in a beautiful place." Master Su, a grown man, felt his eyes redden at Aunt Qian's words, which sounded almost like a farewell. Lowering his gaze to her frail hand, he felt a surge of determination and abruptly stood to leave. Madame Su, startled, hesitated to ask, "Should I follow to check on him?" Aunt Qian chuckled. What could happen to him? He is a dutiful child. Seeing Aunt Qian's calm smile, Madame Su chose not to pursue the matter further. Master Su headed straight to Pinkong Courtyard. Upon seeing him, Mian Yunjiao greeted him, then retreated behind a screen. The old lady, perceptive, noticed Master Su's unusual demeanor and her smile faded. "What is it? Where have you come from?" With his head bowed, Master Su's tone was heavy, as if suppressing something. "I just visited Aunt Qian." A hint of derision flickered in the old lady's eyes. "Oh, is she feeling better? The weather has been pleasant. It is ideal for her recovery at the countryside. She has always disliked the heat. Once summer arrives, she will surely struggle here." Grandfather Su clenched his fists and spoke with urgency. "Given the oppressive heat, we could simply use more ice in the house. There is no necessity to go back to the estate." Lady Su, with a smile that was neither warm nor cold, fixed her gaze upon him. "Is that what you were instructed to convey to me?" Realizing that she had misconstrued his intentions, Grandfather Su hurriedly clarified, "No, my aunt wishes to return to the estate. However, I believe that, given her age, while the estate may offer a pleasant environment, it cannot compare to the comforts of the manor. I wish for her to remain here, enjoying her twilight years." Lady Su's expression turned frosty. "And what if I disagree?" Grandfather Su was taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. How could his mother oppose him? She had always been kind-hearted, even extending her compassion to beggars on the street. Surely she would not disregard his aunt. Lady Su, unsure of how to respond, was reminded that he was not her biological son, and with the meddling of Aunt Qian, who often sowed discord, Grandfather Su might well consider her as his true mother. Although she had long seen through this situation, it still stirred discomfort in her heart. Seeing the tension, Mama Ping interjected, "Perhaps we should wait until Aunt's health improves before discussing this matter further. It would be prudent to consider her wishes." Grandfather Su glanced at Lady Su and noticed her displeasure. Thus he wisely fell silent. After a few words from Mama Ping, she dismissed Grandfather Su. Emerging from behind the screen, Mian Yunjiao quickly sought to comfort Lady Su. Mama Ping supported her, saying, "The master is still dutiful toward you. Surely there are a few ill-intentioned souls whispering in his ear." Lady Su, with a weary gesture, replied, "Enough, let us not dwell on this any longer." As Lady Su rested, Mian Yunjiao and Mama Ping stepped outside. The weather was growing increasingly warm, with the wind carrying a heavy heat that unsettled the heart. Mama Ping turned back, casting a deep glance into the room, though it was unclear what she sought. Mian Yunjiao reassured her, "Do not worry. The old lady will not be troubled by such trivial matters." Mama Ping smiled back, comforted by her daughter's words, believing that with her presence, Lady Su's spirits would surely lift. However, Mama Ping felt that Aunt's illness was indeed peculiar. When conversing with clever individuals, one ought to be subtle. Mama Ping trusted that Mian Yunjiao could grasp the implications of her words. Mian Yunjiao chuckled softly. "Mother, as long as Anne has made up her mind not to return, if one method fails, surely another will follow." Mama Ping frowned in distaste, pondering the audacity of Aunt Qian. It had been nearly 2 decades since she had found Aunt Qian unbearable. It was baffling to her how Aunt Qian had bewitched the old master, compelling him to be so devoted to her. After Lady Su gave birth to Su Qingqing, she had not conceived again, partly due to the stress caused by the old master. In her youth, she had the old master to protect her, and now that he was gone, it was her son who shielded her. One could not deny that Aunt Qian had remarkable fortune. Mian Yunjiao laughed gently, amused by Mama Ping's rare display of frustration. Mama Ping shrugged. I merely speak my mind here. I would never voice such thoughts outside. Even if my words were to leak, I would not fear the repercussions. Mian Yunjiao shook her head with a smile and took Qingyu to the adjacent room to practice calligraphy. Midway through, she beckoned Qingyu closer. Given Aunt's illness, the eldest daughter must be informed. Please send someone to relay the message to her. Qingyu, puzzled, asked, You mean the eldest daughter, Su Lanyuan? The old lady grows furious at her mere mention. In the past, Su Lanyuan had feigned utmost filial piety before Lady Su, persuading her to part with half of her valuable possessions for Su Lanyuan's dowry. However, once Su Lanyuan married, her true nature emerged, leaving Lady Su in neglect. The servants in Pingkong Courtyard labeled Su Lanyuan a heartless ingrate. Qingyu hesitated. If the old lady finds out, might she be displeased? Mian Yunjiao insisted. Just do as I say. Understood, Qingyu replied before departing. Soon, word of Aunt Qian's grave illness reached Su Lanyuan's ears. With her crimson nails tapping the ledger, she replied with irritation. Why has Aunt Qian's expenditure this month been so excessive? Even if the master dotes on her, she should know her limits. Her confidant, Arong, cautiously replied. Aunt Qian sent someone to explain. She claims she requires more nourishment due to her pregnancy, which the master is aware of. Su Lanyuan scoffed, tossing the ledger aside in frustration, resting a hand on her abdomen. Despite years of marriage, she had yet to bear a child, while the other concubines were growing round with pregnancy. Initially, she had opportunities to act against a few, but her mother-in-law seemed to have caught on, tightening her defenses and leaving Su Lanyuan with no chances. Though she had not given birth, she was surrounded by the offspring of others, all of whom she deemed worthless. Arong, noting Su Lanyuan's rising anger, recalled the physician's warning that constant anger would hinder her chances of conception. She attempted to divert her attention. Aunt is ill. Will you not go to see her? Su Lanyuan's demeanor softened. Aunt has always treated me well. I must pay her a visit. However, this means facing the old lady. She was not afraid of being called a heartless ingrate. She simply found it troublesome. Arong pondered. Is it not feasible for you to visit without seeing the old lady? The entire Su family will soon fall under Our Lady's domain. With Aunt Qian in the manor, she will surely advocate for you. After some internal conflict, Su Lanyuan agreed. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes, reminiscent of Lady Su's, lit up. I recall there is a 500-year-old ginseng in the old lady's storeroom. Arong also remembered that this ginseng was intended for Lady Su's own sustenance. When Su Lanyuan had been given her dowry, Lady Su had withheld it, for at that time, Su Lanyuan had cared only for jewels and ornaments, dismissing the ginseng. Now, however, her mother-in-law, Madame Sun, was aging and often unwell, desperately seeking remedies that yielded no results. If she were to present the ginseng, her status in the Sun family would undoubtedly rise. These past years have been filled with frustration and humiliation. Once she offered the ginseng, becoming Madame Sun's savior, her husband, Sun Wenbang, would surely regard her with greater esteem. As these thoughts swirled, Su Lanyuan broke into a smile. Arong could not help but douse her enthusiasm with cold water that is meant for the old lady's survival. She will likely not part with it, especially after Su Lanyuan had become the infamous ingrate of Pingkong Courtyard. Su Lanyuan scoffed. I once had her wrapped around my finger. I can certainly do so again. Gather some nourishing items from the storeroom. I will take them to Aunt. As Arong turned to leave, Su Lanyuan called out, Have I not recently embroidered a new headband? Wrap that up as well. I will take it with me. The following day, Su Lanyuan visited her mother-in-law, Madame Sun, and expressed her desire to return to her family home. Madame Sun, who had been bedridden for several days, was finally able to sit up. Upon hearing Su Lanyuan's request, her expression hardened, and she replied with a sarcastic tone, If you wish to go, then go. Do you think I can stop you? Su Lanyuan's face flushed with embarrassment at Madame Sun's words, but recalling her purpose, she could only nod resolutely. Rising, she bowed and exited, knowing that once she brought back the 500-year-old ginseng, Madame Sun would understand her intentions. As Su Lanyuan exited, the esteemed Mama Gui beside the matriarch's son could not help but advise, What are you quarreling about with the lady? It is your own health that suffers. The matriarch's son sighed wearily. If she were a sensible person, what could I possibly argue about? Initially, I sought to marry Banger out of respect for the old lady of the Su family. But look at what has come of it. My heart aches for my Banger. Once the lady bears a legitimate son, perhaps then I can find peace. Alas, I fear I might not live to see that day. Unbeknownst to Sulanwan, the matriarch's son was discussing her behind her back. At present, her singular focus was to acquire the 500-year-old ginseng in the possession of the old lady Su. Upon her arrival at the Su residence, she made her way directly to Pinkong Courtyard. When Su Deforan received news of Su Lanyuan's return, she found that Su Lanyuan was already at Pinkong Courtyard. Su Deforan lamented, "What is this child doing there? Does she not know that the old lady has no fondness for her?" Previously, Su Lanyuan would always visit her first, allowing her to accompany her to Pinkong Courtyard. Mama Fong expressed her concerns. "I wonder if the old lady will show any displeasure towards the eldest miss. Would you like to go check on her now?" As soon as Su Deforan stood up, she saw Su Lanxiao flitting in like a joyful butterfly. "Mother, where are you off to?" Su Lanxiao inquired cheerfully. Su Deforan scolded gently. "What business do you have outside? I'm going to see the old lady." Su Lanxiao playfully rento Su Dapanesida. Affectionately linking her arm with hers, the Lady Luo has already arrived. Su Deforan felt helpless. She had not intended to divulge these matters to Su Lanxiao, but seeing her daughter's constant sulking, she could not resist sharing everything. Upon learning of the forthcoming good news at Pinkong Courtyard, Su Lanxiao's spirits noticeably lifted. Su Deforan poked her gently on the forehead. "Do not concern yourself with these matters. Stay inside and mind your own business." "How can I not care? That Mayu was discovered by me." Su Deforan sighed. "If only your sister possessed your talents, I would no longer need to worry about her." Su Lanxiao quickly asked, "Is there something wrong with my sister?" "Nothing of importance. Just return home. I shall handle everything. Lady Luo is likely to arrive soon, and I must go to Pinkong Courtyard." "Very well. I shall await your good news." With that, Su Deforan proceeded to Pinkong Courtyard. The atmosphere there was even quieter than she had anticipated. Her heart raced as she hurried inside, anxious that Su Lanyuan might be facing difficulties with the old lady. Upon entering, she found Mian Yunjiao and Su Lanyuan engaged in transcribing Buddhist scriptures. Su Deforan exhaled a sigh of relief. Seeing her mother, Su Lanyuan hastily set down her brush. In her younger days, she would write scriptures to please the old lady, but now her heart was restless. Writing even a few characters felt like torment. She quickly approached Su Deforan and paid her respects to the old lady. "Please, everyone, take a seat." The old lady beckoned to Mian Yunjiao. "Come over and take a rest." Su Lanyuan's eyes darkened, an indescribable emotion flitting across her face as she glanced at Mian Yunjiao. In her premarital days, she often visited the old lady to express her filial piety, frequently encountering Mian Yunjiao, whom she regarded as merely a servant of the Su family, akin to a pet. When in good spirits, she would speak kindly to Mian Yunjiao, but on darker days, she would vent her frustrations on her. Each time she raised her voice at Mian Yunjiao, it was with an air of superiority, no matter how much Mian Yunjiao endeavored to please the old lady. In the matriarch's eyes, it was her legitimate granddaughter who mattered most. Mian Yunjiao had endured much hardship at her hands, yet never had the old lady reprimanded Su Lanyuan on her behalf. Now, had it not been for her unwillingness to continue the charade, Mian Yunjiao would not have gained such favor. She had heard that Mian Yunjiao had become a favored companion of the old lady. Mian Yunjiao had merely borrowed her light. As Mian Yunjiao approached, she seated herself gracefully beside the old lady, meeting Su Lanyuan's scrutinizing gaze. Su Lanyuan furuit herbro displeasit. "Why do you stare at me like that? Do you not understand decorum?" Mian Yunjiao smiled sweetly, her expression gentle. "I was merely admiring how much younger the eldest miss appears. If it displeases you, I shall refrain from commenting." Su Lanyuan's heart lurched. When had Mian Yunjiao become so sharp-tongued? Su Deforan swiftly grasped Su Lanyuan's hand, reminding her of the more pressing matters at hand, unwilling to let the oblivious Su Lanyuan disrupt proceedings. Yet, Su Lanyuan ignored her mother's silent cues. Rising to command Mian Yunjiao, "You should sit elsewhere." Mian Yunjiao remained steadfast. "It is the old lady who has permitted me to sit here." Turning to the old lady, Su Lanyuan feigned innocence. "Grandmother, look how Yunjiao dares to speak to me in such a manner." The old lady did not even lift her eyelids. "Is there anything wrong with what Yunjiao said?" Tears streamed down Su Lunyuan's cheeks, 2 lines of sorrow tracing her unadorned face. Her expression as pitiful as a forsaken kitten. Grandmother, do you still hold a grudge against me? I have my own troubles since marrying. I feared that if I visited you, I might inadvertently voice my sorrows and bring you grief as well. Su Lunyuan whipped, feeling aterlirong. Her maid, Airong, timely presented the embroidered headband she had prepared, cradling it in her hands as she offered it to the old lady. Madam, this headband has been carefully embroidered by my young lady, who has devoted her spare moments to this while managing the affairs of the household. The old lady glanced at the headband, about to speak when she felt Mian Yunjiao's hand tighten around hers. The words she had prepared shifted. Your heart is in the right place. Ping Mama, please accept it. Yes. Mama Ping stepped forward to take the headband from Airong's hands, retreating to the back. Su Lunyuan, in turn, boldly sat beside the old lady. Seizing the moment when the old lady was distracted, she shot a challenging glare at Mian Yunjiao. Mian Yunjiao found it amusing. Even after marriage, Su Lunyuan still behaved like a child fighting for sweets. Seeing that the old lady was still inclined to treat Su Lunyuan kindly, Su de Foreign felt a wave of relief, simultaneously feeling proud that none of her daughters were lacking. After a brief exchange, a maid announced that Lady Luo had arrived again. Recalling the last visit from Lady Luo, the old lady frowned in annoyance, wishing for her to depart. She genuinely feared that Lady Luo might say something in front of everyone that would embarrass Mian Yunjiao. Su de Foreign, sensing the tension, quickly interjected. Since Lady Luo has come all this way, let us allow her to enter. Please invite her in. Mian Yunjiao cast a knowing glance at Su de Foreign's eager demeanor. Turning to Qingyu, she softly asked, Where has that Meiyu gone? Has she found another place to hide? Bring her here to attend to me. Return to my chamber and fetch the handkerchief I embroidered with magnolias. Madame Luo's gaze fell upon Shun Yun's gentle countenance. Such a soft-spoken daughter-in-law could hardly be compared to the unruly and impudent Shun Yunxiua. Could she? Madame Luo declared, Old madam, you have misjudged me. I come here with a matter of utmost importance. Not wishing to engage in further discourse, she directly retrieved a delicate pouch from her bosom. The sight of the pouch elicited a variety of reactions from those present. Su Lunyuan mocked, Madame Luo, have you lost your senses to present such a private item? Madame Su shot a disapproving glance at Su Lunyuan, admonishing, How can you speak so to your elder? Reluctantly, Su Lunyuan fell silent, albeit begrudgingly. Aware of the Luo family's esteemed status, they had already elevated themselves by entering the Su household. Why should she be expected to treat Madame Luo with kindness? Disinterested in the matter, Su Lunyuan turned away to converse quietly with Airong. Madame Luo leisurely unfolded the neatly folded pouch, revealing an embroidered pattern of mandarin ducks frolicking in water. At the sight of this motif, the atmosphere in the room shifted to one of ambiguity. Everyone understood the implications of such a design. The old Madame Su inquired sternly, Madame Luo, what is the meaning of this? There are many unmarried young women present. We must not tarnish their eyes. At that moment, old Madame Su's patience was wearing thin. Yet Madame Luo, feigning surprise, asked, What old madam? Do you not recognize whose this is? Madame Su interjected hastily, Madame Luo, please do not keep us in suspense. Whose pouch is it? Madame Luo's gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Shun Yun. This belongs to Miss Yun. Old Madame Su was taken aback, immediately denying. How could this possibly belong to Yun? Do not speak such nonsense. Madame Su echoed in agreement. Indeed, Madame Luo, do not slander others so lightly. How could Yun's belongings be in your possession? Madame Luo smiled ambiguously. Naturally, Miss Yun's pouch could not be in my possession. I found it at the scholaress' study, and it took considerable persuasion for him to reveal the truth. Old Madam, these two children are indeed fond of each other. Please support their union. That is not mine. Shun Yun exclaimed, her voice trembling with humiliation, tears brimming in her eyes as she felt like the last leaf clinging to a branch on the verge of falling. Utterly alone, old Madame Su grasped Shun Yun's arm, offering her support. Su Lunyuan exclaimed loudly, Grandmother, why do you still defend her? She has acted shamelessly, tarnishing our family's reputation. She should be expelled to prevent her from bringing disgrace upon our unmarried daughters. Shun Yun sobbed, Old Madam, I swear I did not do this. Old Madame Su gently patted Shun Yun's hand. I believe you. Madame Su observed the scene with increasing discomfort, pondering the old lady's evident bias. Unable to contain herself, She raised her voice. Old madam, the evidence is before us. You cannot be so naive. There are several young ladies yet to be married. Xiao is on the verge of an engagement. Do not let a single rat spoil the whole pot. Old Madam Su's expression darkened. She found it hard to believe that the usually well-behaved Xinyun could engage in such impropriety. However, the presence of the pouch made her hesitate. Madame Luo, confident in her preparations, sighed and attempted to take Xinyun's hand, continuing to offer comfort. Yun, I understand the sentiments of young love. Rest assured, if you and the scholar are truly in love, I would never act to separate you. You may take the lead and let your sister follow. Would that be agreeable? The appearance of her own pouch in another's possession was an explanation that could never be satisfactorily rendered, no matter how many mouths spoke. Xinyun, if wise, should comprehend the necessity of her actions. Should she refuse the mercy extended by Madame Luo, she would inevitably be cast out by the Su family, returning to her family as a mere village girl, deprived of a life of privilege. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is simple. The reverse is arduous. Madame Luo was certain that Xinyun would acquiesce. Yet, when her hand reached out, Xinyun evaded it, her face taut with indignation. Madame Luo, please maintain your dignity. That pouch is not mine. Even if it were, since the engagement was called off, I have not seen Master Luo. I have no further ties to him. Madame Luo's hand hung awkwardly in midair before retracting in annoyance. How audacious! She returned to her seat, her expression frigid, yet insisted. That pouch was discovered on the scholar's bed. What further arguments do you have? Humph, since you refuse my goodwill, you shall bear the consequences yourself. Our Luo family will not have a woman of your character as a matriarch. Implied was that Xinyun was only worthy of being a concubine to Luo Shuyan. Su Lanyuan, relishing the situation, remarked, Yun, look how incensed Madame Luo is. If you wish to avoid escalating this matter, you must obediently concede and prepare to accompany Madame Luo back to her family. Old Madame Su scolded. What are you saying? Su Lanyuan innocently blinked. Grandmother. Every girl must marry eventually. Besides, were you not the one who initially sought out Master Luo for Yin? Madame Su feigned concern. Enough. Lanyuan, cease your comments. Your grandmother surely has a plan in mind. Mother, for Yun's sake, a simple quilt would suffice. Otherwise, should this escalate, it will be detrimental to both Yun and our Su family. Xinyun persisted weakly. It truly is not my possession. Mama Ping stepped forward, examining the pouch in Madame Luo's possession closely. Old Madam, this is truly not the handiwork of a young lady. Mama Ping's words jolted old Madame Su. Madame Luo immediately retorted, this is indeed Yun's. What do you know, you old crone? Madame Luo, having the advantage of reason, spoke with increasing rudeness. After today, it would be old Madame Su who sought her favor. Mama Ping remained calm, reiterating, this is indeed not the young lady's work. Mama Ping explained it. The young lady's needlework was taught by me, stitch by stitch. No one knows better than I. This pouch is not her making. Madame Luo's expression fluctuated, casting a quick glance at Madame Su. You must be aiding Yun. Can your single word truly overturn the truth? At that moment, Qingyu returned with Shun Yun's handkerchief. Xinyun gestured to Qingyu. Please bring my handkerchief. Upon receiving the handkerchief, Xinyun turned to Su Lanyuan. Miss, do you recall this handkerchief? Su Lanyuan, noticing the vividly embroidered white magnolia, frowned. How could I forget? You refused to give it to me back then. To that end, Su Lanyuan had intentionally made things difficult for Xinyun on several occasions. Xinyun smiled gently and handed the handkerchief to Mama Ping. Please, Mama, show it to Madame Luo. Certainly. Mama Ping accepted the handkerchief and unfolded it before Madame Luo. The embroidery on the handkerchief was unmistakably different from that on the pouch. Xinyun continued, the embroidery on that pouch is of Shu style, yet I have never learned Shu embroidery. Everyone in the Pingkong courtyard knows this. Madame Su leaned in for a closer look, her expression growing increasingly grim. Even Su Lanyuan, who was not particularly skilled in embroidery, could discern the difference. Why did you not mention this earlier? Xinyun, exasperated, spread her hands. I did mention it just now, but Madame Luo refused to believe me. Madame Luo, resolute, retorted. Even if you did not embroider it yourself, it could have been made for you by someone else. It is undoubtedly your possession. Xinyun's eyes sparkled with a mocking gleam. Madame Luo, you have wronged me again. As an unmarried young lady, why would I require such a pouch? Moreover, I have lost nothing, Qingyu. Qingyu hurriedly replied, "All of my young lady's garments are safely kept by the maidservants. Indeed, nothing is missing. Not even the fragrance pouch she carries." "You lie." Madame Luo glared fiercely at Meiyu, her eyes menacing. This was not the time for Meiyu to feign ignorance. Madame Su discreetly shook her head, lamenting how such a splendid opportunity had been turned into turmoil by Madame Luo. The current Madame Luo bore no difference for a raucous woman causing a scene in the streets. It appeared that she would need to intervene on Madame Luo's behalf. Casting a threatening glance at the still trying to shrink away Meiyu, Meiyu felt a chill run down her spine. Her family remained in Madame Su's grasp. Grinding her teeth, Meiyu stepped forward, asserting, "Sister Qingyu is mistaken. I have indeed noticed that the young lady is missing a bodice, one that bears a resemblance to the one in Madame Luo's hand." Qingyu retorted angrily, "Well, you have only been serving the young lady for a few days. You do not even know where her seasonal garments are stored and dare to speak so recklessly." Meiyu was rendered speechless by Qingyu's rebuke. Madame Su quickly pulled Meiyu aside, saying, "Qingyu, why are you so furious? Meiyu is merely stating the truth. Clarifying the matter benefits everyone." With Madame Su's protection, Meiyu found the courage to lift her head. Madame Su glanced at the elder Mrs. Su and then at Madame Luo, as if discerning some underlying truth. Such a situation had seemingly occurred before, during the time when the elder Mr. Su was still alive and Lady Qian was like a delicate flower cherished within his embrace. The elder Mrs. Su furrowed her brow and asked in a low voice, "Meiyu, do you dare to swear an oath that if you are lying, your entire family shall meet a dire fate?" Meiyu froze, trembling with fear. Bitterness welled up within her. She felt trapped with no way out. Regardless of her actions, her family would suffer the consequences. Yet, she was unaware when her oath would come to fruition. If she did not follow Madame Su's instructions, her family would be sold to the mines immediately. Thus, without hesitation, Meiyu raised her hand and swore an oath, "If I utter a single word of deceit today, may my entire family meet a terrible end." Madame Su cast an approving glance at Meiyu. Madame Luo declared, "Elder Madam, now you must believe me. Even the young lady's personal maidservant has confirmed it. What more is there to argue?" Shen Yunjiao laughed. "Just because she says it is mine, does that make it so? Is there any evidence to prove that this belongs to me?" Meiyu quickly replied, "Of course there is. The lining of the bodice is embroidered with the young lady's name. I saw it with my own eyes." Shen Yunjiao shot her a sidelong glance, half smiling. "Oh? Since when did you learn to read?" Meiyu shrank back, quietly retreating a step, unwilling to answer Shen Yunjiao's question. Su Lanyuan, impatient, urged, "Let us not waste time on trivial matters. Let us see if there's indeed a name embroidered in the lining." Madame Su took the bodice and began searching the lining, lifting it to inspect closely. The elder Mrs. Su could not help but grip Shen Yunjiao's hand tightly, her heart racing. She had come to understand that today's events were directed at Shen Yunjiao and were premeditated. When Lady Qian had played such tricks before, it had caused her great distress. She did not wish for Shen Yunjiao to suffer the same silent humiliation. Moreover, Luo Shuyan was not a suitable match. If Shen Yunjiao married him, she would only endure hardship, never enjoy fortune. The elder Mrs. Su could not help but cast a worried glance at Shen Yunjiao. Shen Yunjiao felt a pang of guilt. To allow this drama to unfold, she had not informed Madame Su beforehand, knowing that had Madame Su been aware, she would never have allowed her to take such risks. Meanwhile, Madame Su had clearly seen the embroidered characters inside, but remained silent. Su Lanyuan, exasperated, took a sip of water, wanting to urge her further, but upon seeing Madame Su's ghastly expression, she was rendered speechless. Madame Su looked as if she had encountered something extraordinary, her face pale, resembling that of a corpse, her throat constricted, unable to utter a sound. Su Lanyuan felt a tightness in her chest and hastily asked, "Mother, what is wrong?" Madame Luo impatiently urged Madame Su, "Whatever you have seen, please speak." Had she known Madame Su was such a procrastinator, she would have looked herself. The elder Mrs. Su was equally anxious, as if a knife were poised at her throat, preferring a swift resolution to this torment. Madame Su's face was a picture of distress, stammering and unable to articulate her thoughts. Her reaction piqued the curiosity of those around her. Shen Yunjiao turned to Nurse Zheng. "Mother, why not assist the madam in taking a look?" Zheng, her face devoid of expression, stepped forward, her voice calm and unyielding. "Madam, let me take a look." My eyesight is sharp. Madame Su clutched the bodice tightly. Her voice unsteady. I have looked. There is nothing embroidered in the lining. No need to check. However, Zheng insisted, it is better to let me take a look. At this moment, Miyu timidly interjected, I truly saw it with my own eyes. There are characters embroidered in the lining. Madame Su erupted in fury. You silence yourself. This is no place for you to speak. Her spittle landed on Madame Luo's face, who irritably wiped it away. Madame Su, is there or isn't there any embroidery? Let me see for myself. Madame Su clutched the bodice to her chest, as if it were more precious than her own life. Sueya, come here. With Zheng's call. Sueya, who had some skills, approached. What are you trying to do? Madame Su warned. You, a mere servant, dare to disrespect me? And you dare to disrespect me. Your mother-in-law? The elder Mrs. Su intoned. Hand it over. Otherwise, do not expect me to recognize you as my daughter-in-law. The elder Mrs. Su's stern words caused Madame Su to hesitate. If she were indeed the cause of the first house bearing a name of disloyalty, it was likely that Mr. Su would immediately cast her aside. Just as she was hesitating, Zheng acted swiftly, snatching the bodice from Madame Su's arms and respectfully handing it to the elder Mrs. Su. Su Lanyuan hurried to Madame Su's side, using her handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her brow. Mother, what is the matter? Madame Su felt as if a fire was raging in her throat, watching the bodice being handed to the elder Mrs. Su, her anxiety rendering her speechless. The elder Mrs. Su was now driven by curiosity. She opened the lining, and upon seeing the two embroidered characters, her anger ignited. Madame Luo smirked, Elder Madam. Now you must believe I did not deceive you. Yunjiao, you must stop being so stubborn. How can my Shuyan be unworthy of you? Su Lanyuan chimed in. Then I shall be the first to congratulate Yunjiao. Lovebirds finally unite. The elder Mrs. Su, her face stern, tossed the bodice back to Madame Luo. You look at it and clarify who is truly enamored with Luo Shuyan. Madame Luo, suspicious, took the bodice and lifted the lining. Upon seeing the two embroidered characters, a rush of blood surged her head. How can this be? Impossible. Su Lanyuan, filled with curiosity, leaned closer to take a look, and upon seeing the embroidered characters Lan Xiao, she staggered back 2 steps. How can this be? Someone must be framing Xiao. Su Lanyuan, struck by a thought, pointed her delicate finger at Shen Yunjiao. Was it you who sought to harm Xiao? Shen Yunjiao slowly raised her head. What is happening here? We shall know once we test it. Su Xiao's personal maid, Danju, hurriedly made her way to Pingkong courtyard with Shichen. Su Lanxiao was aware that Danju was heading to the Pingkong courtyard, and thus urged her insistently to make haste and return, promising to share the delightful happenings of the courtyard upon her return. In her quest to cure her non-existent madness, Su Lanxiao was confined to her own courtyard, save for occasional visits to Madame Su's residence. Otherwise, she would have certainly wished to witness such a rare and splendid spectacle in person. Accompanied by Shichan, Danju proceeded to the Pingkong courtyard and couldn't help but inquire, what did the old lady summon me for? Unfazed, Shichan replied, it's nothing of great significance. You will know once you arrive. Danju pressed her lips together, refraining from further questioning. Observing Shichan's relaxed demeanor, she at least felt assured that being called over was not a matter of ill intent. Before long, the two arrived at the Pingkong courtyard. Upon entering, Danju found only Shen Yunjiao seated by the window, transcribing Buddhist texts, which brought a sigh of relief from her. Yet curiosity soon gnawed at her. For while Miss Chun had mentioned that there was a delightful performance to behold, only Shen Yunjiao was present. What kind of spectacle could be staged with just her? Suppressing her doubts, Danju approached Shen Yunjiao and bowed respectfully. Shen Yunjiao looked up and smiled. You've come. One of the maids brought back some freshly laundered garments today and happened to bring an extra belly band. Do take a look. Is it the second missus? If not, I shall inquire with the third miss and the others. Indeed, Shichan had brought forth the belly band. Danju took it and, after a couple of glances, exclaimed in astonishment and delight, it is the second missus. I thought I had lost it and searched for it everywhere. Turns out it was sent for washing. Danju began to ponder which maid had taken the liberty to send it for cleaning, as the belly band had yet to be worn by Mississippi. Shen Yunjiao responded with a note of caution. Are you certain? If you've misidentified it, it could lead to considerable trouble. Danju asserted confidently. There can be no mistake. The design was embroidered by me, and it bears my lady's name. She opened the layers to reveal the embroidered characters, Lan Xiao, for Shen Yunjiao to see. Before Xin Yunjiao could respond, hurried footsteps echoed through the room. Sulan Juan Storum Danfu, demanding sharply. Is this indeed Lan Xiao's? Startled, Danju stepped back, yet replied truthfully, I would not dare lie. You may ask any of the other maids who serve the second miss. They are all aware. Madame Su, leaning on Mama Ping's arm, emerged from the inner chamber. Her face twisted with a mocking smile. So it is truly Lan Xiao's after all. Madame Luo, perhaps your eyesight is failing you. Madame Luo was taken aback and perplexed. This belly band had been given to her by Madame Su's servants. How could it possibly belong to Su Lan Xiao? Madame Luo, possessing a clear understanding of her situation, knew that Su Lan Xiao, being the legitimate daughter of the Su family, could never be wed to someone of the Luo family, for the disparity between their standings was far too great. Meanwhile, Madame Su, trailing behind, was ashen-faced. No matter how shrewd she was, she could never have anticipated that the belly band given to Madame Luo would belong to Su Lan Xiao. Realizing something, she rushed over to Mei Yu and struck her hard across the face. Mei Yu was thrown against the table, her head colliding with the corner, causing it to bleed profusely. Mian Yunjiao, raising her voice, asked, Madam, why did you strike my maid? What offense has she committed against you? Madame Su was at a loss for words. Anything she said would be wrong. Danju felt as though she had unwittingly stumbled into a calamity, sealing her lips in fear and daring not to utter a sound. The room fell into a profound silence. Once Mian Yunjiao completed her page of Buddhist scripture, she set down her brush and calmly instructed, Qin Yu, take Mei Yu to attend to her wounds. Mei Yu pressed her hand against her forehead, blood seeping through her fingers. Qin Yu frowned, but led Mei Yu out. In a brief interlude, Madame Luo had formulated a plan. If fortune had fallen into her lap, she would seize the opportunity. Oh, I must admit I was mistaken. It was indeed the second Mrs. Bellyband as stated by Xu Yan. My age has dulled my memory. I hope the old lady will not take offense. Madame Su was nearly apoplectic. This Madame Luo, just moments ago, they were allies, and now she was seeking to sabotage her. Madame Su clenched her fists, suppressing the urge to lash out, gritting her teeth and declaring, someone is clearly trying to frame Xiao. Mother, we must investigate thoroughly. The unfolding drama left Madame Su exhausted yet immensely amused. She wondered if the late Lord Su would have been driven to his grave by such absurdity. With that thought, her spirits lifted considerably, and she nodded, go and investigate. Madame Su shot a fierce glare at Madame Luo before hastily exiting. Madame Luo's gaze swept over Mian Yunjiao, revealing a fleeting look of regret that quickly vanished. Although she could not discern where the error lay, the belly band, which clearly belonged to Mian Yunjiao, had somehow come to be associated with Su Lan Xiao. For Madame Luo, this was indeed a stroke of luck. She had always coveted Mian Yunjiao, never once considering the daughters of the Su family, for they were far beyond her reach. Even a concubine's daughter from the Su family could never be wed into the Luo family, given the vast divide between their standings. After a while, Madame Su returned with a young maid in tow. Grabbing the collar of the maid, she thrust her forward, slamming her to the ground. Tree Branch, tell me, what is the meaning of all this? The maid, clad in coarse linen, was clearly a lowly servant. She adjusted her position from sprawled on the ground to kneeling, muttering, I was bewitched by Miss Shun and stole the second Mrs. Bellyband and gave it to young Master Luo. Mian Yunjiao found the situation amusing. Even at this juncture, Madame Su still sought to undermine her. Indeed, today's events were clearly aimed at her. Had she remained unscathed, Madame Su would never have been able to swallow that bitter pill. However, Madame Su's downfall lay in her own pettiness. Without waiting for others to speak, Mian Yunjiao stepped forward, her tone even, you claim that I incited you? It was your maid, Mei Yu. Tree Branch stammered, her head bowed timidly. Mian Yunjiao narrowed her eyes. When and where did this happen? Tree Branch stuttered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Madame Su cursed inwardly, what an incompetent girl. Yet, to avoid alarming Su Lan Xiao, she had to settle for a lowly maid. She kicked Tree Branch, impatiently urging, speak up. Can't remember. Have you? Tree Branch nodded vigorously. Yes, I forgot. I can't recall. Mian Yunjiao shook her head in amusement. How could one forget something so crucial? She smiled as she returned to Madame Su's side. Madame Su, Gattering Hertots, Sepok solemnly, Zeng Mama. Investigate where this maid has been recently. Yes, Zheng Mama replied, promptly departing. Madame Su's heart sank, and she hurriedly added, I will accompany you. Madame Su glared at her. Sit down. Although Madame Su's lips quivered, she eventually complied and sat slowly. Madame Luo sighed softly, pondering why such a fuss was necessary. If the two young ones were truly fond of each other, why not let it unfold naturally? Madame Su spat. My Xiao is not that kind of person. She's being wronged. Su Lan Yuan, unusually quiet, began to entertain her own schemes. She had expected a delay, yet Zheng Mama returned swiftly, her cold and austere visage effectively intimidating all present. When Mother Zheng returned, her expression remained inscrutable, revealing nothing of her thoughts. The old servant inquired about the girl, Shuai, who was an orphan. Ever since she entered the second Mrs. Courtyard, she had remained there, only leaving during festive occasions, never venturing beyond the confines of the second Mrs. Quarters. Upon finishing her words, Mother Zheng extended her arm, grasping Shuai and lifting her effortlessly. Shuai felt a sudden force pulling her upwards, and after a disorienting moment, she unexpectedly found herself face to face with a cold, frosty visage, sharp-eyed like a blade. The rush of blood surged within her, nearly causing her to faint from fright, yet she trembled uncontrollably in fear. Mother Zheng demanded sternly, Speak the truth. Shuai burst into tears. I don't know. It was the madam. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted her, and her words ceased abruptly as her face swelled with redness. Su Lan Yuan withdrew her hand, glancing at the astonished Madame Su, unable to suppress a soft sigh. Having lived a life of privilege, her mother had grown quite slow to react. Had she not intervened, Shuai would have certainly revealed that it was Madame Su who had instructed her to say such things. Madame Su regained her composure and scolded Shuai vehemently before ordering her to be taken away. Mother Zheng clapped her hands and stood at the back. Mesdames soyez toutes restes, contemplating how to protect Su Lanxiao. Lady Luo sighed again, waiting to catch the attention of those in the room before stating, There is no need for Madame Su to investigate further. No matter how thoroughly you search, the second Mrs. Handkerchief is still on my son's bed, witnessed by many in my household. Even if it is discovered that a maid stole it, do you think the outside world will believe it? Madame Su's heart sank at once. Lady Luo tucked the handkerchief away, and Madame Su seized her wrist, her voice rising uncontrollably. Leave the handkerchief. Lady Luo scoffed. Madame Su, what are you afraid of? With a slight force, she reclaimed her hand, adjusted her sleeves, and bowed to the old Madame Su. Today's incident was a misunderstanding. I owe Yunjiao an apology. I must take my leave. Old Madame Su's expression softened somewhat. You may go. Lady Luo cast a haughty glance at Madame Su, leaving with the pride of a victorious cock. Now, it was Madame Su who sought her favor. Trembling with anger, Madame Su closed her eyes, apologizing to old Madame Su before hastily departing, needing to devise a strategy. Su Lan Yuan had originally intended to accompany Madame Su, but, recalling the ginseng yet to be obtained, chose to remain. Old Madame Su pressed her hand to her throbbing temples. I shall rest for a while. Once old Madame Su was settled, Mian Yunjiao and Su Lan Yuan tiptoed out together. Su Lan Yuan sat down and poured herself a glass of water, drinking it in one go. What day it had been? Mian Yunjiao silently took a seat opposite her. Su Lan Yuan raised her eyes, carefully observing Mian Yunjiao for a moment. Mian Yunjiao still bore the gentle demeanor she remembered. Obedient and docile, a target for her frustrations. She couldn't comprehend why Madame Su would target Mian Yunjiao. It was evident to any discerning observer that today's incident was aimed at her. While Su Lan Yuan scrutinized Mian Yunjiao also regarded her. Su Lan Yuan frowned. Why do you stare at me? Mian Yunjiao's eyes drooped, a sorrowful expression clouding her features. I am worried about the eldest miss. Su Lan Yuan pressed her lips tightly together, revealing no effort to conceal her displeasure. My affairs are not your concern. Mian Yunjiao lowered her head, her voice soft, as if a breeze could disperse it. With all due respect, I have grown up alongside the eldest miss. Now that you face difficulties, how can I not be concerned? The feeling of being worried over by Mian Yunjiao was indeed peculiar and uncomfortable for Su Lan Yuan. She awkwardly inquired, What difficulties do I face? Why? The matter concerning the second Mississippi. Even if she is innocent, the rumors that spread could tarnish her reputation. You are a married lady. Who knows how the Sun family might misconstrue you? Mian Yunjiao expressed with concern. Su Lan Yuan's heart sank. She could already envision the relentless pursuit of old Madame Sun, along with the disdainful gaze of Sun Wenbang, who held the ancient ways in high regard. Old Madame Sun was equally concerned about her family's reputation. The affairs of the Su family would undoubtedly cause quite a stir within the Sun household. It appeared that even the precious 500-year-old ginseng would not allow Su Lanyuan to escape. Worst of all, she feared that old Madame Sun might be so incensed by this incident that it would jeopardize her standing entirely. After contemplating for a while, Su Lanyuan felt her limbs grow cold. When she regained her senses, she found Mian Yunjiao had left without her noticing. Sitting uncomfortably, she informed Mama Ping and hurried to find Madame Su. Mian Yunjiao returned to her courtyard but did not rush inside. Instead, she stood by the roadside, admiring a cluster of wildflowers blooming at the wall-s corner. The flower house had offered to send her several precious blooms like greenhouse-grown roses and peonies. Yet she had declined. Now, with the weather warming, the wildflowers flourished vibrantly, their delicate yellow petals alive with energy. Qingyu approached with Mei Yu, who had a bandage wrapped around her forehead. Mei Yu knelt and bowed her head, choking on her remorse. I was wrong. I truly was, but I had no choice. My family is at the mercy of the madam. If I do not obey her, she will sell my family to the mines. Mian Yunjiao cast her a glance, responding coolly, I do not hold it against you. From the onset, she had regarded Mei Yu with suspicion. Mei Yu's betrayal was anticipated, and without expectations, there could be no disappointment, let alone anger. Mistaking Mian Yunjiao's calm demeanor for forgiveness, Mei Yu bowed again. If you can save my family, I promise to serve you loyally. Today's actions were instigated by the madam. If you wish me to identify her, I would gladly do so. Qingyu shot Mei Yu a cold glance, her expression stern and silent. Mian Yunjiao smiled. Do you think I would trust a traitor? Since you are in the madam's service, you should return to her. Mei Yu shook her head frantically. The madam will not spare me. I won't go. Please, young lady, do not send me back. She grasped the hem of Mian Yunjiao's dress in desperation. Mian Yunjiao replied calmly. If you go, at least you can reunite with your family. Mei Yu opened her mouth but could not find the words. Mian Yunjiao turned to enter the house, her skirt slipping from Mei Yu's grasp. Qingyu seized Mei Yu's arm, speaking harshly. Let us go. I will take you where you belong. For one who almost brought about Mian Yunjiao's disgrace, Qingyu felt no pity whatsoever. Su Lanyuan hurried to Madame Su's courtyard, but found her absent, prompting her to rush to Su Lanxio's quarters. As soon as she crossed the threshold, she heard Su Lanxio's furious shouts. A headache began to form. Since childhood, she had been unable to bear Su Lanxio's tantrums, which left her ears ringing and head spinning. Yet now, she had no choice but to steel herself and enter. Inside, she saw Su Lanxio's furious face, tears streaking down her cheeks. Su Lanxio flailed her arms wildly like a madwoman. I will seek them out for retribution. I will not rest until they are punished. I cannot bear this. Suddenly, Su Lanyuan recalled the rumors circulating outside that Su Lanxio had lost her sanity. Could it be that the whispers were true? She discreetly stepped back, sitting in the farthest chair from Su Lanxio. Sister, Su Lanxio called out with great vigor, startling Su Lanyuan nearly out of her seat. Sister, you must stand up for me. Su Lanyu truvo indusolanes imbres, sobbing loudly. Su Lanyuan held her tightly, casting furtive glances towards Madame Su. Madame Su approached gently, urging Su Lanxio to wash her face first. Your sister and I will contemplate how to proceed. Do not worry, we will not neglect you. Su Lanxio, however, remained unresponsive, only rising from Su Lanyuan's embrace after her tears had been shed dry, following a maid to the inner chamber to wash her face. Madame Su, seated beside Su Lanyuan, displayed clear signs of fatigue, as if years had been added to her countenance. Su Lanyuan deliberated. Mother, there is but one path remaining. We must allow Xiao to marry into their family. A single quilt covering her will preserve the dignity of both families. Unthinkable. Madame Su leaned forward sharply, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What is that Luo Shuyan? How could he ever be worthy of Xiao? To marry her off to him is akin to pushing her into a pit of fire. Su Lanyuan shrugged her shoulders. Then what do you propose? You must first ensure that the Luo family will not speak ill of her. Can you silence the multitude of voices from the Luo household? Madame Su, as if utterly depleted of strength, reclined back again. Today, Mrs. Luo's demeanor clearly indicated her determination regarding Su Lanxio. The benefits brought to the Luo family by Su Lanxio far surpassed those of the inconsequential Shen Yunjiao, let alone the simpleton Shen Yunxiu. When Su Lanyuan attempted to argue further, Madame Su wearily waved her hand. Yet, Su Lanyuan was unwilling to concede, exclaiming, "Mother, you cannot be so short-sighted. This concerns Xiaoer's entire life." Madame Su narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing through them. "Is this truly for your own sake? Afraid of being implicated, you wish to push Xiaoer into the flames?" Su Lanyuan, feeling guilty, averted her gaze and discreetly pinched her thigh, tears cascading down her cheeks in an instant. "Mother, so this is how you perceive me. I'm merely surviving day by day. Sun Wenbang's concubine is already pregnant, with several illegitimate children. My heart is heavy." As she recalled the painful circumstances, Su Lanyuan could not contain her weeping. "Madame Susaut, embracing Kalanan, he spoke in haste, Donotvari. I will handle this properly and ensure your suffering within the Sun family is alleviated." After a while, seeing that time was passing, Madame Su sent Su Lanyuan back. Once Su Lanyuan had departed, Mama Feng ushered in Meiyu. Madame Su's anger flared up, and she bellowed, "What on earth is happening? How could that petticoat belong to Lanxiao?" Meiyu, terrified, knelt before her. "I do not know how this happened, but I swear, I have never done anything to harm the second miss." With her family under Madame Su's control, she believed Meiyu would not dare betray her. Mama Feng inquired, "How did you come by that petticoat? Speak plainly." Meiyu replied earnestly, "I was in Miss Shi Chun's room retrieving something when she accidentally uncovered a petticoat from the cabinet, claiming it was embroidered by the young lady herself." As she spoke, Meiyu's mind raced. To protect herself and her family, she needed a different strategy. The petticoat given to Mrs. Luo was indeed taken from the young lady's cabinet, embroidered with the characters for Yunjiao, while the one brought by Mrs. Luo, embroidered with the young lady's name, was beyond her knowledge. Unaware that Meiyu could not read, Mrs. Luo suddenly had an epiphany and slammed her hand on the table. "I understand now. Mrs. Luo is after my Xiaoer. Marrying Xiaoer will propel the Luo family to greatness." Never expecting to be outmaneuvered by Mrs. Luo, despite her astuteness, Madame Su felt dizzy with anger. It had to be this way. Mama Feng furrowed her brow, pondering, and the more she thought, the more plausible it seemed. After all, anyone with sense would realize which match could bring the greatest benefits to the family. She leaned closer. "Madam, we absolutely cannot allow Mrs. Luo's scheme to succeed. I currently have no solutions. Allow me to think." Mama Feng glanced at Meiyu. What should be done with her? Madame Su, lacking the spirit to deal with Meiyu, replied, "Send her to the estate." Meiyu rejoiced inwardly, relieved to have escaped this crisis. Unable to devise a plan, Madame Su sought help from Aunt Qian. Aunt Qian, infuriated, sneered, "You kept this from me at first, and now that things have soured, you think of me?" Faced with Aunt Qian's scornful words, Madame Su lowered her head, attempting to appease her. "You were unwell, so I did not inform you. You must save Xiaoer. She absolutely cannot marry into the Luo family." Thinking of Su Lanxiao, Aunt Qian felt a wave of helplessness. Despite everything, she held a genuine affection for this granddaughter. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "Let us send Xiaoer to the countryside for a few years to avoid the storm." Madame Su's heart sank, and without a moment's hesitation, she objected. "Xiaoer is no longer a child. She should be courted. If she returns in a few years, she will be an old maid. What good family would still want her?" Aunt Qian, with a knowing smile, cast a glance at Madame Su. "Oh? So your intention is for Xiaoer to remain in the capital? Marrying into the Luo family is acceptable, as long as someone desires her?" Madame Su hung her head in defeat. Aunt Qian scrutinized her with a piercing gaze. "You have already said that Mrs. Luo was scheming. If Xiaoer stays in the capital, she will undoubtedly have more schemes against her. If we send her far away, even Mrs. Luo's strategies will be rendered useless. Madame Su Viterlinadiv. I will heed your advice. To send Su Lanxiao to the countryside, it was necessary to inform old Madame Su, as Aunt Qian was still unwell. Madame Su had to make the trip herself. Upon returning to Pinkong Courtyard, Madame Su's authoritative demeanor was doused like a bucket of cold water, her energy waning. Shen Yunjiao happened to be at the door, tidying the garments on the rack. She personally raised the curtain to allow Madame Su to enter. Seeing the smile on Shen Yunjiao's face, Madame Su felt an urge to unleash her frustration, but lacked the strength. She merely nodded slightly and made her way inside. Old Madame Su had awakened from an afternoon nap and was now invigorated, peering through her reading glasses at a travelogue. a habit retained since her youth. She glanced at Madame Su, then returned her gaze to the book, casually inquiring, "Have the matters been clarified?" Madame Su's heart sank. She genuinely did not know how to respond. Should she confess that she and Mrs. Luo had conspired only to find themselves outmaneuvered by her? Such an embarrassing revelation was best kept to herself. Madame Su replied vaguely, "Everything is clear." Old Madame Su snorted. Was it Yunjiao's instigation? Madame Su paused, then inwardly cursed. Old Madame Su clearly favored her own kin, yet the favored one was a girl with no blood ties to the Su family. Lowering her gaze, Madame Su insisted, No, it was that maid named Shuya who spoke without thinking. Do not believe her. By the way, I came to discuss Xiao with you." As Shen Yunjiao approached old Madame Su to bid her farewell, she noticed old Madame Su gesturing for her to sit beside her. Shen Yunjiao adjusted her posture and listened attentively to Madame Su's forthcoming words. After all, there was no need for concealment. Madame Su cast a brief glance at Shen Yunjiao before continuing. Xiao overheard what was happening here and was frightened, crying several times until she fainted. The doctor said it was a result of anger affecting her heart, and she must be cared for. I thought it best to send her to the countryside for a few years, where the environment is more favorable. Shen Yunjiao, understanding Madame Su's good intentions, wondered if Su Lanxiu would grasp the significance. Old Madame Su expressed no dissent. After recognizing Luo Shuyan's true character, she had no desire to remain connected with the Luo family. This time, Madame Su had indeed made a commendable decision. Madame Su nodded and said, "Very well. Select a few trustworthy individuals to accompany Lanxiu, for we must not allow her to suffer any indignity." With that, Madame Su had no desire to linger at Pinkong Courtyard. After addressing the matters at hand, she excused herself, claiming the need to pack for Su Lanxiu. Grasping Shen Yunjiao's hand, she expressed her profound regret. "I misjudged people, and almost caused you great harm. Had it not been for the unexpected turn of events concerning Shen Yunxiu, you might have already fallen into the den of wolves that is the Luo family." Every time she reflected upon it, Madame Su felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Shen Yunjiao smiled and replied, "Were it not for you, I would not have been able to live so well until now. Please do not blame yourself, for I will be saddened by it." She leaned against Madame Su's knee, wrapping her arms around her waist, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I do not wish to marry. I want to stay by your side for eternity." Madame Su's rough hands gently caressed Shen Yunjiao's soft hair, and hearing her childlike words, she could not help but chuckle. "Oh, foolish child, how many more years do you think I have left? If I were to pass, who would protect you then?" Shen Yunjiao's nose tinged with bitterness. She impulsively declared, "If you were to die, I would follow you." Madame Su promptly gave Shen Yunjiao a gente, but her expression turning serious as she scolded, "How can you say such things? Do you wish to pierce my heart? I have invested so much effort in raising you to this point. If you do not cherish your own life, I should not have taken you in." It was rare for Madame Su to speak so sternly to Shen Yunjiao. Reminded of the grievances from her past life, Shen Yunjiao could no longer contain her tears, and they streamed forth in a torrent. The accumulated sorrows of 2 lifetimes erupted at that moment. Madame Su was taken aback by Shen Yunjiao's heart-wrenching cries. Shen Yunjiao, usually so well-behaved and understanding, was the strongest of children. She had never cried so profoundly before. Her sobs drew the attention of Mama Ping, who hurried over to console them. Eventually, Shen Yunjiao cried herself to sleep, lying on Madame Su's bed. Madame Su sat at the edge, accepting a warm cloth from Mama Ping to gently wipe away Shen Yunjiao's tears. Shen Yunjiao seemed to dream of something troubling, for she slept uneasily, her brows knit tightly. Mama Ping observed her closely and suddenly remarked, "The young lady bears an increasing resemblance to that person." Madame Su's gaze sharpened immediately. Realizing her gaffe, Mama Ping quickly lowered her head in apology. "It was my thoughtless tongue. I shall not speak of it again." Madame Su continued to tenderly wipe away the traces of tears from Shen Yunjiao's face. When Shen Yunjiao awoke, it was already evening. Looking down, she found herself in Madame Su's bed and recalled that she must have cried herself into unconsciousness, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She quickly rose, slipping on her shoes to leave. Madame Su glanced at her and said, "Ah, you are awake. Come, let's have dinner." Shen Yunjiao walked over, her face still tinged with shame from her earlier outburst. After dinner, she sought an excuse to return to her quarters, and Madame Su instructed Shichin to accompany her. On the way, Shun Yunjiao patted Shichin's shoulder and whispered, "You handled that matter exceedingly well." Shichin chuckled. "It is what a servant ought to do." Shun Yunjiao smiled, but felt a tinge of helplessness. The individuals at her disposal were woefully few. Qinyu was her personal maid, but too conspicuous. And her straightforward nature did not lend itself to the subtleties required, unlike Shichin. She could not trust the other maids either. There was one task that only Shichin could undertake. She quietly said, "I need you to keep an eye on someone else." Shichin leaned in, eager to hear more. After listening to Shun Yunjiao's instructions, she stood frozen in shock. She surely wouldn't. Shun Yunjiao replied softly, "Since I have asked you to watch her, it is because I have observed something. This concerns Madame Su. You must not show favoritism." Shichin quickly assured her, "Do not worry, Mississippi. I am not that sort of person. Were it not for Madame Su providing me with sustenance, I would have starved long ago." Shun Yunjiao knew of Shichin's loyalty, and she patted her shoulder. "Now, let me escort you back." Shichin, lost in thought, returned without realizing when she laid down to rest, staring blankly at the ceiling. When Shige returned to tidy up, she found Shichin still awake, lost in her musings. Amused yet exasperated, Shige thought of Shichin as a child who had grown in stature, but not in wisdom. She approached and nudged Shichin, "Go wash up. After that, get to bed early." Shichin, startled from her reverie, saw Shige's face close by and screamed as if she had encountered a ghost. Shige stumbled back, adopting a stern demeanor to reprimand. "What are you making such a fuss about? Have you caused trouble?" Shichin, still shaken, patted her chest. "Try thinking deeply when suddenly someone appears. You would be frightened too." "Enough, enough. I cannot argue with you," Shige declared, uninterested in further banter. She opened the wardrobe and began changing clothes. Shichin exclaimed in surprise at this late hour. "Are you going out?" Shige replied while changing, "I need to step out. This outfit got stained with tea. I will return shortly. So do not overthink it. Get to bed." Swiftly, Shige finished changing and hurried out. The more Shichin pondered, the more curious she became. Where could Shige possibly be going at this hour? Remembering Shun Yunjiao's earlier words, she felt a pang of anxiety and quickly followed her outside. Her petite frame allowed her to hide easily. Shige was cautious, first pacing the garden a few times. Eventually, Shichin became disoriented and lost track of her. Shige's mysterious behavior only heightened Shichin's curiosity. Madame Su, recalling that Shun Yunjiao was still growing, never required her to rise early for morning greetings. Thus, each day, Shun Yunjiao could sleep in. One morning, she was awakened by the sound of something being smashed. Still groggy, she frowned and instructed Qinyu to investigate who was causing such ruckus at Pinkong Courtyard. To dare create a disturbance at Pinkong Courtyard required audacity indeed. Qinyu soon returned with information. The noise is coming from outside the courtyard. It is the second miss causing a commotion. The second miss had learned she was to be sent to the countryside and was throwing a fit. Shun Yunjiao furrowed her brow. How did she end up making a scene outside Pinkong Courtyard? The second miss has been causing a ruckus all the way here. I just saw her heading towards the second house to continue her outburst. Shun Yunjiao scoffed. Su Lanqiu had always been this way. When she got angry, she would tear down the entire Su family, oblivious to the principle of keeping family disputes private. I can no longer sleep. Let's go have breakfast with Madame Su. Shun Yunjiao stretched lazily. As Su Lanqiu continued her uproar to the doorstep of the second house, Su Lanqin had already been waiting there to enjoy the spectacle. To ensure it was entertaining enough, she had even prepared a plate of sunflower seeds, ready to watch the drama unfold. Su Lanqiu, shouting and storming forth, was followed by a throng of maids and servants trying to persuade her to calm down. Deeply unsettled, Su Lanqiu felt wronged. She had done nothing wrong. Why should she be sent to the countryside? She had always looked down on Shun Yunjiao's background, yet if she were sent away, wouldn't she become just like Shun Yunjiao? She could not swallow this indignation. If she was to suffer, then no one should find peace. Having caused a ruckus at the main house and outside Pinkong Courtyard, she finally reached the second house. However, upon seeing Su Lanqin, who stood there ready to enjoy the show, Su Lanqiu opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Su Lanqin chuckled mockingly. "Second sister, why have you stopped shouting? When others said you had gone mad, I was skeptical, but it seems you truly have lost your wits. Do not forget to take your medicine as prescribed by the doctor." Su Lanqiu's eyes glimmered with malevolence. Compared to Shun Yunjiao, this Su Lanqin was far more detestable. The two young ladies, of similar age, had been engaged in a rivalry ever since they were old enough to understand their surroundings. Upon her return from the countryside, the prospect of marriage loomed uncertainly, and it seemed as though Su Lanqin would inevitably overshadow Su Lanqiao for the rest of her life. Oblivia estos solenes thinner musings. Su Lanqin merely sought to witness the unfolding drama. She settled into a chair, delicately grasping a plate of sunflower seeds to crack them open. Noticing Su Lanqiao's silence, she tossed the shells at Su Lanqiao's feet, urging, "Second sister, do sing for us." With a sinister smile curling at her lips, Su Lanqiao retorted, "If you say I am mad, then mad I shall be. Before I depart, I shall tear your mouth apart." With that, Su Lanqiao lunged at Su Lanqin, and the two, having often brawled in their childhood, soon became entangled in a fierce scuffle, evenly matched. The maids rushed in to separate them, but fearing for the well-being of these two little tyrants, they hesitated to use their full strength. In no time, the faces and bodies of the maids bore the marks of their attempt to intervene. When Su Lanqiao and Su Lanqin were finally brought before old Madame Su by Zheng Mama, their hair was disheveled, resembling wild women from the streets. "Bow down." Old Madame Su's fury was palpable. Recognizing their wrongdoing, they complied without hesitation. "What in the world is going on? How can you two, as young ladies of a respectable family, behave like common ruffians?" she demanded, exasperated. Su Lanqin pointed an accusatory finger, asserting, "It was my second sister's madness that compelled her to strike me." With a scoff, Su Lanqiao replied, "I am indeed mad, and in my madness I cannot restrain myself. I simply found you deserving of a beating, and what happened afterwards was beyond my awareness." Embracing her reckless abandon, Su Lanqiao refused to hold back. Observing the scene with disapproval, Mian Yunjiao shook her head. Old Madame Su's face turned a shade of fury, prompting Mian Yunjiao to interject, "Please, madam, do not rush. Allow the young ladies to freshen up first." Old Madame Su, glancing at the disheveled appearance of the two, felt her anger swell once more. "You take them to clean up, but ensure they do not start fighting again," she ordered, her tone heavy with irritation. In contrast, she found Mian Yunjiao to be thoughtful and considerate. Mian Yunjiao approached the two young ladies gently, saying, "Please rise." They glared at each other momentarily, each turning her head away before standing up. Their maids remained kneeling in the courtyard. Mian Yunjiao led them into the inner chamber, where the maids attended to Su Lanqiao and Su Lanqin as they washed up while she stood watch at the door. Should the two young ladies resume their quarrel, she would be ready to intervene immediately. From the doorway came the sound of footsteps, indicating that Madame Su and second Madame Su had arrived. Upon entering, they immediately inquired if their daughters were injured. Meanwhile, Su Lanqiao and Su Lanqin had completed their grooming. With their hair neatly arranged, the wounds on their faces became evident. Fortunately, the young ladies' nails were well manicured and round, only swollen, without broken skin. "Come with me," Mian Yunjiao instructed as she ushered them out. The sight of their injuries instantly elicited gasps from the two matrons. For a young girl, bearing scars upon her face was a grave matter. Following Mian Yunjiao's direction, Ping Mama brought forth some ointment for swelling. "This is a superior anti-swelling salve, even sourced from the palace. Would you like to apply some?" Upon hearing it was from the palace, they eagerly accepted the ointment and began applying it to their daughters. Fearing old Madame Su's temper might flare, Mian Yunjiao encouraged her to sip a bowl of bird's nest porridge while the two mothers tended to their daughters. Second Madame Su, maintaining a serious demeanor, implored, "Mother, you must take a stand for Xiner. I have never laid a finger on her, and now she has been so brutally harmed. It pains me deeply." "Not to be outdone," Madame Su countered, "yet Xiaoer's face is also marred." "What of that?" Old Madame Su's ire had somewhat subsided. "Second daughter-in-law, it is not that I wish to be unhelpful, but you are aware that Lanqiao is afflicted with madness." Second Madame Su stared at Su Lanqiao in disbelief, having thought that the rumors circulating were merely fabrications of the Wu family. To discover that Su Lanqiao was genuinely unhinged left her astonished. After all, what could one hope to gain by arguing with a madwoman? Su Lanqiao, with a gleam of triumph in her eyes, cast a challenging glance at Su Lanqin, realizing that her madness brought with it unexpected advantages. Frustrated, Su Lanqin felt powerless to retaliate against Su Lanqiao, as her erratic behavior was beyond control. This bitter defeat was one she could only swallow in silence. Madame Su had not anticipated old Madame Su would defend them. At this moment, She feigned distress, saying, "When will Xiao recover from her affliction?" Old Madame Su replied, "You were quite right yesterday. Lanxiao needs to be sent to the countryside to recuperate. Tomorrow would be an opportune time for her departure." Madame Su gasped, and Su Lanxiao's reaction was even more dramatic. "I'm not mad. I refuse to go to the countryside," she exclaimed, springing to her feet. Shen Yunjiao shook her head. "Such disjointed reasoning only confirms your madness." Su Lanxiao glared at Shen Yunjiao, accusing her venomously. "Was it you who orchestrated yesterday's events? You're the one plotting against me, aren't you?" Old Madame Su frowned, observing the severity of the girl's condition. "Eldest daughter-in-law, you must keep a close watch over her. Do not allow her to harm anyone further." Second Madame Su interjected. "Mother speaks wisely. No one else is as compliant as my ex and her sister-in-law. Do be careful." Madame Su was too preoccupied with restraining Su Lanxiao, who was proving to be quite strong, her face flushed with effort. In a low, gritted tone, she commanded, "Enough. Stop this nonsense. We're going back." Once the members of both the first and second households departed, Pinkong Courtyard returned to a semblance of tranquility. The decision to send Su Lanxiao away was now a foregone conclusion, granting the Su family a long-awaited respite. With Su Lanxiao gone, Madame Su could finally enjoy a moment of peace, allowing the inhabitants of Pinkong Courtyard to catch their breath. Shen Yunjiao scrutinized the maid before her, her gaze filled with suspicion and appraisal. She recognized this maid, a rough servant from Pinkong Courtyard. Though familiar, she could not recall her name. Once more she inquired, "Who seeks to see me?" The maid glanced around nervously, lowering her voice. "It is Miss Xiao Heir, waiting just outside the door. You should hurry." Shen Yunjiao's heart skipped a beat. Who could it be that would invoke Xiao Yi's name to ensnare her, luring her out of the Su family to do her harm? Maintaining an impassive expression, Shen Yunjiao began to strategize her next move. The individuals attempting to deceive her could only be from the Shun family or the Luo family. Or perhaps Su Lanxiao was still unwilling to surrender. "Miss." The maid's cautious voice pulled Shen Yunjiao from her thoughts. Regaining her composure, she smiled faintly, "Lead the way." With her guard raised, she felt confident that any plots against her would falter. The maid guided Shen Yunjiao towards the side entrance, and as they walked, she contemplated how to cleverly extricate herself from this predicament. Thus, when she finally beheld the familiar visage of Xiao Yi outside the door, she found herself momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yi chuckled lightly, waving her hand in front of Shen Yunjiao's face. "Have you forgotten me after just a few days?" Shen Yunjiao snapped back to reality, offering a self-deprecating smile. Once bitten, twice shy, her nerves had been so taut of late that she had begun to suspect the worst in every situation. Maintaining a gentle smile, she replied, "Of course I remember you. The sunlight is merely too bright, momentarily blinding me." Xiao Yi's laughter faded. "Are you all right, though?" "I am fine," Shen Yunjiao assured her. Xiao Yi stepped to the left, gesturing toward a figure behind her. "How about him? Do you still recognize him?" Shen Yunjiao lifted her gaze, first catching sight of a magnificent white steed, accompanied by a long leg resting beside it. As she looked up further, she beheld a moon-white robe adorned with an embroidered crane, exuding an ethereal elegance. As she gazed upward, her eyes traced the broad expanse of his chest, moving further to the resolute lines of his jaw and the prominent bridge of his nose. Her gaze faltered momentarily before she ascended to meet his deep, penetrating eyes, causing her breath to catch in her throat. Quickly, she lowered her eyelids, her voice barely above a whisper, yet she was keenly aware of his presence. Xiao Yi chuckled softly, acknowledging, "Of course, my brother is a paragon among men. How could he be easily forgotten?" Xiao Shijing's lips twitched, his tone heavy with curiosity. "Where did you learn such words?" A sudden jolt of anxiety surged within Xiao Yi. She had always loathed her studies, and if this topic persisted, her brother would undoubtedly summon another tutor for her. With remarkable speed, she replied, "I have matters to attend to. I must return home. Farewell." With that, she mounted a gentle mare and hastily departed, leaving only Shen Yunjiao and Xiao Shijing behind. The maid who had accompanied Shen Yunjiao had long since vanished from sight. Shen Yunjiao appeared somewhat ill at ease, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately. Unconsciously, she twisted the handkerchief between her fingers, her breath quickening. The usually eloquent young woman now found herself at a loss for words to alleviate the palpable tension. A rustling sound broke the silence. casting a slender shadow that enveloped her entirely. Her heart raced, yet the other remained silent, compelling her to muster the courage to speak. "Is there something you wish to discuss, young master?" The moment the words left her lips, regret washed over her. They echoed with the tone of a lover's playful entreaty. How could she act as if nothing had transpired, knowing Xiao Shijing's feelings? A light chuckle resonated above her. "I merely passed by to see how you were." Xiao Shijing's gaze shifted downward, noting that Mian Yunjiao was on the verge of tearing the handkerchief apart. "I shall take my leave now," he stated, recognizing the need to refrain from pressing her too closely. Relief flooded Mian Yunjiao, allowing her to meet his gaze. "I shall not escort you further." Xiao Shijing found himself both amused and exasperated, ultimately deciding to depart. As Mian Yunjiao entered through a side door, she paused at the threshold, unable to resist glancing back. Catching sight of Xiao Shijing's upright silhouette, reminiscent of a stately pine, her eyes momentarily flickered before she proceeded inside. Her previously tranquil demeanor disrupted. She sought the comfort of the elderly matriarch, resting her head against Madame Su, who chuckled at the display. "At your age, still behaving like a child," she admonished playfully. "Madam, the young lady is simply expressing her affection for you," chimed in Ping Mama. The elderly matriarch, thoroughly amused, gestured with her hand, reminiscing when she arrived. "She was so small and frail. I feared she would not thrive. Yet, she has blossomed into a remarkable young woman. One wonders to whom she shall belong." As the memory of the earlier encounter washed over her, Mian Yunjiao felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "You tease me too much. I must take my leave." With that, she fled in a flustered state. Just before she exited, she overheard Ping Mama lamenting. The young master is not getting any younger, yet his marriage remains unaddressed. How negligent of his stepmother. Madame Su sighed, "Alas, I am well-intentioned but powerless." Yet with such talent, Shijing need not worry about finding a bride. Mian Yunjiao continued on her way, the wind clearing her thoughts. Madame Su, concerned about any potential trouble from Su Lanxiao, began to pack her belongings, eager to send the young girl away to the countryside. Everything was arranged for her stay at the estate, as Madame Su wished for Su Lanxiao to have a comfortable abode. Despite her frugality, she had generously provided for Su Lanxiao's needs. As Feng Mama approached to offer her a massage at her temples, she urged, "Let the children find their own fortunes. Do not fret too much." Madame Su forced a smile. "How could I not worry? It is my fault for indulging Xiao'er without restraint." Just then, a maid entered to announce that Su Lanyuan was on her way to see Su Lanxiao. "She is quite considerate," Madame Su observed. The elder and younger sisters, having grown up together, shared a deep bond, and naturally, the elder sister would feel reluctant to part with the younger. Madame Su smiled with satisfaction. Su Lanyuan walked slowly past the six-panel screen adorned with peonies, a gift from her youth. Having once adored the flowers, she had left the screen behind when she married, deeming it unworthy of her new life. Now, it had found its place in Su Lanxiao's chamber. "Sister, are you listening to me?" Su Lanxiao's voice was hoarse from weeping. Only then did Su Lanyuan turn her attention to her sister. "You must bear the consequences of your actions." Su Lanxiao struggled to hold back her tears. "But you are my sister. Which side are you on?" Su Lanyuan stepped closer. "It is precisely because I am your sister that I have come to speak with you today." Su Lanxiao, serious now, asked, "Do you have a way to help me?" "Consider this," Su Lanyuan replied. "If you are sent to the countryside, you will not return for 3 to 5 years. By the time you do, you may find yourself an old maid, and your young master may already have a family of his own." Su Lanxiao's eyes widened. "What should I do? I cannot leave. I will go speak to mother, and if she disagrees, I will seek out father." Su Lanyuan quickly grasped Su Lanxiao's arm, her patience wearing thin. "Going to your parents will only worsen the situation. After your outburst today, do you think mother will listen to you?" Su Lanxiao's struggles ceased, and she sheepishly admitted, "Sister, you know everything. You know my temperament. I can act rashly when angry. Please, tell me what you propose." Su Lanyuan regarded her with a discerning gaze, dismissing the servants from the room before stating, "You should marry into the Luo family." Su Lanxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she vehemently shook her head, disdain evident. "What is Luo Shuyan worth? I refuse to marry him. Death would be preferable." The mere mention of Luo Shuyan's name felt like an insult to her dignity. Su Lanyuan had anticipated this reaction, prepared with a carefully crafted argument. "This is merely a strategic move. If you marry him and refuse his advances, will he dare to force you? After a few months, you can stir up trouble, and he will have no choice but to let you go, allowing you to return home. Su Lanxiu hesitated, but if I am sent away, the young master will certainly not want me anymore. In her heart, Su Lanyuan thought, this foolish girl is hopelessly infatuated with Xiao Shijing. However, given the disparity between their families, he would never take you as his legitimate wife. Eventually, she reassured her, I will devise a plan for you to remain close to the young master. As long as you are by his side, does the title truly matter? Under Su Lanyuan's persuasive guidance, Su Lanxiu bit her lip, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, reminiscent of a bashful young girl. After a moment of contemplation, she shyly acquiesced. With a sigh of relief, Su Lanyuan leaned in to whisper a few words into Su Lanxiu's ear. Meanwhile, Madame Su intended to check on her daughters when she heard Su Lanyuan returning and dismissed any further thought. As night fell, Mian Yunjiao had completed her evening routine early. For some time, she had felt tense, but now that events had reached a temporary resolution, she finally found a moment to breathe. Once the tension in her heart relaxed, fatigue surged upon her, and now all she desired was a good night's sleep. In the dead of night, she was awoken by a cacophony of noises. As she opened her eyes, darkness enveloped her. To ensure a restful slumber, the windows were tightly shut. Propelling herself into a half-sitting position, she called out, Qingyu. Hearing the commotion, Qingyu promptly entered, draped in an outer garment and carrying a lamp. She reported that the matriarch had misplaced something of great importance and was searching the Su family residence. A knot formed in Mian Yunjiao's stomach as she sat up abruptly. Rest assured, Qingyu hurried to reassure her. They have already left Pinkong Courtyard. Yet, Mian Yunjiao found it peculiar. Suspecting that the loss was merely a pretext to conduct a thorough search of the entire Su family, the matriarch's ostentatious behavior suggested that something significant was amiss. Unfortunately, after her rebirth, she had altered many events, leaving her unable to foresee this particular incident. Filled with apprehension, Mian Yunjiao hastily donned her attire and ventured into the night towards the old matriarch's quarters. The old matriarch, too, had been startled awake by the commotion instigated by the matriarch, and just as she was about to inquire, the matriarch had already departed with her entourage. You must be frightened, the old matriarch said, shifting on her bed to make room. Mian Yunjiao removed her outer garment and lay beside her, expressing her belief that the matriarch's claim of a lost item was merely a ruse. The old matriarch patted her hand, advising, whatever needs to be said can wait until you awaken. Meanwhile, the main residence was ablaze with light. Master Su, fuming with anger, had already subjected several servants to unwarranted punishment. Danju, the personal maid of Su Lanxiu, knelt on the cold ground, stifling her tears. The chill of the night crept up from her knees, penetrating to her very bones. After an indeterminate time, hurried footsteps echoed, and the matriarch stormed in, her face a mask of fury. Without uttering a word, she kicked Danju. Danju fell to the ground, enduring the pain as she scrambled back to her knees. Master Su demanded, have you found her? The matriarch shook her head, explaining that they had searched the second and third houses, but to no avail. Master Su slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, so you mean Lanxiu is gone? At this hour, where could a young lady possibly go? The matriarch, closing her eyes in distress, replied wearily, I do not know. Master Su glared at her, accusing, is this the daughter you raised? Go find her. The matriarch, feeling aggrieved, replied, if others learn that Xiao has not returned all night, what will become of her reputation? Although there had been the incident with the undergarment, Su Lanxiu's reputation was already tarnished. However, Lady Luo had suppressed the matter until now. Master Su hesitated, knowing that reputation was more precious than life itself, suggesting they send fewer people to search discreetly. Reluctantly, the matriarch agreed and promptly selected several trustworthy individuals to seek out Su Lanxiu. Danju, caught in the matriarch's fierce gaze, trembled, her heart ablaze with anxiety. She had no knowledge of Su Lanxiu's whereabouts, but if anything were to happen to her, Danju feared for her own life. She silently prayed for Su Lanxiu's safe return before dawn. The lights in the main household remained illuminated until morning. As dawn broke, the lamps were finally extinguished. After a night of restless waiting, Master Su's face was shadowed by stubble, his eyes bloodshot, while the matriarch fared little better. He cast a heavy glance at her, a mix of anger and disappointment, sending chills down her spine. Donning his official robes, he strode out, refusing to spare her another glance. The matriarch's shoulders slumped, and she curled into herself, aging a decade in an instant. Wretched child, wretched child. Mama Feng had endured the night alongside her, her head throbbing with fatigue. Yet, she could not rest, needing to comfort the matriarch. Do not worry. The second young lady has always been clever. She will be fine. The matriarch slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, I wish she were foolish. Then she wouldn't cause me so much trouble. Mama Feng sighed heavily, recognizing that Su Lanqiu's actions had indeed crossed a line. If she were Su Lanqiu's true mother, she would have been driven to her grave by now. The news of Su Lanqiu's late return could not remain concealed for long, especially not from those at Pinkong Courtyard. There were spies from the main residence in Pinkong Courtyard, and vice versa. Previously, the old matriarch had been indifferent, but with Aunt Qian's return, she was compelled to employ the cunning she had in her youth. The old matriarch glared. What trouble is she brewing now? Staying out all night will ruin a young lady's reputation and implicate the family. Mama Zheng snorted disdainfully, her expression icy. If the second young lady fell into her hands, she would surely wield a ruler to teach her a lesson on propriety. The old matriarch instructed Mama Ping, send someone to keep watch. If Lanqiu does not return. She left the thought unfinished as Mian Yunjiao emerged, still rubbing her eyes. Old matriarch, the second young lady, is missing? The old matriarch acknowledged with a grunt, unwilling to elaborate for fear of corrupting Mian Yunjiao with Su Lanqiu's influence. Did anyone visit the second young lady yesterday? Mian Yunjiao inquired. She was well aware that although Su Lanqiu had a fiery temper, deep down she was a lady of quality, just like the matriarch, calculating in her own right. Su Lanqiu would never act recklessly without cause. Her absence undoubtedly pointed to a clandestine meeting. Mama Ping pondered for a moment before responding. I heard that the eldest aunt returned yesterday afternoon and specifically sought out the second young lady. After visiting her, she didn't even see the matriarch before heading home. Mian Yunjiao nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the issue surely lay with Su Lanyuan. However, having just awakened, her mind was still hazy, and she lacked the energy to delve deeper. Meanwhile, the matriarch also suspected Su Lanyuan and promptly dispatched her trusted Mama Feng to the Sun family. Mama Feng, without hesitation, arranged for a carriage to rush to the Sun residence. After a brief wait, she finally saw Su Lanyuan, who had just risen, her hair cascading lazily over her shoulders. Stifling a yawn, she complained, Mother, why did you come so early? Mama Feng exclaimed, My dear girl, the master and mistress have not slept all night. And here you are, resting soundly. Su Lanyuan jolted awake. What has happened? Mama Feng leaned in, whispering the news of Su Lanqiu's absence. A complex emotion flickered in Su Lanyuan's eyes, tinged with a hint of delight. Did the second young lady come looking for you? Or say anything? Mama Feng yajirli inquired. Su Lanyuan shrugged innocently, blinking. If I knew anything, I would have told Mother already. Xiao is my own sister. Why would I harm her? Though she had anticipated this response, Mama Feng couldn't help but feel disheartened. I shall return now. If you receive any news, please relay it immediately. The master and mistress are quite anxious. Su Lanyuan eagerly nodded. I will. If I hear anything about Xiao, I'll be sure to send word. Mama Feng assured her she would. Su Lanyuan personally escorted Mama Feng to the gate, and once she was out of sight, her expression hardened. After a moment, she murmured softly, Xiao, do not blame me. As Su Lanyuan continued to delay her return, the matriarch could no longer bear it and sought out the old matriarch for assistance. The old matriarch, being a lady of rank, had extensive connections and surely possessed a solution. Madame Su wiped her tears with a handkerchief, choking back her sobs as she said, Mother, I truly cannot manage Heir anymore. I must leave her in your care. You are her biological grandmother. You cannot neglect her. Mian Yunjiao, observing from the side, could not help but sneer quietly. It seemed she had previously underestimated Madame Su's audacity. In her calculations, even her dignity could be bartered for gain. Mian Yunjiao sipped her warm water in silence, not uttering a word. Madame Su, with a huff, declared, First, we must find the person. Otherwise, if this drags on, the situation will no longer remain concealed. Just as Madame Su was devising a plan to secretly search for Su Lanqiu, a maid reported that Madame Luo had arrived. Madame Su impaciently shouted. What does she want at this time? Send her away. Shun Yunjiao's eyelids flickered, and her scattered thoughts suddenly coalesced. Wait, she unconsciously spoke. Why not let Madame Luo in? Madame Su shot her an annoyed glare. Yunjiao, at this moment, why are you causing more chaos? Do you wish for Zaire not to return? Madame Su was even more displeased and returned the glare, asserting that Yunjiao was not someone who could not discern the gravity of the situation. Shijing, please invite Madame Luo in. Shijing complied promptly and dashed out. Madame Su pressed her lips together, refraining from further comment. After all, she needed something from Madame Su and had to maintain the right attitude. Soon, Shijing brought Madame Luo in stark contrast to the Su family's pressing anxiety. Madame Luo appeared vibrant, clad in a smoky purple gown that accentuated her liveliness. She entered with a smile, greeting both Madame Su and the elder lady. Elder Madame, Madame Su, has something happened? You all seem rather gloomy. Madame Su huffed softly, turning her face away. Madame Luo, far from being offended, smiled even wider. Madame Su, let me guess, are you worried about the second young lady? She must not have informed you where she went. Madame Su's mind reeled. Madame Luo had specifically come to the Su residence to speak these words, which hinted at Su Lanxio's whereabouts. But Madame Su dared not contemplate it, glaring fiercely at Madame Luo instead. Madame Luo, in high spirits, remarked, Madame Su, soon we'll be in-laws. Why do you look at me like that? Lanxio's clothes got dirty, and she is at the tailor's buying new ones. She specifically asked me to report her safety to you, fearing you would worry. Madame Su's cheeks twitched as she forced out a few words through clenched teeth. What have you done to Zaire? Such words are too presumptuous. What could I possibly do to Lanxio? She slipped into my house last night, pouring her heart out to Shuyan. I advised her to return home early, but she insisted on staying with Shuyan. Madame Luo halted, glancing at Shun Yunjiao with a smile. There is still an unmarried girl present. I shall refrain from saying more. Now, she looked increasingly satisfied with Shun Yunjiao. Initially, her interest in Su Lanxio was merely to gain leverage against Shun Yunjiao. Now that the two families were on the verge of becoming in-laws, Madame Luo was unperturbed about flattering Shun Yunjiao. Madame Su's mind was reeling, struck by the unexpected revelation, her vision blurring as she fainted from anger. The maidservants rushed to support her to a couch to rest, while Madame Luo continued to deliver her biting remarks. Madame Su observed this farcical scene, her lips twitching, pondering whether the late Mr. Su would be enraged enough to rise from his grave. Shun Yunjiao discreetly tugged at Madame Su's hand, signaling her that Madame Luo was still making scene. Madame Luo, Elder Madame Su spoke in a deep voice. Madame Luo responded, standing upright before Elder Madame Su. Elder Madame Su stated coolly, last night, my eldest daughter-in-law and Lanxio dined at your home. As the evening grew late, they stayed over, but my daughter-in-law had matters to attend to and left early. Madame Luo's smile instantly faded. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on my son, Shuyan? Elder Madame Su sneered. What I mean is clear, as is yours. Be sensible and do not create a scene that leaves everyone embarrassed. Madame Su discreetly opened her eyes a crack, then quickly closed them again. With someone else taking the lead, she deemed it wiser to continue feigning unconsciousness. Elder Madame Su continued her veiled threats. Lanxio is meant to go to the countryside. After a few years, who will remember today's events? Furthermore, your Luo family, with a mere flick of my finger, could vanish from the capital. Madame Luo's expression soured significantly. Are you threatening me? Shun Yunjiao interjected cheerfully. Madame Luo misunderstands. Elder Madame is not threatening you. She is showing you a clear path forward. Madame Luo's countenance fluctuated. Last night, she had rejoiced over securing a good marriage, only to now face an empty reality. How could she accept such a disparity? Shun Yunjiao remained beside Elder Madame Su, her smile radiant. Master Luo has diligently studied for 10 years, awaiting the day he could achieve fame. This statement struck a chord with Madame Luo. In her heart, she believed Master Luo was indeed capable of passing the imperial exam. If he were forced to return home by the Su family before the examinations, it would ruin his promising future. Furthermore, it was clear from the Su family's perspective that they were indifferent to Su Lanxio's reputation. At this moment, Madame Su finally regained her composure, echoing Shun Yunjiao's words. As long as Madame Luo is willing, she may take my husband's letter to find several esteemed tutors for Master Luo. Once he attains his degree, we can discuss matters of the heart. Madame Luo's interest was piqued. Her attraction to Su Lanxiao stemmed solely from the Su family status. Lanxiao herself did not impress her. Lanxiao was headstrong and unruly, hardly embodying the qualities of a virtuous wife. However, once Master Luo secured his degree, he would undoubtedly find someone better. Madame Luo readily agreed. Then I shall trouble Madame Su. Last night, Madame Su left something behind, and I will send someone to return it shortly. Madame Su exhaled in relief. Regardless of her internal thoughts, she maintained a smile as she escorted Madame Luo out. After Madame Luo departed, she returned to thank Elder Madame Su, expressing her gratitude for her assistance, stating, "Otherwise, I would not have known what to do." This was indeed the truth. Elder Madame Su had been besieged all morning and felt weary. She had uttered a few words to dismiss Madame Su. Alas, it is all a karmic debt. Elder Madame Sulementif. Mian Yunjiao grasped Elder Madame Su's fingers, her heart constricting, rendering her speechless. If Elder Madame Su were to learn of the events of the previous life, how Madame Su and the others deemed her useless and sent her a cup of poison to hasten her demise, how heartbroken would she be? Seeing Mian Yunjiao's sorrowful demeanor, Elder Madame Su assumed it was due to Su Lanxiao's predicament and comforted herself with the thought that once Lanxiao went to the countryside and matured, she would surely become more sensible. Let's hope so, Mian Yunjiao replied softly. After lunch, as Elder Madame Su rested, Mian Yunjiao intended to take a brief nap when a maid rushed in, exclaiming that something was amiss. Just as she caught her breath, another incident had occurred. Mian Yunjiao shot a stern glance at the maid, who immediately fell silent. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "What has happened?" The maid whispered back, "The second young lady has committed an offense, and the master intends to punish her severely. Madame Su could not prevent it, and sent me to request Elder Madame's presence." Mian Yunjiao frowned. "What about Nurse Qian? She should be able to persuade the master." The maid replied, truthfully, "Nurse Qian is too ill to rise." Mian Yunjiao's expression turned cold as she recognized that Nurse Qian had been feigning illness. This time, her refusal to assist Su Lanxiao likely stemmed from her complete disappointment in her. It seems the Pingkong courtyard has become a scapegoat once again. However, as the venerable matriarch of the Su family had just settled down, Mian Yunjiao, feeling reluctant to disturb her, decided to accompany Zheng Mama and Qingyu to take a look. Today was not originally a day of rest for Master Su, yet he, preoccupied with thoughts of Su Lanxiao, had taken the afternoon off to visit home. Regardless of her shortcomings, she was still his daughter. Upon returning home, he encountered several old classmates at the doorstep and engaged in conversation with them. Unexpectedly, Su Lanxiao dashed out from the Su residence, clinging to his arm and crying out, "Father, I want to marry Luo Shuyan. We are deeply in love. Could you please speak to Mother about it?" Before his friends, Master Su's countenance darkened to the color of a charred pot, and he hastily led Su Lanxiao back into the house. Once inside, she continued to lament her profound affection for Luo Shuyan, infuriating Master Su to the point of invoking family discipline, threatening to severely punish his shameful daughter. The sharp sound of Su Lanxiao's cries and the wails of Madame Su echoed from within the main hall. In the midst of her illness, Granny Qian, feeling exasperated, lifted her eyelids slightly. Su Lanyan offered her a bowl of medicine, saying, "Annie, please take your medicine." In recent days, Granny Qian had specifically requested Su Lanyan to attend to her. Though reluctant, Su Lanyan had no choice but to comply with the weeping and wailing of concubine Hua. Fortunately, Granny Qian was not a difficult person, or Su Lanyan would not have returned. Listening to the commotion, Su Lanyan furrowed her brow and asked, "Auntie, should we send someone to check?" In truth, a maid had already come to inquire, but Su Lanyan suspected that Master Su was merely putting on a show. Even if he were to act, Madame Su would certainly oppose it. To her surprise, Master Su had indeed resorted to violence, and the cacophony was excruciating to hear. Granny Qian, taking her medicine, replied calmly, "I am unwell. If you have nothing pressing, you should practice your poise." She understood well that Su Lanxiao's disgraceful actions had tarnished her reputation beyond repair. Although she valued Su Lanxiao because of Master Su, it was clear that Su Lanxiao was of no further use, leaving only Su Lanyan. For Master Su's sake, Granny Qian was determined to cultivate Su Lanyan well, ensuring she did not follow in Su Lanxiao's misguided footsteps. With a resigned Su Lanyan began to practice her poise. When Mian Yunjiao and the others arrived at the main hall, Master Su had already struck Su Lanxiao several times with a whip, leaving her pale and in pain. In her concern for Su Lanxiao, Madame Su had also unwittingly received a lash. Upon seeing familiar faces at the entrance, her eyes brightened with hope, believing salvation had arrived. Yet, upon realizing it was Mian Yunjiao, her heart sank. If Mian Yunjiao could not intimidate Master Su, what hope was there? Mian Yunjiao stood her ground without uttering a word. Zheng Mama stepped forward, her expression icy as she firmly declared, "Master, do you intend to kill the second young lady?" Master Su, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Today, I intend to rid myself of this scourge." Zheng Mama's voice was cold as she countered, "Have you considered the old matriarch? To make her bury her child is your version of filial piety?" Master Su paused, the whip he had raised faltering in his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Madame Su rescued Su Lanxiao, cradling her and retreating while keeping a wary eye on Master Su. Mian Yunjiao exchanged a glance with Xia, who stepped forward to seize the whip from Master Su's grasp. Mian Yunjiao's voice rang clear, "Dousing some of Master Su's fury, sir. Beating the second young lady will not resolve any issues. This disturbance will not only alarm the old matriarch, but will also frighten Auntie, who is already ill." Although Mian Yunjiao was a junior and not a member of the Su family, her presence commanded a semblance of the old matriarch's authority. Master Su narrowed his eyes and glared menacingly at Su Lanxiao, who, fearing another strike, hurriedly hid behind Madame Su. Master Su growled, "If this happens again, I will not spare you." To divert his attention, Madame Su quickly interjected, "My lord, this time Lanxiao was manipulated by the Luo family." Master Su adoptive. You mean to say the Luo family forced her to declare her intention to marry Luo Shuyan before so many witnesses? Do you know how my classmates perceive me? Madame Su faltered, not having anticipated that Master Su would lash out at Su Lanxiao for this reason. Had she known, she would not have tried to stop him. If it were her, she would have been tempted to vent her own frustrations on Su Lanxiao. However, seeing Su Lanxiao badly hurt, Madame Su could only plead with Master Su, "My lord, our priority is to find a solution." What solution remains? Should we approach the Luo family to gauge their intentions and send a matchmaker? Madame Su was taken aback, her heart racing with dread. No, Lanxiao cannot marry into the Luo family. That would ruin her life. Resolute, Su Lanxiao endured the pain and insisted, "Mother, I do not want to go to the countryside. I wish to marry Luo Shuyan, and I will marry no one else." Master Su sneered at Madame Su. "Look at the daughter you have raised." What followed was a matter confined within the main hall, prompting Mian Yunjiao to decisively lead Zheng Mama and the others back. When the venerable matriarch awoke and learned of the happenings in the main hall, her anger flared anew. The engagement between Su Lanxiao and Luo Shuyan was ultimately solidified. Su Lanyuan, sensing her mother's distress, urged her, "Do not worry too much, mother. The Luo family may lack wealth, but Luo Shuyan is a promising scholar. If father assists him, he will surely thrive." Madame Su was overwhelmed, acknowledging the gamble involved, betting on his success. If the wager failed, her thoughts trailed off as she fixed a piercing gaze on Su Lanyuan. Feeling uneasy under her scrutiny, Su Lanyuan averted her eyes. "Mother, why do you look at me like that? It is you, isn't it?" Madame Su's voice turned cold. "What are you saying? I don't understand." With sudden fervor, Su Lanxiao proclaimed her unwavering desire to marry Luo Shuyan, prompting Madame Su to demand, "Did you say something to Lanxiao that day?" Madame Su's anger escalated as she raised her hand, ready to strike Su Lanyuan. Su Lanyuan defiantly replied, "What if I did? Is there something wrong with my actions?" Indeed, it was Su Lanyuan. Madame Su was driven to the brink of madness. "She is your own sister. Why would you harm her? If she suffers, what benefit do you gain? She is but a child. How can you ruin her life so easily? Can you live with that guilt?" Tears streamed down Su Lanyuan's face as she protested. "Lanxiao, Lanxiao, you only care for Lanxiao. Do you know what my life has been like in the Su family over the years? The things Lanxiao has done. Do you know how my mother-in-law has mocked me before others?" I could not retort, only endure her derision. Madame Su, unmoved by Solene's tears, insisted. "So for your own sake, you would harm your sister?" Su Lanyuan remained unrepentant, believing that marrying into the Luo family was preferable to being uprooted from her home. Madame Su felt a profound sense of despair, her strength draining away as she collapsed onto the couch, weakly uttering, "Leave, just leave." Once the engagement between Su Lanxiao and Luo Shuyan was confirmed, it was undoubtedly the members of the Shun family who felt most anxious. Shen Yunjiao, who had eagerly anticipated her marriage, found herself in disarray due to the unforeseen turn of events. Madame Luo, hesitant to visit in person, sent a servant to the Shun family to inform them that if Shen Yunjiao still wished to marry, she would have to accept a subordinate role. To go from being the daughter of a respectable family destined to be the principal wife to suddenly becoming a concubine was a transformation that no one could easily accept. Madame Zhuang took Shen Yunjiao to the Luo family to confront them, but the Luo family dared not even open their door. With no other recourse, Shen Yunjiao headed straight for the Su residence, seeking Shen Yunjiao's assistance. The guards at the Su residence refused her entry, prompting her to approach the side door, knocking loudly. After a considerable wait, the door finally opened. Upon seeing Shen Yunjiao on the other side, Shen Yunjiao eagerly extended her hand to pull her in. However, her gesture was thwarted by Cui Yi, who stood as a formidable barrier. Shen Yunjiao recalled Cui Yi's prowess as a capable maid and, feeling apprehensive, obediently placed her hands by her sides. "Sister, you are my only hope now." Shen Yunjiao's voice was soft, seemingly imbued with genuine affection as she addressed Shen Yunjiao. A familiar gentle smile graced Shen Yunjiao's lips. "What can I do for you? Sister, could you speak to Miss Su Heir on my behalf? I do not wish to become a concubine. I aspire to be a legitimate wife. Although I would hold that position, I promise to treat her with the utmost respect," Shen Yunjiao implored urgently. This was her last resort, for she understood that persuading the Luo family to forsake Su Lanxiao was utterly impossible. Shen Yunjiao shook her head gently. "These words should be conveyed directly to Miss Su Heir. I know she won't listen to you." Shen Yunjiao's self-deprecating smile indicated her understanding of her lowly status in the eyes of the second miss of the Su family. To her, Shen Yunjiao was merely a step above a maid, and her sister had sought assistance from the wrong person. Shen Yunjiao's expression shifted dramatically. "You refuse to help me, do you? You still resent me, don't you?" Shen Yunjiao cast a sympathetic glance at her sister, but said nothing. Turning to re-enter the Su residence, Shen Yunjiao attempted to stop her, but Cui Yi blocked her path, causing her to withdraw her foot. In a fit of anger, she laughed maniacally at Shen Yunjiao's retreating figure. "I see now. You are envious of me, envious that I can marry Lu Shuyan. You still can't forget him, can you? You pitiful creature." The door closed, silencing Shen Yunjiao's taunts. Suddenly, Shen Yunjiao recalled events from her previous life. In that life, Shen Yunjiao achieved her desire to marry Luo Shuyan and became the lady of the Luo family. She endured the harshest days alongside him, only for him to take numerous concubines once he gained some success. In a fit of rage over one of his concubines, Shen Yunjiao even suffered miscarriage. Shen Yunjiao dismissed her wandering thoughts and continued toward the Ping Kong courtyard. The incident at the door swiftly reached Danju's ears. Danju was punished for Shen Yunjiao's late return, demoted from a first-rank maid to a third-rank maid, despite being retained by Su Lanxiao. Had it not been for Shen Yunjiao's reliance on her, she would have been sent away long ago. Consequently, Danju strained her mind to win Su Lanxiao's favor. She relayed Shen Yunjiao's words to Su Lanxiao, warning her that Shen Yunjiao still had feelings for young Master Luo and that preparations should be made. Su Lanxiao yawned lazily. Presently, she was in a betrothal position, confined by Madame Su to embroider her dowry. Yet, she found herself ill-suited to needlework and delegated the task to her subordinates, enjoying her leisure instead. Noticing Su Lanxiao's lack of reaction, Danju couldn't help but press on. "Miss Shun is preoccupied with her birthday. You must make plans." Su Lanxiao gazed at Danju with confusion. "What plan should I make?" Danju, exasperated, stomped her foot, baffled by the usually astute Su Lanxiao's apparent dullness. "You must guard against Miss Shun." Su Lanxiao acknowledged Danju's warning, but remained unenthused. Marrying Luo Shuyan was merely a strategic decision. In about half a year, she intended to leave the Luo family. Who loved Luo Shuyan, or whom he loved, was of no concern to her. She waved her hand dismissively. "If you have so much free time, go help me with the dowry embroidery." Danju disheartened departed awkwardly. Since Su Lanxiao's engagement was settled, the Su residence had become considerably quieter. The Ping Kong courtyard, in particular, was serene, with Shen Yunjiao spending her days either in the company of the elderly Mrs. Su or tending to the small garden in the courtyard. As the weather warmed, the bear garden became an eyesore. After some deliberation, Xin Yunjiao could not decide what flowers to plant and sought the elderly lady's opinion. Mrs. Su chuckled, "I'm too old to know." Following her lead, Xin Yunjiao replied, "I heard from Qingyu that a shop selling flower seeds has opened on the West Street. Shall we go take a look, old madam?" Mrs. Su, cheerful, responded, "That sounds good. Being cooped up in the house all day makes my bones stiff." Thus, the two, accompanied by Mama Ping and Shui Yi, boarded a carriage and set out. Shui Yi possessed some agility, sufficient to handle ordinary petty thieves. The carriage smoothly arrived at the West Street, where the old and the young disembarked and wandered into a nearby medical clinic. The clinic was newly opened, desolate and sparsely attended. Upon entering, they found a young boy dozing at the counter. Mama Ping approached and knocked on the counter, rousing the boy, who greeted them with eager attentiveness. Xin Yunjiao smiled and inquired, "Where's Dr. Liu?" The boy hurried inside and soon returned with Dr. Liu, who grumbled about something until he spotted Xin Yunjiao and Mrs. Su, his weary eyes suddenly brightening with hope as he approached. "Young Miss Shun, have you come to bring me wine?" he asked eagerly. Throughout his life, he had faced many challenges, but none compared to his longing for fine wine. The several jars of exquisite wine given by Xin Yunjiao haunted his dreams. Were it not for the promise of such fine spirits, he would not have bothered to remain in this clinic in the capital. Xin Yunjiao beamed. "Rest assured, Dr. Liu, I will not go back on my word." She then looked toward Mrs. Su, and Dr. Liu immediately understood, moving to check the elderly lady's pulse. The residual poison in her system was alleviated, ensuring her health moving forward. Mrs. Su sighed in relief, pondering how one could unknowingly ingest poison, and asked, "So, does this mean the perpetrator has not poisoned me recently?" Dr. Liu stroked his beard and shook his head. "Not necessarily. I will prescribe you some medicine to take daily." Mrs. Su's heart sank. Did this imply she had been consuming poison substances recently? Xin Yunjiao maintained her composure, promptly asking Dr. Liu for the prescription, which they would obtain from the clinic on their way out. Before leaving, Xin Yunjiao did not forget to leave a jar of fine wine as compensation for his recent services. On the carriage, Mrs. Su appeared despondent. "MIH, I cannot even discern who may wish to harm me. Old madam, I have made some progress. I will soon uncover the identity of that person." Xin Yunjiao replied in a lowered voice. Mrs. Su acknowledged her with a grateful expressing her guilt. "You have worked hard." At Xin Yunjiao's age, she should have been a carefree girl, her greatest worry being what to wear each day. Yet, due to the troubles of the Su family, she was forced to mature. Mrs. Su felt both comforted and pained by this reality. Since they had ventured out, Xin Yunjiao had no intention of returning home so soon. She promptly led Shui Yi and Qingyu to disembark from the carriage, boarding another one at the back, causing the two carriages to part ways. Qingyu sat beside the driver, directing him. Gradually, the carriage traveled to a quiet and secluded location. Qingyu entered the carriage and remarked, "Miss, your attire is too conspicuous for this place." Xin Yunjiao had just peered out the window and noticed a narrow street filled with people. In broad daylight, they labored outside, and passers-by wore simple, coarse clothing. Her elaborate outfit of silk and her adorned hair made her stand out significantly. The moment she revealed herself, it would be evident that she had come from a noble residence, potentially alarming her target. Yet she was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity and instructed Qingyu to find suitable clothing. Soon, Qingyu returned from a nearby house, purchasing a newly made outfit that had yet to be worn. After changing into the attire in the carriage, Xin Yunjiao stepped out. With her hair disheveled and clad in coarse fabric, no one would suspect her noble origins. However, her inherent grace was not easily masked, though fortunately, there were few people in the alley. Following Shi Chun's directions, the trio quickly located a residence. The residence, appearing respectable from the outside, revealed a stark desolation within. The interior was overgrown with weeds, and the dilapidated wooden beams suspended precariously overhead evoked a sense of dread. In the courtyard, a little girl, no more than 6 or 7, was crouched down, diligently pulling weeds with her tiny hands. Upon hearing a noise, she turned her head, startled, and stood up timidly, asking, "Who are you?" Xin Yunjiao offered a gentle smile. "We are dear friends of your sister." Her soft and unpretentious demeanor instilled a sense of trust rather than suspicion. The little girl inquired, "Do you know my sister?" "Indeed," Xin Yunjiao replied with a smile. "Your sister works at the noble residence, just as we do." The girl beamed with a shy smile, evidently convinced. However, Her infrequent encounters with others made her shy and at a loss for words. Mian Yunjiao approached her, producing 2 candies from her pocket. "These are from your sister," she said. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Whenever Mian Yunjiao visited, she always brought 2 candies, a cherished habit of her sister. As the girl accepted the sweets, her final traces of suspicion vanished. She licked the candies a few times, carefully stowing them away, and looked up to ask, "What brings you to find me?" With a soft sigh, Mian Yunjiao's breath caused the little girl's heart to flutter. The girl, astute in reading emotions, tugged at Mian Yunjiao's sleeve, asking, "Is something wrong with my sister?" Mian Yunjiao crouched down to meet her gaze. "Your sister has incurred the wrath of her master. Her greatest concern is for you. She entrusted us with the task of taking you to safety, to prevent you from being a burden to her." The little girl began to cry. "I want to go. I want to stay with my sister." Mian Yunjiao gently placed her hands on the girl's shoulders. "Dear child, such insistence will only bring sorrow to your sister. She endures hardship at the noble residence for your sake. If you were also punished alongside her, who would rescue her?" Wiping her tears, the girl asked, "What should I do then?" Mian Yunjiao reassured her, "I will first hide you from the noble residence's people. Once the danger has passed, we will carefully plan how to rescue your sister." The girl nodded earnestly. As twilight descended, Mian Yunjiao returned to Pinkong Courtyard. Lady Su could not help but express her discontent. "Why were you gone for so long?" Mian Yunjiao smiled bashfully. "I stopped by the opera house and listened for a while. I also heard that the pastries from fucking house are delightful, so I waited in line to buy some." Qingyu placed several bags of freshly baked pastries on the table, their aroma filling the air. Lady Su chuckled. "I do not care for such treats, but you young ladies enjoy them, so please share." Mian Yunjiao nodded, instructing Qingyu to distribute the pastries among the staff at Pinkong Courtyard, keeping only 1 bag for herself. This time, there were enough pastries for every servant in the courtyard. Shijing, upon receiving her share, devoured it without hesitation, crumbs scattering. "Hey, why aren't you eating? Don't you like it?" Shige carefully wrapped her pastry in a cloth, laughing. "I'm not like you, a glutton. I'm not hungry right now. I'll eat when I am." Shijing responded with an "oh," and went to wash her hands. Observing the pastries still warm, Shige felt a thought stir within her. As dusk settled, she sought out Mama Ping. "Mother, though it's not my turn to keep watch tonight, may I step out for a moment? I have embroidered many handkerchiefs that I wish to exchange for silver." Mama Ping, aware of Shige's unfortunate circumstances, sighed. "Your sister has not yet been found?" Shige replied bitterly. "Not yet, which is why I wish to earn more silver. The money I previously earned has been spent in seeking help." Mama Ping gently patted Shige's shoulder, offering comfort. "With your determination, you'll surely find your sister." Shige nodded, wiping away her tears. After expressing her gratitude to Mama Ping, she retrieved her embroidery and went out. She first sold her embroidered handkerchiefs before hurriedly entering a desolate courtyard. The neglect of the residents went unnoticed by her, as it was a result of her own indulgence. If thieves were to come, the state of disrepair would deter them from entering. For the sake of her sister, she was resolute. She treaded through the weeds to the back, where a tidy room awaited her. Yet upon entering, she found no sign of her sister. Assuming her sister had gone out to play, she quickly ventured out to search for her. However, after half an hour, there was still no trace of her sister. Neighbors claimed to have seen nothing. Panic gripped Shige. Had her sister vanished? In the following days, she sought her sister whenever she had a moment. Regrettably, her sister seemed to have evaporated from existence. Shige, frantic and aimless, maintained the pretense to the people of Pinkong Courtyard that her sister was still missing. Thus, the matter of her sister's disappearance was one she could not reveal even a whisper of within the confines of Pinkong Courtyard. Her heart felt as if it were ablaze, and she could no longer endure the anguish. In the dead of night, she quietly slipped out of Pinkong Courtyard and made her way to the second house. Lady Su had already been informed of Shige's arrival, so she had sent Su Eryi to sleep elsewhere. At this late hour, she had merely loosened her hairpin, not yet ready for bed. Taking a sip of warm tea, Lady Su regarded the kneeling figure before her rise. Yet Shige refused to stand, bowing her head repeatedly. "Madam, my sister is missing. Please, I beg you to help me find her." Lady Su scoffed. "Did I not help you find your sister and hand her to you? Now you've lost her and come to me again?" Shige, desperate, crawled forward, her forehead bruised. "Madam, I assure you this will be the last time. I will take better care of my sister and not trouble you again." Lady Su pondered for a moment. How did your sister go missing? Shige speculated. Perhaps she wandered off to play and got lost, or was taken by human traffickers. She dared not entertain further thoughts, praying her sister remained within the city. If she had left, Shige felt powerless to help. Lady Su's expression softened slightly. It is fortunate if a child merely wanders off. I fear someone may have intentionally taken her. I will assist you, Lady Su said, her tone shifting. However, you must be more diligent with the task I assigned to you. Shige's heart sank, and she lamented, but lately, the old lady has not been drinking tea, leaving me unable to tamper with it. Lady Su scolded, Are you dull-witted? Can you not think of other methods? If you cannot assist me, why would I help you find your sister? Shige quickly replied, Whatever you command, I shall see it through. Recently, I have grown close to the 4th Mississippi. I can take some snacks from her to give to the old lady and add something to it on the way. No one will suspect me. Lady Su smiled. It is good to see you have a plan. With that, she produced a package from her bosom and handed it to Shige. Without needing to ask, Shige understood its contents, having undertaken such tasks many times before. Soon, she slipped away into the night. Lady Su's gaze was far-reaching, with Su Lanxiao rendered useless. It was time for her daughter, Su Lanxin, to shine. When the old lady was on her deathbed, Su Lanxin would dutifully attend to her, earning a reputation for filial piety. Reflecting on the impending demise of the old lady, Lady Su felt a surge of satisfaction. Had it not been for the old lady, she would not have been compelled to marry Su Eryi, and her childhood sweetheart would not have met his untimely end. She closed her eyes in anguish, realizing that the root of all her suffering began the moment the marriage proposal was made. All those who owed her must repay their debts. The death of the old matriarch was merely the beginning. As she made her way home, Shiji's mind was racing with thoughts on how to act tomorrow. Observing the demeanor of Madame Su Heir, it was evident that this time would not be as simple as before. If anything were to happen to the old matriarch, the Pinkong courtyard would surely be engulfed in chaos. She needed to protect herself and reunite with her sister, her only remaining family in this world. Lost in her thoughts, Shige failed to notice the person waiting for her at the entrance of the Pinkong courtyard until she felt a tug on her arm. Under the moonlight, she recognized the person's face and scolded, Why are you here at this late hour? Chun, looking rather sullen, retorted, And you? Where you been? In Shiji's eyes, Chun was still an immature child, so she casually replied, Oh, I couldn't sleep and went for a walk. Come on, let's go back. Chun tugged at Shiji's arm, insisting, Don't go back just yet. Come with me to see the young lady. Shige glanced at the sky and rebuked, Stop fooling around. At this hour, the young lady must be asleep. The young lady isn't asleep. She's waiting for you, Chun said. A wave of anxiety washed over Shige at the thought of Mian Yunjiao specifically waiting for her. Had Mian Yunjiao discovered something? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Chun pulled her towards Mian Yunjiao. Inside Mian Yunjiao's chamber, a palace lamp was still lit, and her hair was untouched, indicating that she had indeed been waiting for Shige. Shiji's heart raced with unease as she feigned ignorance and greeted Mian Yunjiao, asking with a smile, Why haven't you gone to bed yet? Any matters can surely wait until tomorrow. Mian Yunjiao raised an eyebrow, not wishing to dance around the subject, and said, Aren't you unable to sleep as well? How can you rest easy when you haven't heard from your sister? Her words struck Shige like a bolt from the blue, causing her blood to run cold. How could Mian Yunjiao know about her sister's disappearance? A daring thought crossed her mind, and she stared at Mian Yunjiao in disbelief. As a maidservant closely attending to the old matriarch, Mian Yunjiao was privy to every detail. If her suspicions were correct, then Mian Yunjiao's ability to conceal such knowledge was chilling. Mian Yunjiao, never intending to keep this from Shige, produced a jade pendant from her bosom and waved it. She y is pupils dilated. It was the very pendant she had chosen for her sister, who never parted with it, even while sleeping or bathing. With a stern expression, Shige demanded, What do you intend to do with my sister? Mian Yunjiao smiled. Why do you think I took your sister? Surely, you must know she's just a young girl, raised away from home. What wrongdoing could she have committed? Is she not merely a victim of your own actions as her sister? Shiji's mind raced, filled with doubt and fear. Would Mian Yunjiao discover the secretive deeds she had done for Madame Su Heir? Mian Yunjiao was merely a vulnerable girl fostered by the Su family. How could she possess such power? Or was it possible that Shen Yunjiao's words were merely a ruse to manipulate her? Noticing the rapid changes in Shi Ji's expression, Shen Yunjiao found it amusing. Did you not just come from Madame Heir? What did she give you? Show me, or I shall have Cui Yi search you. Shi gasped, glancing sideways to see Cui Yi lurking nearby, confirming that Shen Yunjiao had planned this all along. A sense of despair enveloped Shi. She had long known that if her clandestine actions from Madame Su Heir were uncovered, it would lead to her doom. With a nod from Shen Yunjiao, Cui Yi stepped forward to search Shi, quickly retrieving a small paper packet from her bosom. Shen Yunjiao pinched the packet between her fingers, declaring, "This is the poison you have been placing in the old matriarch's tea, isn't it?" At that moment, Shi understood that all her actions had been uncovered. Her face drained of color as she trembled. "You may strike or kill me as you wish, but I beseech you, spare my sister. She is just a child, innocent and unaware. She is blameless." Shen Yunjiao's voice turned icy. "Innocent? And what of the old matriarch? Ask yourself, has she ever punished you or treated you harshly during these years?" Tears streamed down Shi Ji's face as she lamented, "I never wished for this. But Madame Heir helped me find my sister. She has shown me kindness." Shen Yunjiao, uninterested in further entanglements, asked, "Now, your sister is in my hands. Do you know what you must do?" Shi Ji's gaze hardened. "I understand. Il faut expose Madame Heir. There's no need. Just maintain the status quo. I am well aware that your words and this packet cannot inflict much harm on Madame Heir. She is astute and has likely prepared for the day you would be discovered. Stirring up trouble would be mere child's play for her." Shen Yunjiao shook the packet. "For this incident, simply say it was an accident. After you meet with Madame Heir, come directly to inform me. Understood?" With no alternative, Shi nodded, reluctantly conceding. "May I have just one glimpse of my sister?" Shen Yunjiao narrowed her exquisite almond eyes. "At this moment, you are not in a position to negotiate." Shi Ji's eyes flickered, slowly lowering her gaze as Shen Yunjiao's cold voice resonated above her. "Shi, I know you are clever. Otherwise, Madame Heir would not have chosen you. Perhaps I have been too lenient, leading you to believe I could never bring harm to a young girl." Shi barely registered a tremor. She had indeed thought Shen Yunjiao would not act against her sister, believing her to be kind-hearted and compassionate. However, Shen Yunjiao's cold snort shattered her illusions. "Feel free to test me. I don't mind giving you a warning." Shi abruptly looked up, meeting Shen Yunjiao's frigid gaze, feeling as if she were engulfed in winter's chill. Even her blood ran cold. In that moment, she firmly believed that if she did not comply with Shen Yunjiao's orders, her sister would meet with a grim fate. Her lips moved. "I understand what I must do." As the night deepened, Pachun led Shi away from Shen Yunjiao, and they slowly made their way back to their quarters. Pachun deliberately slowed her pace, allowing Shi to ponder her thoughts. Shi felt her limbs turn icy. After walking for a while, she only felt colder. She raised her gaze and could not help but ask, "Have you been watching me all along?" Without turning back, Pachun replied with a simple Shi sighed in resignation. "I had thought you were a true friend." Pachun shot back, "You are not worthy of being my friend. I do not have a friend who betrays trust." With that, she stormed ahead, leaving Shi to follow behind with a heavy heart. Days later, Madame Su Heir stood by the pillar, gazing into the distance towards the courtyard of Su Lanyan. Months ago, Su Lanyan had undergone a transformation, and her courtyard had become increasingly lively. Yet, no matter how much she changed, she could never surpass Su Lan Xin, and Madame Su Heir was confident of this. After a while, she saw Shi emerging from Su Lanyan's quarters, carrying a food box in her arms. A smile crept onto Madame Su Heir's lips. For after waiting several days, Shi was finally ready to take action. Madame Su Heir discreetly followed Shi until she witnessed the latter withdrawing a small paper pouch from her bosom, sprinkling the contents over the soup in the food container. At which point she turned away, satisfied. Upon returning to the second residence, she first visited Su Lanxin. Su Lanxin, with her exquisite beauty and playful demeanor, had taken advantage of the warming weather to have the embroideress make many new garments. When Madame Su Heir arrived, she found her trying on the new outfits. "Mother, what do you think of this attire for going out the day after tomorrow?" Su Lanxin smiled radiantly. Ever since Su Lanxiao's misfortune, her spirits had been particularly high, and she had grown even more cheerful. Madame Su Heir felt warmth in her heart, replying, "You look lovely in anything, but after going out the day after tomorrow. Let us postpone the subsequent invitations." Su Lanxin pouted in dissatisfaction. Why? I made so many new clothes for going out. When the commotion in Pinkong courtyard erupted, Madame Su Heir was reluctant to elaborate, simply stating there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Although Su Lanxin was displeased, she obediently nodded. Madame Su Heir felt a sense of relief. However, as day turned to night, the Pinkong courtyard remained eerily quiet, devoid of any disturbance. Madame Su Heir found this odd. If anything had happened to the old matriarch, there would surely be chaos in the courtyard. Unable to contain her curiosity, she sent a trusted servant to secretly bring Shirgu to her. Upon seeing Madame Su Heir, Shirgu promptly admitted her wrongdoings. The food was not to the old matriarch's liking. She didn't touch it at all. Enraged, Madame Su Heir nearly slapped Shirgu, but restrained herself. Grinding her teeth as she said, "That was something I painstakingly acquired. Do you know how much silver a small pouch costs? Enough of this. We will discuss it later. But you must continue as usual." Shirgu nodded, then quietly added, "The items you gave me have all been used up." Madame Su Heir cast a heavy glance at her, then rose to retrieve a small paper pouch from the cabinet, handing it to Shirgu. Shirgu quietly returned, and her first action was to seek out Mian Yunjiao. Mian Yunjiao, pleased, took the small pouch from Shirgu and handed her a piece of letter paper. Upon seeing the handwriting, Shirgu was filled with excitement. The scrawl, reminiscent of little worms, was unmistakably her sister's script. Clutching the letter paper, she departed in high spirits. Previously, Mian Yunjiao had been cautious when leaving, wary of Shirgu to avoid alarming anyone. However, the situation had changed. She could now confidently take a carriage to leave. After informing the old matriarch, she set off with Qingyu and Tsiye. With Tsiye's adept skills, Mian Yunjiao felt secure in her company. Their first stop was the medical clinic where Dr. Liu was stationed in the capital. But a young attendant informed them that Dr. Liu had gone home. With no other plans for the day, she instructed the carriage to head outside the city, reassuring herself that they would return before nightfall. As the carriage rolled towards the outskirts, Qingyu could not help but suggest, "It would be just as well to come find Dr. Liu tomorrow." Mian Yunjiao gently shook her head. "If we wait until tomorrow, I will be uneasy." Clutching the pouch from Madame Su Heir, she needed to inquire directly with Dr. Liu whether the poison affecting the old matriarch was contained within. She feared there might be others plotting against her. Qingyu ceased her urging. The journey to the town would take some time, and Mian Yunjiao leaned against the carriage wall, dozing off, while even Qingyu began to feel drowsy. Only Tsiye, skilled in martial arts, remained alert. Throughout the journey, Tsiye was unusually quiet, as if she were not present. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and instinctively embraced Mian Yunjiao. Mian Yunjiao felt a sudden constriction in her breath and opened her eyes wide. Before she could utter a word, a tremendous force propelled her forward, but Tsiye's grip prevented her from colliding with the carriage. The impact would surely have knocked her unconscious. On the other side, Qingyu was tugged by Tsiye but still collided with the carriage wall, fortunately only sustaining a bruise on her forehead, without any bleeding. Covering her forehead, Qingyu hurriedly checked on Mian Yunjiao. "Miss, are you all right?" Mian Yunjiao pressed her hand to her racing heart. "I'm fine." Qingyu sighed in relief and called out to the driver, "What happened? Why did we stop abruptly?" The driver responded from the front of the carriage. A man suddenly dashed into the road. It was unavoidable. Regaining her composure, Mian Yunjiao stepped out of the carriage, only to see a tall man standing before it. Head bowed, Tsiye whispered, "There's a scent of blood." Mian Yunjiao's brow furrowed slightly as she instructed the driver, "Go around." The driver acknowledged, cracking the whip to steer the horses away. The man in front of the horses lifted his gaze, and Mian Yunjiao's eyes widened in recognition. It was none other than the Duke of Liu. Deciding to feign ignorance, she tightly pressed her lips together, preparing to retreat into the carriage. Zhou Xinghao chuckled softly, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Why pretend not to recognize me?" Mian Yunjiao froze, caught in a moment of indecision. After a brief contemplation, she resolved to act as though she hadn't heard him. After all, as a mere young lady of the inner chambers, it was best to steer clear of the affairs of such high-profile figures. The Duke of Liu, reeking of blood and alone outside the city, was a clear indication that something significant had transpired. Mian Yunjiao wished to remain uninvolved and swiftly attempted to slip back into the carriage. Zhou Xinghao was utterly unprepared for such a reaction from her. The pain from his arm wound throbbed, and fresh blood seemed to ooze forth as he gritted his teeth. Mian Yunjiao frowned, finally turning back to inquire, "How do you know my name?" Realizing the absurdity of her question, she remembered that he was a prince, and thus well-informed. With a resigned sigh, she hopped down from the carriage, feigning surprise. "Oh, your highness, what brings you here?" "I was merely passing by, and shall not intrude on your leisure." Zhou Xinghao's temples pulsed with anger, a bitter smile forming as he remarked, "This little girl is quite the actress." To prevent her from continuing her charade, he stated bluntly, "I'm injured." Mian Yunjiao frowned in annoyance, pursing her pink lips. Glancing into the distance, she replied, "That carriage is now yours." Qing Yu and Xie disembarked, and although reluctant, they dared not argue, given his status. Zhou Xinghao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you intend to walk?" "No need for concern, your highness." "Please, go ahead," Mian Yunjiao replied earnestly. Zhou Xinghao's teasing gaze swept over her delicate features before he unceremoniously climbed into the carriage. What had once been a comfortable space for Mian Yunjiao and her two maids became cramped with his presence. Zhou Xinghao lifted the curtain at the window, regarding Mian Yunjiao with a meaningful look. Mian Yunjiao pursed her lips and, with Qing Yu and Su, proceeded ahead. They were not far from the old matriarch's estate, and she could borrow another carriage there. This detour cost them an extra hour before reaching the town. But luckily Dr. Liu was still at home, avoiding a wasted trip. After a thorough examination of the items Mian Yunjiao had provided, Dr. Liu confirmed, "Is the same type of poison." With this revelation, Mian Yunjiao felt an immense relief. As darkness fell, she realized that if she returned to the capital at this hour, the city gates might already be closed. With a sigh, she took a carriage to the estate. After her previous brief stay at the estate, the room she had occupied with the old matriarch remained preserved. This time, Mian Yunjiao moved in directly without needing to tidy up much. She retired early, preparing to return the next day. However, the disturbances outside in the middle of the night soon became unbearable. Furrowing her brows, she endured for a long time, but could not sleep, only growing more agitated. With a long exhalation, she decided to rise, slipping on her shoes and walking over to the window, pulling it open. Outside, there indeed stood a figure. Having been awakened in the middle of the night, no one would be in a good mood. Mian Yunjiao snapped, "Didn't I give the carriage to the prince? Why are you still here?" Zhou Xinghao sighed deeply, yet chose to remain silent. After a brief moment of waiting, Mian Yunjiao, growing impatient, moved to close the window. Suddenly, a large hand grasped the window frame. Annoyed, Mian Yunjiao exclaimed, "Your Highness, if you are not tired, I am." Zhou Xinghao maintained a suave smile and replied, "I have nowhere else to go. I kindly ask Miss Shun to prepare a guest room for me, so I can endure this night." Noticing Mian Yunjiao's hesitation, Zhou Xinghao added with a hint of urgency, "If anything were to happen to me at the Su family's villa, the Su family would surely not fare well." This statement effectively dismantled Mian Yunjiao's final defenses. Although she was not a member of the Su family, there were individuals she wished to protect within it. With a slight sigh, Mian Yunjiao closed her eyes, suppressing her impatience, and forced a polite smile. "Your Highness, how do you find this guest room?" Zhou Xinghao pretended to inspect the room, smiling as he said, "It is satisfactory." Mian Yunjiao opened the door, and Zhou Xinghao swaggered into the room, taking a seat on the bed with an air of entitlement. Mian Yunjiao blinked in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the sight before her. The rogue occupying her sleeping space was none other than the refined Prince Liu she had encountered at the Wu family residence. With a soft sigh, she closed the door and retreated to the room occupied by Qing Yu. That night, she would have to squeeze in with Qing Yu and make do. Due to the late-night incident, Mian Yunjiao allowed herself to sleep in the following morning, waking only when the sun was high. She felt vexed, as her plan had been to return to the capital early. Her absence would certainly worry the elderly Lady Su. However, unlike Su Lanxiao, she was not a legitimate member of the Su family, not even a cousin. Thus, her nocturnal escapades would hardly raise concern, save for those at Pinkong Courtyard. After dressing, she sent Suye to check her guest room. Upon hearing that it was empty, Mian Yunjiao entered. The bed was neatly made, devoid of any signs of occupancy. As she wandered around the room, she found a few bloodied bandages in the corner. Pointing to them, she instructed, "Dispose of these, and let us return." After breakfast, when Mian Yunjiao intended to leave, she noticed the carriage she had given to Prince Liu waiting at the entrance of the villa, with the driver soundly asleep. "It seems Prince Liu is not entirely shameless," she mused. The three of them climbed into the carriage and set off towards the capital. However, upon arrival, they found the city gates firmly shut, with a throng of people and carriages waiting outside. Mian Yunjiao directed the driver to find a less crowded area, while Qingyu disembarked to gather information. Soon, Qingyu returned with a grave expression. "Miss, I have learned that it is because His Highness the Prince is missing." Mian Yunjiao paused, her mind struggling to absorb the news. Qingyu, pale as a ghost, continued, "If others discover that the prince spent the night at our villa, will we be implicated?" Regaining her composure, Mian Yunjiao reassured her, "Do not fear. As long as we keep this secret, no one will know. Perhaps the driver knows something. You should speak with him." Qingyu complied and approached the driver, who, fearing for his life and that of his family, would undoubtedly say whatever Qingyu wanted. Yet, as the sun climbed higher, there were still no signs of the gates opening. Attention was soon drawn to a distant group of riders, particularly two distinguished figures at the forefront. The first, clad in an immaculate white robe, exuded an air of gentle elegance and authority. The second, slightly behind, boasted striking features, but wore an expression so cold it seemed to repel any approach. Zhou Xinghao glanced back, noting, "The heir must have spent the entire night searching for me." The icy face Xiao Shijing remarked blandly, "Finding His Highness is worth any effort." Zhou Xinghao smirked disdainfully, then turned his gaze forward. Due to an injury on his arm, he held the reins awkwardly. Upon spotting the city gates, Xiao Feng galloped ahead to converse with the guards, resulting in the gates being swung open. A pair of guards emerged to maintain order, allowing Zhou Xinghao and his entourage to pass. Zhou Xinghao did not proclaim his identity, which piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. Having spent a considerable time within the carriage, Mian Yunjiao had stepped out for fresh air. Spotting Prince Liu, she initially considered retreating back into the carriage. However, upon seeing those following him, she hesitated. Filled with self-reproach, she found herself unable to move. Since their encounter in the peach blossom grove, something had shifted between them. The once unrelated pair had gradually transformed, especially after realizing Xiao Shijing's feelings for her before her demise in her past life. If she were to ignore his kindness, she would seem ungrateful. Xiao Shijing caught a glimpse of Mian Yunjiao's honeyed gaze, and, as their eyes met, she quickly averted her own. He was reminded of the cat raised by Xiao Yi years prior, which would curl up in a corner at the slightest approach. If he pressed on, it would likely show its claws. He chuckled softly. Mian Yunjiao, focusing intently on her shoes, felt the weight of a heated gaze upon her. Undoubtedly, it was Xiao Shijing mocking her timidity. She lowered her head like a quail, too afraid to meet his eyes. Just then, Qingyu approached, urging her, "Miss, let us board the carriage. We will soon enter the city." Mian Yunjiao murmured in agreement and climbed back into the carriage. Zhou Xinghao turned his head, a teasing smile on his lips. Has the heir found someone special? Xiao Shijing's smile vanished, replaced by his usual frosty demeanor. "Your Highness, please do not jest at my expense." Zhou Xinghao snorted in response. Upon returning to Pingkong Courtyard, Lady Su embraced Mian Yunjiao, scolding her. "Why did you not send word of your absence? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Look at them. All of them were restless, anxiously awaiting your return." Shichen stepped forward, pouting, "Miss, I was nearly frightened to death. The entire city was under lockdown last night, the gates barred to all." Mian Yunjiao surmised that it must have been due to Prince Liu. She patiently recounted the events of the previous night, omitting anything related to the prince. She clung to Lady Su's arm, pouting, "Grandmother, I did not intend for this." The carriage broke down unexpectedly, and I was left with no choice but to stay overnight. Lady Su sighed, stroking Mian Yunjiao's hair. "Next time you go out, ensure that Mama Ping and Mama Zheng accompany you, even if you must stay overnight." "I shall not worry." Mian Yunjiao nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, everything appeared tranquil on the surface. However, the unexpected visit from Heir shattered this calm. Heir brought 2 baskets of freshly picked fruits and vegetables, claiming he wanted Lady Su to taste them. Lady Su received him graciously, well aware that after her passing, Heir would be Mian Yunjiao's support. With a friendly smile, Lady Su remarked, "You are kind to remember this old woman." Heir, with a flattering expression, replied, "What are you saying, old madam? You take good care of yourself. If you were to walk out, others would surely mistake you for my sister." His words provoked laughter from Lady Su and others. Yet Mian Yunjiao wore a serious expression, unable to smile. She understood her father well enough to know that he would not have traveled such a distance just to deliver fruits and vegetables without an ulterior motive. She slowly lowered her head, examining her delicate hands, unmarred by the roughness of labor. Heir, after uttering a plethora of flattering remarks, finally felt it was time to broach the matter at hand. His gaze shifted towards Mian Yunjiao, his daughter, whom he seldom saw throughout the year. Each visit was merely an occasion for her to solicit something. Once he provided her with silver, he would merrily return home, hardly considering any heartfelt conversation with her. This was the first time he scrutinized her seriously. With fair and delicate skin, a gentle demeanor, and an elegant disposition, one could not help but commend Madame Su for her excellent upbringing of Mian Yunjiao. Had she remained in the Shun household instead of being taken away by Madame Su, it was likely that Heir would have hurriedly arranged a marriage for her, to avoid wasting the family's resources. This notion had never altered in Heir's mind. Mian Yunjiao's presence in the Shun family was perceived as a drain on their provisions. Softening his tone, akin to how he spoke to Mian Yunjiao, he implored, "Yunjiao, why don't you come home with me for a few days?" Mian Yunjiao's brow twitched, her lips pressed tightly together. As she had suspected, Heir harbored ulterior motives. The Zhuang matriarch and Mian Yunjiao regarded her as a bitter rival. If she returned to the Shen household, they would certainly devise various schemes to torment her. Moreover, Heir's invitation was undoubtedly not sincere. Lowering her head, she remained silent. Madame Su's smile faltered, her demeanor turning slightly cold. "Heir, is there some trouble at home? I am nearing the end of my days, and I barely have a few pieces of silver left. Speak plainly." Madame Su wrapped her arm around Mian Yunjiao's shoulders, reluctant to let her go to the Shun household alone. Mian Yunjiao had grown accustomed to a life of comfort. Hardship would be unbearable for her. Heir chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the awkward atmosphere in the room. "Isn't it true that Yunjiao is to be married? The two sisters have never been particularly close. So before Yunjiao's wedding, they should take this opportunity to bond. After all, the most reliable support comes from one's own blood relatives." Madame Su's pupils contracted. Heir had articulated her innermost thoughts. As she aged and her health deteriorated, she constantly worried that Mian Yunjiao would be left all alone in this world. If only she could foster a closer relationship between Mian Yunjiao and the Shun family. This thought took root and proved difficult to dispel. Madame Su gazed longingly at Mian Yunjiao, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Mian Yunjiao sighed internally, unveiling toapos Madame Su's wishes. She lifted her head, saying, "Madam, how could I allow Ping Mama to accompany me? Let Cui Yi come with me instead." Cui Yi, with her commendable skills, would provide comfort and assurance. Madame Su pondered this and agreed. Regardless of the circumstances, the Shen household was still Mian Yunjiao's home, not a den of peril. Upon seeing Mian Yunjiao acquiesce, Heir's eyes narrowed into slits with joy. His objective was achieved, and he returned home in high spirits. Upon his arrival, Zhuangshi and Mian Yunjiao immediately surrounded him, showering him with concern. Heir chuckled. "Everything is settled now." Zhuangshi and Mian Yunjiao sighed in relief, initially worried that Mian Yunjiao would refuse to come. In truth, the intent behind inviting Mian Yunjiao for a brief visit was not to impose upon her, but to elevate Mian Yunjiao's standing. Due to Su Lanqiu's interference, Mian Yunjiao had been relegated to marrying as a concubine to the Luo family, much to the mockery of their neighbors. Zhuangshi, though fierce, could not silence the whispers of the community. Witnessing Mian Yunjiao's daily despair locked away in her room, Zhuangshi devised this plan. Mian Yunjiao, nurtured under Madame Su's care, symbolized her prestige. The title of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor still held sway over these rural folk. Having Mian Yunjiao stay for a few days would surely quell the laughter of those waiting to see Mian Yunjiao's downfall. Heir lounged on the couch, casting a sidelong glance at the mother and daughter, declaring, "I've done my part. The rest is beyond my concern." Zhuangshi eagerly nodded, "Yes, yes. Thank you for your hard work. Now you may await your blessings." After Madame Su consented, Mian Yunjiao began to pack her belongings. This visit to the Shun household was uncertain in duration, and the accommodations would be less convenient than those at Madame Su's estate. With Mei Yu's departure, a space beside Mian Yunjiao had opened up. Seizing this opportunity, Madame Su assigned Cui Yi to accompany her. Although Cui Yi lacked sharp wit, her martial skills were sufficient. As Qing Yu and Cui Yi assisted in packing, Shen Yunjiao sat at the desk, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought. In truth, she had never visited the Shun household in either her past life or this one. According to Ping Mama, Madame Su had personally gone to thank her mother, discovering a small, curled-up child in a corner, weeping. It was said that she had gone several meals without food, her body marked with bruises, her hair a dull yellow, and her face grimy. Madame Su had wept at the sight, as had Ping Mama. On that day, she had exchanged 10 taels of silver with Shun Heir to retrieve her. Being so young, Shen Yunjiao had no recollection of these events. "Miss, are you frightened?" Cui Yi suddenly appeared beside her. Shen Yunjiao, startled, replied, "Why did you approach without making a sound?" Cui Yi smiled innocently. "I have practiced martial arts. My footsteps are lighter than most. Besides, you were deep in thought." Shen Yunjiao chuckled helplessly. Such was Cui Yi's nature. Cui Yi raised her fist, saying, "Do not worry, Mississippi. Once we reach the Shun household, I shall defend you from anyone who dares to bully you." Shen Yunjiao laughed heartily, her eyes sparkling. "With you by my side, what is there to fear?" After 2 days of preparation, 3 carriages were readied, and Shen Yunjiao embarked on her journey to the Shun household. Shortly after the carriages departed, the Duke of Dingbei's carriage halted before the Su residence. Xiao Yi hopped down, recognized by the doorman, who promptly allowed her entry. Upon reaching the Ping Kong courtyard, before she could step inside, the sound of jingling bells reached Madame Su's ears. Seeing the lively Xiao Yi brought a smile to her face, dissipating much of the gloom that Shen Yunjiao's departure had instigated. Madame Su grasped Xiao Yi's hand and inquired with a smile, "Good child, what brings you here?" Xiao Yi, savoring the treats presented by Ping Mama, replied, "I came to visit my grandmother." "Did your mother allow it?" Madame Su could not help but ask. Given the nature of the lady of the Xiao household, who would wish to sever all ties with the Su family, fearing her husband would recall Su Qingqing, Madame Su felt disheartened by the loss of Su Qingqing, while also striving to improve the situation for the 2 children left behind. Xiao Yi pouted. "I did not mention it to her." Ping Mama interjected, "Upon your return, the lady will surely scold you." Su Qingqing was also raised by Ping Mama, who naturally developed a fondness for Xiao Yi. Consequently, Ping Mama couldn't help but consider Xiao Yi's well-being. Xiao Yi scoffed, assuring them, "Do not worry. She wouldn't dare to harm me. If Madame Xiao were to attempt anything against me, I would certainly retaliate." Just as Madame Xiao disdained Xiao Yi and covertly plotted against her, Xiao Yi would retaliate by throwing mice into Madame Zhao's room and hurling mud at her, successfully subduing her. Xiao Yi, with her round eyes, glanced around and wondered, "Where is Yunjiao? Why hasn't she come over?" In truth, she had come with the intention of playing with Shen Yunjiao. The old lady Su explained, "Yunjiao has returned home and just set off. It will likely be several days before she returns." Disappointed, Xiao Yi pouted, deciding to wait until Shen Yunjiao returned before visiting again. Upon hearing that Xiao Yi had arrived, several young ladies from the Su family dressed up and came over. At the entrance of Ping Kong courtyard, Su Lanxin coldly snorted and remarked sarcastically, "Oh, how is it that second sister has come out? Aren't you busy embroidering your dowry? By the way, has her madness been cured?" Su Lanxiao gritted her teeth. "You need not concern yourself. Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs." "I am quite well, thank you." The 2 exchanged barbs as they made their way into the courtyard. Su Lanyin quietly followed behind, holding a food box in her arms. Upon entering the room, the scent of cosmetics filled the air as the 3 ladies applied their rouge and powder. Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin, with smiles plastered on their faces, engaged in flattery towards Xiao Yi. "Cousin, your attire is truly lovely. The fabric is exquisite. Cousin, your complexion is so fair. How do you maintain it?" Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin were secretly competing to outshine one another in front of Xiao Yi. However, Xiao Yi, unlike the typical young ladies, found their incessant flattery to be bothersome. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she covered her ears and exclaimed, "Enough. Please stop, my ears are hurting." Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin were taken aback, feeling embarrassed. The old lady, Su, sighed softly, reflecting on how Su Qingqing had departed early, and how her stepmother did not genuinely care for Xiao Yi, which had contributed to her current disposition. However, given her age, it would be challenging to change her ways. The old lady Su, smiling, smoothed over the situation. "This child, Yi, is quite innocent. With you speaking so quickly, she doesn't know how to respond." Everyone understood that the old lady Su was merely trying to help Xiao Yi save face. Yet, no one dared to offend her, even in anger. Su Lanyan took the opportunity to step forward, placing the food box on the table and revealing the pastries inside. "Cousin, these are my newly made treats. Please have a taste." Upon hearing about the delicacies, Xiao Yi's interest was piqued. Gazing at the array of fragrant pastries, she exclaimed, nearly drooling, "Wow." Su Lanyan enthusiastically introduced. "This is an egg tart, and this is a cake. Cousin, try them while they're still warm." Xiao Yi picked up an egg tart and took a bite, its creamy flavor bursting in her mouth. It was a taste she had never encountered before, more delightful than any pastry she had tasted in the palace. After finishing the entire tart, her gaze towards Su Lanyan softened considerably. "This is so delicious. You are amazing." Su Lanyan smiled, pleased that her cousin enjoyed it. With the allure of tasty treats, Xiao Yi affectionately linked arms with Su Lanyan, engaging her in conversation, leaving Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin to the sidelines. Having been scolded by Xiao Yi earlier, Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin felt the tension and wisely chose to leave. The old lady Su noted the budding friendship between Xiao Yi and Su Lanyan and did not intervene. Now that Su Lanyan had become more cheerful, it seemed a positive change was underway. After indulging in numerous pastries, Xiao Yi took Su Lanyan's arm and said, "When you have time, do come visit my home." Su Lanyan suppressed her excitement and replied with grace, "Of course, I shall certainly visit." Under the thoughtful guidance of Aunt Qian, she had learned to temper her impulsiveness. At the very least, her behavior had begun to reflect that of a well-bred young lady. Xiao Yi made arrangements for a visit, packing several pastries to take back to the Ho residence. By noon, Mian Yunjiao finally arrived at the Shin family. Upon disembarking from a carriage, she was met with a gathering of curious neighbors, seemingly waiting to catch a glimpse of her. Countless gazes fell upon her, but Mian Yunjiao maintained her composure while her maids, Qingyu and Ci, turned crimson. They were not accustomed to being scrutinized by such a crowd. The onlookers' critical eyes seemed to inspect every inch of them. Ci clenched her fists and whispered, "Miss, should I teach them a lesson?" "There's no need." Mian Yunjiao replied coolly, striding towards the Shun residence. Qingyu knocked on the door, and soon after, a rough servant came to answer. "Who are you?" the servant inquired. Peering out, Qingyu, irate, retorted, "Isn't it clear that our master specifically invited my young lady back for a short stay? Why are you pretending to be ignorant at this hour? Are you doing this on purpose?" Having witnessed such intimidation tactics before, Qingyu was furious, suspecting that this was the doing of Zhuang or Shun Yunxiue. Mian Yunjiao frowned, feeling an inexplicable agitation since learning of her return to the Shun family. The servant's words only heightened her impatience. "Enough," Mian Yunjiao said, placing a hand on Qingyu's shoulder. "If they do not welcome us, we shall take our leave." Qingyu was more than willing to comply and cheerfully agreed, ready to inform the driver to head back. Just as Mian Yunjiao was about to turn, Zhuang and Shun Yunxiue rushed out. Zhuang smiled and said, "Why leave so soon? Surely this servant has upset you." "She is quite dim-witted. Do not take offense." Zhuang gestured to Shun Yunxiue, who approached Mian Yunjiao with a flattering smile. "Sister, come inside. Your room is ready. Let me show you." Last night, Zhuang had a heart-to-heart with her, and Shun Yunxiue had resolved to endure for a few days. Once Madame Luo learned of their relationship, with the old lady Su backing her, she would not dare to belittle Shun Yunxiue after her marriage into the Luo family. To ensure a smoother life in the Luo household, she needed to win Shun Yunjiao over in the meantime. Shun Yunxiue adopted a charming demeanor, while Shun Yunjiao raised an eyebrow, following her into the courtyard. Zhuang, noticing the several boxes loaded onto the carriage, brimming with Shun Yunjiao's belongings, felt a pang of jealousy. Likewise, the neighbors were both envious and curious, gathering around. She felt as though something precious of hers was being coveted, which displeased her greatly. She waved her hands and shouted, "What is this? Have you never seen fine things before? Aren't you busy? Disperse." As the crowd slowly dispersed, Qingyu directed the maids to carry the boxes inside. However, upon entering, Qingyu encountered a dilemma. Although the Shun family was affluent, they were still farmers at heart. There were only 4 rooms, one occupied by Shun Heir and Zhuang, one by Shun Yunxiue, one by Shun Fong, and the last by the rough servant for storage. To accommodate Shun Yunjiao, Shun Yunxiue had graciously offered her room, choosing to share with Shun Fong instead. However, Shun Yunjiao did not come alone. She had brought numerous maids and several boxes, leaving the space insufficient. Mian Yunjiao did not enter the room, but stood in the courtyard, listening as Mian Yunjiao said, "Sister, this room is yours. It's tidy and ready. However, your maids might not fit. Perhaps they should return home." Mian Yunjiao frowned. She simply could not agree to share Mian Yunjiao's boudoir. Yet, if she were to return like this, it is feared that the elderly matriarch, Madame Su, would be disappointed. Even if it were merely a pretense, she ought to linger outside for a few days. Dr. Liu advised that to ensure Madame Su's well-being, it is best to accommodate her wishes and spare her unnecessary worries. After a moment's contemplation, Mian Yunjiao instructed Qingyu to go out and search for a few vacant guest rooms in the village, offering to rent them at a premium. Qingyu promptly complied and soon found a suitable courtyard. It comprised several newly constructed guest rooms. As the young members of the household had all gone to the capital for work, leaving only an elderly woman to tend to the place. Mian Yunjiao nodded in approval, and Qingyu had the maid transfer their belongings there. Mian Yunjiao's expression fluctuated between joy and discontent, and after a while, she sighed, "It is indeed fortunate to have riches." As Mian Yunjiao prepared to leave, Mrs. Zhuang not only refrained from stopping her, but also insisted on accompanying her. This time, establishing a good rapport with Mian Yunjiao was imperative. Once satisfied that Mian Yunjiao was settled, Mrs. Zhuang hurried home to prepare dinner. Shen Fong returned from outside and first checked in on Mian Yunjiao, inquiring, "Sister, where is Yunjiao? Wasn't she supposed to return today?" Mrs. Zhuang's voice drifted from the kitchen. "Oh, the house is too cramped for them, so she is staying with Aunt Wang." Shen Fong scoffed. "What air she puts on as if she were a young lady? She must be disdainful of us." Mrs. Zhuang emerged from the kitchen, tying her apron, and said earnestly, "It's fine to express such sentiments among us. But do not let Yunjiao hear you." Shen Fong regarded Mrs. Zhuang quizzically. "Sister-in-law, what has come over you? Are you bewitched? You were never this way towards Yunjiao before." Given her previous mockery of Mian Yunjiao, Mrs. Zhuang would have supported her jibes. With the food still cooking, Mrs. Zhuang had no time to explain further, merely stating, "Just remember, everything I do is for Shuer." With that, she turned back to the kitchen, where the food was nearing incineration. Shen Fong pursed her lips. The household had been quite unsettled due to Mian Yunjiao's affairs. Seeking peace, she had even taken refuge with He-san for a few days. It was during her stay at He-san's that she learned of his considerable gambling debts. If not settled promptly, creditors would soon come knocking. A glint of cunning sparked in Shen Fong's eyes, and she resolved to seek out Mian Yunjiao. Halfway there, she recalled the last time when Mian Yunjiao had He-san write a guarantee. After some thought, she decided to approach He-san first. If he were willing to vouch for her in front of Mian Yunjiao, she would surely be inclined to lend him money. By the time everything was arranged, it was already evening. The guest rooms had remained vacant for some time, but fortunately, Aunt Wang was diligent and often cleaned, preventing dust and cobwebs from accumulating. "You've worked hard," Mian Yunjiao said softly. The maids, including Qingyu, were drenched in sweat from tidying and organizing. Only Tsuye, with her robust constitution, seemed unaffected by fatigue. A knock sounded at the courtyard door, which Aunt Wang opened, followed by Mian Yunjiao's voice, "Sister, the meal is ready, and father has returned, just waiting for you." Mian Yunjiao acknowledged with an and followed Tsuye and Mian Yunjiao back. Though they were sisters, a palpable distance lingered between them, rendering conversation scarce. The two returned to the Shun household in silence. Heir was already seated, and the table was laden with dishes. Mrs. Zhuang called out, "Yunjiao has arrived. Quickly sit down. If you don't eat soon, the food will grow cold." Mian Yunjiao took her seat, with He attending to her. Mrs. Zhuang cast a meaningful glance at Mian Yunjiao, signaling her to observe the etiquette of affluent families closely. When they arrived at the Luo household, Mian Yunjiao would have to contend with Su Lanxiao, a headstrong individual who would undoubtedly magnify Mian Yunjiao's slightest misstep. Mian Yunjiao returned a reassuring glance and discreetly began to observe Mian Yunjiao. In the world of the affluent, it was customary to refrain from conversation during meals. Mian Yunjiao's grace in her use of chopsticks and her poise while dining were exceedingly elegant, causing Mian Yunjiao to perspire profusely in her attempt to emulate her. At the table, only Heir was focused on the meal. Suddenly, with rice in his mouth, Heir inquired, "By the way, where is Fong?" As he spoke, grains of rice scattered from his lips. Shen Yunjiao frowned, set down her chopsticks, and replied coolly, I am full. After dinner, Mrs. Zhuang wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and discreetly cast a glance at Shen Yunjiao. While Shen Yunjiao was present, it was an opportune moment to gather information about Su Lanxiao. Such matters were not easily discernible outside, and they could only turn to Shen Yunjiao for insight. Under Mrs. Zhuang's persistent prompting, Shen Yunjiao had also learned to be more astute. If she could not endure now, how could she possibly endure once they reached the Luo household? Even if she could only be a concubine, Shen Yunjiao would not relinquish her pursuit of Luo Shuyan. However, before Shen Yunjiao could speak, the door swung open, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. Oh, everyone has finished eating. Shen Fong finally made her entrance, taking a few steps inside before retreating. It's all right. My brother won't scold you, she reassured someone outside, then vigorously tugged, bringing the hesitant He-san into the room alongside her. He-san, with his shifty gaze, entered the room and immediately fixated on the valuable items, revealing his unscrupulous nature. Suye instinctively stepped forward, shielding Shen Yunjiao behind her. Yet it was too late. He-san's gaze landed on Shen Yunjiao, and he could not tear himself away. The candlelight cast a delicate veil over Shen Yunjiao's visage, rendering her ethereal and breathtaking. Her otherworldly grace captivated all onlookers. Like a piece of warm jade, she instilled a sense of tranquility in those who beheld her. Having spent years in the brothels, He-san had encountered many renowned courtesans, yet none could compare to even a finger of the illustrious Miss Shun before him. His mouth watered at the sight. Although it was but a servant, she was a servant of the noble house and had never encountered someone as shameless as He-san. Had they been at the noble residence, she would have slapped He-san away without a second thought. But this was not Su's domain. Thus, Suye had no choice but to use her not insignificant frame to shield Shen Yunjiao entirely, ensuring not a single hair was visible. He-san frowned, glaring at Suye with ire, preparing to circumvent her and gaze at Shen Yunjiao from another angle. Enough! Shen Heir slammed his hand on the table. He-san flinched, his shoulders quaking, his face paling slightly. Shen Fong looked on with concern and reproached Shen Heir. Brother, what are you doing? Our guest is here. Is this how you treat a visitor? Shen Heir, nearly laughing in frustration, gazed at Shen Fong with exasperation. Were it not for He-san, Shen Fong would not have squandered her youth and remained unmarried at this age. The entanglement between Shen Fong and He-san had already become the subject of neighborhood gossip. Yet Shen Fong remained oblivious, wholly devoted to He-san. Having consumed a bit of wine during dinner, Shen Heir's anger flared, and he stood up, pressing his hands on the table, striding angrily toward He-san. Once a capable farmer, Shen Heir possessed considerable strength. Before him, He-san resembled a cornered rat. He-san, sensing the danger, warily eyed Shen Heir and made a hasty retreat. Shen Heir rolled up his sleeves, angrily pursuing him a few steps, shouting, If I see you again, I will strike you. Get far away from here. Shen Fong, in tears, called out, Brother, how can you be so unreasonable? She chased after him. Shen Heir, in his fury, hurled insults at Shen Fong's retreating figure. Shen Yunjiao peeked out, catching only a glimpse of Shen Fong's silhouette. With one hand covering her eyes, Shen Fong appeared to be weeping. Shen Yunjiao was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend why a person as unremarkable as He-san could attract such ardent affection. However, she did not consider herself part of the Shun family, deeming it an internal matter, and chose not to interfere. With He-san's unwelcome presence stirring discontent, the atmosphere in the room soured. Shen Yunjiao rose, taking Suye with her as they departed. Shen Fong pursued He-san to his residence, which, though termed a home, resembled more a desolate ruin. Since childhood, He-san had immersed himself in gambling, leading to the demise of both his parents and the squandering of the family fortune. Sometimes, the items Shen Fong brought were merely exchanged for gambling debts. In the dead of night, the place lacked even a solitary candle. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright enough to prevent complete darkness. Shen Fong leaned against the wall and slowly ventured inside. Finding He-san sprawled on a bed covered with a tattered quilt, shrouded in pitch darkness and an unpleasant odor. The corners of the room emanated a complex stench, one to which Shen Fong had grown accustomed over time. She carefully remarked, My brother may speak harshly, but please do not take it to heart. At that moment, He-san's small eyes shone with an unusual brightness as he sat up and said softly, If you assist me with a favor, I swear I will never gamble again. Shen Fong paused. She had heard such promises too often and had long since become numb to them. He San jumped out of bed, his urgency palpable. This time, I truly mean it. I can even write a guarantee. Just bring me paper and a pen. Shen Fong restrained his hand, asking, what kind of favor? A glimmer of green light flickered in He San's eyes, reminiscent of a wolf lurking in the grass at night. After freshening up, Mian Yunjiao stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the luminous night sky, her silken black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. The moon hung like a disk, the stars sparkled brilliantly, and the sound of insects filled the air, an experience unattainable in the capital. Old Wang brought over a steaming bowl of noodles, kindly suggesting, "Miss, please have some supper." Mian Yunjiao inquired, "Where is Cui Yi?" Upon hearing this, Cui Yi approached, holding a bowl and grinning foolishly. "I tasted Old Wang's cooking and asked her to make a bowl for you. Knowing you hardly ate dinner, you're surely hungry." Mian Yunjiao patted her stomach. The mention of food reminded her of her hunger. She led Old Wang into the house, took a bite, and praised, "Your cooking is indeed excellent." Old Wang chuckled. "You are accustomed to delicacies. It is rare for you to enjoy our humble fare. But if you eat too much, it may lose its charm." After Mian Yunjiao finished her meal, Old Wang eagerly took the dishes to wash in the kitchen. Mian Yunjiao said to Qingyu, "Old Wang is a kind soul. When we leave, let's leave her some fine fabric." Qingyu nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to rest, Shen Fong arrived. Although Shen Fong was ostensibly Mian Yunjiao's elder, Mian Yunjiao stood up, asking, "Aunt, what brings you here?" Shen Fong's eyes were red, as if she had just cried, and her voice was hoarse. "Yunjiao, I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have brought He San to the family banquet tonight. Your father has already reprimanded me. Can you forgive me?" Mian Yunjiao smiled gently. "Aunt, do not worry. I have not taken it to heart." Shen Fong smiled through her tears. "That is good to hear. There are many mosquitoes in the countryside. Here are some sachets to ward them off. Let me hang them up for you." Saying this, Shen Fong produced 7 or 8 sachets from her bosom. Mian Yunjiao exchanged glances with Qingyu, who approached politely. "Let me assist you." Shen Fong waved her hand. "No need. I can manage alone. You both should rest." Shen Fong's insistence was firm. Observing this, Mian Yunjiao allowed Qingyu to keep an eye on her aunt while she went to rest. Shen Fong placed the sachets in every corner of the room. Once finished, she took 3 sachets outside. Qingyu urged, "Let me handle the rest. It's getting late. You should return." Shen Fong evaded Qingyu's outstretched hand, saying earnestly, "No need. You should rest. I do this to make amends. It cannot be entrusted to others." Qingyu reluctantly stood under the eaves, arms crossed, watching Shen Fong busily at work. Shen Fong even placed a sachet by the back door, pointing to the grass nearby. "Look, the mosquitoes are most abundant here." Qingyu smiled, recognizing Shen Fong's meticulous nature despite her occasional lack of judgment and character. After placing the last sachet, Shen Fong straightened up, dusted off her hands, and smiled at Qingyu. "All done. I shall return now." Qingyu personally escorted Shen Fong out, and upon returning, she spotted Old Wang standing outside the door. She greeted her. "You're still awake at this late hour?" Old Wang frowned, her face wrinkled with concern, muttering, "What has come over this girl from the Shen family?" Shen Fong, yet unmarried, still possessed the delicate temperament of a young lady. Why would she engage in such tasks, especially for a younger relative? Though Shen Fong maintained a good relationship with Shen Yunshui, she had always held the elder position in front of her. Qingyu approached, worried. "Old Wang, why does your face look so grim? Are you unwell?" Old Wang shook her head. "It's nothing. I merely find Shen Fong's behavior peculiar. I have watched her grow up and her actions tonight." She left her sentence unfinished, shaking her head as she turned to enter the house. Qingyu stood at the entrance for a moment, her expression serious, before she finally departed. Shen Fong hurried back to the dilapidated house of He San, who was anxiously pacing inside like a headless fly. Upon seeing Shen Fong return, He San rushed out, grasping her hand urgently. "What happened?" Shen Fong lowered her head, unable to suppress a bitter smile. She had always invested more in their relationship, and He San rarely expressed closeness toward her. Now, his rare gesture was for another woman, leaving Shen Fong uncertain whether to weep or laugh. He San, growing impatient, urged, "Hurry up and tell me. Are you mute?" Shen Fong's voice was barely above a whisper. "Are you truly willing to do this? Do you not realize Yunjiao is my niece?" He San knelt, clutching her legs. "Fonger, I cannot forget her. Just let me have a taste, and I will soon forget her. Rest assured, after this, I shall never gamble again. I will marry you, and we will live well together. Shun Fong closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. You can enter through the back door. It's not securely shut. While placing the sachets, she had discreetly manipulated the back door. It appeared closed, but with a gentle push, it would open easily. Watching Yi-san rush out, he stumbled over the threshold in his haste, falling unceremoniously. Yi-san remained silent, picked himself up, and continued his hasty exit. Shun Fong's heart felt torn in two. She understood that tonight's event would spell disaster for Mian Yunjiao. Regardless of whether the matter spread, it would be a tremendous blow to her. For a young girl to endure such an ordeal, survival would be a daunting challenge. Shun Fong bore no grudge against Mian Yunjiao and had even benefited from her kindness. Yet, Yi-san's enticing words were nearly irresistible. The promise of abandoning gambling and marrying her was a dream she had never dared to envision. After enduring for so many years, had she not longed for Yi-san to choose a better path? Consumed by inner turmoil, she lay down on Yi-san's rickety bed and fell into a troubled sleep, hoping that with dawn, everything would be resolved, freeing her from the burden of indecision. Yi-san hurriedly made his way to old Wang's home. He had been present when the rooms were constructed and remembered the layout. He approached the tightly shut front door and circled to the back. With a gentle push, it opened. He was overjoyed. As long as he could enter, with his skills, he could stealthily slip into Mian Yunjiao's chamber. Imagining the moment he would embrace her, a wicked grin spread across his face. Quietly closing the door behind him, he crept inside. From his pocket, he retrieved a slender wire and, after a few deft maneuvers, unlocked Mian Yunjiao's chamber door. Upon entering the room, a faint yet delightful fragrance wafted through the air, neither overpowering nor intrusive, but sufficient to induce a sense of comfort. Breathing in the aroma, he closed his eyes, his mind conjuring the exquisite visage of Mian Yunjiao. His heart fluttered with excitement as he stealthily approached. Through a sheer curtain, he glimpsed a graceful figure reclining on the bed. Unable to contain himself, he loosened his belt and lunged forward. "Dear sister, I shall cherish you," he exclaimed. Like a ravenous wolf, Yi-san pounced, his hands wandering beneath the silken quilt. However, as he explored, something felt amiss, and his movements abruptly halted. The softness he anticipated was replaced by an unyielding hardness. A closer inspection revealed that the beauty in his arms bore no fragrance, but rather an unpleasant odor. "Who are you?" Yi-san stammered in shock. You inquire about my identity?" A coarse male voice retorted. "I warned you, each time I see you, I shall strike." Yi-san recoiled in terror, stumbling backward as if he had encountered a ghost, landing on the floor with a thud. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he tremulously pointed at the figure on the bed. You are Heir? Who else could I be?" Heir replied, rolling up his sleeves and aiming a punch at Yi-san's face. Yi-san howled in despair, but after receiving a couple of blows, he subdued himself considerably. Heir seized Yi-san by the collar, demanding, "How did you get in?" In a panic, Yi-san explained, "The back door was not securely closed. I entered through it." "Nonsense. I personally secured the back door. How could it be ajar?" Qingyu interjected, entering the room, candle holder in hand. The room was suddenly illuminated, revealing Heir's fierce visage, which made Yi-san's legs quiver in fear. From Heir's fearsome countenance, Yi-san realized that were he to divulge his infatuation with Mian Yunjiao, Heir would undoubtedly end his life. Yet, even in this dire moment, Yi-san remained unwilling to relinquish his foolish fantasies about Mian Yunjiao. Hence, Shun Fong still held significant value. Adopting a supplicating demeanor, he implored, "I truly do not know what happened. I merely nudged the door, and it opened. Heir, you know well that I am heavily in debt, with unsavory dealings. I only wish to see if I might pilfer something tonight. Alas, it seems my misfortune has led me here. For the sake of Fonger, I beseech you, grant me mercy this once." Heir's fist hesitated in midair. Yi-san's words struck a chord. After all, the Shun family had previously suffered at Yi-san's hands. If Yi-san's intentions were solely to steal, a sound beating would suffice. Heir's fist fighted, contemplating Vistaval. Just then, Mian Yunjiao entered softly, standing by the door with a frosty expression, her voice equally cold. "Are you unwilling to speak the truth?" Suya, sever his manhood. Heir had been momentarily deceived by Yi-san's words, but she would not be so easily swayed. After San had entered through the back door, his intentions had been unmistakably clear. The thought of San's loathsome gaze made Mian Yunjiao's heart turn to ice. Such a scoundrel, if not subdued now, would undoubtedly harbor further ill intentions. Recalling San's audacious past transgressions, her resolve only strengthened. Suya approached with scissors in hand, her steps deliberate. Upon seeing Mian Yunjiao, San's face lit up momentarily. Yet, upon noticing Suya, his smile swiftly faded. He had already been shaken to his core and pummeled by Heir. Now, his legs felt like jelly, rendering escape impossible. As Suya's discerning gaze traveled downward, he felt a chilling dread in his loins. Without that part, would he not become a eunuch? Terrified, he cowered behind Heir, pleading, Heir, for the sake of Fong, you must help me. Heir scratched his head in thought. Yunjiao, you are an unwed maiden. Such actions might not be proper. If word spreads, what will become of your reputation? Suya, though anxious, remained silent as Mian Yunjiao did not object, and she steeled herself to advance toward San. After a couple of steps, Mian Yunjiao's gentle voice drifted from behind. Father need not worry. The Su family will rectify tonight's incident. Should the matriarch learn of my near misfortune, she may very well prevent me from attending, jeopardizing Yunxia's marriage. Heir's expression hardened. He and the Zhuang family had long planned for Mian Yunjiao to publicly support Yunxia on the day of her marriage to the Luo family. If Mian Yunjiao were to withdraw, furthermore, should the Su family be incensed, what joys could he expect to enjoy? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Heir yanked San from behind him and tossed him to the ground. Concerned that being a mere girl, might not manage alone, he promptly restrained San's hands. San felt like a fish on a chopping block, utterly powerless. Tears streamed down his face as he cried, My dear lady, my ancestor, I implore you to spare me this time. I was once your humble servant. Please do not condemn me to eunuchhood. My family line is singular. If it ends, how shall I face my ancestors? With a cold demeanor, Mian Yunjiao interrupted. As long as you speak the truth, I shall spare you. The back door was securely closed. How did you truly enter? Fearing treachery from within, she was apprehensive about having a traitor in their midst. San hesitated momentarily. Mian Yunjiao smirked coldly. If that is the case, Suya proceed. At the moment Suya brandished the scissors, San truly panicked. I confess, it was Shun Fong. She helped me open the back door, allowing me to enter. Qingyu seethed. I recall now. She must have tampered with the door while placing the sachets. I have spoken the truth. You must let me go. San cried out in anguish. Mian Yunjiao narrowed her eyes, anger flaring within her. Begone. Heir, momentarily stunt. Released San, who scrambled away in a frenzy. Heir was both astonished and furious. He understood well that while Shun Fong had her flaws, they were not insurmountable. Yet, he never anticipated that she would be so brazen as to involve his own niece to assist her lover against her own kin. Heir could not fathom the implications, and, in frustration, smacked his forehead, lamenting, What on earth is Fong thinking? If this gets out, it will be the talk of the village. Mian Yunjiao's gaze swept over the disheveled bed. She would never sleep in a place where another man had lain. Withdrawing her gaze, she spoke in a tone of icy indifference. Father will surely advocate on my behalf, will he not? If he is unwilling, I shall seek the matriarch's intervention. Qingyu regarded Mian Yunjiao with concern. Mian Yunjiao, typically gentle, was unusually assertive today, clearly incensed by Shun Fong and San's antics. Lowering her voice, Qingyu suggested, Miss, you may rest in my chamber. I shall share with it. Mian Yunjiao acquiesced, and they departed. After a while, Heir sighed heavily, weary as he exited. Mian Yunjiao slept soundly in Qingyu's bed, with Xia and Qingyu keeping vigil nearby, affording her a restful slumber. As dawn broke, the trio remained asleep, only to be roused by the commotion outside. Mian Yunjiao, groggy, rubbed her eyes as Xia quickly donned her clothes and ventured out to investigate. Qingyu donned her garments and fetched Mian Yunjiao's attire, assisting her in dressing. Once clad, and her hair arranged, Suya returned. Suya's expression was grim. It is Shun Fong causing a scene. Mian Yunjiao smirked. Does she dare to return? Grabbing a silk ribbon, she tied it at the end of her hair and stepped outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, she found Shun Fong, Zhuang Shi, and Shun Yunxia entangled in a dispute. While Wang Po stood at the entrance, occasionally peering outside. Zhuang Shi gripped Shun Fong's arm, her voice restrained yet urgent. Shun Fong, how long do you intend to cause this uproar? Do you wish for everyone to know that our Shun family disregards propriety? Shun Yunjiao, tearfully pleading, said, Aunt, for my sake, please return home. She was on the verge of going to the Luo family and could no longer endure Shun Fong's theatrics. While Shun Fong remained carefree and unconcerned, she had the pressing challenge of competing with Su Lanxiao. Shun Fong's eyes were bloodshot, her ears deaf to all else. As she glared fiercely at Shun Yunjiao, Zhuang Shi and Shun Yunxiao desperately held on to Shun Fong, fearful that in a moment of impulse, she might commit an irreparable act. After a brief struggle, Shun Fong fixed her bloodshot gaze upon Shun Yunjiao, and after a pause, her parched lips moved. Yunjiao, I have wronged you. This has nothing to do with Isan. Shun Yunjiao tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a faint smile gracing her lips. What wrong has Aunt done to me? Shun Fong opened her mouth, but no words emerged. The things she had done were too shameful to articulate. There was no one in the world quite like her, an aunt who conspired against her own needs for the sake of a lover. Bowing her head stubbornly, she insisted, You can punish me however you wish, to spare Isan. With disdain, Shun Yunjiao merely twitched her lips, but remained silent. She had no words left for Shun Fong. With the absence of any concern from her aunt, Yunjiao chose to withdraw into the house. Shun Fong clenched her fists, recalling the wounds on Hisan's body. Feeling a pang of anguish, Hisan had mentioned that this matter was far from over. Shun Yunjiao would undoubtedly seek out old Madame Su to have someone teach Hisan a lesson. With continuous injuries, how could Hisan possibly survive? Suddenly, Shun Fong lifted her head, summoning her strength to violently shake off Zhuang Shi and Shun Yunjiao. Zhuang Shi stumbled slightly, but Shun Yunjiao, caught off guard, fell to the ground. Fangya, what is wrong with you? Zhuang Shi scolded, her frustration with Shun Fong evident. Hisan had no redeeming qualities. Other young ladies would steer clear of him, yet Shun Fong remained infatuated. If not for Shun Heir's sake, she would have long since beaten some sense into Shun Fong. And if that didn't work, she would have cast her out. Mother, my stomach hurts, Shun Yunjiao cried, her features contorted in pain as she lay on the ground. Zhuang Shi, alarmed, rushed to help her, glaring at Shun Fong. She is still your niece. How could you be so harsh? Hearing this, Shun Fong stepped back, noting Shun Yunjiao's pale complexion, which seemed genuine. Guilt and regret washed over her as she murmured, I didn't use much force. How could a fall cause such severe injury? Zhuang Shi scoffed. You've never borne a child. Naturally, you wouldn't understand a mother's heart. Shun Fong's face fluctuated between red and white, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Zhuang Shi attempted to help Shun Yunjiao up, but Shun Yunjiao continued to wail in pain, leaving Zhuang Shi in a panic, drenched in sweat. Hearing the cries, Shun Yunjiao emerged from the house. Suya, please assist. Help her into my room, she instructed. Yes, Suya replied, her strength allowing her to carry Shun Yunjiao inside. Zhuang Shi followed, but soon decided to fetch a doctor, leaving in haste. Shun Fong stood awkwardly in place, her embarrassment palpable. Noticing Shun Yunjiao still lingering at the doorway, she hesitated before approaching. Shun Yunjiao spoke first, Aunt. Do you realize what my fate would have been if San had succeeded last night? Shun Fong's gaze flickered, her head bowed as she muttered, I know, but you have old Madame Su backing you. She will ensure everything is arranged. Shun Yunjiao let out a cold laugh, shaking her head in disappointment before retreating into the house. Shun Fong's heart stirred as she contemplated following, but she was intercepted by Qingyu. Standing on the steps, Qingyu adopted a haughty demeanor befitting a favored maid, stating, My young lady does not wish to see you. Please leave. Shun Fong, clinging to a sliver of hope, replied, I just want to check on Yunjiao's injury. Qingyu retorted scornfully, Second Miss, Shun does not desire your presence. If you have time to spare, you might as well check on that scoundrel. Shun Fong's complexion turned pale, and ultimately, old Wang emerged, forcibly dragging her away. Fonger, are you still entangled with that scoundrel Hisan? You are no longer a child. If you remain here, your brother may not say anything, but your sister-in-law will certainly harbor resentment. Shun Fong forced a smile, wishing to marry, yet the other party showed no interest. Shortly after Shun Fong left, Zhuang Shi returned with a doctor. Shun Yunjiao, along with several maidservants, withdrew to the side, observing Shun Yunjiao's pain, which appeared genuine. Shun Yunjiao was drenched in sweat, her pillow soaked. After checking her pulse, the doctor delivered shocking news. She was experiencing a miscarriage. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunjiao felt a significant reduction in pain and joyfully exclaimed, "Am I pregnant?" The doctor confirmed with a nod, "Yes, for 2 months." Shen Yunjiao frowned, realizing that this meant Shen Yunjiao had been entangled with Luo Shuyan even before their engagement was called off. At that time, Shen Yunjiao had likely viewed her as a mere spectator in a farcical play. Shen Yunjiao shook her head in self-deprecation. Qingyu tugged at Shen Yunjiao's sleeve, leading her outside. Whispering, "Miss, we should return." Qingyu's expression was grave. The news of Shen Yunjiao being pregnant before marriage could tarnish Shen Yunjiao's reputation. Once back at the Su residence, with old Madame Su and Mama Ping present, Qingyu felt a sense of relief. Moreover, some families abhorred the birth of a son out of wedlock. Until the legitimate son was born, the existence of a second son was often frowned upon. If the Luo family adhered to such customs, it could lead to a complex legal entanglement, and the Shen family would undoubtedly drag Shen Yunjiao into the chaos. Qingyu was genuinely worried. With Zhuangshi and Shen Yunjiao so close, she couldn't elaborate further, her anxiety palpable. Shen Yunjiao gently patted Qingyu's hand, saying, "I trust your judgment. Go gather our belongings." Although she had fully moved on from Luo Shuyan, the actions between him and Shen Yunjiao still irked her. A troubling tension simmered within her, leaving her unsettled. Given Shen Yunjiao's condition, she knew that moving her would be unwise. She would have to remain and care for Shen Yunjiao and her unborn child. Furrowing her brow, she resolved that leaving was the best option. She instructed Qingyu to offer an additional 10 taels as a reward to old Wang. Qingyu agreed and set off with the maidservants to pack their things. As the two conversed, the doctor departed, carrying his medicine box. Inside, Zhuangshi watched Shen Yunjiao, who was overjoyed, feeling a pang of discomfort. After deliberating for a while, Zhuangshi decided to temper Shen Yunjiao's excitement. "It will be several months before you wed. By then, your pregnancy will be evident." Shen Yunjiao looked at her mother in confusion. "Why would I need to hide it? This is my first child with Shuyan. It's a joyous occasion." Observing her daughter's innocence, Zhuangshi felt a deep sense of unease. Shen Yunjiao had been indulged from childhood, resulting in her naive nature. "Mother, I can't move now. Please send someone to inform the Luo family. Shuyan will be thrilled to learn he is to be a father. He might even come to see me." Shen Yunjiao's eyes sparkled with hope. Had it not been for the doctor's orders for her to rest, she would have rushed to the Luo family at once. She believed she would bear a strong son, leaving Su Lanxiao with nothing to contest. Shen Yunjiao's joy momentarily overshadowed any pain from her abdomen. Zhuangshi's lips moved, but she ultimately chose not to speak further. There would be plenty of time to discuss this matter with Shen Yunjiao in the future. Zhuangshi stayed with Shen Yunjiao until she finally fell asleep before stepping outside. Her immediate intention was to seek Shen Yunjiao's assistance. Shen Yunjiao is the younger sister of Shen Yunjiao, and Shen Yunjiao cannot stand idly by in times of peril. However, after a thorough search, she discovered not only was Shen Yunjiao absent, but even her several maidservants had vanished, leaving the house eerily deserted. Alarmed, Zhuangshi hurriedly sought out Wang Pozi. Wang Pozi, who was reveling in a stash of silver, swiftly concealed it beneath the bedding upon noticing a visitor. "Where is Yunjiao?" Zhuangshi inquired anxiously. "Oh, they just left," Wang Pozi replied. "If you hurry, you might still catch up with them." Without hesitation, Zhuangshi dashed outside, only to glimpse the departing carriage and the dust kicked up by the hooves. She called out for Yunjiao and sprinted a few steps, but the carriage showed no signs of stopping. Outpaced by the horses, Zhuangshi came to a breathless halt. Inside the carriage, Qingyu sighed in relief. "Thankfully we left quickly. Had we lingered a moment longer, Zhuangshi might have caught us." Shen Yunjiao exhaled deeply, eager to return to the side of old Madame Su. By noon, they finally arrived at the Su residence. Due to the unexpected timing of Shen Yunjiao's return, old Madame Su had already finished her lunch. Had she known Shen Yunjiao was returning, she would have awaited her arrival. Old Madame Su promptly instructed Mama Ping, "Quickly fetch some lunch from the kitchen, and do so swiftly." After issuing her command, she gently touched Shen Yunjiao's face, noting how weary she must be after a long journey. "Why such a sudden return? Have you faced any grievances?" Qingyu spoke up on Shen Yunjiao's behalf, revealing Shen Yunjiao's pregnancy. Old Madame Su was taken aback, coughing violently. Shen Yunjiao, alarmed, rushed forward to comfort her. "Madam, Please do not be anxious. With Mian Yunjiao's soothing words, old Madame Sue's coughing subsided, and she grasped Mian Yunjiao's soft hand, momentarily speechless. Mian Yunjiao urged, Madam, what troubles you? With a heavy sigh, old Madame Sue lamented, Alas, it is my failure to discern character. I nearly caused you great harm. She could not fathom that the seemingly perfect Luo Shuyin could be so unworthy. While Luo Shuyin was courting Mian Yunjiao, he had been secretly involved with Mian Yunjiao. Were it not for Mian Yunjiao's impulsive nature, the truth might have remained hidden from both old Madame Sue and Mian Yunjiao for much longer. The thought sent a chill down old Madame Sue's spine. Mian Yunjiao reassured her, those matters are in the past. You needn't blame yourself. Old Madame Sue nodded and shifted the conversation. If only you had returned sooner, you might have accompanied Lan Yin and the others to visit the Marquis's residence. Mian Yunjiao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Old Madame Sue explained, it was Yi who invited Lan Yin, Lan Xin, and Lan Xiao to the Marquis for a visit. Mian Yunjiao found herself increasingly puzzled. When had Xiao Yi forged such a close bond with those three? Before she could ponder further, lunch was served. She focused on her meal, putting aside other thoughts. Xiao Yi, with her hands clasped behind her head, pouted timidly. I didn't know Yunjiao hadn't tea returned yet. Xiao Shijing leisurely sipped his tea. Unable to resist the urge, Xiao Yi swallowed hard, as if the tea was her own lifeblood. Her face paled slightly, and she cautiously added, but I still invited the young ladies from the Su family. Would you like to join? With a loud clatter, Xiao Shijing placed his teacup heavily on the table, startling Xiao Yi into silence. He glanced out the window, his deep-set eyes and sharp nose rendering Xiao Yi momentarily spellbound. She thought to herself that if only Xiao Shijing would smile more, he would undoubtedly claim the title of the most handsome man in the capital. Yet, she dared not voice it, knowing he would surely deny her any treats. Xiao Shijing returned his gaze, his expression impassive. What are you lingering for? Go attend to the guests. Xiao Yi responded with an O, took a couple of steps, then hesitantly turned back to ask, Can I still have some snacks? Only upon his affirmative grunt did she skip joyfully out of the room. Once Xiao Yi had departed, Xiao Shijing's demeanor darkened. Such a temperament was truly ill-suited for the royal household. A knock sounded at the door, and a voice called, Sir, His Highness the King has arrived. The master requests your presence. Xiao Shijing's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly before he rose, adjusting his sleeves as he made his way outside. When Xiao Yi bounced in the banquet hall, she found not only the young ladies from the Su family, but also those from the Wu family present. Her expression soured. She detested the flowery language required to entertain guests. Initially, upon hearing that the Su family was visiting, Xiao Yue had no intention of showing her face. However, upon learning that the Wu family was also in attendance, she hurriedly changed her attire and styled her hair to join them. At this moment, Xiao Yue had already formed a camaraderie with the two young ladies from the Wu family, particularly with Wu Qingyue, who had become her role model. Both their names contained the character for moon, yet Xiao Yue felt herself woefully inferior to Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue exhibited grace and poise, her demeanor charming and delightful. Xiao Yue blushed secretly and vowed to become a second Wu Qingyue. Engrossed in conversation with the two Wu young ladies, she inadvertently neglected the three from the Su family. Su Lanxiao shot a glare at the Wu sisters, pondering how their presence had contributed to her newfound reputation for madness. She had endured countless hours confined and consumed bitter medicinal concoctions because of them. Wu Qingshan boldly met Su Lanxiao's gaze, chuckling mockingly, Oh, is this not the second young lady of the Su family? What is the matter? Has a lunatic been let loose? If she were to cause harm again, who would take responsibility? You. Su Lanxiao stood abruptly, her excitement palpable. I have long since recovered. Wu Qingshan appraised Su Lanxiao with a derisive gaze. But judging by your appearance, it seems you have yet to fully heal. Su Lanxiao clenched her fists, itching to confront Wu Qingshan. Wu Qingyue gently squeezed Wu Qingshan's hand, her voice soothing. Now, Miss Su has already suffered enough. Perhaps you should refrain from further remarks. Wu Qingshan, ever obedient to Wu Qingyue, indeed fell silent. Su Lanxin, fanning herself, commented coolly, Sister, I told you not to come out, yet you insisted. Look at the spectacle you've made. I need not your unsolicited advice. Su Lanxiao retorted, turning her back to sit down, avoiding the sight of Su Lanxin's irritating face. At that moment, Xiao Yi entered. Wu Qingyue's brow twitched, as she turned her attention to Xiao Yi, her gentle gaze flickering momentarily with hostility. Wu Qingshan, lacking Wu Qingyue's decorum, brazenly scrutinized Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, lacking a favorable reputation in the social circles of the capital, had garnered scorn for her disrespect toward her stepmother and neglect of her sister. Her reputation was already tarnished. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the king had developed an interest in her, intending to take her as a concubine. Once Wu Qingshan caught wind of this and learned of the king's visit to the marquis's residence, she hurriedly brought Wu Qingyue along. Since childhood, Wu Qingyue had been groomed to meet the standards of a princess. She understood that she would marry her cousin Zhou Xinghao, who would not be solely devoted to her. However, when the day finally arrived, she could not help but feel heartbroken and disappointed. Thus, she acted impulsively alongside Wu Qingshan. Observing Xiao Yi, she could not deny that Xiao Yi was indeed beautiful. Despite the rumors of her ill temperament, there was a childlike innocence about her that evoked sympathy and affection. Xiao Yi, noticing their scrutiny, pouted, "Why are you all staring at me?" Xiao Yue contemplated a sharp retort, but, thinking of the ruined dress caused by Xiao Yi, chose to remain silent. It is futile. She is merely a fool devoid of intellect. Engaging with her would only serve to diminish one's own stature. Su Lanyan observed the subtle expressions of those in the room and proactively moved to Xiang Yi's side, smiling as she said, "Cousin, come and see the delightful items I have brought." Su Lanyan eagerly led Xiang Yi to admire her latest creations, tangram puzzles, and similar delights. In this era devoid of electronic amusements, boredom was a constant companion, and she found solace in crafting such diversions. Moreover, Aunt Qian was exceedingly supportive of her endeavors, providing both funds and assistance, much to her surprise. If she failed to carve out a niche for herself in this place, it would indeed be a disgrace for someone of modern sensibilities. Yet, mere financial backing from Aunt Qian was insufficient to truly achieve greatness. She needed to lean against a formidable foundation. With a contemplative gaze, she fixed her eyes on Xiang Yi, who was engrossed in playing with the blocks, oblivious to the several gazes directed towards her. Xiang Yue could no longer contain herself and remarked, "Elder sister, how can you be so engrossed in your own amusement while neglecting our guests?" Startled, Xiang Yi looked up to find the three young ladies from the Su family staring at her. After all, they were her invited guests. To slight them could lead to repercussions from Xiao Shijing, who might even withhold her meals. Reluctantly placing down the blocks, Xiang Yi suggested, "Why don't you all join me in the garden? I shall have some refreshments prepared, and we can play and eat there." The three young ladies from the Su family readily agreed, as they were not on cordial terms with the two from the Wu family, and sharing a space would only result in awkwardness. After leading the Su sisters outside, Wu Qingshan could no longer remain seated. "Yue, let's go for a stroll," she urged. Xiang Yue inquired, "Where does Sister Qingshan wish to go?" After glancing at Wu Qingyue, she stated, "I have heard that the heir of the estate possesses a lakeside pavilion with exquisite scenery. Let us take a walk there." Xiang Yue was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. "Isn't the heir your brother? Do you not possess the right to invite us along?" Wu Qingshan feigned surprise. To mask her embarrassment, Xiang Yue coughed deliberately. Given her youth and her desire to maintain her pride, how could she possibly admit to such a thing? The lakeside pavilion was the domain of Xiao Shijing, a place reserved for entertaining esteemed guests, where commoners were not permitted. Even Xiang Yi would require Xiao Shijing's consent to enter, let alone her half-sister with whom she had never been close. Yet, in front of the Wu sisters, she was unwilling to concede. Rising, she led the two towards the lakeside pavilion. Halfway there, she excused herself, claiming an upset stomach, and sought out Madame Xiao for a solution. Madame Xiao had always doted on her and would certainly not allow her to be humiliated before the Wu sisters. After Xiang Yue departed, Wu Qingshan's smile vanished, her expression turning somber. "Sister, what is it about Xiang Yi that merits our cousin's attention in the presence of the Empress?" Wu Qingyue's eyelashes fluttered as she reprimanded, "Do not speak foolishly." Wu Qingshan stamped her foot. "Sister, I'm only looking out for your interests. Today, our cousin personally came here for Xiang Yi. Think about it. Hasn't he been rather indifferent to you of late? That new painting in his study of a beautiful woman may very well be of Xiang Yi." The ground seemed to shift beneath Wu Qingyue as she swayed unsteadily. For an instant, Wu Qingshan regretted her harsh words. Wu Qingyue closed her eyes and lowered her voice. "Let's go see." She needed to witness firsthand whether her childhood companion had truly shifted his affections. Wu Qingshan's spirits lifted as she hurriedly followed her to the lakeside. After their departure, a rustling in the grass revealed Su Lanyan emerging with a large kite in her arms. Having played with Xiang Yi, she had come to retrieve the fallen kite, inadvertently overhearing a clandestine conversation. The Duke of Lu had taken an interest in Xiang Yi. The expressions of the Wu sisters suggested they intended to thwart this potential union. Su Lanyan stroked her chin, suddenly struck with a plan. She resolved to assist Xiang Yi, having chosen Xiang Yi as her ally. Should Xiang Yi become the Duke of Lu's consort, it would only benefit her. She must not allow the Wu sisters to disrupt this opportunity. Embracing the kite, she slowly made her way back. Lanyan, where have you been? You took so long. Xiang Yi complained, her cheeks flushed. Su Lanyan looked up, captivated by Xiang Yi's rosy complexion, and a sudden idea ignited in her mind. With outstretched arms, Su Lanyan handed the kite over to Xiang Yi, who immediately brightened with joy, entrusting the kite to a maid to fly. Had they not been entertaining guests today, she would have flown the kite herself. Su Lanyan watched, occasionally joining in Xiang Yi's laughter and applause. She cherished Xiang Yi's nature, innocent and endearing, devoid of the deep cunning typical of noble ladies like Xiang Yue or the Wu sisters, who meticulously pondered every word. In contrast, Xiang Yi was refreshingly straightforward, expressing her thoughts candidly. Collaborating with someone of such sincerity was a true pleasure. According to the Wu sisters, the Duke of Lu intended to take Xiang Yi as a concubine. Thus, when the time came, Xiang Yi would undoubtedly require significant financial support and would be amenable to her collaboration. Su Lanyan cast a glance at Xiang Yi, resolved to assist her if the opportunity arose. The Wu sisters, guided by the estate's servants, soon approached the lakeside pavilion. Upon seeing a guard at the entrance, one of the Duke of Lu's subordinates, Wu Qingyue, clenched her fists. Her cousin had indeed come for Xiang Yi. A pang of bitterness coursed through her. For the first time in her life, she experienced disappointment. She halted and whispered, "There is no need to proceed." Wu Qingshan's eyes widened. "Sister, you cannot be afraid. Can you? Trust me. We must go there and make our cousin aware that he must consider your feelings before acting." Wu Qingshan forcibly pulled Wu Qingyue towards the pavilion. Addressing the guard, informed the Duke that we wish to see him. The estate's servant remained unmoved, and the Duke's subordinate entered the pavilion. Inside, Xiao Shijing and Zhou Xinghao were engaged in a game of chess. Zhou Xinghao, holding a black piece, furrowed his brow. Xiao Shijing toyed with two pristine white pieces, remarking nonchalantly, "The movements of His Highness are quite easy to track." A flicker of malice flashed in Zhou Xinghao's eyes before he quickly masked it with his customary gentle demeanor. Smiling, he replied, "Inform my two cousins that any matters can wait. I am currently engaged in a conversation with young Master Xiao." Zhou Xinghao spoke gently, yet the refusal was clear. The subordinate bowed and exited. Rising, Zhou Xinghao suggested, "Shall we take a stroll outside?" Given that his whereabouts were now exposed, he could only wonder how many more would come seeking him. The actions of the Wu sisters were a blatant affront to his dignity. Xiao Shijing stood, readily leading Zhou Xinghao out of the pavilion by an alternate route. Wu Qingshan stomped her foot in indignation, feeling wronged on behalf of her sister. "Sister, how can our cousin treat you this way?" Wu Qingyue's face burned with shame. Being turned away by the Duke of Lu was a first for her. With numerous eyes upon her, she felt utterly humiliated. Clenching Wu Qingshan's hand, she spoke in a voice tinged with anger and sorrow. "Let us leave. I will not endure further embarrassment here." Her voice trembled on the verge of tears, and for once, Wu Qingshan did not assert herself, but allowed her sister to lead her away. After walking for a while, Wu Qingshan could no longer contain herself. "Sister, it must be because of Xiang Yi that our cousin refuses to see you. Let's go find her." Wu Qingyue forced a bitter smile. "What good would that do?" "Sister, you need not intervene. I will warn her to refrain from using her charms. Otherwise, I shall ensure she faces the consequences," Wu Qingshan declared indignantly. Wu Qingyue's smile turned increasingly bitter. "Do you truly believe Xiang Yi is the sort to employ such wiles?" Wu Qingshan fell silent, unable to respond. In the capital, it is well known that the second daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Yi, is somewhat lacking in intellect, her mind as innocent as that of a child. Such a person could hardly employ the seductive wiles of a temptress. if Xiao Yi has not resorted to any schemes? Could it be that Lord Ru has genuinely fallen for her? The two sisters pondered this further, their hearts sinking deeper with the realization of the complexity of the situation. Wu Qingshan leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Sister, why not make use of that person to inquire what our cousin and young Master Xiao discussed today? Wu Qingwei raised an eyebrow in astonishment. That person was an informant she had painstakingly placed beside Lord Ru many years ago. They had remained inactive all these years, which is why Lord Ru had yet to uncover the truth of their identity. If she were to employ them now, she feared that this pawn would be compromised. Given its one-time use, it should only be activated in dire circumstances. She absent-mindedly toyed with the bell tied to her belt, gently shaking her head. Now is not the time. Let's go find Xiao Yue. As for Xiao Yi, Wu Qingwei lowered her gaze, deeming her no threat. Her status as the future princess consort of Ru was unassailable, and a mere Xiao Yi could not jeopardize her position, though discomfort lingered in her heart. These were challenges she would face in due course. Observing Wu Qingshan's indignation, she feigned fatigue. We have been walking for quite a while. I am somewhat weary. Wu Qingshan quickly supported her arm, and the two sisters made their way back. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was playing hide-and-seek with the three daughters of the Su family in the garden. The three young ladies were eager to befriend Xiao Yi, hence their enthusiastic cooperation. This time, it was Su Lanqiu's turn to seek. Xiao Yi grasped Su Lanyan's wrist, whispering, "Come with me. I know a hidden spot." Su Lanyan nodded and followed Xiao Yi deeper into the garden. They traversed past the rockery and small woods, eventually arriving at the lakeside. Xiao Yi sat upon a large stone by the lake, smiling as she declared, "This place is hard to find. Let us rest here." Su Lanyan joined her, and they idly watched the koi swim by. Suddenly, Su Lanyan heard some rustling, akin to footsteps. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of two men approaching through the gaps in the rockery, clad in dark robes. One of them was the strikingly handsome and aloof young Master Xiao, whom she had met a few times. His unique aura made him unforgettable. In the memories of the original owner, there lingered an unusual sentiment towards young Master Xiao, yet she was acutely aware of the disparity between them, and thus kept her feelings concealed. Su Lanyan discreetly observed the man by young Master Xiao's side, who exuded an air of nobility and walked a step ahead, with young Master Xiao slightly trailing behind. Coupled with the words of the two sisters from the Wu family, it was evident that this man was none other than Lord Ru. Su Lanyan's mind began to race. She felt compelled to assist Xiao Yi, lest the Wu sisters meddle and ruin the promising match between her and Lord Ru. She racked her brain for a plot she had read in a book. In a moment of urgency, she could only recall a single scenario. However, time was of the essence, and without further thought, she decisively stood and stealthily approached Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was absorbed in watching the fish in the lake, her thoughts drifting to steamed fish, sweet and sour fish, braised fish. Su Lanyan tiptoed to her side. Xiao Yi, lost in contemplation, remained oblivious to her presence. Su Lanyan muttered an apology in her heart, convinced it was for Xiao Yi's own good, and with all her might, she pushed against Xiao Yi's back. Just as her hands were about to make contact, Xiao Yi instinctively dodged to the side, causing Su Lanyan to miss entirely. With disbelief, she widened her eyes, questioning how Xiao Yi had evaded her. How could she, with her back turned, possibly know what Su Lanyan was about to do? A flurry of thoughts raced through Su Lanyan's mind as her body, uncontrollable, lurched forward, culminating in a shriek. She lost her balance and plunged into the lake. Xiao Yi furrowed her brow in confusion, wondering why Su Lanyan would push her. Her mind, less sharp than others, would take a considerable time to unravel this mystery. Thus, even as Su Lanyan fell into the water, Xiao Yi remained preoccupied with her thoughts and did not extend a hand to help. With a loud splash, Su Lanyan hit the water, sending up a massive spray. At that moment, Xiao Shijing and Zhou Xinghao were passing by the rockery and witnessed the incident. Xiao Shijing's expression instantly darkened. They had come here precisely because it was rarely frequented, only to stumble upon this unexpected spectacle. "Brother!" Xiao Yi shouted, flailing her arms as she rushed over. She initially intended to hug Xiao Shijing's arm, but upon seeing his expression, she wisely stood still. "What is going on?" Xiao Shijing demanded coldly. Xiao Yi fidgeted with her fingers. "It's the fourth young lady of the Su family who has fallen into the lake." The sounds of Su Lanyan thrashing around reached their ears. "Save her," Xiao Shijing commanded with a scowl. As soon as he spoke, several shadows emerged behind them, dispersing to summon the servants of the Marquis's residence for assistance. Zhou Xinghao turned to the visibly distressed Xiao Yi and kindly asked, "Miss Xiao, are you frightened?" Xiao Yi paused, looking at Zhou Xinghao's amiable smile, and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, quickly retreating behind Xiao Shijing. This caused Zhou Xinghao's expression to darken, while Xiao Shijing merely curled his lips in amusement. Xiao Shijing narrowed his eyes and grasped Xiao Yi's wrist, noticing several red marks on her palm. It was then that Xiao Yi felt a sharp sting in her hand, a result of her earlier attempt to evade Su Lanyan, during which she had scraped against a rock. Pressing his lips together, Xiao Shijing looked up at Zhou Xinghao, saying, "Your Highness, I must take my leave." Zhou Xinghao graciously nodded. He understood that Xiao Yi was Xiao Shijing's biological sister, and their bond was extraordinary. Thus, if he wished to win over Xiao Shijing, it was through Xiao Yi that he could find his leverage. He smiled charmingly, watching as Xiao Shijing led Xiao Yi away to tend her wounds. While outsiders believed that he, as Lord Ru, enjoyed a life of splendor, the bitterness of his reality remained solely with him. He was unwilling to continue as a mere puppet, a shield for others. A faint scent of blood lingered beneath his robes. With a self-deprecating smile, he left slowly, hands behind his back. Soon, the maids and servants from the Marquis's residence arrived. Meanwhile, Su Lanyan had been splashing about in the lake for some time. As she floundered, she regained her swimming instincts and decisively swam to the shore, climbing out on her own. The maids and servants, who had been preparing to jump in, were stunned. Exhausted, Su Lanyan lay on the ground, exclaiming, "You all arrived too late. If I had relied on you to save me, I would have long met the king of hell." Her audacious voice was too loud, causing Zhou Xinghao, who had not walked far, to glance back. That glance made him furrow his brow deeply. Su Lanyan was drenched from head to toe, her clothing clinging to her form. The light fabric, now soaked, rendered her almost indistinguishable. The areas covered by the material became increasingly transparent. Completely oblivious, Su Lanyan sprawled out, her limbs splayed, making her appearance even more pronounced. The nearest maid, unable to bear it any longer, blushed and cautioned, "Miss, your clothing is wet." Regaining some strength, Su Lanyan abruptly sat up. "So what if it's wet? At least I saved my life, right? Could you please ask my maid to fetch me a clean outfit from the carriage? By the way, I am the fourth young lady of the Su family here as a guest today." The moment she sat up, Zhou Xinghao's expression darkened. Fortunately, he remained silent, as Su Lanyan clearly had not noticed the presence of a living man before her. In order to maintain a favorable reputation, he had always adhered to the demeanor of a gentleman. This time, however, he felt it might be better to act less noble, departing so quietly and unnoticed. None were aware of the circumstances. "However, cousin, what are you doing?" Wu Qingshan shouted, her voice echoing as she hurriedly pulled Wu Qingwei along. They had heard of someone drowning nearby and had come to see for themselves as it was on their way. Little did they expect to witness such a scene. Wu Qingshan glanced at Zhou Xinghao before turning her gaze to the drenched Su Lanyan, her face flushing with indignation. It was evident to any discerning observer that Su Lanyan had orchestrated this event deliberately, aiming to entangle herself with the Duke of Lu. Wu Qingshan had heard tales of such schemes before, but she never imagined that the victim would be her future brother-in-law. With the likes of Xiao Yi in the past, and now this Su girl, Wu Qingshan felt a deep sense of injustice for Wu Qingwei. Unable to contain her fury, she marched toward Su Lanyan, raising her hand as if to strike. Yet, the present Su Lanyan was no longer the timid, illegitimate daughter she once was. She deftly evaded the blow, her displeasure evident as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why would you hit someone?" In a fit of rage, Wu Qingshan retorted, "You shameless wretch! You've sullied yourself for the sake of entering the Duke of Lu's residence. Let me assure you, as long as I draw breath, I will not allow your desires to be fulfilled." Su Lanyan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the implications. Her intention had been to cause Xiao Yi to fall into the water, thereby binding them together in the Duke's eyes. Yet, here she was the one who had fallen. She looked up at the Duke of Lu, her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Wu Qingwei, standing behind Zhou Xinghao, whispered softly, "Cousin, what do you plan to do?" Zhou Xinghao turned to her, a smile gracing his lips, though though it did not reach his eyes as he countered. What do you think? Wu Qinghua chuckled, tears glistening in her eyes. Indeed, cousin, you possess a kind heart. Zhou Xinghao, hands clasped behind him, departed with a thought that the Wu family was indeed a considerable burden. Meanwhile, Shen Yunjiao had dined with the old Mrs. Su, and after her meal, rested in the Baisha cupboard. Mama Ping peeked through the curtain, then quietly retreated. The old Mrs. Su sat on the couch, eyes half closed, absently fiddling with a string of prayer beads. Noticing Mama Ping's return, she inquired, "Is she asleep?" "Yes, she sleeps soundly," Mama Ping replied. A look of concern crossed the old Mrs. Su's face. "Ah, this child must have endured much hardship. I should not have, but it is futile to dwell on the past." In a matter concerning Shen Yunjiao and the Shen family, there seemed no way to achieve a satisfactory resolution. The old lady, aware that her time was limited, felt compelled to arrange matters for Shen Yunjiao before she could find peace. Mama Ping thoughtfully suggested, "Old madam, should we inform the first lady about the situation of the second young lady from the Shen family? Otherwise, if she finds out that our young lady was aware but did not inform her, she may harbor resentment." The old Mrs. Su scoffed. "The first lady is petty. She would indeed stoop to such behavior with a junior." She then declared, "Go ahead, it is indeed time to inform her." Mama Ping prepared to send a reliable person to visit the first lady when they were met by her in a flurry, her hair disheveled, as if some grave matter had arisen. The old Mrs. Su exchanged a glance with Mama Ping, both speculating whether she had learned of Shen Yunyua's pregnancy. "Mother, we must hurry to the Marquis's residence. The servants have come to tell us that our young lady has had an incident there," the first lady exclaimed urgently. The old Mrs. Su was taken aback, realizing that a visit from the Marquis's household could only signify something serious. She instructed, "Prepare the carriage immediately. We must depart at once. Do not speak of the second house until we ascertain the facts, lest we escalate the situation unnecessarily." The first lady nodded earnestly and hurried off to prepare the carriage. Mama Ping, not daring to delay, rushed with the maid to fetch clothing for the journey. Shen Yunjiao, awakened by the commotion outside, emerged from the cupboard, still groggy and murmuring, "Old madam, I shall accompany you." The old Mrs. Su acquiesced, recognizing the value of Shen Yunjiao gaining experience. They donned their attire and made their way to join the first lady. The first lady, consumed by her own turmoil, made no comment upon seeing Shen Yunjiao join her. Soon, the Su family arrived at the Marquis's residence, where Mama, a trusted aide of the old Mrs. Xiao, guided them to her. Without waiting for formalities, the old Mrs. Xiao grasped the old Mrs. Su's hand, exclaiming, "Dear sister, what on earth is happening?" Once seated, the old Mrs. Xiao gestured for Shen Yunjiao. "Yunjiao, go play with your sisters." This was clearly a dismissal. The old Mrs. Su replied coolly, "I have grown accustomed to Yunjiao's presence. She is well behaved." The old Mrs. Xiao laughed with a hint of exasperation. "You misunderstand me. The ensuing conversation is not suitable for an unmarried young lady." Shen Yunjiao blushed, curtsying as she murmured, "I shall take my leave." The old Mrs. Su affirmed, "Let Qingyu accompany you." As Shen Yunjiao took Qingyu and exited, she pondered the old Mrs. Xiao's words regarding topics unsuitable for an unmarried girl. Suddenly, she was lost in thought when Xiao Yi appeared from nowhere, cheerfully linking her arm with Shen Yunjiao's. "You come too." Noticing the bandage wrapped around Xiao Yi's hand, Shen Yunjiao inquired, "What happened to your hand?" Xiao Yi pouted, hesitant to speak. As a daughter of the Su family, Shen Yunjiao would surely be disheartened to learn of Su Lanyan's true nature. Xiao Yi decided to keep the incident of Su Lanyan attempting to push her into the lake to herself. "Oh, it's just a minor injury. Nothing serious," she laughed. Pulling Shen Yunjiao into a side room, they found Su Lanyangxiu and Su Lanyingxin sitting inside, their expressions mirroring each other's displeasure. Shen Yunjiao asked, "Where's the fourth miss?" Su Lanyangxiu slammed her hand on the table in frustration. "Don't even mention that shameless creature. It's infuriating. Su Lanjingxin spot, Zhongfiao. You should avoid her in the future, lest she lead you astray." Realizing it was Su Lanyan who had caused the trouble, Shen Yunjiao understood the situation. Xiao Yi kindly pointed into the room, whispering, "There she is." After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yunjiao decided to enter. For the sake of the old Mrs. Su, she needed to uncover the truth. Upon entering, she found Su Lanyan perched on the edge of the bed, her maid drying her hair with a cloth. Her hair still glistened with moisture, as if she had just washed it. Had she come to the Marquis's residence to wash her hair? Su Landian shifted uncomfortably, trying to conceal the half of her face marked by fingerprints from Shun Qingshan's slap. Despite her attempts to evade, she had not escaped Wu Qingshan's strike. The pain lingered, and she had come to understand the audacity of the Wu family, who were backed by the favored concubine and were set to produce a future royal consort. With a grimace, she contemplated the potential trials she might face if she truly became part of the Duke of Lu's household. Forgetting about Wu Qingwei, Wu Qingshan would undoubtedly scheme against her. If only she had been less impulsive. She had not only failed in her plans, but had also suffered for it. Your face. Shen Yunjiao hesitated to voice her concern. Xiao Yi tugged at Shen Yunjiao's sleeve. I have some ointment for swelling. Let me fetch it for you. Seeing the urgency in Xiao Yi's eyes, Shen Yunjiao agreed, and they both exited. Su Laniyingson exclaimed angrily, Yunjiao, do not associate with that woman again. With a sigh, Shen Yunjiao replied, if she returns home with a swollen face, others may speculate and tarnish the reputation of the Su ladies. Su Laniyingson considered this and nodded, indeed. You should go swiftly and return quickly. Xiao Yi pulled Shen Yunjiao into her private chamber and shut the door behind them, feeling as though she might suffocate if she held her thoughts any longer. Aside from the incident where Su Lanyan attempted to push her into the lake, she divulged everything to Shen Yunjiao. Shen Yunjiao was taken aback, taking a moment to regain her voice. You mean Su Lanyan? Xiao Yi affirmed, gesturing animatedly. The two young ladies from the Wu family were infuriated. My stepmother and sister had to coax them to leave. Especially Wu Qingshan, she was truly fierce. Why was she so angry? Wu Qingshan was merely Wu Qingyue's sister, and she would not accompany Wu Qingyue to the Duke's residence. Today, Wu Qingshan's reaction to Su Lanyan falling into the water was more extreme than Wu Qingyue's. She was so furious she nearly stomped her feet, abandoning all decorum as she grappled with Su Lanyan, even slapping her. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wu Qingshan's reaction was excessively intense, bordering on suspicious. Yet, no one would dare speak ill of the Wu family or the family of the favored consort. Shen Yunjiao pondered before replying. Perhaps the sisters of the Wu family share a deep bond, and the second young lady is simply impetuous. Xiao Yi grimaced, unable to comprehend the situation, and decided to change the subject. I heard from my brother that the Yun Kingdom's envoy will soon arrive in the capital. The LL bring along many merchants from Yun Kingdom, and I've heard they sell things we don't have in Great Xia. Once they arrive, shall we go take a look together? Shen Yunjiao recalled a similar event from her past life. At that time, old Madame Su was ill, and she had been by her side, never once stepping out to see the envoy before they departed. However, now that old Madame Su was in good health, the prospect of Xiao Yi's invitation stirred her interest, and she did not refuse, deciding to wait until the day arrived. All right, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Displeased with her home-s sisters and cousins, she preferred to spend time with Shen Yunjiao. The two returned with medicine for the swelling and applied it to Su Lanyan. Once Su Lanyan was treated, messengers arrived from the two elder ladies, prompting them to visit old Madame Xiao. Su Lanyan lagged behind, her head lowered in discomfort, as the vivid marks on her face were far too embarrassing. Upon entering, Su Lanyan felt reassured upon seeing Madame Su, her posture straightening. Old Madame Su glanced at Su Lanyan, her gaze lingering on her swollen cheek for a moment before quickly shifting away. As she attempted to stand, Shen Yunjiao swiftly assisted her. Old Madame Xiao also rose to her feet. It's getting late. We should take our leave, old Madame Su stated coolly. There is no need for you to see us off. Old Madame Xiao acknowledged this with a nod, instructing her confidant, Mama He, to escort the Su family out. A soft sedan chair awaited them at the courtyard entrance, and the Su family entered, heading toward the Duke's residence. The atmosphere remained calm and composed until they returned home, which only heightened Su Lanyan's anxiety, akin to a calm before a storm. When she emerged from the water, it had been of little consequence to her, but she understood that, in the eyes of these ancient customs, it was a grave matter. Had old Madame Su and Madame Su expressed their ire, it might have eased her tension. Instead, their silence felt torturous. After disembarking from the carriage, the group silently made their way into the Su residence. Old Madame Su and Shen Yunjiao proceeded toward the Pinkong courtyard, and Su Lanyan, unable to contain herself any longer, decided to take the initiative. Grandmother, today's incident was my fault. She admitted her mistake first, hoping to leave a favorable impression on old Madame Su. Old Madame Su frowned, casting a neutral glance her way. Mian Yunjiao smiled gently. What did the fourth miss say? During our visit to the Duke's residence, you accidentally tripped in the garden and fell. How could that possibly be your fault? Focus on healing. Her voice was just loud enough for everyone present to hear. All understood her words, including Su Lanyan, who felt fortunate, believing that the Xiao family would help suppress the matter. This way, the reputation of the Su family's young lady would be preserved without offending the Wu family. After all, once she sought assistance from the Luo family in the future, she would still need to approach the Xiao family. As long as it was for the benefit of the Xiao family, she was willing to do anything. Thus, she remained quiet beside Madame Su, saying nothing further. Old Madame Su and Mian Yunjiao continued to the Pinkong courtyard, while the others dispersed. Su Lanyan contemplated for a while, and then decided to visit Aunt Qian. Her biological mother, concubine Hua, was of little help compared to the astute Aunt Qian. Aunt Qian claimed to still be ill, but when Su Lanyan entered, she found her watering the potted plants on the windowsill. Upon seeing Su Lanyan, Aunt Qian cheerfully asked, "How was your time at the Xiao residence?" Su Lanyan pursed her lips, revealing her swollen face to Aunt Qian. The smile vanished from Aunt Qian's face, prompting Su Lanyan to recount the events at the Xiao residence, though she only mentioned that she had slipped and fallen into the lake. Aunt Qian scoffed, "That old hag. Afraid you might soar to great heights. Afraid of my rising power." She tossed aside the watering can and took Su Lanyan's hand, pulling her to sit down. "Good child, your opportunity has arrived. Do you know what the Duke's residence represents? Once you enter, who knows, you might become the mother of a prince." Sulandian froneth. "Even so, I have no desire to go. The intrigues of the inner chambers are terrifying enough, let alone those of the royal harem. I might not even survive long enough to bear a prince." Sensing Su Lanyan's reluctance, Aunt Qian narrowed her eyes, speaking earnestly, "Good child, I know you are different from Lan Yu and the others. Her battlefield is not in the inner chambers, but ahead. Just think with your many innovative ideas. Can't any of them assist the Duke? By advising him, you could help our great Xia prosper, ensuring the people live in peace. Wouldn't tea that make your life worthwhile?" Aunt Qian's words indeed struck a chord with Su Lanyan. A flicker of ambition ignited within her eyes, initially a spark, then growing brighter. Yes, she was different from the people of this era. She stood on the shoulders of giants. Rather than relying on Xiao Yi, why not directly align herself with the Duke and achieve great things? Gaining renown and leaving a legacy for centuries was her ultimate aspiration and goal. Yet, recalling Mian Yunjiao's words, her heart grew cold. The matter had been decided to be suppressed. Could there still be a chance for change? Aunt Qian smiled knowingly. With wealth, one can move mountains. Leave everything to me. She gently brushed her fingers across Su Lanyan's cheek. For now, your priority is to heal. Understood. After Su Lanyan departed, Aunt Qian retrieved a bag of gold ingots from the bottom of her trunk. Old Master Su had doted on her, gifting her many fine things in the past. This bag of gold ingots was substantial. She had originally intended to have them cast into jewelry for her burial. Taking one out, she smiled. If this single ingot could secure Su Lanyan's entry into the Duke's residence, it would be worth it. Mian Yunjiao sipped some hot water before glancing at the servant, Shige, who was bowing respectfully before her. Shige felt a shiver under Mian Yunjiao's cold gaze and hurriedly reported, "During your absence, the second madam sought me out again, giving me this." Shige handed over the item from Su's second madam to Mian Yunjiao, who casually tossed the small paper package aside. Qingyu carefully took away this harmful object, intending to dispose of it. Mian Yunjiao smiled lightly, saying, "You must take care of yourself as well. If your sister sees you so thin, she will undoubtedly worry." Shige let out a bitter laugh. These days, she had been tormented by such matters, unable to eat or sleep well, and had lost considerable weight. She was startled by her own sunken cheeks when she looked in a mirror. Old Madame Su had specifically instructed her to ensure her health. With a guilty conscience, she found it even harder to eat or sleep. She humbly pleaded with Mian Yunjiao, "Miss, may I have just a glance at my sister? Even from afar would suffice." Mian Yunjiao readily nodded, "Very well. I shall have someone bring her out for you to see from a distance. However, should you entertain any ulterior motives, such as asking the second madam to rescue your sister, do not blame me for being ruthless. Your sister is the only one who can restrain you. If she is taken away, it It would be better for me to destroy her myself. The murderous intent in Mian Yunjiao's tone sent a tremor through Shige's heart. In this world, her only family was her sister. All the unscrupulous deeds she had committed were for her sister's sake. If her sister were to die, she would become a complete joke. She quickly expressed her loyalty. Rest assured, miss. Whatever you say, I shall not contradict. I vow that if I go against your words, may I suffer a terrible fate. Mian Yunjiao laughed. Good, I believe you. Return now and await my news. Shige left. After she departed, Qingyu closed the door and approached Mian Yunjiao, hesitating before speaking. Miss, I fear nurturing a tiger will lead to disaster. The second madam is watching us closely. Just thinking about it makes my heart race. The madness of second Madam Su is unpredictable. One cannot foresee what she might do. Mian Yunjiao sighed, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Do you think I desire this? If the second madam loses her power, the first madam will dominate the household, and Aunt Qian will become even more brazen. The reason the current Madam Su does not act recklessly is that second Madam Su lurks in the shadows, waiting to trip her up. If one day the balance is disrupted and one madam gains supremacy, it is a scenario Mian Yunjiao wishes to avoid. Qingyu understood and felt ashamed. I lack your insight. Mississippi Mian Yunjiao tapped her fingers on the table twice. Second madam will eventually pay the price. It is simply not the right time yet. You and Shichen should keep a close watch on any movements in Pinkong Courtyard. Outsiders perceive Shichen as carefree and will not be overly cautious around her. Yes, I shall go at once. Mian Yunjiao tidied herself and proceeded to old Madame Su's side. A few days later, when Wu Qingshan awoke from her afternoon nap and went outside for a stroll, she suddenly overheard two young maids hiding behind a rockery, slacking off. She had no intention of paying them any mind, but upon hearing the name Prince Lu, she halted and listened intently. Alas, the eldest young lady is truly pitiful. She hasn't even entered the door, and already Prince Lu is likely to take a concubine. How do you know it's a concubine? It is said that Miss Su Si fell into the water, and her body was inadvertently seen by the prince. It is hardly a glorious affair. Even if she becomes a maid, she should be grateful. Wu Qingshan could no longer contain herself and rushed over. The two maids trembled in fright and quickly knelt to pay their respects. Wu Qingshan shouted angrily, "What are you talking about?" That incident at the Xiao family was supposed to be kept under wraps, agreed upon by several households. How has it resurfaced? One timid maid replied, I heard from another sister that at the Xiao family, Miss Su Si fell into the water, and the prince saw it. Wu Qingshan hastily inquired, how many people know about this? Quite a few. Wu Qingshan hurried to Wu Qingshan's courtyard, but upon reaching the entrance, she paused. Wu Qingshan had a gentle temperament, and, as the future princess of Lu, she was most averse to jealousy. Regarding Su Lanyan's matter, it was likely that Wu Qingshan would do nothing but quietly weep in her bed. Just the thought of it pained her. Therefore, she decided to take the lead to spare Wu Qingshan any distress. As Wu Qingshan was returning, she also sent word to the palace. The noble consort had only one son and was particularly fond of these young ladies, especially Wu Qingshan and Wu Qingshan. The sisters were both beautiful and intelligent, earning the noble consort's affection. She often summoned the two to the palace for companionship, and they could also freely visit without needing an elder to accompany them. The next day, when Wu Qingshan entered the palace alone, Wu Deforen found it quite strange. After all, the two sisters always went together. Even when Wu Qingshan was unwell and stayed home, Wu Qingshan would not venture out alone. Though Wu Deforen felt puzzled for a moment, she soon dismissed the thought, as her primary focus remained on Wu Qingshan. Upon entering the palace, noble consort Wu was equally puzzled to see Wu Qingshan alone and playfully chided. Usually, you and Heir are inseparable. Why have you come by yourself this time? Noble consort Wu was stunning and well-preserved. Sitting with Wu Qingshan made them appear like sisters. Wu Qingshan, with a serious expression, tearfully implored, Aunt, please help my sister. Noble consort Wu was startled. What has happened? What is wrong with you, Heir? Wu Qingshan recounted the events at the Xiao family, indignantly adding, that Su Lanyan is nothing but an illegitimate daughter. She did this on purpose. How could such a scheming woman be worthy of my cousin? This was the first time noble consort Wu had heard of the matter. Even Prince Lu had not mentioned it to her. She was surprised for a moment, but quickly grasped the situation. Women like Su Lanyan, who attempted to alter their fate through underhanded means, were not unfamiliar to her. However, Watching Wu Qingshan vent her frustrations about Su Lanyan, noble consort Wu felt an unsettling discomfort. Noble consort Wu was a member of the Wu family, but more importantly, she was the current noble consort and the mother of Prince Lu. In her heart, nothing was more significant than Prince Lu. Even the emperor could not compare. Observing Wu Qingshan's attempts to meddle in Prince Lu's affairs was increasingly unsettling. Wu Qingshan was merely a junior member of the Wu family. Yet she dared to reach into Prince Lu's inner court and incite her to deal with Su Lanyan. If in the future, as Prince Lu gathered more companions, and Wu Qingshan expressed discontent, would she not use the Wu family to expel those she found displeasing? The more noble consort Wu pondered, the more discomfort she became. Yet her face remained a mask of kindness and warmth. After patiently listening to Wu Qingshan, she finally spoke softly. Let us await Ahao's arrival to discuss this matter. Wu Qingshan's face fell. Aunt, that won't do. I have seen Su Lanyan. She is clearly full of malicious intentions. Perhaps my cousin is being deceived by her. You must not allow such a vile person to approach him. The smile in noble consort Wu's eyes deepened as she gently patted Wu Qingshan's hand, reassuring her. Do not worry. I will handle this matter properly. Wu Qingshan took noble consort Wu's words to mean she would take action against Su Lanyan, and her spirits lifted. Observing her reaction, noble consort Wu signaled for the palace maids to bring out some refreshments. After spending some time with Wu Qingshan, she excused herself to change. Entering the inner chamber, once inside, she wiped the smile from her face and pressed her painted red lips together. A female official emerged, bowing respectfully. I have investigated thoroughly. It was indeed Miss Su Si who accidentally fell into the water that day, later managing to climb out herself. The prince had walked some distance away and turned back only to see her. At the time, Miss Su Si said nothing, but it was Miss Wu Heir who first engaged her in a scuffle, even striking her. Afterwards, the Xiao, Su, and Wu families agreed to suppress the matter. But it is unclear why Miss Wu Heir has brought it to your attention. Noble consort Wu sneered repeatedly. This Qingshan is becoming increasingly audacious. Yet she was acutely aware that Wu Qingshan's audacity stemmed from the backing of the Wu family. The initial acquiescence to Wu Qingyue's marriage to the king of Lu was perhaps not a prudent decision. In the future, should the Wu family find themselves obstructed by the king of Lu, it could imply a diminishment of the Wu family's influence. The Empress Dowager Wu furrowed her brow, unwilling to witness her son turning against his maternal family. After slowly changing her attire, Wu Qingshan, having already dined, prepared to leave, and the Empress Dowager made no effort to detain her. Once Wu Qingshan departed, the Empress Dowager reclined on the couch, lost in thought for a considerable period. Suddenly, she lifted her head and inquired of those nearby, when the envoy from the Cloud Nation arrives, will there be a banquet at the palace? Indeed, came the response. Remember to remind me to include the daughter of the Su family on the guest list. The Empress Dowager massaged her temples. She wished to see Miss Su Si with her own eyes. If she proved to be a woman of decorum, it would be beneficial for the king of Lu, as well as serve to temper the arrogance of the Wu family. Most crucially, the king of Lu, at his age, still lacked someone who truly understood him. The individuals she had meticulously chosen to send to him had all been dismissed for various reasons. Should Miss Su Si be suitable, she would be resolute, leaving no room for the king of Lu to refuse. The envoy from the Cloud Nation arrived expeditiously. On the day of their arrival, Xiao Yi specifically visited, eagerly pulling Mian Yunjiao out for a day of amusement. Xiao Yi had already prepared a refined parlor on the second floor facing the street, and she urged Mian Yunjiao to stand by the window and look down. They are coming. They are coming, Xiao Yi exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Mian Yunjiao chuckled softly, finding her behavior quite childlike. Before the envoy from the Cloud Nation stood the officials of the Great Xia, and upon spotting Xiao Shijing clad in battle attire, Mian Yunjiao felt her cheeks flush. It was her first time witnessing Xiao Shijing dressed in such a manner. With his imposing presence, he seemed even more formidable, resembling a war deity. After a fleeting glance, she averted her gaze, yet found herself unable to resist stealing another look, only to be caught in the act by Xiao Shijing. Although his expression was obscured from her view, Mian Yunjiao felt as though he smiled at her. Her face instantly burned with embarrassment, and she hurried away from the window. Seated in a chair, her heart raced. Xiao Yi remained oblivious to Mian Yunjiao's unease. Upon seeing Xiao Shijing, She waved her hands excitedly, shouting, "Brother, you look so handsome." Shen Yunjiao's face grew even redder at Xiao Yi's exuberance. Meanwhile, Xiao Shijing's expression darkened. Choosing to ignore Xiao Yi, believing he had not heard her, Xiao Yi cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted again, "Brother, you truly are so dashing." Yunjiao. Before she could finish her sentence, a hand covered her mouth and pulled her inside. Shen Yunjiao, both shy and indignant, retorted, "What was that for?" Xiao Yi replied with a grin, "I merely wanted to say that Yunjiao came to see you. What is wrong with that?" As Xiao Yi attempted to return to the window, Shen Yunjiao quickly grasped her hand, knowing her friend's tendency to utter mortifying remarks. Shen Yunjiao grabbed a piece of pastry from the table and stuffed it into Xiao Yi's mouth, awkwardly saying, "Eat something. You need energy to shout." Xiao Shijing averted his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. His keen hearing allowed him to catch snippets of their playful banter, lifting his spirits considerably. "General Xiao, what were you just observing?" A voice, oddly pronounced, emerged from the opulent carriage behind him. Xiao Shijing suppressed a frown, pretending he had not heard. The lead carriage, splendid in its design, starkly contrasted with those of the great Xia. Its sides were adorned with delicate gauze, through which shadowy figures could be seen. A gust of wind revealed a man and a woman seated within. They were siblings, both possessing golden hair and emerald green eyes. The young lady lifted the gauze with one hand, peering out to catch sight of Xiao Shijing's tall figure. When he did not respond, she inquired again, her persistence unwavering. Xiao Shijing turned slightly, his tone detached. "Nothing of importance. Princess, please return to your seat." "Gushar, come back," the prince of the Cloud Nation urged, pulling her back. Gushar pouted, "I still wish to speak with young Master Xiao." The prince chuckled, "What is it? Have you taken a liking to him?" Gushar contemplated, her emerald eyes sparkling like jewels, and replied candidly, "Not quite, but he is indeed quite special." The prince furrowed his golden brows, saying, "Gushar, you are merely accompanying me. Had I known you were here for him, I would not have brought you." Gushar nuzzled against her brother, playfully asserting, "Brother, I will not cause you any trouble. Just find a suitable wife, and we can return home together." Upon the arrival of the Cloud Nation's envoy in the Great Xia, the palace prepared a banquet to welcome them, allowing prominent families from the capital to attend. The Su family, despite holding the title of a marquis, would gradually fade from prominence once the title was revoked, especially if they failed to produce successful offspring. The elderly matriarch of the Su family had, in her youth, been fortunate enough to enter the palace a few times, but those occasions had dwindled over the years. Now, she had not set foot in the palace for several decades. Thus, when the imperial decree reached the Su family, it stirred considerable commotion, akin to a stone cast into a still pond. The three matriarchs of the Su family hastily rummaged through their storerooms for the most exquisite silks and adornments, determined to make their daughters shine brightly in hopes of attracting the favor of a noble. Gaining the affection of a prominent figure could be a life-altering opportunity. The eldest matriarch reproached Su Lanxiao. "Had you listened to me, things might be different. Now you are betrothed to that Luo Shuyan. What good will your appearance do?" Su Lanxiao remained undeterred, her hands deftly selecting from a table of jewelry, her eyes gleaming with reflected light. "Had I truly followed your advice and gone to the countryside, my chances of entering the palace would have vanished. Rest assured, I know what I am doing. Luo Shuyan is merely a strategic choice. The last time I visited the Luo family, I discreetly incapacitated him. Though we spent a night together, I will never allow him to lay a finger on my noble form. He is unworthy. My body is reserved for that special someone." The eldest matriarch fell silent. Yet entering the palace was indeed a grand occasion. She refrained from further comment, focusing on selecting jewelry and silk for Su Lanxiao. Without the eldest matriarch's permission, Su Lanyan was not entitled to enter the main storeroom and remained, as usual, in the company of Aunt Qian. Aunt Qian caressed the jade bracelet on her wrist, well aware of the eldest matriarch's stinginess, especially towards outsiders. It was nearly impossible for her to prepare a set of attire for Su Lanyan. It was best to avoid provoking the eldest matriarch until Su Lanyan had secured her place in the family. Though her son was her own flesh and blood, her daughter-in-law was not. Aunt Qian, having once wielded influence through her own subtle manipulations, turned her wrist adorned with the jade bracelet, saying, "I will prepare your attire for the palace." Su Lanyan paused momentarily, then exhaled a sigh of relief. She was also on the list for entering the palace. And prior to this, concubine Hua had expressed her concerns as they lacked spare funds for garments and jewelry. With Aunt Qian's assistance, it was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Su Lanyan sincerely expressed, "Thank you, grandmother." This marked Su Lanyan's first instance of addressing Aunt Qian in such a manner. Aunt Qian smiled, "I can only assist you to this extent. The path to the palace must be walked by you alone. Do not forget what I advised you earlier." Sulanyan nadider mistri. This time, entering the palace, she was certain of the opportunity to meet the Empress Dowager Wu. Whether she could enter the residence of the King of Lu would depend on this occasion. Kulanching herfeasts, Sulanyan eudit determinaten. At Pinkong Courtyard, Madame Sulaf Hartedi, unexpectedly delighted that Yunjiao could accompany her into the palace. Given Shun Yunjiao's background, she would normally have had no chance of entering the imperial court. Yet, this time, fortune favored her, granting Shun Yunjiao the opportunity to enter alongside Madame Su. A considerable surprise indeed. "Madam, I shall head to the storeroom to select some silk to make garments for the young lady," Ping Mama said cheerfully. "Go quickly. Come along with me," Madame Su replied. Rising once more. Very well. Since Madame Su was in high spirits, Ping Mama did not hesitate to assist her towards the storeroom. Meanwhile, Shun Yunjiao felt little enthusiasm. She pursed her lips and pushed the cup of water she had just poured towards Shun Yunshui, who sat opposite her. It had been some time since they last met, and Shun Yunshui appeared noticeably thinner, her abdomen still flat, showing no signs of pregnancy. Had she not spoken of it, no one would have guessed her condition. "Is there something on your mind?" Shun Yunjiao inquired softly. Shun Yunshui sat silently, and Shun Yunjiao, astonished and perplexed by her quiet demeanor, pressed on. "I do not know why I am here," Shun Yunshui finally confessed, her tone tinged with bitterness. "I merely sought a tranquil place." It was indeed strange, despite their past discord. She found herself inexplicably drawn to Shun Yunjiao's residence after wandering through the vast capital. Perhaps it was the realization that Shun Yunjiao and Luo Shuyan were no longer fated to be together, which made her feel a sense of closeness to her. Furthermore, she would soon have many requests of Shun Yunjiao. "Why have you come to the capital? Did you come by yourself?" Shun Yunjiao asked casually after a moment of silence. Logically, one should avoid unnecessary movement in the first trimester, especially since Shun Yunshui had previously experienced complications. Shun Yunshui could not muster a smile. The words eluded her. After Shun Heir discovered her pregnancy, he had pressured her to terminate it. Naturally, she refused, as this was her first child with Luo Shuyan, a child she could never forsake. Originally, Zhuangshi had stood by her side, but eventually, under Shun Heir's formidable influence, she too began to pressure Shun Yunshui to abandon her child. Faced with the combined force of her parents, Shun Yunshui felt utterly powerless. Thus, she had hoped to find Luo Shuyan in the capital, believing he would stand by her side. Unfortunately, Luo Shuyan and his mother were out, leaving her with no choice but to seek refuge with Shun Yunjiao. With her head hung low, she listlessly remarked, "I merely stepped out for a stroll. I shall return shortly." Shun Yunjiao acknowledged her with a quiet HM, aware that there was little to discuss between them. She picked up a book and began to read intently. After lunch, Shun Yunshui prepared to leave. Before departing, she felt compelled to visit Su Lanxiao, but was halted by the matron guarding the entrance. "What are you? Why do you have to see my young lady?" The matron mocked. Shun Yunshui's face turned pale with indignation. If not for her pregnancy, she would have taught this insolent woman a lesson. The matron spat, "Get lost." "You." Shun Yunshui suppressed her anger, ready to storm out. "Wait, my young lady wishes to see you," came a voice from within. "Oh dear, Miss Danju, why are you out here?" The once haughty matron's demeanor changed entirely upon seeing Su Lanxiao's personal maid, Danju, as if she had encountered her own mother. "My young lady heard the commotion and sent me out to see," Danju announced, pointing at Shun Yunshui with an air of superiority. "My lady wishes to see you. Come with me." Danju's tone was entirely commanding. Shun Yunshui, feeling uncomfortable, suppressed her anger and followed Danju inside. Su Lanxiao reclined on a couch, holding a peeled, glistening lychee. Though Madame Su was frugal, she was exceedingly generous with her children. Upon Shun Yunshui's arrival, Su Lanxiao lazily clapped her hands and inquired, "What brings you here?" Since her engagement to the Luo family, Madame Su had kept her confined, forbidding her from going anywhere, much less socializing. Bored, she sought some amusement. Before Shen Yunjiao could speak, Danju interjected. Do you not understand the rules? How can you not greet my young lady? Given the enmity between Shen Yunjiao and Su Lanxiao due to Luo Shuyan, Danju had no obligation to treat Shen Yunjiao kindly. Establishing her young lady's authority would make future encounters with the Luo family considerably smoother. Shen Yunjiao's eyes darkened as she awkwardly performed a curtsy. Su Lanxiao burst into laughter. Your manners leave much to be desired. Rise and enjoy some lychees. As Shen Yunjiao sat down, she gazed at the fresh, dewy lychees and swallowed hard, resisting the temptation. She had heard that pregnant women should avoid them. Watching the plate of lychees before Su Lanxiao, jealousy flickered in her eyes. Benefiting from Shen Yunjiao's influence, she had enjoyed a comfortable life in the village, indulging in treats, but even then, she could only afford a few lychees. Fresh, high-quality lychees were as precious as gold. In that moment, her pride crumbled. No matter how she viewed herself, she could never compare to Su Lanxiao. It was no wonder that when Madame Luo and Luo Shuyan learned Su Lanxiao was willing to marry into the Luo family, they promptly disregarded her. With a mix of bitterness and resentment, she placed a hand on her abdomen, feigning calmness as she declared, I have something important to discuss with you. Speak. Su Lanxiao replied without looking at her. I am pregnant, Shen Yunjiao proclaimed with pride. It is Shuyan's child. We are about to have baby. Danju gasped in shock. Her young lady had not yet married into the family, yet she was already carrying an illegitimate child? You shameless wretch, she exclaimed. We must inform Madame at once and confront the Luo matriarch about this. With Danju's outrage, Shen Yunjiao felt a surge of delight. This was precisely her intention, to vex Su Lanxiao. Yet Su Lanxiao's reaction. Su Lanxiao shrugged off Danju's grasp, her tone impatient. Why make such a fuss? A pregnancy is merely a pregnancy. She had resolved that even if she married into the Luo family, she would never allow Luo Shuyan to touch her. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. She clapped her hands, her demeanor relaxed. Then I congratulate you. Her response stunned both Shen Yunjiao and Danju. Are you not even a little concerned? Shen Yunjiao asked incredulously. I am ahead of you, carrying Shuyan's child. Are you not the least bit angry? As she peeled a lychee, Su Lanxiao, still smiling, replied, Why should I be angry? It is not my child. This left even Danju puzzled. She hesitated to gauge Su Lanxiao's mood, fearing to inquire, Miss, are you feeling unwell? I am perfectly fine. I shall send you some bird's nest soup. It is said to be beneficial for pregnant women, Su Lanxiao smiled. When Su Lanxiao departed from the Su household, she carried with her a bag of bird's nest. After much deliberation, Danju resolved to inform Madame Su of Shen Yunjiao's pregnancy. Madame Su's reaction was far more animated than Su Lanxiao's. She smashed 2 teacups in fury. What shameless little wretch. Is she not slapping Xiao in the face? Xiao is too young to understand, and she has been bullied. Madame Su fumed. Danju exhaled in relief and cautiously asked, Should we send someone to inform the Luo family? They can pressure Madame Luo to take action without sullying our hands. Of course we must inform them, but not just yet, Madame Su replied, taking a sip from a new teacup offered by a maid. Entering the palace is our priority. Return to Xiao. If she becomes distressed, you must tell me immediately. Yes, I understand. In the following days, the families receiving invitations from the palace busily prepared for their entrance into the royal court. Meanwhile, the Duke of Dingbei's residence welcomed a distinguished guest, the princess of the Yun kingdom. In Yun, the customs were liberal. Women were not confined to the inner chambers, but could ride boldly through the streets, engaging in business as proprietresses. Thus, the arrival of this princess was not perceived as an impolite intrusion. Her unexpected visit, however, left the household in a flurry of activity. The elderly matron, Lady Xiao, feigned frailty and entrusted the reception of the Yun princess entirely to Madame Xiao. Madame Xiao, accompanied by the elegantly adorned Xiao Yue, welcomed the Yun princess in the main hall. Upon seeing the princess's dark green hair, Xiao Yue gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. In her life of over a decade, she had only encountered such peculiar beings in the pages of fictional tales. Realizing this, she discreetly distanced herself from the Yun princess, her smile fading considerably. Unbeknownst to Madame Xiao, who was engrossed in her hospitality, Xiao Yue's demeanor had shifted. Knowing that she represented the great Xia, Madame Xiao was determined to exert every effort to make the Yun princess feel at home. Your Highness, please try this delicacy from our region. It's a freshly made chestnut cake, still soft and sticky, Madame Xiao said, her face adorned with a warm smile. Gu Shao'er frowned slightly and candidly replied, I do not care for this cake. My maid enjoys it, so let her have it. Madame Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her smile almost faltering. Yet, noticing Gu Shao'er's innocent laughter, she realized it was not meant to be offensive. Our kitchen has plenty more. Perhaps the princess would like to take some home with her, she suggested, her smile returning. Gu Shao'er, disliking such roundabout pleasantries, spoke up with a bright voice. I have come to see young Master Xiao. Where is he? This caught Madame Xiao and the others by surprise. They had not anticipated that the Yun princess would so boldly inquire about a man's whereabouts. It was rather unrefined. Xiao Yue found herself disliking the Yun princess even more for her lack of decorum, as it reminded her of Xiao Yi. Should these two meet, they would undoubtedly bond well, for like attracts like. With a slight smile, she discreetly instructed a maid to fetch Xiao Yi. Madame Xiao continued her patient and gentle conversation with the Yun princess. Yet this foreign princess seemed unable to stray from the topic of Xiao Shijing. Her dignified smile was nearly slipping away. Clearing her throat, she inquired, Your Highness, do you share a close friendship with my family's young master? Gu Shao'er blushed and openly showcased her shyness, declaring, He is a good person. He saved me. When I arrived in Great Xia and fell ill, it was Xiao Shijing who called for a physician and nursed me back to health. In my heart, he is my savior, a celestial being. Is that so? Madame Xiao replied with a subtle smile, her thoughts taking a different turn. This foreign princess seemed to have developed an infatuation with Xiao Shijing. If he were to have such an unconventional wife, Madame Xiao chuckled softly. I shall send someone to inquire when the young master will return. Gu Shao'er beamed. Thank you. Before the maid sent to investigate could return, Xiao Yi was summoned by the maid Xiao Yue had dispatched. Xiao Yi, also lacking in decorum, quickly struck up a conversation with Gu Shao'er. Being Xiao Shijing's biological sister, she found it even easier to connect with Gu Shao'er. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yue quietly slipped away. To her, it was better to spend time honing her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As evening approached, Xiao Shijing had yet to return, and Gu Shao'er reluctantly departed. A few days later, rumors began to circulate that the Yun princess had fallen for the Duke of Dingbei's son at first sight, declaring she would marry no one else. The purpose of the Yun envoy's visit was, indeed, to arrange a marriage. Xiao Shijing's long fingers tightened around a porcelain bowl, shattering it into several pieces. As he released it, the shards clattered onto the table. Xiao Feng's heart raced. Young master, should I investigate this matter? Xiao Shijing lowered his eyelids, his voice indifferent. No need. Xiao Feng was puzzled. Despite the young master's anger, he had suddenly calmed. It was unusual for him to care about rumors. Yet this time he seemed incensed. On the day the Yun envoy arrived in the capital, many had witnessed the princess's exotic beauty, which indeed possessed a unique charm. Such a stunning princess, marrying the promising Duke of Dingbei's son, seemed a tale worthy of admiration. Consequently, the rumor intensified, culminating in an imperial decree of marriage to be announced at the upcoming royal banquet. Mian Yunjiao gazed absently at a rose bush placed on the windowsill. Qingyu entered with freshly washed garments, neatly folding them into the wardrobe. Tia hurried in, having been somewhat lax with decorum due to her martial training. As she entered, she bowed and spoke, entirely oblivious to Mian Yunjiao's distraction. Second Miss Xiao has sent a letter, asking you to join her for an outing. Sui exclaimed excitedly. Currently, the streets were bustling with merchants from the Yun kingdom, selling unique wares, making the evenings quite lively. Mian Yunjiao's eyes dimmed. She was well aware of Xiao Yi's intentions in inviting her. The mere thought of the Yun kingdom inevitably brought the princess to mind, leaving her heart feeling hollow and a pang of bitterness lingering in her throat. Noticing her prolonged silence, Tse inquired again, Miss, will you go? Qingyu shot a cautious glance at Tse, suggesting softly, Miss, if you do not wish to go, I can speak to the matron. Mian Yunjiao curled her fingers, her voice barely above a whisper. I will go. Please inform the matron. Suya pressed her lips together, understanding, and rushed to deliver the message. Qingyu tentatively asked, Miss, do you have something on your mind? Mian Yunjiao forced a smile, but found it hard to mask her feelings, replying, Nothing. Perhaps I am just not fully awake. She approached the bed and lay down. The previous life devoid of any marriage alliances seemed to have altered significantly with her rebirth. If the imperial decree were to be issued, it would be an unalterable reality. Despite knowing the vast chasm between her and Xiao Shijing, she could not help but feel a sense of sorrow. By evening, Xiao Yi arrived in a carriage, adorned in the exclusive attire of the Yun Kingdom, embellished with jewels and adorned with numerous accessories that jingled with each step. Her festive and unique appearance elicited smiles from the matron and others. Taking Mian Yunjiao's arm, Xiao Yi exclaimed, "I brought you an outfit too. You must wear it so we can enjoy ourselves together." Mian Yunjiao hesitated. "How can I wear this out? I can go as I am." "That's simply one do. I prepared this especially for you," Xiao Yi persisted, playfully tugging at her arm. The matron and Mama Su exchanged knowing glances, choosing not to intervene. Mian Yunjiao was often overly cautious. A little merriment with Xiao Yi could do her good, especially with the impending marriage of Luo Shuyin and Su Lanxiu, which might leave her with lingering feelings. Thus, Mian Yunjiao ultimately succumbed to Xiao Yi's insistence. Fearing Mian Yunjiao might back out, Xiao Yi personally supervised her changing attire. When she emerged dressed, both the matron and Mama Su were taken aback by her beauty. Mian Yunjiao, blushing, lowered her head and nervously adjusted her short robe. "Is it too odd? Perhaps I should change again." The matron smiled. "You look splendid. Wear it for our outing. It's night. Take a few more people along. Sia should accompany you." Mian Yunjiao still felt uneasy, particularly with the jingling jewelry that announced her every movement. Yet, there was no time for regrets as Xiao Yi dragged her out. As she sat in the carriage, it was too late for her to harbor regrets. Noticing Mian Yunjiao's unwilling demeanor, Xiao Yi produced a light veil from her embrace and presented it to her, saying, "Here, wear this to cover your face." Mian Yunjiao managed a bitter smile, the fabric as thin as a cicada's wing, hardly capable of concealing anything. Xiao Yi gently placed the veil on her, cheerfully assuring her, "Even the thinnest veil can obscure your features at night." Mian Yunjiao sighed, conceding that it was a small comfort for her heart. Soon, they arrived on the bustling street, disembarking from the carriage to walk on foot, closely followed by the servants of the Xiao and Su families. Once on the street, Mian Yunjiao noticed numerous young women dressed in the attire of the Cloud Kingdom, making her and Xiao Yi blend in seamlessly, which eased her anxiety. In a private room on the second floor overlooking the street, Xiao Shijing maintained a stoic expression as he regarded the man seated across from him, who spoke animatedly. Zhou Xinghao, quenching his thirst with a sip of tea, smiled elegantly and remarked, "I have heard that young Master Xiao is quite favored. Even a princess from the Cloud Kingdom has fallen for you at first sight." Xiao Shijing's gaze turned icy, dismissing the gossip. "Such rumors are trifles. Does the prince truly believe in them?" Zhou Xinghao chuckled lightly, acknowledging the falsehood of the rumors, yet asserting, "However, the princess's affections for you are undeniably genuine." He gestured towards the window, prompting Xiao Shijing to look outside, where his expression darkened. Downstairs, Gu Shao'er was scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of someone. Zhou Xinghao withdrew his gaze, grinning as he said, "I believe you know who the princess is looking for better than I do." Gu Shao'er had never concealed her enthusiasm for Xiao Shijing. Upon hearing the rumors, she had been pleased. This time, having learned that the Duke of Lu would accompany young Master Xiao, she eagerly sought him out, unconcerned about her status as a princess of the Cloud Kingdom in the grand city of Daxia. Xiao Shijing coldly stated, "If the prince wishes to discuss such matters with me, I must beg to excuse myself." Zhou Xinghao replied with a chuckle, "It was merely a jest. There is no need for such an exaggerated response. Let's speak of serious matters." Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and Mian Yunjiao navigated through the crowd, and gradually, Mian Yunjiao began to relax, a smile gracing her face. The stalls selling intriguing wares from the Cloud Kingdom were both exquisite and affordable, drawing a considerable crowd. As they walked, Xiao Yi suddenly brightened and waved her hands vigorously, exclaiming, "Gu Shao'er, over here, here." Mian Yunjiao, puzzled, wondered who would bear such an unusual name. After a moment, a girl, similarly attired, jogged over. Upon closer inspection, Mian Yunjiao noted the girl's hair color and deep green eyes, realizing that she was indeed a true citizen of the Cloud Kingdom. Unsure of the girl's status, she hesitated to offer a greeting. Xiao Yi and Gu Shao'er clasped hands, joyfully engaging in conversation. As Shen Yunjiao listened to Xiao Yi's introduction, Gu Shao'er warmly took her hand, saying, "Hello, you can call me Gu Shao'er." Anyone who could befriend Xiao Yi was surely amiable. After meeting several ladies in Daxia, Gu Shao'er found those who spoke in convoluted manners particularly tiresome, preferring the straightforward nature of Xiao Yi. Mimicking her demeanor, Shen Yunjiao gently replied, "You may call me Yunjiao, just like Yi." Excellent. The trio of young women walked together for a while, quickly fostering a close bond. Xiao Yi inquired, "Gu Shao'er, why aren't you residing in palace? What brings you out here?" Gu Shao'er's demeanor turned dejected as she replied, "I came to find your brother." Having not seen Xiao Shijing since arriving in the capital, she yearned to catch a glimpse of him, even if they could not speak. However, her search had proven fruitless, and she had not even caught sight of him. Grasping Xiao Yi's hand anxiously, she asked, "Do you know where your brother is?" Xiao Yi, biting her nails in contemplation, admitted, "I don't know. My brother dislikes others prying into his whereabouts." Gu Shao'er gasped, covering her mouth in shock, realizing that her recent actions might have offended Xiao Shijing. No wonder he had avoided her. Almost in tears, she turned to Shen Yunjiao, asking, "Yunjiao, do you know Xiao Shijing? Would he dislike me?" With her features veiled, Shen Yunjiao's expression remained concealed, but the bitterness at the corners of her mouth was hidden from view. "I do not know him," she replied softly. Gu Shao'er had not expected much from Shen Yunjiao's response, and she continued to chatter excitedly with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, considering Gu Shao'er a friend, earnestly racked her brain for advice. Unfortunately, neither of them possessed great cunning, and ultimately, Gu Shao'er resolved to seek her brother, the wisest man in the Cloud Kingdom. Certain he would have a solution. After watching Gu Shao'er depart, Shen Yunjiao and Xiao Yi lost interest and wandered aimlessly. However, Xiao Yi, preoccupied with her thoughts, accidentally bumped into someone. "Are you blind?" The familiar voice rang out. Shen Yunjiao and Xiao Yi turned to find Wu Qingshan and Wu Qingyue standing before them. Wu Qingshan recognized the two at once, her anger flaring as she exclaimed, "I knew someone would be clumsy. It turns out to be the second Miss Xiao." Which makes sense. She scrutinized Xiao Yi, sneering at her outfit. "Dressed so inappropriately. Is that your style?" Wu Qingyue stood behind, half of her face shrouded in shadow. Normally, she would have stepped forward to mediate Wu Qingshan's barbs, a role she often played to earn a good reputation. However, this time, she lacked the spirit to intervene, allowing Wu Qingshan to continue her verbal jabs at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, not adept at verbal sparring, tightened her fists, knowing that she might prevail in a physical confrontation. Shen Yunjiao restrained Xiao Yi's hand, speaking with calm dignity. "Miss Wu, please choose your words wisely. While you claim our attire is inappropriate, we are dressed in the attire of the Cloud Kingdom. Are you implying that the people of the Cloud Kingdom dress inappropriately? If your words were to incite discord between our two nations, you would bear the burden of infamy throughout history." Wu Qingshan was momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yi smirked. "Hee, would you dare repeat what you just said?" Wu Qingshan shot a resentful glare at Shen Yunjiao. "And who are you, little wretch? Hiding behind a veil. Are you so ugly that you cannot show your face?" This time, Wu Qingyue took Wu Qingshan's hand, pulling her closer and gently saying, "All right. Nothing serious has happened. Let us just leave it at that." "Miss Xiao, what do you say?" Xiao Yi huffed, having lost all respect for the Wu sisters. The four seemed to be in a quarrel, especially since Xiao Yi and Shen Yunjiao were still wearing the attire of the Cloud Kingdom, drawing the attention of many onlookers. The citizens of the Cloud Kingdom were bristling with indignation. If the people of Daxia continued to insult them, they would not take it lightly. Only Shen Yunjiao and the others remained oblivious to the tension escalating around them, unaware that it could erupt into chaos at any moment. Xiao Feng descended from the second floor, first bowing to Shen Yunjiao and the others before addressing them. "Ladies, please come upstairs." He kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Upon seeing Xiao Feng, Xiao Yi's face lit up with a smile. "Surely, brother is upstairs. Yunjiao, let's hurry up." Xiao Shijing lifted his eyelids, about to speak, when a series of crisp, jingling sounds echoed from outside the door. He stood up, and Zhou Xinghao, with a meaningful glance, remarked, "Let Miss Xiao Heir in. She does not concern herself with trifles," and he cast a cold glance outside, his tone chilling. "My two cousins will be arriving shortly. It is easier to converse with the ladies present." His brow furrowed in distaste. The Wu sisters were becoming increasingly audacious. Sure enough, before anyone could enter, The sound of women's voices reached them, not particularly amiable. Wu Qingshan's voice was especially sharp. "Hurry up. Good dogs don't block the way." Xiao Yi, equally irate, deliberately halted, positioning herself squarely in the middle of the staircase. "I should not ascend. What will you do about it?" Mian Yunjiao tugged at Xiao Yi, while Wu Qingwei grasped Wu Qingshan's hand, separating the two. They stood on the staircase, where many people lingered in the hall below. The staircase was perilous. One misstep could lead to a fall. Xiao Feng led the way, and once the others had caught up, he gently pushed open the door, respectfully announcing, "Master, the second miss has arrived." A deep voice from within, belonging to Xiao Shijing, called, "Come in." Xiao Yi, holding Mian Yunjiao's hand, stepped inside, only to find the Wu sisters following closely behind. Wu Qingwei exclaimed softly, "Cousin, you are here too," her tone a mix of surprise and joy, as though it were a mere coincidence. Wu Qingshan chimed in, "Cousin, you and my sister are truly fated." Mian Yunjiao quickly raised her eyes, only to see Xiao Shijing and Zhou Xinghao seated across from each other at a table by the window. When she glanced at Zhou Xinghao, he seemed to sense her gaze and looked over, prompting her to hurriedly lower her head. Fortunately, her veil obscured her identity, likely preventing him from recognizing her. Meanwhile, the Wu sisters had gravitated towards Zhou Xinghao, eagerly engaging him in conversation. "Come over," Xiao Shijing beckoned. Xiao Yi, pulling Mian Yunjiao along, approached, lowering her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. What if Xiao Shijing had witnessed her quarrel with Wu Qingshan? If he were in a foul mood, he might punish her by withholding food or snacks. Fearful, she edged behind Mian Yunjiao. Mian Yunjiao, losing her balance, stepped forward, unwittingly drawing closer to Xiao Shijing. The attire of Yun country was markedly different from that of the Xia, with a fitted silhouette accentuating a slender waist, adorned with various jade pendants and bells that chimed softly with her every movement. The short top barely concealed her lower abdomen, and any sudden motion would reveal a glimpse of her radiant skin. Xiao Shijing's gaze intensified with heat. Mian Yunjiao, sensing the weight of his stare, shyly lowered her head, her left hand fiddling with her silver bracelet. Yet the silence grew awkward. Mian Yunjiao racked her brain, her cheeks flushed as she finally managed to utter, "Are you out for leisure, young master?" The moment the words slipped from her lips, she regretted it, nearly biting her own tongue. "I have matters to discuss with the prince," Xiao Shijing replied soberly. This left Xiao Feng nearly astounded, almost biting his tongue in disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be confidential? Why would the young master divulge such information so freely? Xiao Feng rubbed his forehead, realizing that whenever it came to Miss Shun, his master had no sense of decorum. Meanwhile, Wu Qingshan had burst into laughter at something Zhou Xinghao said. Even Wu Qingyue beamed with delight. Yet Zhou Xinghao's peripheral vision remained fixed on the other side of the elegant chamber, where the conversation was far less animated. Through the sheer fabric, he could discern the blush on Mian Yunjiao's porcelain cheeks, while Xiao Shijing's gaze softened with warmth. A sudden restlessness arose within Zhou Xinghao. Curling his fingers, he called out, "Miss Xiao Heir, have you had a chance to explore and purchase some trinkets from Yun country?" Startled by being addressed, Xiao Yi paused, her expression blank, clearly having not fully grasped Zhou Xinghao's words. He approached her, his demeanor charmingly graceful. "If Miss Xiao Heir has not yet enjoyed herself, I will be delighted to accompany you for further exploration." Xiao Shijing frowned, perplexed by Zhou Xinghao's unexpected behavior. Just moments ago, he had abandoned his designs on Xiao Yi. As a prince, being fickle and lacking integrity was most unbecoming. Wu Qingwei bit her lip, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Cousin, did you not promise to escort us home?" Wu Qingshan seized Wu Qingyue's hand, indignantly asserting, "Cousin, you gave your word to my sister. You cannot go back on it." She shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yi, hoping she would take the hint. Xiao Shijing rose, nodding slightly. "Prince, we shall take our leave." "Then it must be postponed for another time," Zhou Xinghao lamented, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Yi before quickly shifting his attention to Mian Yunjiao. However, Mian Yunjiao remained focused on her hands, twisting her fingers, avoiding his gaze. His lips twitched as he suggested, "Cousins, let us return." As Mian Yunjiao felt Xiao Yi tugging her to leave, she complied. Suddenly, Wu Qingshan's sharp voice rang out again. "What is the matter? Why aren't you opening the door for us?" Mian Yunjiao, taken aback, looked up, realizing Wu Qingshan was addressing her. Mistaking her for a servant due to her veil, Wu Qingshan scolded. Why are you standing there? Someone as oblivious as you would have long been sold off by a toothless old woman. Shen Yunjiao pressed her lips together, her eyes flashing with anger. Zhou Xinghao, who had initially intended to defend Shen Yunjiao, couldn't help but smile at her furious expression. He realized that any emotion other than the blush on her cheeks induced by Xiao Shijing was quite agreeable to him. Leaning against the wall, he watched Shen Yunjiao with casual interest. Xiao Yi had pulled Shen Yunjiao behind her, angrily retorting, "Don't you have hands of your own?" Just as tensions escalated, a long, cold hand abruptly swung the door open. The chilling aura radiating from Xiao Shijing made everyone shudder. A mere glance from him rendered Wu Qingshan speechless, causing her to retreat behind Wu Qingwei. "Your Highness, please," Xiao Shijing said coolly. Zhou Xinghao cast a knowing glance at Shen Yunjiao before dropping his arms and leading the way outside. As he passed by Shen Yunjiao, he slightly turned his head, noticing her shrinking back, clearly aware of his gaze. Satisfied, Zhou Xinghao smirked and continued onward, the Wu sisters hastily following. With his long legs, Zhou Xinghao moved swiftly, and by the time the Wu sisters reached the entrance of the tavern, he had vanished from sight. Wu Qingshan scanned the surroundings. Where his cousin? Did he not say he would escort us home? Wu Qingwei furrowed her brow, worry etched on her face. Her striking beauty made her distressed expression even more heart-wrenching, stirring discomfort in Wu Qingshan. "Sister, do not fret. Cousin must have been delayed by something important. He will return shortly," Wu Qingshan reassured her. Wu Qingwei squeezed her fingers, offering a bittersweet smile. "There is no need to wait. Let us return." With that, she accepted the support of a maidservant and climbed into the Wu family's carriage. Wu Qingshan took one last glance around, still failing to spot Zhou Xinghao, before reluctantly joining her inside. Once in the carriage, Wu Qingshan continued to chatter incessantly, while Wu Qingwei, filled with resignation, turned to gaze out the window, her mind clouded with confusion. She had grown up alongside Zhou Xinghao, yet tonight he seemed uncharacteristically strange, as if he were angry. She felt increasingly distant from her cousin. Meanwhile, Shen Yunjiao and Xiao Yi had emerged from the tavern. Shen Yunjiao hesitated, her hand pressing against her veil, before finally pulling it down and gathering it in her hand. Sensing the approach of someone imposing, she quietly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Her thanks were directed towards Xiao Shijing for his timely intervention. Xiao Shijing merely acknowledged her with a soft Shen Yunjiao then entered the Xiao family's carriage, and once they reached the Su residence, she observed Shen Yunjiao enter the Su family home before the Xiao carriage departed. Upon returning to the Pinkong courtyard, Shen Yunjiao promptly arranged the trinkets she had purchased on the table before the elderly Lady Su, before hastily changing her attire. In the ensuing days, Shen Yunjiao remained dutifully within the estate, awaiting the day she would enter the palace. The young ladies of the Su family diligently practiced their manners from dawn till dusk, with the exception of the 5-year-old Su Lanxiao, who, due to her tender age, would not accompany them into the palace this time. Soon, the day of their palace entry arrived. As it was an evening banquet, they were to set off at dusk. However, at the break of dawn, the ladies preparing for the palace began to gather their belongings. Both the Su sisters and Shen Yunjiao were entering the palace for the first time, and thus felt a sense of trepidation. Shen Yunjiao rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Qingyu as she prepared her outfit, lost in thought. In her previous life, she had never even laid eyes on the palace gates. While she was lost in her reverie, Qingyu completed the attire and assisted her in dressing. For this palace visit, in a bid to remain inconspicuous, she wore a deep indigo gown, modest and unassuming. The hairpiece was adorned with sapphire accents, and delicate pearl earrings dangled from her earlobes. Adding a touch of charm, once ready, she approached Lady Su, who surveyed her from head to toe and remarked with a hint of regret, "Our Yunjiao should appear even more radiant." Shen Yunjiao was indeed beautiful, and with careful adornment, she would surely shine. Suddenly, Mama Ping exclaimed, "Oh, where's the old lady's headpiece?" Shen Yunjiao smiled and replied, "I know where it is. I shall fetch it." As she darted into the inner chamber, Mama Ping lowered her voice to Lady Su and said, "Madam, it is best to keep a low profile. You know how striking the girl's beauty is." She left her statement unfinished. Lady Su sighed, her eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. In her youth, she had been the talk of the capital, with countless suitors crossing her threshold just for a glimpse of her beauty. Alas, when Shen Yunjiao returned with the headpiece, Lady Su and Mama Ping exchanged knowing glances and discreetly shifted the topic. Shen Yunjiao personally adorned Lady Su with the headpiece. This time, there was no need for ostentatious display. She simply needed to embody the grace of a benevolent matriarch. During the meal, there were no soup dishes served. Lady Surimaindi, do not consume any soup or excessive water later, if you need to relieve yourself. The implication was clear. Leaving Lady Su's side in the imperial palace could lead to dire consequences. Shen Yunjiao nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment's contemplation, Lady Su continued, once you are in the palace, if the Empress permits you to explore, remember to go with others. Never stray alone. Shen Yunjiao obediently agreed. While waiting in the carriage for their entry to the palace, Lady Su reiterated her concerns. The journey was slow as they encountered numerous carriages headed to the palace. Su Lanxiu occasionally peered outside, visibly anxious. Lady Su gently restrained her hand, chiding, do not fidget. Your makeup will be ruined. Su Lanxiu, realizing the time spent on her makeup, settled down. In contrast, Su Lanyin maintained a calm demeanor. Lady Su rolled her eyes, thinking, she is merely a concubine's daughter. What use is her composure? Upon their arrival at the palace, everyone disembarked. As dusk approached, Shen Yunjiao was immediately captivated by Su Lanxin, who wore a sweeping gown embellished with colorful silk threads that depicted peacock feathers, resplendent in the fading sunlight, casting a soft golden glow. By night, under the moonlight, it shimmered like silver. Even Lady Su and the others were momentarily blinded by its brilliance, while Su Lanxiu felt a pang of jealousy, her eyes reddening. She had not anticipated that the second branch could produce such exquisite attire. In comparison, she felt like a country bumpkin. Su Lanxiu huffed disdainfully, turning her face away. Su Lanyin cast a couple of glances before averting her gaze. She understood that unlike Su Lanxin, who required striking attire to draw attention, her own reputation was already established. Lady Su, with a complex expression, grasped Shen Yunjiao's hand, leading her slowly into the palace, followed closely by the others. Upon entering, they could not bring servants with them, as they were to await in designated areas. Lady Su felt the slight dampness of Shen Yunjiao's palm and offered her a reassuring glance. Shen Yunjiao smiled softly. Upon entering the palace, they first paid respects to the noble Consort Wu. The Empress, unwell, had entrusted many matters to Consort Wu. The Wu sisters had arrived early and now sat on either side of Consort Wu, assisting her in receiving guests. Wu Qingwei was gentle and composed, while Wu Qingshan was lively and clever. Guests would invariably compliment the sisters upon their arrival. Seizing a moment before the next batch of guests arrived, Consort Wu pressed her temples, smiling wearily. This is indeed a tiring affair. I am grateful for your company. Wu Qingshan cheerfully replied, Aunt, it is only right for us to accompany you. If you wish, we shall come to the palace more often. Consort Wu, embodying the warmth of a benevolent elder, patted Wu Qingshan's hand. Your company brings me joy. You know how thoughtless your cousin can be. Upon mentioning Zhou Xinghao, Wu Qingwei blinked, her ears perked up. Wu Qingshan inquired, Aunt, where's our cousin? We would like to pay our respects. With a teasing glance at Wu Qingwei, she made her sister blush. Having spent years in the imperial harem, Consort Wu had honed her social skills. She chided Wu Qingshan, do not tease your sister. She is not as mischievous as you. Wu Qingshan playfully stuck out her tongue. Lady Su led the Su family members in greeting Consort Wu. Upon seeing Su Lanyin, Wu Qingshan's expression soured, and she muttered under her breath, what is that wretched girl doing here? Had she not warned Consort Wu that Su Lanyin was a cunning little minx? Why was Su Lanyin allowed in the palace? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Could it be that Consort Wu intended to use this opportunity to discipline Su Lanyin? Wu Qingshan smiled, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Wu Qingwei harbored similar thoughts, a flicker of cold light passing through her eyes. Rise, Consort Wu gestured. Shen Yunjiao assisted Lady Su to her feet and then lowered her head, standing quietly beside her. Although Su Lanxiu and the others were lively, they dared not act out of line in front of Consort Wu. After a long separation, Lady Su appeared unchanged, as youthful as ever. Consort Wu exchanged pleasantries with her. After a few exchanges, Consort Wu beckoned the three Su sisters closer. Such lovely children. Come, let me have a look. Su Lanxiu and the others beamed with delight, donning polite smiles as they approached Consort Wu. Lady Su squeezed Shen Yunjiao's hand, concerned that she might feel uncomfortable. Shen Yunjiao returned the gesture, reassuring her that she was fine. She was acutely aware of her status in the eyes of others. To them, she was merely an inconsequential servant. Some sharp-tongued ladies would adopt a condescending tone when addressing her, as if speaking from a position of charity. Had she failed to grasp this truth, she might have succumbed to bitterness long ago. When the three Su sisters stood before Consort Wu, a palace maid approached with a large crimson tray. On the tray lay 3 identical jade bangles. Consort Wu picked 2 of them and presented them to Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin. The 2 were elated and immediately adorned themselves with the bangles. Upon noticing that Consort Wu had not bestowed a bangle upon Su Lanyan, Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin assumed it was a deliberate slight and flaunted their gifts to Su Lanyan. Su Lanyan lowered her head, remaining silent, her serene smile unwavering. In truth, she felt uncertain inside, and her smile was nearly faltering. Nevertheless, she did not betray the teachings of Aunt Qian during these past few days in the palace. It is most taboo to act according to one's own desires. Regardless of her inner turmoil, she could not allow anyone to find fault with her outward demeanor. Her fingers curled slightly as she struggled to endure. Concubine Wu observed her with quiet satisfaction, intending to test Su Lanyan. If she were the type to lose composure upon noticing her own isolation, her eyes would surely redden with embarrassment. The more fragile ones would likely break down in tears once outside. Thus, Su Lanyan's composed reaction was quite in line with Concubine Wu's expectations. Seeing Su Lanyan in person, she appeared far from the unfortunate figure described by Wu Qingshan. After a moment's consideration, Concubine Wu beckoned to the young lady beside old Madame Su. Shen Yunjiao lowered her head slightly and approached Concubine Wu, gently addressing her as Your Highness. Concubine Wu then gifted the last bracelet from the tray to Shen Yunjiao, praising her as a good child and urging her to accept it. Shen Yunjiao took the bracelet but did not wear it, expressing her gratitude for the gift. Concubine Wu was aware of Shen Yunjiao's background. Had it not been for her mother's life-saving grace towards old Madame Su, Shen Yunjiao would have long been married and leading a mundane life. Far from the opportunity to stand here, Concubine Wu's gaze inadvertently swept across Shen Yunjiao's delicate chin and rosy lips, suddenly igniting a familiar sensation within her. She paused, lifting her head to scrutinize Shen Yunjiao. Old Madame Su was taken aback, her hands clenched into fists beneath her voluminous sleeves. She began to regret bringing Shen Yunjiao into the palace. Shen Yunjiao was neither a true daughter of the Su family nor a figure of significance. She could have easily concocted an excuse to prevent her from entering the palace without fear of reprimand. Unaware of the tension, Shen Yunjiao lifted her gaze, her eyes landing on Concubine Wu's well-maintained hands, which were fair and clearly unaccustomed to hard labor. After a prolonged silence, without further words from Concubine Wu, Shen Yunjiao could not help but glance up quickly, only to meet the chilling gleam in Concubine Wu's eyes. Startled, she hastily lowered her head, filled with confusion and fright. She had never encountered Concubine Wu before, so why did she regard her with such a piercing gaze, as though they were adversaries? Her heart raced. If Concubine Wu harbored ill intentions toward her, wishing to eliminate her within the palace, would that not implicate old Madame Su? This time, she truly felt anxious. Old Madame Su indeed knew how to raise children. She silently urged Shen Yunjiao to her side. Concubine Wu maintained her gentle smile, indistinguishable from before. Shen Yunjiao exhaled a sigh of relief, aware that she had narrowly escaped a calamity. She thanked the princess and retreated to old Madame Su's side, where the old lady discreetly grasped Shen Yunjiao's hand, both palms damp with perspiration. Meanwhile, the Wu sisters were in high spirits. Concubine Wu intentionally overlooked Su Lanyan, bestowing the final bracelet upon Shen Yunjiao, who was not even regarded as a true daughter of the Su family, effectively delivering a resounding slap to Su Lanyan in front of all present. Once this news spread, how would Su Lanyan maintain her dignity? Wu Qingshan had resolved to promote Su Lanyan's plight vigorously. Su Lanyan continued to wear her tranquil smile. Only she knew that her palms were nearly being punctured by her own nails. She silently chanted endurance. She must persevere. Unexpectedly, Wu Qingshan fiddled with the bracelet adorning her wrist, also a gift from Concubine Wu, yet more exquisite than those given to the 3 from the Su family. She was in high spirits, clinging to Concubine Wu's arm and playfully asking, "Aunt, when will cousin arrive?" Sister has composed a new poem and wishes to seek cousin's opinion. Wu Qingwe blushed slightly, rebuking, do not speak nonsense. Wu Qingshan sought to display her superiority to all, reminding anyone with intentions towards Prince Liu to measure their worth. Before concubine Wu, who could surpass the two sisters? Wu Qingshan was filled with pride. Concubine Wu, listening to the sisters, kept her gaze fixed on Su Lanyan. Su Lanyan's calm demeanor had passed her test. Concubine Wu beckoned her closer, and Su Lanyan approached slowly, her legs stiff and her gait slightly awkward. Concubine Wu removed a golden bracelet from her wrist, adorned with red agate, exuding opulence. She took Su Lanyan's hand and personally placed the bracelet on her wrist. This moment left all present momentarily breathless, as if time had frozen. Reactions varied thereafter. Mian Yunjiao briefly expressed surprise before swiftly averting her gaze. Standing quietly beside old Madame Su, Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin burned with jealousy, their eyes nearly aflame. The bracelet bestowed upon Su Lanyan was taken directly from concubine Wu's wrist. Among the ladies present, it seemed only Su Lanyan had received such honor. As a child born out of wedlock, lacking both beauty and privilege, what extraordinary fortune was this? Especially for the meticulously adorned Su Lanxin, who could not fathom why she fell short of Su Lanyan. The Wu sisters' reactions were equally poor. Wu Qingyue struggled to maintain her composure, her lips quivering. She understood the significance of that bracelet, which had been worn by concubine Wu since her coming-of-age ceremony. The bracelet was exquisite and valuable. Wu Qingyue had sometimes harbored desires for it, yet she dared not request it from concubine Wu, knowing the latter would never part with it lightly. But this time, concubine Wu had effortlessly given it away to Su Lanyan, who had ties with Zhou Xinghao. Her eyes betrayed a profound obscurity. Could it be that concubine Wu intended to elevate Su Lanyan? Wu Qingshan, lacking her sister's decorum, could no longer contain her anger. Aunt, why did you give the bracelet to her? Was she to deserve it? She glared at Su Lanyan, wishing to bore a hole into her with her eyes. At that moment, Su Lanyan felt as though she were floating on clouds. The more furious Wu Qingshan became, the happier Su Lanyan felt, for it signified that she had indeed caught concubine Wu's attention. The subsequent matters would be much easier to navigate. Following the etiquette she had learned at home, she gracefully curtsied, thanking the princess for her generosity. Wu Qingshan, her brows furrowed, gestured dismissively at Su Lanyan, exclaiming in frustration, "Return the bracelet. Have some self-awareness. Do you think you deserve it?" Concubine Wu chuckled softly, her tone icy. "Qingshan, are you questioning my decision?" Wu Qingshan froze, recognizing the warning in concubine Wu's voice. Wu Qingyue gently pulled Wu Qingshan down in her seat, smiling warmly. "Qingshan is still young. If she has spoken out of turn and offended Miss Su, I hope you will not take it to heart." Su Lanyan endeavored to smile graciously, expressing her admiration for second Miss Wu's character, believing it would be an honor to become friends with her. Concubine Wu cast a cool glance at Wu Qingshan. The latter's heart skipped a beat, yet there was no choice but to submit. She forced a tight-lipped smile. "If I could become friends with Miss Su, that would indeed be wonderful. We will have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future." Concubine Wu smirked slightly, allowing old Madame Su and the others to exit. The news of concubine Wu bestowing the significant bracelet upon Su Lanyan swiftly spread like wildfire. Su Lanyan felt the weight of envious gazes upon her, some tinged with jealousy, others with admiration. However, the most palpable jealousy came from Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin. Mian Yunjiao tugged at old Madame Su's hand, who understood the cue and led her to their seats at the banquet. As for the intentions of the first Madame Su and others, she had no desire to concern herself with them. Once seated and having enjoyed the palace's finest refreshments, Mian Yunjiao felt her previously icy hands and feet begin to warm. The image of concubine Wu's cold gaze occasionally flickered through her mind. Perhaps old Madame Su was aware of something. However, she did not wish to cause concern for Lady Su, and soon after, the attention of concubine Wu was no longer on her. Perhaps she was merely imagining things. "Look, who has arrived?" Lady Su said with a smile. Upon raising her head, Mian Yunjiao saw Xiao Yi approaching with a beaming expression. "Grandmother, Yunjiao, you have no idea how bored I've been." Lady Su looked at Xiao Yi with tenderness. She had heard of Xiao Yi's reputation outside, and it was no wonder that the young ladies were reluctant to converse with her. Grandmother, may Yunjiao accompany me for a stroll over there? Lady Su hesitated for a moment, but under Xiao Yi's eager gaze, she nodded, go ahead, but do not tarry too long. All right. Xiao Yi joyfully took Shen Yunjiao's hand and left. Shen Yunjiao momentarily spaced out, only to realize that the surroundings were entirely unfamiliar. She could not help but ask Yi, where are you taking me? Do you know the way back? Xiao Yi confidently replied, rest assured, I have it all mapped out in my mind. Yet, no matter how Shen Yunjiao looked at her, she could not bring herself to believe it. Resolutely, she decided that if they encountered any palace maids, she would inquire about the way back. Getting lost in the palace and missing the banquet would be disastrous. However, Xiao Yi was utterly unperturbed, continuing to lead Shen Yunjiao onward. At last, they spotted some palace maids in the distance. Shen Yunjiao felt a surge of relief. But upon noticing the maids adorned in Yun country attire, her smile faded somewhat. Yet, Xiao Yi's eyes brightened, and she quickened her pace. She turned back to explain to Shen Yunjiao, Gushar invited us over. Oh, Gushar is the princess of Yun country. Shen Yunjiao could not help but recall the rumors about the Yun country princess and Xiao Shijing, her smile faltering. The attendants from Yun country warmly welcomed Xiao Yi and Shen Yunjiao inside, and amidst the sound of chimes, Gushar joyfully emerged. Speaking in a somewhat awkward and halting Daxia dialect, she exclaimed, you finally came. I've been waiting for so long. Come, follow me. In a daze, Shen Yunjiao found herself being led away by Xiao Yi and the Yun country princess. Where exactly are we going? She could not help but inquire. To find young Master Xiao, Gushara replied, her emerald eyes sparkling. She had exerted considerable effort to discover young Master Zhao's whereabouts. Soon, she would return to Yun country, and before that, she absolutely had to meet him. There were words she needed to share, lest she regret it for the rest of her life. Shen Yunjiao bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yi and Gushara were filled with enthusiasm, and, under Gushara's guidance, they soon arrived at the entrance of a palace. At the entrance stood palace made from Daxia and Yun country. The three paused in the shadows, and Gushara whispered, my brother, young Master Xiao, and Prince Lu are inside, along with several officials. Shen Yunjiao frowned and said gravely, we should not act recklessly. Gushara evidently did not grasp the meaning of acting recklessly, while Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager for thrilling escapades with Gushara. Gushara made a shushing gesture, leading the two to sneak around to the back of the palace, having memorized the route long ago. As they rounded to the back of the palace, Gushara quietly said, let us enter from there. Shen Yunjiao grasped the hands of the two, hesitatingly saying, what if we are discovered? At that moment, she regretted not stopping their impulsive actions from the very beginning. Now, she felt trapped. Gushara and Xiao Yi exchanged glances, and Xiao Yi said, Yunjiao, keep watch here. We will return shortly. As she spoke, the two joined hands and headed towards the side entrance of the palace. Gushara softly remarked, Yi, you are my good friend. Xiao Yi replied with a smile, of course, we Daxia people value loyalty. Since I promised you, I will keep my word. Shen Yunjiao, feeling helpless, could only comply with Xiao Yi's request, remaining on lookout. She could not comprehend how things had spiraled to this point and worried about missing the banquet. Occasionally, a servant would pass by, and she carefully concealed herself behind a pillar, striving not to be noticed. Time passed, and the only sounds were her heartbeat and the chirping of insects. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed in the stillness of the night, ringing distinctly. Shen Yunjiao held her breath, hiding behind the pillar, remaining motionless. Fortunately, her petite frame allowed her to be completely concealed. However, those footsteps were approaching her. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yunjiao feigned nonchalance and stepped out, pretending to be lost and having wandered in by mistake. Yet, upon seeing the man just 3 steps away, her expression froze, and her face shifted through various shades. She lowered her head and bowed slightly. Your Highness. Zhou Xinghao stood with his hands clasped behind him, wearing an elegant smile. What brings Miss Shen here? Shen Yunjiao stared at her shoe tips, her voice even and devoid of emotion. I accidentally lost my way. Zhou Xinghao chuckled. The banquet is over at the Imperial Garden. It seems you have walked quite a distance. Shen Yunjiao chose to ignore the sarcasm and retorted, I shall take my leave. She knew many secrets about Prince Lu. In the stillness of the night, if he wished to silence her, it would be the most opportune moment. She pressed her lips together, bowed again, and attempted to leave. However, just as she turned, a firm grip seized her wrist. Angrily, she struggled a few times, glaring at Zhou Xinghao with eyes filled with indignation. "Your Highness, please show restraint." Having consumed some wine, Zhou Xinghao was close enough for her to detect the strong scent of alcohol on him. Perhaps due to the effects of a drink, his mind felt somewhat clouded. Observing Mian Yunjiao's fervent resistance, he refused to release her. Mian Yunjiao seized her struggles. "Your Highness, what do you wish to do?" "Nothing much. Just wish to have a word with you." Perhaps because Mian Yunjiao had witnessed his disheveled state before, he felt more at ease in her presence. Mian Yunjiao stared at the ground, lost in thought. "You know Miss Su, right?" Zhou Xinghao said with a smile. "My mother wishes for me to take her as a concubine. What do you think?" A flush crept across Mian Yunjiao's fair countenance. "Why are you telling me this?" "Your Highness?" She was still an unmarried maiden, and discussing such matters in her presence was utterly inappropriate. Moreover, she had no ties to Su Lanyan, and whom Su Lanyan would marry or serve as a concubine had nothing to do with her. Mian Yunjiao raised her gaze, scrutinizing Zhou Xinghao's smile, which seemed to mock her. The skin on her wrist felt suddenly warm, and she struggled once more. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears and filled with anger. She said, "Born of humble origins, if your Highness finds amusement in mocking me, then do as you please." Zhou Xinghao chuckled. "You get angry just from a jest?" "Actually, I only wanted to ask you." Pausing, his expression turned serious. "I heard you are not faring well at the Su residence. Would you consider coming to the Lu Palace? At the very least, I would not allow anyone to bully you." Mian Yunjiao's eyes widened, her clear pupils reflecting Zhou Xinghao's earnest yet slightly anxious expression. Noticing her confusion, he added, "You could join Miss Su." Before he could finish, Mian Yunjiao raised her hand, and before her rationality returned, her fingers left a mark on Zhou Xinghao's cheek. Though her strength was slight, the imprint faded quickly, leaving only a pink stain that would soon disappear. However, Zhou Xinghao would likely never forget that someone had dared to strike him, especially on his face. Mian Yunjiao felt a surge of rage. She understood the implication of Zhou Xinghao's words. He wished to take her as a concubine. No, given her status, she would not even qualify for that. She would be but a mere maid. This was an immense humiliation for her. Yet after having struck the prince, she regretted it deeply. He was of noble birth, and should he become enraged, he could easily bring ruin to the Su family. Her only fear was that it might implicate the old Madame Su. The old Madame Su was advanced in years and could hardly withstand more turmoil. Her wrist was still grasped tightly by Zhou Xinghao, rendering her unable to move. After a struggle, she finally managed to retract her hand. Crouching slightly, she reflected on her status as an ordinary woman. Whether the prince chose to punish or chastise, it would be directed at her without complaint. Zhou Xinghao lifted his garment, crouched down, and locked eyes with Mian Yunjiao, his voice low. "I will ask you once more. Are you willing to come to the Lu Wangfu? If you agree, tonight's incident will be forgotten." Mian Yunjiao raised her eyelids, her striking black and white eyes meeting his smiling gaze. After a few breaths, her expression remained unchanged as she replied, "This humble woman is willing to die to atone for her sins." Mian Yunjiao touched her cheek, realizing that at some point, the hair at her temples had become damp with sweat, sticking to her face. Looking at her wrist, it was severely red. At that moment, she became acutely aware of the pain radiating from her wrist. Fortunately, she had escaped a calamity. The Lu prince had not punished her. Xiao Yi and Gushar entered from side door, with Xiao Yi serving as bait, successfully luring out Xiao Shijing. His usual cold demeanor darkened even further as he fixed his sharp gaze on Xiao Yi, ready to erupt with anger. Xiao Yi hurriedly raised her hands to shield her head. "Brother, let us discuss this at home." With that, she fled in haste. Xiao Shijing wanted to pursue her. After all, this was not a place for Xiao Yi. She should have been at the banquet in the Imperial Garden, socializing with the ladies. Yet, he took a step back and bowed to the suddenly appearing princess of the Cloud Kingdom. Gu Shar's emerald eyes sparkled with excitement at that moment. She resembled a jubilant sparrow, unable to contain her eagerness and chirping her delight. "You finally wish to see me," Gu Shar exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Shijing, maintaining his composure, took a step back. In recent days, he had intentionally avoided the princess of the Cloud Kingdom. Previously, he had been indifferent to external gossip, but now he found himself suddenly concerned. If that person heard the rumors, he wondered if she might feel jealous or enraged. He could test the waters, but he was reluctant. Thus, he deliberately distanced himself from the Cloud Kingdom princess to avoid further speculation. After all, once the Cloud Kingdom envoy departed, the rumors would naturally dissipate. However, Xiao Yi had become increasingly bold in her actions lately. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Cloud Kingdom envoy and had inadvertently neglected her. When he noticed Gu Shatter approaching him, he focused intently and retreated a few steps. Gu Shatter finally sensed something amiss, as if doused with cold water, and asked dejectedly, "Xiao Shijing, are you avoiding me?" Xiao Shijing replied coolly, "It is prudent to maintain a respectful distance between men and women." Gu Shatter pouted in disappointment. "I merely wished to converse with you. I had no ulterior motives." Xiao Shijing remained aloof, stating that if the princess had something to say, she could have an envoy relay it to him. He bowed again and then strode away. Gu Shatter ran a few steps after him, blinking back tears that cascaded down her cheeks. She felt both wronged and disappointed. All she wanted was a few words with Xiao Shijing. She wiped her tears, reminding herself that the children of the Cloud Kingdom were capable of both love and hate. And once she composed herself, she would easily let go of her feelings for him. After standing for a moment until her tears dried, she went to find Xiao Yi. Together with Mian Yunjiao, the three of them hastily left the place. She quietly approached Xiao Yi and was astonished to find her grappling with a man in an unseemly manner. The man was clad in attire from the Cloud Kingdom. To be precise, it was Xiao Yi who was overpowering him in the scuffle. Gu Shatter gasped, wondering if Xiao Yi was being bullied. Xiao Yi was her close friend, and, despite being from the Cloud Kingdom, she would not hold back. Rolling up her sleeves, Gu Shatter prepared to rush in to assist Xiao Yi. She charged forward, only to discover that the man from the Cloud Kingdom was her brother. "Brother, Yi, why are you fighting?" Xiao Yi, upon hearing Gu Shatter's voice, immediately jumped up and stood beside her. Xiao Yi, fuming, said, "He suddenly appeared behind me, babbling a lot of nonsense to mock me." Her face flushed with anger. The Prince of the Cloud Kingdom sat on the ground, wiping his mouth with his finger, which immediately bore traces of blood. He smiled, astonished at the strength of the seemingly delicate girl from the Great Xia. "Brother, are you hurt?" Gu Shatter exclaimed anxiously. Xiao Yi was taken aback, unable to process the situation for a moment, and stared blankly. "He is your brother?" "I hit Gu Shatter's brother?" Gu Shatter glanced at Xiao Yi and immediately questioned her brother. "Brother, what did you do to provoke Yi?" "She's my good friend." The Prince of the Cloud Kingdom stood up and chuckled. "I merely complimented her beauty. She does not understand the tongue of the Cloud Kingdom." Gu Shatter quickly understood and explained to Xiao Yi, "My brother means no harm. You misunderstood him." Xiao Yi blinked, realizing it was all a misunderstanding. Had she struck the wrong person? Her face flushed with embarrassment, but she boldly apologized. "I am sorry. It was my mistake." Xiao Yi's candid demeanor elicited another laugh from the Prince of the Cloud Kingdom. The banquet was about to commence, and they dared not delay. So they took Mian Yunjiao and made their way toward the feast. In the Imperial Garden, a designated area had been set up for tonight's banquet. The sky was clear, and upon looking up, one could see a myriad of stars. Surrounding them were the meticulously cultivated blossoms of the Imperial Garden. Yet, Madame Su felt no joy. Glancing at the empty space beside her, a headache ensued. After Xiao Yi had taken Mian Yunjiao away, she had not returned. Looking toward the Xiao family's seating, Xiao Yi was also absent. Where on earth had those two girls gone? Madame Su felt a surge of anxiety. This was the palace, and the noble consort was about to arrive. If they did not show up soon, they might be accused of great disrespect. Madame Su feigned concern, saying, "Where could Yunjiao have gone? Why hasn't Tishi returned? This girl, usually so well-behaved, why does she become so indiscreet at important events?" Madame Su's veiled remarks only darkened the expression of the old Madame Su further. Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin, at that moment, were too preoccupied to take advantage. They were fixated on the gold bracelet on Su Lanyan's wrist, their faces filled with discontent. Since they were old enough to understand, they had been vying for superiority. After so many years, they never expected to be overshadowed by the previously unremarkable Su Lanyan. It was utterly humiliating. Su Lanxin remarked sarcastically, "Did fourth sister learn all those underhanded methods from concubine Hua? It seems she truly grasped the essence of it. The way you fell into a pile of riches makes me quite envious." Su Lang Su Spatin Disdain, Shimlis Rech. Su Lanyan, caressing the golden bracelet on her wrist. Felt quite pleased. She glanced at the vacant spot and thought, instead of worrying about me, perhaps my two elder sisters should concern themselves about Yunjiao. If the noble consort notices the empty seats here, might it implicate us? Both Su Lanxiao and Su Lanqin turned to look at the vacant spot. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family seating, there was also an empty chair beside Xiao Yue. Xiao Yue frowned and complained to Madame Xiao. Mother, where has she run off to now? Madame Xiao pursed her lips, her gaze somewhat harsh. She is simply uncouth and unrefined. This is the palace, and she dares to act so recklessly. Just wait and see how the noble consort will deal with her. Xiao Yue, feeling anxious, inquired, will this implicate us as well? It was her first time in the palace, and she felt a deep sense of unease. Madame Xiao smiled slowly. Do you not trust your mother? I am confident that the noble consort will only blame Xiao Yi without dragging the rest of us into it. After years of her management, Xiao Yi's reputation had long since become tarnished, while the other young ladies of the Xiao family, in stark contrast, appeared as pure as lotus blossoms. Emerging unsullied from the mud, Xiao Yue laughed lightly, patiently waiting to witness Xiao Yi's humiliation. Xiao Yi was utterly detestable, remaining unmarried at such an age and burdening her family with her presence. She often sought to trouble her, and Xiao Yue secretly wished for her to make a grave mistake, leading to her family's disdain and eventual dismissal from their sight. Not long after, the noble concubine arrived. With the queen unwell, the noble concubine was the most esteemed woman at that evening's banquet. As the mother of the beloved Prince Lu, her status was indeed significant, and it was conceivable that one day she might even surpass the queen. The crowd rose to pay their respects to the noble concubine. Old Madame Su felt a pang of anxiety as she noticed the empty seat beside her. As the attendees bowed to the noble concubine, they soon realized she was accompanied by 3 young ladies. Among them was a girl adorned in the attire of the Yun kingdom, sparkling with jewels, undoubtedly the princess. Beside her stood the rebellious second Miss Xiao, known for her disrespect towards her parents. The third girl was less familiar to most. Old Madame Su let out a silent sigh of relief upon seeing the serene smile of Shen Yunjiao. Yet she couldn't help but wonder why Shen Yunjiao and Xiao Yi were in the noble concubine's company. Shen Yunjiao recalled the icy gaze of noble concubine Wu and discreetly shifted behind Xiao Yi. Given their prior pace, they surely would not arrive in time. Gu Shar had a sudden inspiration and led them directly to find noble concubine Wu. Out of consideration for Gu Shar, noble concubine Wu said little. Go on. She instructed Xiao Yi and Shen Yunjiao. Shen Yunjiao breathed a sigh of relief, lowered her head, and obediently sat beside old Madame Su. Did anything happen? Old Madame Su whispered. Shen Yunjiao gently shook her head, reassuring her. Old Madame Su felt relieved. Madame Su, taking on the role of a concerned elder, admonished Yunjiao. Do not engage in such reckless behavior again. It causes us worry. Shen Yunjiao smiled faintly, her smile distant and detached, indicating that she understood. After that, she ceased to look at Madame Su. Madame Su's smile faltered, and receiving a warning glance from old Madame Su, she raised an eyebrow disdainfully and chose to ignore Shen Yunjiao. Meanwhile, Madame Xiao seized this opportunity to lecture Xiao Yi, saying, Yi, you should be more sensible. Have you any idea how anxious I've been while you were gone? If anything were to happen to you in the palace, how could I explain it to your father? Xiao Yi frowned in displeasure, unconvinced of Madame Xiao's good intentions. The incessant nagging from Madame Xiao made her feel restless. Not one to endure, she impatiently replied, I understand. I won't do it again. Please stop talking. Madame Xiao clutched her heart dramatically, feigning deep hurt. As the maids served the dishes, upon seeing the delectable food, Xiao Yi momentarily forgot her grievances. Madame Xiao, with an apologetic nod to the surrounding ladies, wore a smile that was both helpless and sorrowful. The other ladies cast sympathetic glances, yet their expressions grew more stern toward Xiao Yi. Indeed, she was just as the rumors depicted. Even in the palace, right under the noble concubine's nose, Xiao Yi dared to speak to her stepmother in such a manner, revealing her lack of upbringing. Throughout the remainder of the banquet, Shen Yunjiao remained dutifully by old Madame Su's side, not straying an inch until the feast concluded and they exited the palace. After a long day and night, noble concubine Wu finally loosened her hair, yet did not change her attire, seemingly awaiting something. With a sudden crackle, a lamp wick flared, and noble concubine Wu snapped back to reality upon hearing a maid announce that Prince Lu had arrived. She brightened with a smile and quickly instructed the maid to bring forth the warm soup from a small kitchen. Zhou Xinghao strode in and bowed to noble concubine Wu, addressing her as mother. "Rise," she urged, pulling him up to sit beside her, immediately noticing the strong scent of alcohol on him. "Have you been drinking again? Does your head hurt?" Before Prince Lu, noble concubine Wu showed no pretense, speaking sincerely and heartily. In contrast, she maintained a facade around the Wu sisters. Yet, with Prince Lu, she was as unguarded as any common mother. The maid brought warm water, and noble concubine Wu personally wrung out a cloth to wipe her son's face. Her hand paused as she spotted a red mark on Zhou Xinghao's cheek. "How did this happen? Are the servants not attending to you properly?" Zhou Xinghao chuckled softly. "I accidentally hit myself. It's nothing. Please do not worry, mother." Noble concubine Wu chided gently. "At your age, how can you still be so careless? You still need a few people around you who understand your needs. You've heard about Miss Su, haven't you?" Zhou Xinghao nodded. "Do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. If you've seen her physical condition, you must take responsibility, though the matter was suppressed at the time. There's no guarantee it won't resurface, posing a future risk." Noble concubine Wu's voice was soft yet serious. She had no intention of revealing her true motives to Zhou Xinghao. At least for now, she wished to avoid any discord between her son and her family. Zhou Xinghao closed his eyes. "I understand." A slight sting lingered on his cheek, a reminder that he had not expected Mian Yunjiao to dare strike him. He couldn't fathom which of his words had crossed her threshold. In his heart, Mian Yunjiao was indeed unique, and he wished to shelter her under his wing for her entire life. However, his chosen primary consort was already determined to be Wu Qingwei, and it could only be her. He would arrange for Mian Yunjiao to be a secondary consort, ensuring that everyone in the manor, apart from Wu Qingwei, would show her the utmost respect. To the best of his abilities, he would provide for Mian Yunjiao. But why was she so upset? Upon returning to the Pingkong courtyard, Mian Yunjiao quickly retired for the night, having cast aside the events of the palace. Aside from noble concubine Wu's cold gaze, she paid little heed to the rest. In the late hours, Su Lanyan found herself unable to sleep. The same was true for Aunt Qian, who held Su Lanyan's hand, repeating, "You did splendidly, Sun. It will depend on you." Aunt Qian was filled with excitement and pride, along with an indescribable thrill. Su Lanyan was her own granddaughter, even closer to old Madame Su than she was. Aunt Qian firmly believed that when the time came to make a choice, Su Lanyan would undoubtedly choose her without hesitation. Soon, she could ride on Su Lanyan's coattails, finally placing old Madame Su beneath her feet. From a young age, she had harbored a wish to see old Madame Su wallow in disgrace, eventually being cast out. In a world that could not accommodate two tigers, the Su family could only have one true mistress. Su Lanyan smiled, her lips pressed together, resembling a true noble lady. Prince Lu was both handsome and accomplished. Marrying him would not be a disgrace. Once married, she would share her novel ideas, certain that she could carve out a special place in Prince Lu's heart. She looked forward to the future. As the night deepened, Su Lanyan decided to sleep in Aunt Qian's quarters. The following day, when Master Su returned from court to visit Aunt Qian, he happened upon Su Lanyan attending to Aunt Qian with her medicine. Master Su felt a swell of pride as he noticed the golden bracelet gifted by noble concubine Wu on Su Lanyan's wrist. His expression softened even more. Aunt Qian exclaimed, "Lanyan has been here all morning taking care of me. I even suggested she rest, but she refused. Truly a dutiful child. You must pay more attention to her, for she won't be at home much longer." Master Su nodded with a smile, increasingly content with his daughter. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous daughter would bring him immense surprise? It is conceivable that his future may very well hinge upon this daughter. You have shown concern, yet it is imperative that you also take care of your own health. Go visit your grandmother. Your elder sister is there as well. Su Lanyan rose, offered a respectful bow to old Master Su, and then exited. Once she left, Aunt Qian could not contain her grievances, exclaiming, "Why did you send her away?" The words spoken by old Master Su, urging Su Lanyan to show filial piety to old Madame Su, left Aunt Qian feeling quite uncomfortable and a tad envious. She reproached him. "Have you forgotten from whose womb you emerged?" Old Master Su, with a helpless gesture, replied, "Auntie, Even without your reminder, I remember well. However, she is my biological mother and Yinyan's grandmother. Aunt Qian furrowed her brow. So you disdain my humble origins? You refuse to even address me as mother. A profound sense of helplessness washed over old Master Su as he faced Aunt Qian's unreasonable outbursts. Yet, Aunt Qian did not press her son further, merely stating, "You may go. I shan't impede your important matters." He reminded her to take good care of herself before departing. Aunt Qian pondered for a moment, unable to swallow her indignation. Given Su Lanyan's promising future, she deemed it unnecessary to suppress her feelings. She instructed her confidant, Mama Zhu, "Go and discreetly bring the second mistress here." Mama Zhu acknowledged and proceeded to the second household. Aunt Qian idly toyed with the embroidered patterns on the brocade quilt, a cold smile gracing her lips. While others may be unaware of the deep-seated rift between Madame Su and old Madame Su, she was acutely aware of its inextricable nature, a knot that could only be untied by death. She did not mind offering a helping hand to Madame Su. Upon Su Lanyan's arrival at Pinkong Courtyard, a lively atmosphere enveloped the space, with the melodious laughter of women resonating from within. As she entered and paid her respects to old Madame Su, the laughter abruptly ceased. Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin exchanged disdainful huffs at the sight of their half-sister, whose prospects seemed destined to surpass their own. Consumed by jealousy, yet powerless to act, Su Lanyuan's eyes darted around before she approached Su Lanyan, affectionately linking arms with her, as if they had always shared a close sisterly bond. "At last, our fourth sister has arrived. We have been eagerly awaiting you. Your bracelet is exquisite. Since it was gifted by the imperial concubine, you must take great care of it." "I understand, eldest sister," Su Lanyan replied. Mian Yunjiao, with her head bowed, idly stirred the flower tea in her porcelain bowl. The chrysanthemums, dried by her own hands the previous year, began to unfurl in the steaming water. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Su Lanyuan engaging warmly with Su Lanyan, their camaraderie resembling that of a single entity. Mian Yunjiao lowered her eyes once more, fixated on her tea. Meanwhile, Su Lanxiao and Su Lanxin, unable to endure Su Lanyuan's affection towards Su Lanyan, sought an excuse to leave. Old Madame Su sipped her water and casually inquired, "How is Aunt Qian's health?" Su Lanyan responded candidly, "Annie is feeling much better, although she is still unable to rise." Grateful for Aunt Qian's diligent guidance, she readily shielded her from scrutiny. A flicker of disappointment crossed old Madame Su's eyes, prompting her to grow increasingly distant towards Su Lanyan. "I feel a bit tired," she remarked. Mian Yunjiao set down her tea bowl, assisting old Madame Su to her feet as they made their way inside. Su Lanyuan and Su Lanyan bowed to old Madame Su's retreating figure before exiting together. When Mian Yunjiao emerged after attending to old Madame Su's rest, the two sisters had already departed. Shijing stamped her foot in frustration, her emotions a tangled mess, leaning more towards discontent. The eldest lady had previously disregarded the fourth lady entirely, yet upon the latter receiving a gift from the imperial concubine, the eldest's attitude had shifted entirely. Shijing felt a sense of injustice on behalf of old Madame Su. All the effort she had invested in the eldest lady had seemingly gone to waste. Mian Yunjiao chuckled softly. "Are you not concerned that others might overhear such words?" Shijing let out a silly laugh. "I only speak of these things in your presence. My lady, you are the best and would never betray me." Mian Yunjiao smiled, skillfully changing the topic. "Let's tidy up the tea bowls. By the way, where is Shirgu? She has stepped out. When she returns, tell her to find me." "Yes, I shall let her know."